Amber POV. I was in my room when I started feeling the most strangest sensations, pain rippling across my stomach. Initially, I panicked, thinking there was something wrong with the baby, but the pain would stop, and then I would feel warm all over my body, almost like I had a fever. It wasn't pleasant, but I knew I wasn't going into heat because I didn't have a wolf. So, confused and a little bit concerned, I began to head out of the room and towards the study, intending to ask Rowan if it was possible to go to the hospital. But he was busy. What's worse is that he was clearly enjoying it. Pain rippled through my body again, and I gasped, taking a deep breath, feeling anger rise inside of me as I stepped inside, meeting the bastard's eyes. "What the f*** is this then?" I blurted out. It was a big mistake because the second he stood up and faced me, something that made the other woman smirk with satisfaction as I avoided looking at that particular spot, while Alpha Rowan merely looked embarrassed and a touch bewildered. "Amber," he said, puzzled, "what are you doing here?" I glared at him. "I was coming down to ask you something and came across this." I sputtered, gesturing towards him and the woman, who stood there, smirking, her arms folded across her chest. I wanted to rip her hair out and then some. Something which shocked me, because while I was prone to violence, this was a rather sadistic streak in me coming to the surface. "It's not what it seems," Rowan says hastily. "Not what it seems." "I think it's exactly what it seems." I snap, thoroughly fed up with the man. He frowned. The woman made a move to step forward and he shook his head at her, his eyes no longer looking as cloudy as they had appeared when I stepped into the room. "No, Stacy, I think you've done enough," he barks. She stays where she is, tight-lipped, no longer smirking as she stares over at me with a glower. Doesn't look so cocky now, does she? "What is this? First you were going to marry me, now you're not sure, and then I find you about to have shks with this woman." I almost yell out in my frustration. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair, making it more disheveled and making him look even more masculine and handsome. "Damn him. Take a seat, Amber, Stacy." He ordered the both of us. I stared at him incredulously and then with a grimace at him, sat down on the armchair, thankful that the pain I had been experiencing was at least fading, whatever the hell it was. It made me less anxious and postponed the trip to the hospital. Rowan sat down at his desk and regarded us both. He began, and I stiffened, Stacy doing the same. Up until now she had been silent, but now she burst out. "We don't have a situation, Rowan, especially now that we're expecting," she purred. "Who the f—" "Listen," I snarled. Then her other words hit me and instantly I paled. "What do you mean expecting? Is she pregnant, Rowan?" I demanded, and he exhaled, looking anywhere but at me. "Yes," Stacy cooed, leaning back in her chair and crossing her ankles. "Rowan and I are expecting a baby together." "Why didn't you tell me?" I breathed, staring at the man with narrowed eyes. "There would have been no need for the marriage, or for me to even be here. Not when you're clearly involved with someone else." Why did I feel so hurt right now? I was in pain, real physical pain, at the thought of Rowan being with someone else. He looked frustrated now. "I'm not involved with her," he growled, and Stacy glared. "As for whether the baby is mine," he added, and Stacy looked upset now. "I told you that it's yours. Why don't you believe me?" She started to sob. I couldn't believe how heartless he was being to a pregnant woman, even if I privately thought she was a She was carrying his child and should be shown more respect. "Maybe I don't believe you because you cheated on me," he said a little testily as my mouth fell open. Who on earth would cheat on this beautiful-looking man? Apparently Stacy. Whoa. This was some heavy stuff, and apparently they still hadn't cleared the air, both of them glaring at each other and ignoring me. "I cheated on you because you stopped showing me any affection, Rowan. You went so distant on me and cold, like I'd done something wrong, but you never actually came and had a discussion with me. You just detached yourself and I was left in the cold," she snarled. "So if I cheated on you, it was because I was lonely and fearful that you had gotten tired of me. I thought you were going to break up with me." "There was a reason I was distant," he thundered. "I was dealing with my sick father, a girlfriend, and coming to grips with—" Here he paused and I leaned forward, wanting to know what it was, but he didn't finish the sentence. His face paled. Coping with what, Rowan? I prompted softly as his face softened and he looked at me. But he still didn't speak. Instead, Stacy took the opportunity to complete his sentence. "Oh, don't you know?" she said in mock surprise and a lot of sarcasm in her tone of voice. Rowan was coping with learning that he had found his mate. His mate. The words reverberated in my mind, but I still wasn't clear on what Stacy was trying to say. Weren't she and him mates? I was bewildered and puzzled. "You found your mate," I repeated as Stacy rolled her eyes at me. "Then where is she?" Stacy laughed out loud. "You hear that, Rowan?" She hissed. "She wants to know where your mate is." "Should I tell her?" she threatened. Rowan finally found his voice. "Stacy, don't," he began thickly, but Stacy wasn't having it. "You're his mate," she snapped at me as I recoiled, "but you can't feel the mate bond as much because you're a pathetic weakling of a shifter who has no wolf, which means the mate bond isn't as strong for you. Not like it is for him. He's known the whole damn time, Amber, who you are, and he never bothered to tell you." "What do you think that means?" she said smoothly, her eyes widening as she brought home what she was saying. I flinched and stared with anger at the man who had brought me here without marrying me, leaving me alone in the bedroom for days at a time without a qualm, and he was supposedly my mate? It couldn't be true. Please God, I prayed, feeling my body beginning to tremble with rage. Please don't let it be true. He saw the look in my eyes. "Damn it, Stacy, you just had to put your foot in it," he said icily. He made a move toward me, and I backed away, shaking my head. "All right, fine," he exhales. "I'm your mate, all right," he admitted gruffly. "How long?" I whisper, shaking in my boots. "How long have you known?" He hesitates. Stacy just shakes her head at him. "Just tell her," she urges with glee. "Since the first meeting at the bookshop," he says heavily, his eyes repentant, his expression apologetic and remorseful. Not that I cared about that. "You lied to me," I accused him, my voice shaking. "You could have told me weeks ago that we were mates. Unless," I said out loud, the rage still boiling inside of me, "unless you were planning on rejecting me." Oh my God, is this his plan? To reject me and leave me all alone without a mate? So much for the sacredness of the so-called mate bond. Well, that seemed to stun him. He blinked, Stacy, muttering to herself under her breath, looking anywhere but at me. "I don't know," he said hoarsely. "This situation is difficult, to say the least," he murmured. Complex would be an understatement, I thought to myself fiercely. I was pissed. Was he planning on just leaving me here so that he had a choice between the two of us? Like hell, I was not going to stand for that. Then again, I thought a little guiltily. I hadn't exactly come clean to him either. "In that case, there's something I should tell you," I told him, ignoring the beside me. He nods and sits down, and myself doing the same. The rage was still there, simmering under the surface, but part of me had calmed down in the face of what I was about to reveal to him. I hadn't intended to keep it a secret from him. I'd had no choice thanks to my parents, but that didn't make it any better. I was guilty of doing the exact same thing he had. My hand goes protectively to my stomach, and before I can utter a word, Stacy lets out a startled gasp, her eyes shooting to my stomach. There's a victorious look in her eyes. My stomach churns with nerves. "Oh my God," she says with shock. "You're pregnant." Rowan's eyes shoot to mine, his eyes turning pitch black. "Is that true?" he asked in a dangerously soft tone of voice. I hesitate, but the cat's out of the bag now, and so I nod, watching as his eyes continue to flash black and then back to normal, realizing his wolf is dangerously close to the surface. "You deceived me," he thunders. "You mean like you deceived me?" I hissed back, my nails digging into the palms of my hands and drawing blood. "A bit like the pot calling the kettle black, isn't it?" "Your parents," he realized. "They knew, and they still agreed to a marriage between us. They were going to make me care for another man's child," he snarled, "and make me look like a fool." "You're doing that all on your own," I told him honestly, standing upright and glaring down at him as he stared at me, his jaw clenched tight and ticking. He was angry, but so was I. "Reject me," I demanded. "Reject me and let me be free. You have a woman who is carrying your child. You should marry her," I added, turning and addressing Stacy. "That's what you want, isn't it?" "Yes," Stacy said with honesty, giving a shrug. "He should have to take responsibilities for his actions, shouldn't he? Plus, this would be his biological child and therefore the heir to taking over the pack one day. This child deserves to know its father. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, but Rowan didn't like the two of us being in agreement. I'm not rejecting you, he snapped and then turned to Stacy, and I'm not marrying you. For now, you will stay in the pack house while you are pregnant and we will come up with an agreement, one that suits us both. I don't even know if this child is mine, he growled. He turned to me. There will be no rejection, is that clear? He said, using his alpha tone on me. You will not leave, you will not try and run away. You will stay until we decide what to do, he added. I can't believe the bastard used his alpha tone on me. Even without a wolf, it would work on me, and he knew it. It meant that I had no choice now. I was stuck here in this house because of what he had just ordered me to do. I couldn't run away, and I couldn't leave. He had effectively just made me a prisoner while he decided what he wanted to do. I was so angry at that stage that I couldn't see straight. You son of a I said coldly. I swear to God, karma better bite you in the ass, or the moon goddess kicks it, because if that alpha tone didn't work on me, I'd be doing it right now. He just stared at me miserably as Stacy gave a huff, not liking my tone of voice. I turned and stomped out the door, heading straight upstairs. Normally I would pack by now, but I couldn't because of his orders. I couldn't even reject him either because he had stated there would be no rejection. I was stuck, and I realized with horror, not just with him, but with his side piece as well. Life was truly unfair, I thought miserably, locking my door and curling up in a ball. What was I going to do now? Rowan POV. I stared at Amber's back as she stormed from the room, slamming the study door shut behind her, so hard it almost came off its hinges. I can't believe I just did that to her. I actually used my alpha tone on her to get what I wanted. I felt like a complete bastard, and Stacy wasn't helping matters by being here and causing complications. I wanted to do the right thing, but I was stuck in the middle. I would never abandon a biological child of mine, no matter who the mother was. But to go so far with Amber? It was so unlike me, and yet my wolf was satisfied, agreeing with my actions wholeheartedly. Rowan, whined Stacy. Just get rid of her already. She doesn't want to be here, so why did you use the alpha tone on her? I stared, wanting nothing more than to wrap my hands around her neck and throttle her. If she wasn't pregnant with my so-called child, I would have done. She stays, I said flatly, and watched Stacy's face change to something cunning. But you don't want her, do you, Rowan? She breathed, grabbing hold of something from her handbag and spraying it directly onto her cleavage, the smell permeating the air. I blinked confused, the smell overpowering and familiar. I could smell honeysuckle and roses, and it made me dizzy and lightheaded. All I could focus on was Stacy and her face. I do want her, I mumbled, confused, trying to keep to the conversation. No, whispered Stacy, swaying her hips and sauntering forwards, her face inches from mine. You don't. You want me badly, Rowan, bad enough to get rid of that little she hissed. Get rid of her, I mumbled, repeating the words. I swayed, feeling myself stumble on solid ground, grabbing hold of the desk to keep myself upright and standing. Why was I feeling so weak all of a sudden? Yes, whispered Stacy with a wide smile on her painted lips. You and I belong together, she continued. Just you, me, and the baby. She's not having your baby, I am, she said sweetly. Gods, what was wrong with me? Why did I feel so weak all of a sudden, so powerless? It was like I was mesmerized by Stacy. Everything was upside down, and I couldn't seem to get a grasp on what I was doing, or what I wanted. We can be a family, she continued, her lips still curved in a smile. Wouldn't you like that, Rowan? A family, I muttered. Just you and me and the baby. Yes, she whispered triumphantly, coming closer still, whispering in my ear as I took another whiff of that strong and intoxicating perfume. A family. You'll have the heir you've always wanted, she continued thickly. The child or grandchild that your father is so desperate for you to have, she prompted. My father, grandchild, I repeated dumbly. My father did want a grandchild desperately, and I knew that if I told him the news, he would be ecstatic to learn that there was one on the way. Kiss me, she whispered, and I leaned down to do just that, kissing her softly, her lips tasting like honey and sweet. Then there was a knock on the door, startling us both apart, and I blinked, shoving away from Stacy in a sudden rage. What the had just happened? How had she gotten me under her spell once again? Alpha Rowan, came Lawrence's voice from behind the door. I need to speak with you. It's a matter of urgency. Come in, I ordered gruffly, readjusting my clothes and scowling over at Stacy, who had reluctantly stepped back, her eyes narrowed on my face, her expression one of haughtiness. Lawrence came barreling in and stopped short, seeing that Stacy was still there. She smirked at him, Lawrence narrowing his eyes and staring at her with contempt and disgust in his eyes. He never had been a big fan of her, I remembered, and he was making it blatantly obvious now that he still wasn't. I would prefer we talk in private, Lawrence said uncertainly, and Stacy's eyes flashed, her mouth opening to protest. I held up a hand to stop her before she could so much as utter a word. Thank you, Stacy, but I think that will be all for now. I gather you know where the guest rooms are and can choose one for yourself, I asked drearily. Her eyes flashed and her lips curled downwards in a pout. I thought I would be sleeping in your room, she protested. I shook my head. Like hell, she would be. She could go in a guest room until I knew what to do with her and with Amber. I'd really gotten myself into a sticky situation, and I had no idea what I was going to decide. I knew one thing, though. Amber must be really pissed off with me, and while part of me didn't blame her, another small part of me reminded me that she had lied, right to my face, and not told me about her pregnancy. Rowan, Stacy complained. I'm going to be the mother of your child. I should be sleeping in the same room as you. It's not happening, I told her bluntly, meaning every word. Now leave and go and choose a guest room to sleep in. You will stay here until I make a decision about what to do. But be warned, Stacy, I threatened, narrowing my eyes and gazing directly into her unblinking ones. This doesn't mean we are back together, and it sure as hell doesn't mean that you're going to be Luna. Now get out of my sight already, I growled, gesturing towards her. She looked shocked for a moment, then closed her mouth and gave me a grim nod. She grabbed hold of her handbag, putting it over her shoulder, and then stormed from the room. I wondered about the fact she had no luggage and sighed. No doubt, she would need money for new clothes, and as the potential father of the child she was carrying, I was going to have to provide that. But it also begged the question, why had she come back with no clothes on her, and where had she been staying all this time? I resolved to find that out from her later. Lawrence carefully shut the door and locked it, waiting until Stacy's footsteps faded away, before plonking himself down on a chair and staring at me with a raised eyebrow and a grimace on his handsome face. What the hell was that? He burst out. If I hadn't interrupted you, what would have happened? I shook my head and glared down at the table. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with me. All I know is that I can't stop thinking about her, and when we touch, it's electric. I lose all sense of myself and what's going on around me, I muttered. She's like an aphrodisiac, a drug that I can't get enough of, I complained. She cheated on you, remember, Lawrence pointed out wisely, giving a huff of indignation and leaning back in his chair. What was the emergency? I asked, suddenly remembering his words. Oh, that. Lawrence suddenly looked sheepish. There isn't one. You were just taking an awfully long time in here, and I wanted to know what was going on. You could have just mind-linked me, I growled, but he grinned at me unrepentingly and held up his hands in surrender, laughter in his eyes. Where's the fun in that? He said, grinning. Now spill, is the baby yours? I don't know, I whispered to him, not wanting to be overheard and not bothered to mind-link. She seems sincere, though, Lawrence. I won't know the truth until the baby is born. But what if it is mine? I asked. I have to do right by the baby, regardless of who it has for its mother. Doesn't mean you have to marry her or do something stupid like that. Whatever you do, do not make her Luna, he said adamantly, looking out the window. The pack is not as fond of her as you might have believed, especially with the whole cheating on you thing. I have to do what's right for my baby, though, and if that means making her Luna. I trailed off, not liking the thought of that. Lawrence sighed. What about your mate, though, Rowan? Amber is here as well, and she stomped right past me earlier, looking like she was about to cry. What was that all about? I looked at him guiltily. She's pregnant as well, I declared, leaning back in my seat and scowling darkly at him. It turns out her parents didn't see fit to inform me of that before organizing the marriage that didn't go through. It's another man's child, of course, not mine. She's pregnant. Lawrence looked incredulous, and a little bit of mirth crept into his eyes. Well, would you look at that? That's a hard decision you're going to have to make, he added. Tell me about it, I murmured, looking and feeling miserable. I used my alpha tone on her. You used your alpha tone on Amber? What did you tell her to do? I told her there would be no rejection and that she couldn't leave or try to escape from here. Lawrence let out a slow whistle. Whoa, man, that's really harsh, especially since you might not want to keep her as your mate. It's like keeping her a prisoner, he said, a little bewildered. Why would you prevent her from leaving when she's carrying another man's child? Shouldn't that be up to her? I don't want her to leave until I know what I want, I snarled, and he gave a small nod, not looking pleased with me at all, but wisely deciding not to say anything further to enrage me. Well, while I have you here, we need to go over the schedule for patrol and payslips, etc., unless you have something better to do. My eyes met his, and he cocked his head at me, waiting. The tension grew in the room, but so did my rage. My hands were shaking as I suddenly upended the desk, finally losing my cool completely. Whoa, Rowan, Lawrence said, jumping out of the way in time. Cool down, man. How can I cool down when she's carrying another man's child, I hissed, my eyes turning pitch black, my hands shaking in anger. She lied to me, damn it, Lawrence. She's made a fool out of me. I had no idea where this was coming from, but it was like I suddenly erupted and all the pain, hurt, humiliation, and anger I'd been bottling inside just came tumbling out. My mate is pregnant, and it's not with my child, I hissed, feeling possessive and annoyed. Lawrence held up his hands. Just remember, he said delicately, that she didn't know you were mates, and definitely not before she got pregnant from the sounds of it. You kept that from her too. He was trying to make me calm down, but it wasn't working. I was too far gone in my rage. It's not as bad as letting another man impregnate you. I snarled and he grimaced, clearly at a loss for words. I was indignant, angry, rage simmering underneath everything. I was fed up with it all. I was tired and exhausted, and my brain was going into overdrive. I had two ladies under my roof pregnant and sworn enemies to each other, one an ex-girlfriend I never thought I would have to see again, and the other one my mate. It was laughable. The thing of comedies, only I wasn't laughing. I was suddenly furious at them both, but more furious at my so-called mate for lying so long. My hands clenched into fists. Rowan, Lawrence tried once more to get my attention, but I was breathing heavily now, my wolf just as upset as I was, both of us full of anguish at our mate's betrayal, or what we considered to be a betrayal. Before Lawrence could make a move to stop me, and that was a joke, because even a beta cannot prevent an alpha from doing what he wants, I stormed from the room and headed directly towards my mate's bedroom, not stopping in my tracks and not bothering to knock when I reached it. Amber POV. I was crying on my bed, feeling absolutely wretched and angry. Let's not forget about angry, when there came the sudden sound of loud thumping footsteps approaching, and then my door literally flew off its hinges as Alpha Rowan broke it down. Was he crazy? What on earth, I cried, getting to my feet and staring at him incredulously. Had he lost his mind? Boy, did he look pissed. I thought we had had enough of arguing, but apparently that wasn't the case. His hands were clenched into fists and he was breathing heavily like he'd just run a marathon or something. There was sweat dripping off his brow, and behind him, I could see the very nervous face of Lawrence. Not that Lawrence was interfering or anything, he was merely watching what was going down. Coward. You betrayed me, boomed Alpha Rowan. I was more than a little angry myself right now. Was it too much to ask for privacy around here? I mean, considering I couldn't leave, it was the least he could do. God damn it. Get over yourself, I snarled, standing tall, even as he towered over me. Damn, he was big. But I wasn't about to be intimidated, just because of his size. Even without a wolf, I would not be cowed. I stared at him, directly into his eyes, my own eyes blazing. You just used your alpha tone on me, or did you forget already? I said sarcastically, folding my arms and giving him what for. I can't leave you, bastard, so why don't you do me a favor and get out of my room? I was fed up with this man already. and now he was provoking me further. I eyed Lawrence, but the other man's face was grim, tentative, as though he feared approaching the alpha in the current mood he was in. He was going to be no help at all, I thought to myself, as I glared at the alpha. "You're nothing but a liar," he accused me, pointing his finger at me. I gave a shocked inhale, while Lawrence facepalmed himself, watching the scene wide-eyed. "Oh man," whispered Lawrence to himself. "Not cool, man, not cool at all." Lawrence was eyeing the both of us with fascination and looked nervous. As well he should, because right now my infamous temper was coming out. "If I could reject your sorry ass, I would," I told him hotly. "You're a right bastard, and you don't deserve me," I exclaimed. "How dare you?" thundered Alpha Rowan, advancing on me as I backed up a few steps, not wanting him to invade my personal space. "You don't get to decide what I want to do with my life." I snapped, "Nor did you have any right to confine me to your pack. The second I work out a way to get the hell out of here, I'm done." His eyes were constantly flashing between black and his normal color, indicating his wolf was continually rising to the surface. I didn't care. It didn't scare me. I was used to my father, who was a real piece of work. Alpha Rowan was nothing compared to him. I realized to myself, perhaps being a tad bit naive or maybe arrogant was the right word. Yes, I was being arrogant. "You think you can walk away from me?" Alpha Rowan said incredulously, with a hint of possessiveness in his tone. The possessiveness in his gaze made me shudder as he reached out a hand and firmly tucked it under my chin, making me look at him. "You think you can call the shots, little girl," he whispered, his eyes now pitch black and no longer continuing to change. His wolf had taken over. "Think that I will let you get away with everything, but I won't," he hissed, and then he leaned forward. I froze where I stood, a foolish move to make, but my feet were planted on the floor and my body was beginning to tremble. Lawrence was still in the doorway, looking at me helplessly, not wanting to approach the alpha when his wolf was in control, and I couldn't blame him for that. At first thought, I assumed he was leaning in to kiss me, as one arm wrapped around my waist and I struggled uselessly in his grasp, his grip strong, stronger than I was, pulling me in towards him until my face was inches from his. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "I think I know what I want now," he purred as I tried to lean backward, tried to move him, shove him, anything that might work. I felt his other hand pull the hair back from my face a little, and then he sniffed me, licking the nape of my neck. My eyes widened in horror and I looked towards Lawrence, begging him to help me, suspecting that I knew what Alpha Rowan was about to do next, and not wanting any part of it. "Help me," I mouthed to Lawrence, but he shook his head, looking at me remorsefully. "I'm sorry, but I can't," he whispered, apologetically as I glared at him. I flinched as I felt his mouth on my neck, my arms moving to try and push him away, but he laughed at my attempts, shaking his head. "So weak," he murmured, his breath on my neck. "But so beautiful," he muttered to himself. I felt his canines as they pushed out of his mouth and the tip of them at my neck and further attempted to get away. "Don't do this," I begged, pleading with him, my voice shaky now and my confidence has completely gone. "Please, God, don't do this, Rowan." Anything but this, I thought to myself miserably. He just looked at me with his dark eyes, a small smile curved on his lips. "I'm not Rowan," he growled simply, and then I felt it, the most excruciating pain I have ever felt as he bit down, hard, blood trickling down my shoulder. The bastard had not been gentle. He continued to bite down as I struggled before going limp, conceding defeat, tears trickling down my cheeks. I had dreamed of the day when I might be marked by a loving husband or mate, and this had now been taken away from me. He slowly, carefully withdrew and then licked the wound clean, looking satisfied. But the pain didn't lessen. If anything, it grew worse, and I dropped to the floor, curling up in a fetal position, screaming at the top of my lungs. Lawrence came rushing in as Alpha Rowan's eyes returned to normal. "What the hell did you do to her?" I heard Lawrence shout at Alpha Rowan. "Oh my God," Rowan whispered, kneeling beside me. I smacked him on the shoulder, but he merely winced and continued to stay there. "I'm so sorry, so sorry. I can't believe he took over and marked you," he added. It was more than a little late for apologies. My stomach churned and I turned my head and vomited, Rowan leaning out of the way, Lawrence just staring down looking pale. I had no clue what was going on, only that the pain was never ending and I was becoming warm, the heat almost overwhelming me and becoming intolerable. "It hurts," I whimpered, and Rowan made a move to pick me up, but again I shoved him away. "Damn it, Amber, let me help," he growled in frustration, but I shook my head, being stubborn in between screams. I curled up into a tighter ball, hating him, hating Lawrence, and hating myself. I should have left when I had the chance, instead of staying and letting myself be used like this. Now I had been marked against my consent, and I was angry and full of bitterness as well. If I could have plunged a knife into Rowan right then, I think I would have. That's how full of rage and violence I was feeling. The pain intensified, and then I screamed as I felt my ankle suddenly move of its own accord, breaking and then moving. My eyes widened. "Oh, this can't be happening," I thought, dazed and confused. Rowan looked over at Lawrence and then stood up, shifting the bed to the side. "I can't believe it," I heard him shout to Lawrence, "but I think she might be shifting." Was I shifting? Is this what the pain was? I had heard that the first transformation or shift was painful, and this was extremely painful. Another bone broke and I screamed, feeling the urge to vomit again. My hands scrabbled for something to grip, claw at, my nails digging into the floor. "All right, Amber, calm down," soothed Rowan, kneeling beside me once more as I glared up at him. "You need to go with it and not work against it." Easy for him to say. Something told me his transformation was not this painful, and why was I suddenly shifting anyway? As far as I knew, I didn't have a wolf, so what had suddenly brought this on? Then I gasped as realization dawned. He had marked me and caused this to happen. Another broken bone, more whimpering from me. It felt like it was going on forever, my bones slowly breaking one by one as I screamed, shifting slowly. The heat continues to build until I felt like I might erupt or explode. Then just as quickly, the pain was gone, and I was standing there, staring at a wide-eyed and open-mouthed Lawrence and Rowan. I blinked, my eyes focusing on everything. I felt massive, my paws as I lifted them, appearing to be huge. I was white, snow white, and as I looked in my reflection, I saw that I had the most amazing purple eyes as well. I was white all over. I had never seen a white wolf before and hadn't even known they existed, but the proof was right in front of me. I was fascinated with myself. My wolf began to speak to me. "My name is Lilac, and it's very nice to meet you, child. It's been a long time, but worth the wait, don't you think? Did this happen because he marked me? It's nice to meet you too, Lilac, but I'm kind of angry right now. I understand, and yes, this is because he marked us. His alpha blood mixed with our own and was enough to set off your transformation and bring me to the surface. So what? What he did was still wrong. I know, child, and I am very angry at our mate too, but you need to go back to your human form now, because this fit took a lot out of you. We are a special wolf, one that's rare and unique, just like you. How do I go back to being human? What do you mean we're special and unique? In what way? I'll tell you when the time is right. For now, though, in order to go back to being human, you need to picture yourself as human, all the way from the color of your hair and eyes to the tips of your toes. Do you think you can do that? Of course. I had to stop speaking to Lilac in order to picture myself as human. I pictured my red hair, my green eyes, my pale skin, and everything else I could think of, while Rowan and Lawrence stared at me like complete idiots. Slowly, I began to shift, wincing at the sound of bones shifting and readjusting. Thankfully, this time it didn't hurt so much, and I was more than a little relieved to find myself standing there in human form again, even if I was naked. My clothes had ripped when I shifted. Rowan's eyes fluttered a bit, and he gasped. "You're a white wolf. I can't believe it," he gaped. I gave a shrug and gave him a dirty look, while Lawrence hovered in the doorway again, a puzzled expression on his face. I wondered what he was thinking about. "I guess I have you to thank for it. If you hadn't marked me, then I never would have shifted," I snapped, still pissed at him. He looks at me with remorse, but I don't want to hear it. "Please leave," I say coldly, very aware that I no longer had a door for privacy. "I would like to rest now." He opens his mouth as though about to protest, but Lawrence grabs hold of his arm and begins to urgently whisper something in his ear. I see Alpha Rowan frown and then glance at me. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry." he says quietly before allowing Lawrence to drag him from the room. I scowl at the open door, and then a wave of dizziness overcomes me, and I stagger to the bed, climbing in carefully, and close my eyes, letting the darkness overtake me. Amber POV. I can't believe he marked me without my consent. The bastard. I don't care how much he wants to blame his wolf. He did the wrong thing, and the least he could do was admit to it. I can't believe you're a white wolf, breathed Tessa, her eyes wide as saucers. I've never heard of one before, let alone heard of any legends to do with them. Maybe it's just the same as having a normal colored wolf, I suggested lightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. I wasn't quite sure that my wolf was anything special, even if Lilac argued to the contrary, adamant that we were. Wouldn't there be more stories about white wolves if that were the case? Did you hear about the rogues? Asked Tessa, leaning over her kitchen counter, her eyes full of worry. Both of us were sitting in her kitchen, having a cuppa and just chatting away, feeling lazy and just glad for the company of the other. No, I said quickly, putting my cup of tea down. Spill, what's going on with the rogues? I demanded. I wondered what on earth they had done now. She took a deep breath. There are all sorts of rumors about them. I've heard they've stolen a few children from a different race and are prepared to kill them if they don't get what they want. That sounded horrible. What are they asking for? I asked. That's the thing, no one knows. I mean, it's just gossip at the moment, but they have moved from their previous location and now there are no signs of them. It's like they've vanished into thin air. I didn't like the sound of that. I would much rather know where the rogues were and be able to avoid them than have them magically disappear and risk running into them in the forest. Not that I could go in the forest, I thought to myself, scowling, since Alpha Rowan had used his alpha tone of voice on me. Bastard! God! I was still pissed about that and wasn't going to get over it anytime soon. What kind of children have they taken? I mean, what race? I clarified, my eyes interested, a pang of sympathy in my heart. If it was true, their parents were probably going through hell. They must be worried sick about their children. What kind of cold-hearted maniac takes children hostage? Vampires, said Tessa in a hushed whisper, her eyes narrowing, and vampires do not take things like this lightly. I can't imagine what they are thinking. I shuddered. Vampires were dangerous creatures and highly possessive. This would incite a war if the rogue didn't give the children back. I wondered why they had taken vampire children and how they had managed it. I'd had to just be rumors. There was no way they were that organized they'd managed to steal from under a vampire's nose. Anyway, Tessa said with a shrug, that's what I heard. Lilac spoke to me, adding her thoughts to the conversation. Vampire blood is extremely potent and has incredible healing powers. If they have taken vampire children, I guarantee it has something to do with that. Perhaps they are trying to heal someone? But then they are shifters, so why would it be needed? Unless it's a disease that can't be cured? I frowned. There was very little that vampires could not heal. Same for shifters. I thought for a moment about poor Teddy, who was still stuck in the hospital, undergoing chemotherapy for leukemia. His spirits had been high, but his shifter blood was unable to heal him. Perhaps one of the rogues was really sick and really desperate. Either way, they had some guts taking vampires. Vampires were bloodthirsty and vengeful creatures. They wouldn't hesitate to track down the rogues and kill them. Part of me hoped they did. It would be the very least the bastards deserved. Hey, I said suddenly, do you know if there's a library nearby? Maybe they would have books on white wolves. Tessa sighed and shot me a wry glance. There is, but it's in town, she said slowly. I don't know whether it would count as you trying to leave or escape, though, she mused, especially if you have every intention of coming back. She looked at me a little wistfully. Do you think that maybe if I got marked, then I would get my wolf? She asked me. I hesitated. I wasn't sure. I mean, if it could happen for me, then maybe it could happen for other undesirables. There was no way to tell for sure. I didn't want to get her hopes up, but I didn't want to crush them either. Your friend is an undesirable. I think that you should mark her. You, gross lilac, she's a friend. I don't think of her that way. You are an Marking her will not make her your mate or lover. It will, however, mix your blood with hers and will allow for her to be able to bring her wolf to the surface. It is one of the powers we possess, but it's up to you if you even want to use it. Are you saying that I can give Tessa her wolf? Duh. That's exactly what I'm saying, Amber. Weren't you listening to me? I stared at Tessa wide-eyed. She looked at me, biting her lip and looking sheepish. Sorry, I don't mean to upset you, she said quickly. Forget I asked. I shook my head. That's not it. Lilac just spoke to me. She told me I should mark you, I said slowly, my eyes narrowing on her pale face. Mark me? Whatever for? She says it will bring your wolf to the surface, I said quietly. One of the powers I possess, apparently. But you don't have to do this, Tessa, I added hastily. She could be wrong. Or it could be dangerous. We didn't know what would happen once she was marked. But Tessa's eyes were shining with hope and excitement as she glanced at me shyly. I want to try, she bursts out. I mean, you know what it's like, being despised for being an undesirable, always feeling like you're being snubbed and bullied. If I can get my wolf. She trails off, and I understood exactly what she was trying to convey to me. I had spent my whole childhood being despised for my red hair and green eyes, in comparison to Sophie with her blonde hair and blue eyes. When I didn't get my wolf, my family became even worse, and the pack looked down on me, like I was a piece of garbage, sneering at me and treating me like I didn't belong. If it hadn't been for Darius, I suspected I would have had it much worse than I did. His presence had assured that, for the most part, that I was merely glared at from a distance. But Tessa, she would have had it much worse, being an orphan in a pack that despised her. I shuddered, thinking about all the things she must have gone through. All right, I said reluctantly, pulling myself out of my thoughts. How do I do this? I murmured, eyeing Tessa's neck as she turned her head and bared it to me in submission. I eyed the nape of it and saw how smooth and unblemished her skin was. Just bite me, Tessa said helpfully as I rolled my eyes at her. Just envision your canines coming out and then gently bite her before licking the wound closed. That's it. It's quite simple, really. Lilac made it seem very easy. I approached Tessa slowly, watching as she began to tremble slightly before me. This might hurt, I whispered, and she smiled, looking over my shoulder, her jaw clenched, determination etched on her face. I know, she whispered back, and I still want you to do it. I pictured my canines, feeling them as they slowly came out of the top part of my mouth, and then gently leaned down, my canines just above her shoulder. I could do this, I thought to myself, willing myself to do it. Tessa stayed perfectly still, thank God, and before I could think too much about it, I swiftly bit down on her shoulder, clamping down as she gave a small cry, drawing blood. It tasted metallic, and I grimaced as I slowly withdrew, licking the small wound on her shoulder closed. Now what? Asked Tessa, bewildered. I shrugged. My own transformation had happened minutes after that bastard marked me. Would it be the same for Tessa? I expected to see a small tattoo on her shoulder, but instead the wound had completely knit itself closed, and there was no sign of where I had marked her. I had a sinking feeling that nothing was going to happen as Tessa touched her shoulder, looking puzzled. Then a small light appeared at the mark, growing larger in size. I gave a small cry and leaped back, Tessa staring down at her shoulder in awe. Then she screamed, her leg breaking at an odd angle as she fell to the floor, sobbing and crying, the leg readjusting itself. I knelt beside her, feeling horrible for her. In the back of my mind was how painful my shift had been, and poor Tessa looked like she was in agony as yet another bone broke with a sickening crack. Ouch! Screamed Tessa, her shoulder cracking and breaking. I'm so sorry, I mumbled, feeling helpless. There was nothing I could do but stay beside her and watch, too frightened to touch her as she shifted. It felt like it was going on forever, all the bones making sickening sounds as they broke and readjusted themselves. Tessa's mouth was open in a constant scream. To my shock, however, no one came to find out the source of the noise, further proving my suspicions that the pack didn't give an actual shit about poor Tessa. She screamed, bucking and writhing on the ground, fur beginning to grow along her arms and legs. I hoped it wouldn't be too much longer, for Tessa looked like she was about to pass out any minute now. She had grown so pale. She gave her loudest scream yet, and I looked away. the sound piercing my ears, backing away slowly as a wolf appeared in her midst. My mouth fell open. She was beautiful, utterly stunning. She was gray with white ears and a white patch on her stomach and white paws. She practically pranced in front of me, moving her paws around experimentally. Her ears pricked up and she stared at me hard. Well done. Your friend Tessa is beautiful and now so is her wolf. Great work. All I did was mark her, but you have the ability to turn all undesirables, not just shifters, but vampires, witches, you name it. You can bring it to the surface like you did your friend. That's what makes you unique. Just like shifters, the other races have people who failed to change. This also makes us coveted, and you need to keep this a secret. Your friend Tessa is an exception, but we're going to have to rely on our mate to keep us from harm. Like hell, we can take care of ourselves. I don't want to tell him anything. He's going to find out. Tessa didn't have a wolf before, and now she does. It kind of is going to be hard to keep that a secret. Damn it. You're right. I eyed Tessa, who was preening in front of me. Tessa, I said softly, it's time to change back now. She kicked her head and whined, her paws scrabbling at the ground. I remembered this was her first time and she might not know how to change back, but wouldn't her wolf tell her? I opened my mouth to tell her to picture herself as human, when she began to shrink and her bones began to make those sickening cracking noises as they shifted and broke, readjusting themselves, until a very naked and nude Tessa stood in front of me. She flung herself into my arms. That was brilliant, she exclaimed. I can't believe it, Amber. I just can't. She shook her head in awe. I have a wolf, and it's all because of you, she said, giggling. I patted her awkwardly on the back, my cheeks aflame. She noticed me blushing and stepped back, her cheeks suddenly flushed. I should probably get changed, she squealed and rushed towards her bedroom. I sighed, suddenly exhausted, and crept over to her couch, feeling drained now, my whole body feeling cold. I felt like I was sick or something, and I lay down, feeling darkness take over me. Darius POV. I was miserable, but then so was she. Ever since Sophie had spilled the beans on Amber's pregnancy, it was like there was a shadow hanging over us. I had been incredulous at the news and then angry. Why had she taken so long to tell me? Why didn't Amber speak to me and let me know that she was pregnant with my child? I don't know what I would have done, but now my options are limited. For instance, did I go and find Amber and this alpha Rowan and demand a paternity test? Could I really do that to Amber? But wasn't I entitled to see my child? To be a part of its life? It had started a heated argument, one that lasted for days. Sophie had been inconsolable, terrified I would leave her considering that she was infertile. While I understood, partially, where she was coming from, it still hadn't been a good enough excuse for keeping me in the dark for so long. Then I discovered her parents had known but still insisted that I marry Sophie, and it had been enough to push me over the edge. Without so much as a by your leave, I had gathered some of my things and moved into a guest room, unable to bear looking at Sophie's face for even a minute longer. Not when I was so livid. My mother and father were confused, of course, for neither Sophie nor I would tell them what the argument was about, and we'd been careful to shout in whispers so that we weren't overheard. It helped that most of the pack rooms were soundproofed, of course, but we'd still been cautious. These days, Sophie was wallowing in her misery, walking around with a very ashen face and practically stumbling along the corridors and hallways, completely silent, barely acknowledging anyone, not even my mother. Whereas I, on the other hand, had kept myself occupied and busy, doing numerous tasks and paperwork that involved either pack business or my father's business. I kept late hours and came home late every night, long after Sophie was in bed, so that I didn't have to worry about running into her. Knock, knock. I paused in my writing, staring at the clock. It was late, and I was currently in my parents' study, catching them up on paperwork. It was almost midnight, and I wondered who was still up to see that I was awake. It was my mother, alone, clad in a robe and nightgown, a tired smile on her face. "Can I come in?" she asked hoarsely, looking drained. I sat back in the chair and made a gesture, inviting her to come inside. Not that she needed the invitation when it was, in fact, her and father's study, to be fair. My mother made herself comfortable in the armchair across from me, folding her ankles and resting her delicate, fragile-looking hands in her lap. She cleared her throat as I stared mutely, wondering what it was that she wanted to talk to me about. Finally, she spoke. "It's about Sophie," she said delicately, as I stiffened and then scowled at her. What right did Mother have to pry into my private affairs? "What about Sophie?" I asked evenly, pretending to give a damn. My mother could always see right through me. "Darius," she said sharply, "I don't know what it is that you and Sophie are arguing about, but I do know this. The both of you look completely miserable when you looked so happy coming back from your honeymoon. What on earth happened between the two of you?" I looked away, clenching my jaw and not answering. It was none of my mother's business, and she knew it too. If this was what she wanted to talk about, then she could just leave. My mother's face softened for a moment. "Listen," she said softly, leaning forward and gazing directly into my eyes as I blinked at her. "I know that your father and I have been hard on you, that it wasn't easy having to marry Sophie. Perhaps we should have given you some more time, but we were in a hurry to get you situated and married. We're getting older," she explained, pausing, "and tired of running the pack and the business. We want to retire soon, get to enjoy our grandchildren, and spend time with our family. You were always going to take over the running of the pack, sooner or later, but now with your stubbornness with Sophie and your bickering, I don't know if you're mature enough to be the leader." That stung. It wasn't my fault that Sophie and I were arguing. Besides, who else was going to take over leadership of the pack? I was their only son. "I'm mature," I said gruffly. "You and Father still argue, don't you?" I pointed out. She grimaced. I had her there and she knew it. "Yes, we still argue," she said softly, agreeing with me, "but in the end we make up with each other and forgive each other for what we said or did. That's part of being in a relationship," she exhaled, "and it's not easy, but it's worth it in the end. Sometimes you have to be the bigger person," she explained, "even when you don't feel like being it." I definitely didn't feel like being the bigger person, but what was I supposed to tell her? "Oh, hey, Mum, you know how badly you want grandchildren? Well, it turns out that Amber is pregnant with my baby and your grandchild. How do you feel about that?" I couldn't say that, so I muttered, "Maybe I'll think about it," in an effort to appease her. "Do," she says quietly. "It's very lonely sleeping in a bed by yourself, don't you think?" I didn't have to think about it. I missed Sophie and being in our bed more than I could say. There was something about the way she would sleep beside me, her arm reaching out to touch me, her legs thrown over mine. Her soft snores filled the room, as her gentle breathing and the warmth of her body. I missed her companionship and her witty humor, but I was so angry at her that it made everything else seem obsolete. "Is she pregnant?" my mother asked sweetly, and I shook my head, seeing her shoulders slump and her face droop. "No, Mother, she's not pregnant," I said hastily, and my mother sighed. I hated to see the disappointment on her face. Lord knows how she would take it when she eventually learns that Sophie couldn't have children. "Well, give it time," she said wisely, standing up and wrapping her dressing gown more securely around her body. "And think about what I've said. No argument is worth being this miserable," she pointed out, coming around the desk and giving me a quick peck on the cheek. "I love you. I love you," I said back, my voice thick and hoarse. Damn it, Mother was really getting to me tonight. I watched her leave with a heavy heart. I tried to get back to my writing, but I just couldn't. My mother's words kept playing in my mind, repeating themselves over and over again. Was she right? Was I being too harsh on Sophie? I tried to see it from Sophie's point of view. I knew she had always loved me, even when we were small children, and that she had viewed Amber as a threat to her happiness. She must have been terrified when she discovered her sister was pregnant with my child. She would have been afraid of losing me completely. It made sense why she'd hidden the information from me, but it still hurt. I swallowed hard and then sighed. The paperwork remained untouched as I slowly got up and turned the light off, shutting the study door resolutely behind me. I was tired. Tired of the fighting, tired of feeling sad and miserable, tired of being alone at night. I made my way back towards the guest room and was surprised, but not completely shocked, to see Sophie standing in the front of it, her arms folded across her chest, Her blue eyes narrowed with resolution. "We need to talk," she burst out, obviously expecting me to argue back or to be defiant. Instead, I stunned her by nodding and opening the door, motioning her inside. She walked in hesitantly, glancing over her shoulder to make sure I followed her in. "I know what I did was wrong, Darius, and I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice shaking, her body trembling, her face extremely pale. "I just couldn't bear the thought of losing you. I should have told you about Amber when we first got together, or when I found out. I was selfish and pig-headed and a complete for doing what I did, and I don't blame you for being angry," she vented. I held up a hand to stop her in her tracks, her voice grinding to a complete halt. "Sophie," I said evenly and very calmly, "what you did was beyond what I thought you were capable of. Do you know how it feels to find out you're going to be a father and that you and your parents knew but said nothing? I know Amber said nothing, but you were marrying me, and Amber and I are now exes. I can see why she would want me to have nothing to do with it. But you should at the very least have confided in me once we were married instead of waiting so long." "I know," she said meekly. "I was afraid." "I know," I growled, "and I'm still mad at you, but I can see your way of looking at things and I can understand why you did it." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "So will you forgive me?" she asked in a small voice. I hesitated. Could I forgive her and move on from this? Both of us were completely miserable without the other, and my wolf was urging me to forgive, to once again form a bond and relationship with our chosen mate. "I can forgive you," I said slowly, "so long as you never ever do something like this to me again. Is that understood?" I demanded, my tone almost the alpha tone. She immediately brightened. "I promise," she swore, her voice still shaking. "But Darius, what are you going to do? Are you going to ask for custody of the baby?" I shook my head. "I don't want full custody. It wouldn't be fair to Amber, but I do want to play a part in my child's life. Can you live with that, Sophie? I know it won't be easy for you, but to me it's fair, and if you can't, then just say the word and leave, right now. I won't stop you," I said firmly. She smiled, though I could see tears forming in the corner of her eyes. "I can live with that, but Darius, you can't just ambush Amber," she said in dismay. "For starters, my father would be furious, and I wasn't even supposed to tell you," she added, dismayed. Screw her father, I thought fiercely. As it was, I'd had to do some serious sweet talking to find out where Amber was at the moment with her mother. "I won't ambush Amber and just turn up. That wouldn't be right," I mused. "But perhaps a letter to open up some contact would be best. She was always partial to letters," I added, and saw Sophie wince. "I think that's a good idea," Sophie breathed, "and at some stage we will go and see her. I'd like to see for myself how she's going and what she's up to. I don't believe a word of what my father told me. I still think she could use our help, but then again, she's the feisty brave one, and I'm the beautiful, sweet, gorgeous one." I supplied with a small smile as she blushed and bit her lip. "Not that beautiful," she whispered shyly. I grabbed hold of her hand and drew her towards me, reveling in the sparks that flew between us and the tingles that ran down my spine. I leaned down and kissed her gently on the lips. "Let's get started on this letter," I said firmly, "and then let's go to bed, the two of us together." With luck, I could get the letter sent without my parents being none the wiser. Sophie's POV. I've been experiencing the worst sort of cravings lately, like apple and peanut butter. You wouldn't think that was delicious, but it was, and something I was eating every day. It was like I couldn't get enough of it lately, and I was packing on the pounds like you wouldn't believe. I stared at myself in the mirror, hating on my reflection. I could see my stomach was getting larger, and so were my thighs. The dress I wore was unceremoniously ripped off of me and sent to the floor with the other ones. A knock sounded on the door, and I turned to see my mother standing there, a wide smile on her face, even as she surveyed the mess I had made. "Looks like you're having trouble deciding what to wear," she said politely, trying not to giggle. I frowned at her, not in the mood for teasing or jokes. "Everything looks awful on me," I pouted, gesturing towards the small mountain of clothes on mine and Darius's bedroom floor. "Nothing is fitting right," I complained, trying not to sound bitter about it. Maybe I needed to start training more, but I was already attending 4 times a week without the pounds coming off. Perhaps I needed to up it up a bit. You do look like you've gained some weight, my mother said frankly, and I winced at the harshness of her words. Did she have to be so blunt about it? Gee, thanks, Mother, I said sarcastically, feeling really down about myself. That's not what I meant. Sophie, it's bound to happen when you're in a relationship. If I didn't watch what I ate, unlike your father who possesses a high metabolism, I would be gaining a lot of weight too. Love makes you less inclined to watch your weight. I guess she's right. I mean, since Darius and I talked and agreed to write that letter to Amber, which hopefully no one knows about, we've been much more intimate and loving towards each other in general. Still, though, it rankled not fitting into my old clothes. I spun around to tell my mother that and felt myself get dizzy all of a sudden, sitting down on the bed and fanning my face in shock. "What happened?" exclaimed my mother, sitting beside me and also beginning to fan me. My cheeks felt flushed and I felt hot. "Don't know," I muttered. "I just got dizzy, that's all." My mother eyed me with narrowed eyes. "Are you pregnant?" she asked outright. God, how that question hurt. It might have been said with the best intentions, but it killed me inside every time someone so much as asked about pregnancy or when Darius and I were having children. It wasn't helping that technically Darius was going to be a father, hopefully with some involvement in his child's life, while I would never get the chance to be a mother. I winced and tried not to show my facial expression to my mother, who was looking at me with excitement. I hated to burst her bubble, but I needed to set her straight. "No, Mother," I sighed, rolling my eyes. "I'm not pregnant. There's no chance of it either," I added hastily when I saw her open her mouth. She closed it, looking disappointed. As she turned to the side, I swore I could see bruises cleverly disguised underneath her makeup. I gently reached over and touched her cheek, her eyes widening as she whipped her head back around to face me. "What's this?" I asked gently, wondering how she had gotten the bruises. We were both ignoring the fact that I was still technically in my underwear, as I hadn't decided on which clothes to wear yet. My mother flinched and then met my gaze head on. "I decided to go back to training and well," she laughed nervously. "As you can see, I didn't do too well." I was stunned. I hadn't anticipated Mother wanting to go back to training and learning to fight. She'd always been so placid, so why the change of mind all of a sudden? It didn't make sense to me. "Training," I repeated, a bit suspicious. "You?" "Yes, I decided it was time to learn to defend myself," my mother told me firmly, and I nodded in full agreement of that. But it begged the question of why she had decided this after years of never training and being involved in the business. "Well, good for you," I complimented her. "It's a good idea, Mother. I worry about you not being able to defend yourself if rogues attack," I added deadpan. She smiled and nodded, and then changed the subject. "I think you should wear the black dress. It suits your coloring and will hide the weight gain quite nicely," she said cheerfully. I looked over at the dress she was pointing at and reluctantly grabbed it, shimmying into it and tossing my long blonde hair over my shoulder. I turned around and pointed at the zipper. "Can you help me do this up, please?" Mother quickly dragged the zipper up, and I was finally dressed for the day. Darius was probably already doing work in the study. He was an early riser, going to training and then helping his parents to do paperwork or help out in the business. "Oh, what made you come visit anyway?" I asked Mother as we walked downstairs and into the kitchen. I began to grab a bowl and put some cereal in it while Mother watched. "Oh, I was visiting Luna Marian, and I wanted to see how you were going," my mother said quietly. "Your father sends his regards." "Why didn't he just come with you?" "He had a bit of a headache," Mother said lamely. I wanted to ask whether it was a headache or a hangover. Given my father, I suspected it was the latter. We sat down at the kitchen table, chatting away before Darius came walking in. He smiled and came over to peck me on the forehead. My mother smiled at him approvingly. "Clarissa," he said with a grin, going over to my mother and giving her a hug. "It's lovely to see you again," he added, as my mother beamed at him. "I was wanting to steal my lovely wife to be away, if that's all right with you," he asked, and my mother gave us both a nod, getting up from the table. "I think it's time I went and checked on your father anyway." she said softly, bending down to give me a hug. See if he's up yet. Let us know if you need anything, Darius added as he hugged her, and it is lovely to see you. We must make a trip out to see you at some stage. That would be nice, my mother gushed, but I'm planning on visiting Amber sometime soon as well. See how the poor girl is getting along. It was nice of my mother to worry about my twin sister, even though technically she had forced Amber into an arranged marriage along with my father. I watched her walk away, out the front door, before I turned to Darius, wondering what it was he wanted. What did you need me for? I asked, and watched his eyes turn shifty. He motioned for me to follow him upstairs. I did so, watching him close and lock the door carefully behind him. Then, before I could move, he came towards me and pulled me in tight, holding me as though he never wanted to let go. It was a nice feeling. He pulled back slightly and bent his head down, his eyes pitch black, staring into mine. His hands began to eagerly work the zipper. I fell onto the bed, and he began to tug my dress over my head between kisses. Christ, he moaned as my hand began to touch him. That feels so damn good, he urged me to continue. I didn't need any urging. I felt the dizziness return, mixed in with a high degree of nausea that had me bolting upright and startling poor Darius. Geez, are you all right? He asked as I bolted to the bathroom, reaching it just in time to vomit up my stomach contents into the toilet bowl. No, I said miserably, my stomach still churning. It must have been something I ate. Darius looked apologetic now. I'm so sorry, Sophie, if I'd known you weren't feeling well. He trailed off helplessly. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and flushed the toilet, reaching over for my toothbrush, but something made me hesitate. My mother's words came back to me. You're not pregnant, are you? I couldn't be. It was impossible, and yet some small part of me whispered what was the harm in taking a pregnancy test, other than the hurt I would feel when it came back negative. I had to know. I reached down into the bathroom vanity and began to rifle through the drawers, crossing my fingers that someone had placed one in there. Sure enough, at the very back of the vanity, there lay a pregnancy test, still in its wrapping. Darius's eyes widened as I began to tear it open. Sophie, he began warningly, I don't think this is a very good idea, do you? I mean, you know that you can't get pregnant. Do you really want to put yourself through this? I shook my head at him. He made sense, but I still wasn't going to be stopped. I sat down on the toilet, holding the test underneath my urine stream, before placing the lid on the test and balancing it on the edge of the vanity. I sat there, holding my stomach, which thankfully had managed to calm down somewhat, and I no longer felt as sick as I was before. Darius sighed and looked away, no doubt feeling sorry for me. I counted down the minutes and the seconds, each moment taking a lifetime. Darius frowned and grabbed hold of the test as I held my breath, praying, hoping vehemently for what would be the impossible. Darius looked at me with wide eyes that turned pitch black. His voice was shaking when he spoke. Sophie, there's 2 lines on here. Doesn't that make you pregnant? Just like that, my world came crashing down around me. Stacy's POV. I sighed, feeling bored and more than a little pissed off. I had spied on Rowan numerous times already, and he had been to see that slut on several occasions. But for now, he was staying away. I had heard rumors that he had marked her without her consent, and that she was pissed off at him. So was I. It was going to be harder to seduce him away from the girl, now that he'd marked her, and it made my life a hell of a lot harder. What the f*** had he been thinking? I began to wander away from the pack house, deciding that a walk was in order. Wearing the special perfume Celia had gifted me, this time it was an aphrodisiac. I had an idea in my mind, and I was certain it would work. Celia's spells were dead on and never seemed to fail me, which reminded me I needed to go and see her when I had the chance. I walked idly past pack members on the grounds, some who stared at me with incredulous looks, others with angry glares. I ignored them all. The aphrodisiac would hit its target soon. I just needed to get to the forest. I had someone in particular in mind for my target, someone I had seen numerous times, and it was around this time that he began to make his rounds. All I had to do was get his attention. I made it and began to make as much noise as possible, knowing that patrol was nearby. Sure enough, soon, a A man approached me, his hair disheveled, his body all sweaty. Gross, but I couldn't afford to be picky. He was young, slightly younger than I was, and he had nice blonde hair with sparkling blue eyes. He was cute, and in another lifetime, I might have wanted to seduce him for the mere purpose of being his girlfriend. He wore blue jeans and a white shirt, his eyes black, ready to shift at a moment's notice. I saw him wrinkle his nose as my perfume drifted toward his nostrils, and his eyes widen as the aphrodisiac hit him. I preened, aware that he was staring at me, my body clad in a little black dress. I wore no underwear, knowing what would happen next. Well, anticipated what was next at any rate. He walked towards me slowly, dazed and a little bewildered, confused as he continued to stare at me. "You shouldn't be out here," he commented. "It's dangerous and there are rogues out here." I wasn't afraid. I'd heard the rogues had disappeared out of sight and that it was causing Rowan and his pack to grow concerned. If they were nearby, they would still leave me alone. The perfume would confuse them. I smiled at the young man, making him blink. "Oh no, really," I said dramatically. "I didn't realize. How stupid of me. God, I sounded like a dumb bimbo, and even I winced at my acting." "That's all right, but we really should get you back to safety," he muttered. "What's your name?" "It's Stacy," I whispered. "Stacy, what a beautiful name," he murmured, coming closer, almost stumbling towards me. "You smell so good," he growled, and I saw his wolf was close to the surface. "Thank you," I breathed, reaching out and touching his arm, sparks flying between us. The young man shuddered. "What's your name?" I cooed. He swallowed hard. "It's Grant," he said thickly. I pulled away, stroking his face and smiling widely. "How about we do something for you?" I purred. He blinked, looking uncertain, drawing in a sharp breath. I was expecting that to be it, that he would be finished with me and I could get what I wanted, but his strong arms gripped my own and he helped me up, his eyes still glittering black. "You don't think I'm finished with you yet," he growled. And this time I was shocked into silence. He led me over to a tree and placed my hands above my head, my face against the trunk. I laughed. This was what I had been hoping for. "Well," I said coyly, "I'm more than happy to do this again, but I require a certain favor, if you please, in order to come back here." He stared at me silently, but there was desperation in his gaze, and I knew he would want more of what we had just done. The perfume had more than done its job. "What kind of favor were you thinking?" he asked slowly, a smile appearing on his face. I knew I needed to be quick. After all, he probably needed to be somewhere shortly patrolling. "I need you to help me find something, a special kind of herb," I told him, and he nodded his head. "It should grow somewhere in this forest. All I need you to do is track it down." "What's it called?" he asked. "Pennyroyal. It's very distinctive looking. Here's a picture of it." I retrieved my cell phone and showed him, watching as his eyes narrowed and he took it all in. "What's it used for?" "Oh, it's good for a variety of things. I just want to try using it in a skincare cream." I lied and he nodded again. "Consider it done," he said gruffly. "On one condition. You come and retrieve it the day after tomorrow, and we have some more fun," he said suggestively. I got up and adjusted my clothing. Done. The stupid fool had no idea what he had just agreed to and wouldn't do until it was too late to do anything. Amber POV. Rowan's still avoiding me, but I've had enough. I stomp downstairs and glare at him, still seething over his having marked me. To his credit, he took one look at me and then looked away, almost as though he was ashamed. "Are you ever going to have the decency to come and talk to me?" I snarled, thoroughly fed up and tired of everything. For a mate, he sure as hell sucked as one. Rowan sighed. He glanced at me guiltily. "Look," he began, "I'm so sorry for marking you like that. It was my wolf Damon. He just took over and did it before I could stop him." "Stop making excuses," I snapped. "You were angry at me because of the pregnancy. Admit it." He ran a hand through his already slightly disheveled hair and had the decency to at least look me in the eyes this time. "I was angry, yes," he said slowly, "because you failed to mention it to me, and so did your parents. Can you blame me?" He asked quietly. It was a bit of a shock, especially considering we're mates. "Damon was crazy thinking about you carrying someone else's pup." Screw Damon, I thought to myself viciously. He had no right to do what he did, jealousy or otherwise. I put my hand on my hips and glowered at him. What about the marriage? I asked lowly. The one you paid my parents for. What's happening with that? He paused and glanced out the window. I followed his eyes, frowning as I took in Stacy wandering past the window, the breeze flowing through her hair, her dress billowing in the wind. If he still had feelings for Stacy, he could at least admit it to me. So much for this so-called sacred mate bond. Look, he said, gesturing me to sit, which I did, albeit a bit sulkily. Things are complicated right now. I admit that. I don't know what I want to do, especially since my ex-girlfriend may be carrying my biological child. I'm in a tough spot right now, between a rock and a hard place, you might say. How nice of him to explain it to me like I was a child incapable of grasping the concept. Do you still have feelings for her? I asked, wanting to know the answer. I didn't think so, but lately I've been thinking about her and what we used to have, he said bluntly. Ouch, that stung. I wish I could fling Darius in his face, but it was a little hard to do that when Darius had married Sophie. I wish I had an ex-boyfriend to brag about, one that wasn't married. Damn it. Well, at least you are honest, I countered back, folding my arms across my chest. But what exactly do you expect me to do in the meantime? He frowns, looking bewildered. What do you mean? He asked, completely oblivious. God, I wanted to roll my eyes or scream at him. Was he really that obtuse? Did he really think I would be content to just stay here in the pack and wait for him to make a decision? Maybe it was a male thing, but he was really coming across as an I mean, I said stiffly, do you expect me to just wait around forever? Especially. I hesitated and put a hand across my stomach, considering I have a child on the way that I have to consider. His mouth opened and closed, and his whole demeanor changed to a much angrier one. Well, you can't leave, he shot out like I had forgotten, and I guess I'm asking exactly that of you, he finished rather lamely. Rowan, let's be real. I'm not going to wait until I've given birth for you to decide whether you want me or not. What about what I want? I asked him. That should be taken into consideration too, don't you think? There was a knock on the study door, and Rowan merely raised his eyebrows at me, before giving a loud shout, "Come in," clearly grateful for the interruption, while I sat there seething, my anger continuing to rise. Beta Lawrence came into the room, and Omega behind him, a tray of cups of tea sitting on a tray, which she placed politely on the huge study desk before quickly withdrawing. I thought we could all use a nice cup of tea, and then maybe we can all talk rationally, like adults, Lawrence said hastily, plinking himself down on the armchair beside me and crossing his ankles. You can hear the both of you going at it in the hallway, just so you're aware, he finished firmly. I scowled at the man. I was surprised to see that Stacy wasn't joining us. Surely she was just as pissed off as I was about being in limbo, although I couldn't help remembering Rowan hadn't seen fit to use his alpha tone on her. Where's Stacy? Asked Rowan. She's under guard outside, don't stress. She's not going anywhere we don't know about, Lawrence said with some satisfaction before gesturing to the tea. I reluctantly took one, glancing down at it. It was a herbal tea that smelled like peppermint and a hint of something else that I couldn't quite put my mind to. It did smell delicious, and my mouth watered as I slowly took a sip. Rowan grabbed a cup of tea, as did Lawrence, both of them slowly sipping away and eyeing me warily, as though I was about to attack them or shift. I was a bit insulted. Lilac and I were both in control now and wouldn't shift unless we absolutely had to, wanting to conserve our energy for our growing pup. Not that they needed to know that. It would serve them right if they were a little afraid of me. So have you learned anything from your wolf? Asked Lawrence with interest, leaning closer to ask me as I sipped at my herbal tea. It tasted remarkably sweet for tea. Yes, I said proudly, and then glanced between the two of them, unable to prevent myself from bragging just a little. I can turn undesirables into full-fledged shifters, vampires, witches, you name it. I turned to Tessa. I added, remembering my friend who had been ecstatic to finally have a wolf. Awesome, Lawrence said with genuineness. He glanced at Rowan, who looked equally impressed. I've been trying to research white wolves, but haven't been able to come across much. To have that much power. He shook his head, and then realization dawned. You turned Tessa into a full-fledged shifter? I brought her wolf to the surface, I corrected him. Technically, she was still a full-fledged shifter. I should have worded it differently. Wow, breathed Lawrence. I finished my drink and sighed, leaning backwards. I was too tired to argue with Rowan anymore, no matter how much the man provoked me into fighting with him. Part of me could understand where he was coming from and feel compassionate about it, but another part of me was selfish and wanting to debate the fact that mates should stay together. Besides, I needed to think about what was best for my baby. "What else can you do?" asked Lawrence, his eyes sparkling. He waited with anticipation for me to speak, and I hated to disappoint him. "I'm afraid that's all I know of. We can do other things as well, but I can't risk our enemies knowing what powers we possess. I cannot risk you telling anyone." "Then why not at least tell me?" "Are you afraid that I'll accidentally let it slip, Lilac?" "That's exactly what I'm afraid of. It wouldn't be intentional, but an accident, and your enemies could find out. It's better to be safe than sorry." "But I want to know what we're capable of." "You will in time." I frowned and cut off Lilac, a little annoyed. My own wolf didn't trust me, for heaven's sakes. What did a girl have to do to get some trust around here? Part of me was chagrined, and another part of me whispered that Lilac was right. But what did she mean by our enemies? I didn't have any enemies, not unless you counted Luna Marian, and she had been a to me for years. She was hardly a threat now that I had left her pack behind. I suppose you could count my father, but I hadn't heard from him since I'd come to Rowan's pack either, and it was hardly likely that he was going to find out that I finally had a wolf, or that it was a rare or unique one. I placed the now empty cup of tea onto the tray and grimaced, leaning back in the chair and feeling uncomfortable. Beads of sweat began to run down my forehead, even though it was quite a cold and chilly day. My hands began to feel clammy and my breathing became heavy. Not only that, but there was now massive cramping in my stomach, which was causing me to become rather panicked. "Something's wrong," I managed to wheeze out, but Rowan was already jumping to his feet and helping me to stand, making Lawrence move the chair out of the way. I fell, and he gathered me up in his arms. I smelt blood, and instantly I knew. I was bleeding. Panic went into overdrive. Lawrence looked helpless, but Rowan moved, faster than I believed he could, running with me in his arms, and yelling for people to get out of his way as my arms clung weakly around his neck. He gripped me tight, trying to prevent jostling me too much, as I leant over to the side and puked, all of the contents of my stomach coming up. I felt lightheaded, and my head slumped back against his chest as he raced towards the building in the distance, the hospital. He slammed through the entrance, and a woman doctor came rushing up. By this time it felt like I was spinning, and I closed my eyes, leaning against Rowan for support as his arms cradled me protectively. "What's happened?" asked the woman, motioning for us to follow her into an empty room. "I don't know," Rowan said abruptly. "She suddenly started to sweat, and she almost collapsed back in the room. She's experiencing cramping," and he paused, his expression grim. "She's bleeding as well." "Oh dear," the woman said urgently. "Put her on the bed, while I grab an ultrasound machine. What's her name?" I couldn't speak. I was too busy trying to breathe. "Her name is Amber." "All right, Amber, I need you to lie still, okay? I'm taking your pants and underwear off so that I can perform the ultrasound and determine how much you are bleeding." I just laid there shaking. I was terrified for my child. Then Lilac began to speak to me, sounding resigned. "We're going to have to use up all our energy to heal you. You ingested a poison, and if we don't, then you're going to miscarry our pup. We can heal?" "Yes, but you need to gather what strength you have left to do this, Amber, or our pup is going to die. Can you do that? Just tell me what to do." "I'm not letting our child die, Lilac. Right? Picture yourself and the poison running through your veins. It will be black like a shadow inside your body. Picture a white light forming from the palm of your hand and then guide it to your stomach. Picture the poison fading away. You can do this, Amber. I have faith in you. God help me. Lilac, don't let me fail. I won't. You will have my strength as well." I began to picture a white light forming at the palm of my hand as the doctor performed her ultrasound. In my mind's eye, I could see blackness in my veins. I felt heat at the palm of my hand and looked gasping out loud as I saw a white light in the shape of a sphere in my hand. Rowan was gaping, and the doctor was staring at me in stunned silence. I ignored them both and brought the palm of my hand towards my stomach, where the light stayed floating. "Now push it down so it goes inside of you." I pushed it down, seeing in my mind's eye the blackness slowly fading away as the light disappeared into my stomach. Instantly I felt better, the sweating stopping and my breathing becoming a lot easier. My body stopped shaking and the cramping disappeared. But I also felt exhausted all of a sudden, my eyes beginning to flutter closed. I must have used up all of my strength. The last thing I heard was the doctor speaking to Rowan in a hushed voice, full of awe. "I don't know what's happening, but she just managed to prevent her miscarriage. The bleeding is gone. Look, the baby's heartbeat is fine and it's doing well. It's like she just healed herself." Then darkness overtook me, and I knew no more. Rowan POV. I stared in shock at Amber, who was now passed out peacefully on the hospital bed, her chest moving up and down in rhythm to her soft snores. She had glowed like frigging glowed from her palm, and then somehow magically healed herself. I'd never heard of anything like it. It was a miracle, and the doctor was quite concerned, finishing up the ultrasound. "It's a miracle," the doctor informed me. "She was starting to miscarry, but it's stopped now, as has the bleeding." "Is the baby all right?" I demanded, feeling possessive of my mate and protective as well. My wolf Damon was angry, urging me to guard our mate, who had almost lost the child she had carried. Would have lost the child if she'd been unable to heal herself. "The baby is fine, healthy as a horse. Their heart is beating at a normal pace and everything is going along nicely. We'll keep her monitored for now, to ensure nothing happens to the baby. But I would say the scare has passed now. What do you think she ingested to cause a miscarriage?" It had to be the damn tea. It was the only thing I could think of. I summoned Lawrence, who came quickly, still stunned at how rapidly Amber had gotten ill. "Who made the tea?" I demanded hotly. "I think the Omega did," Lawrence answered nervously. "Find her and bring her to me," I ordered, my eyes on my mate. "She has a lot to answer for." The doctor excused herself and left me alone to sit by Amber's side and just watch her. She looked so peaceful, so serene, lying there and sleeping. It was the most peaceful I had seen her in days, and I wanted to make sure she wasn't disturbed, the doctors and nurses creeping in quietly to allow her to sleep. Part of the reason was that I wasn't sure how angry she would be if she woke up and saw me there. I had no right, considering everything I had done to her. But my wolf was frightened for her. After all, someone had purposely targeted her if she had ingested poison. But as far as I knew, Amber had no enemies, at least none that I knew of, except for Stacy, who so happened to come waltzing into the door. "Stacy," I hissed, "what are you doing here?" Her face fell and she bit her lip, looking at me nervously. "I thought I would come and see Amber," she whispered, gesturing to the girl on the bed, looking quite concerned. "I heard about what happened. Is she all right?" I frowned, wondering whether Stacy was being genuine or not. I mind-linked Lawrence. "Lawrence, where was Stacy when this was all happening?" "I've already checked and confirmed that. She was outside the entire time with one of our most trusted guards. He's alibied her, I'm afraid, so it's not her if that's what you're thinking." "Who else could it possibly be?" "I don't know. I'm sending the Omega to you. She'll be there in a few minutes, but she swears up and down it wasn't her, and I'm inclined to believe her." "Thanks, Lawrence. Keep investigating for me." "Amber is going to be fine," I told Stacy shortly. "The doctors managed to catch what was wrong. There's nothing to worry about." She gave a relieved sigh, putting her hand on her chest. "Thank goodness for that," she gasped. "And the baby? Is the baby going to be all right?" she asked. I nodded and watched as her face lit up. She looked genuinely pleased to hear that, I thought to myself absently. She was clutching flowers, which she placed on the little table next to Amber and sat down opposite me. She fidgeted with her hands and then gazed up at me as I looked over toward Amber with a small smile on my face. "Rowan," Stacy said tentatively, "have you come to a decision yet? About what you want to do?" I shook my head. "No, and now's hardly the time to discuss it, yet Stacy and Amber could have died today." I know, she burst out frustratedly. And did it occur to you that maybe she's being targeted because she's your mate? People think she's going to be Luna. You've put her in danger. Do you realize that? She's not cut out to be in the spotlight like this. She deserves better than that. I stared at Stacy, hearing the passion in her voice, smelling the perfume that she liked to wear that reminded me of roses and honeysuckle. I inhaled deeply, feeling like I was in a trance as she moved closer to me, putting her hand on my arm. Look, Stacy said softly and honestly, I made a mistake sleeping with Gordon, and God help me, I've been punished for my transgression. Are you going to punish me forever for that? I'm going to be the mother of our child, Rowan. Don't you think you could cut me some slack? I couldn't answer. All I could do was stare at her helplessly. What was going on with me? Why was my heart beginning to thud wildly in my chest each time Stacy touched me or said my name? She blinked her big green eyes at me. Rowan, I've apologized continually for my actions. It's time we discuss the future and what it holds for both of us. Stacy, I don't know what the future holds, I managed to utter, glancing once more over at a still sleeping Amber. But I'll do right by the child, that I do swear to you. They will remain the heir and become alpha of the pack if they are mine. She smiled and lightly trailed her finger up my arm. But you're going to need a wife, she said slowly, one that knows how to act and to rule as Luna, someone who is organized and able to make you stronger as an individual while helping to make the pack stronger. She got up and leaned over me, showing off her cleavage. Involuntarily, my eyes darted to it as her perfume wafted up my nostrils. She reached forward and smoothed my hair back from my face as I closed my eyes. She licked her lips and bent down further, beginning to press her mouth against mine, when we were suddenly interrupted by a tentative knock on the hospital room door. The auburn-haired Omega who had served the tea stood there, fairly quaking in her boots, her body trembling, her eyes red and puffy from crying. From the looks of it, Lawrence had already put the poor girl through the ringer. Stacy reluctantly pulled back from me and glared at the Omega. "What do you want?" she spat out. I held up a hand and glared at Stacy. "She's here to answer a few questions. Stacy, I need you to leave so that I can have some privacy, please." Stacy did not look pleased, her mouth opening and shutting for a few moments. I was a little surprised at her lack of arguing, though, when she shrugged her shoulders. "All right, then I'll leave. But Rowan, think about what I said. You will need a wife, and I want to be that person," she added, before straightening herself and stomping through the door and past the startled Omega. The Omega was young, a teenager, and I motioned her in, asking her to sit down. She did so, but looked at me apprehensively. "What's your name?" I asked her. "Deidre," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Well, Deidre, I need to know what you put in the tea." She nodded and sat up straight, looking resolved. "I swear, all I put in it was peppermint, nothing more. I had heard rumors that your mate was pregnant and thought it would help. I have no idea how anything else got put in there." "Did you have eyes on it at all times?" She frowned, thinking about it. "I made the tea up," she said slowly, "but I turned my back for a minute when I thought someone called my name. Turns out no one did, but that's the only time I didn't have eyes on it. I never, ever, once considered somebody would have poisoned it." She's sobbing now. I sigh. Anybody could have poisoned the tea while she had her back turned. There was no way to tell for sure, even if I had a list of those present in the kitchen. "It's not your fault," I said lowly. "You were trying to do something nice, and it's appreciated. Please stop stressing. But if there's anything else you can think of, no matter how small it might be, please come and get me. I don't care what time of day or night it is. If it might be a clue, I want you to tell me. Do you hear me?" She nodded. Her face was streaked with tears. I hastily handed her the tissue box. She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose before wiping the tears trailing down her cheeks. "Alpha Rowan, I really am very sorry," she said shyly. I merely grunted and motioned for her to leave. She got the hint and stood up, baring her neck in submission, and then turning and walking away, looking much happier to be leaving rather than staying. "We both know that it was Stacy," came a gravely hoarse voice, and my eyes shot over to where Amber was to see that she was struggling to sit up. I rushed over to help, but she batted my hands away. Stacy was under guard the whole time, I told her apologetically. I don't care, she was stubborn. I know it was her. I sighed. Of course Amber would blame Stacy. After all, the two of them were constantly at each other. Why would she think differently? How are you feeling? Like crap, she said honestly, glowering at me. But I guess that's what happens when you accidentally drink poison. Ouch. I deserved that. We're opening an investigation and we will get to the bottom of what happened, I promised her, as a doctor and nurse came in. You're awake, the doctor breathed, looking relieved and beginning to dust off her stethoscope. Yep, Amber said dryly, her hair disheveled and her body coated in sweat. I feel terrible, she added. The doctor grimaced at that and began to check Amber's vitals as I stood there and watched, my arms folded. The baby, Amber said suddenly, sounding panicked. Is my baby all right? Your baby is fine, the doctor reassured her. I can show you if you would like, she added. Please, pleaded Amber, I would like to see for myself. The doctor wheeled the ultrasound machine over. All right, lie back down and pull your gown up for me, please. I looked away as Amber pulled up the gown that a nurse had placed her in earlier, exposing her stomach. The gel will be cold, warned the doctor, before she placed the probe on Amber's stomach, moving it around slightly as Amber winced. I watched the monitor with interest, seeing a black and white image of a small baby on the screen. Amber took one look at it and began to cry, tears of relief. There's your baby, the doctor said quietly, and if you listen, you can hear its heartbeat. Amber and I both listened to the steady thump of the baby's heartbeat. It's too soon to tell the gender, the doctor said, taking the probe off, but your baby is developing nicely and nothing is wrong with it. Whatever you did earlier worked and caused a miracle. Amber nodded, her eyes still shining with tears, a protective hand over her stomach. Thank you, she breathed, and the doctor smiled, putting the machine away and coming back over. She took hold of Amber's hand. Your pulse is steady, which is a good sign, she murmured as the nurse scribbled away on the clipboard. And your vitals are good. I'd like you to stay overnight in order to monitor you and ensure that the baby stays fine. Is that okay with you? That's fine, Amber told her hastily, and the doctor grinned, letting go of her hand and nodding to the nurse. Let us get you something to eat, and then you can go back to sleep if you'd like. You do still look a bit tired, she told Amber kindly. Amber watched the two of them leave and then turned to me, her eyes blazing. Leave, she told me heatedly, her voice hushed. Now, I don't want you here, Rowan. I was poisoned in your study by one of your enemies, and you won't believe me when I tell you it's Stacy. Amber, I began to protest, but her eyes turned black with hatred, and I recoiled from the look on her face, stepping backward and feeling hurt for some indescribable reason. Fine, but if you need me, all you have to do is get someone to fetch me, I told her softly. She just glared. It was with a heavy heart that I left the room. No matter how much she insisted it was Stacy, I knew that Amber was wrong. Why couldn't she listen to me? After all, Stacy had been under guard the entire time, so how was it possible for her to manage to poison Amber? Stacy POV. I can't believe that, once again, my plans have been foiled by that little I thought for sure, once she'd ingested the pennyroyal herb, that she would have a miscarriage and then want to leave the pack in the midst of her grief. Not to mention Rowan would no longer feel obligated to keep her around. But I had failed. I scowled darkly, staring off into the distance. Hey, Grant said softly, from where he was standing and beginning to put clothes on. What's wrong? I could hardly tell him that I'd used him in order to poison my rival now, could I? Instead, I bent down and grabbed my dress, strewn across the forest floor, along with my panties, stockings, and shoes. I dragged him out here for what I like to think of as stress relief. Well, he'd eased my stress all right, but not much. Nothing's wrong, I told him, lying for all I was worth. I'm just worried about poor Amber, I added, looking all dramatic and upset. Grant believed we were friends, the foolish boy. As if. I hated that little slut with a passion. I heard that she's going to be fine. I wonder who poisoned her, though. My money's on someone trying to get at the alpha, Grant said, frowning, a look of concentration on his face. I admired his spirit, but sighed at his dumbness. Bless him, he still hadn't connected the dots. He wasn't very bright, but for all that, he was handsome. Yes, I visited her in the hospital, and she's going to be all right. Somehow, the doctors got to her in time, I added with a frown. I had put in such a high dosage of the stuff as well. It should have happened in minutes, far too late for the doctors to be able to save her. Where had I gone wrong? I need to go and see someone, I told Grant quietly. Can you cover for me? He hesitates, but I'm wearing the other perfume, the one that's like an aphrodisiac, and he can't get enough of me. I glanced meaningfully at him. Technically, you're not supposed to leave the pack grounds, Grant said reluctantly. I gave a big sigh and stood closer to him, letting the perfume take effect. I'll make it worth your while, I cooed. He blinked, his nostrils flaring as the perfume hit, his eyes going dazed and slightly confused, a bewildered look on his face. I silently celebrate the fact that it's working. Okay, but it better be worth my while, he growled, and I nodded, giving him a small hug before stepping back. I placed my dress, shoes, and everything else in a neat pile. They would only be ripped if I put them on now and then shifted. He watches me silently the whole time. I shift into my wolf, reveling in my taste of freedom. I went over to the small pile and fetched a hairbrush from it. It was not mine but Rowan's, and I was borrowing it. I needed to know something, and Celia was going to give me the answer. I took off, my paws thudding heavily on the dirty forest floor, taking flight, the wind in my fur. It was a glorious day, with the sun shining, a clear blue sky, and birds chirping from their nests. Any other time, I would have been tempted to take my time, but I knew that Grant could only cover my having left for so long before someone became suspicious. I made it to our little hideaway just in time, shifting outside the door and pounding on the door, completely naked. Celia, I hissed, aware of my nudity. Celia. She opened the door and ushered me inside. I was working on a spell, she whined, and you interrupted me. I rolled my eyes. She had plenty of time to get back to her spells, but right now I was in a hurry. I brandished the hairbrush I'd carried in my mouth the whole trip at her. I have his hair, I blurted out, and Celia sighed, all dramatic, and took hold of it, motioning me upstairs to the kitchen. I sat at the dining table, oblivious to my nakedness, as Celia placed a hair from the hairbrush into a small cauldron before she grabbed a pair of scissors from the drawer and made her way resolutely towards me. I flinched, but all she did was cut off a few hairs from the bottom of my hair. Sorry, she muttered, but I need yours for comparison. I didn't mind. She hadn't taken very many, and it was hardly noticeable. She placed my hair in the cauldron. How did the herb go that I told you about? Celia asked. Did it do what it was intended? She paused at her work and stared at me. I fidgeted in the chair. I was still angry and annoyed at myself for stuffing up so badly. I mean, it was a simple task. I hadn't even been spotted in the kitchen while the Omega was making up the tea. That's how careful I was. It hadn't affected the males at all, so I'd dosed all 3 cups of tea while the Omega had her back turned. Then I'd floated out the door and back to Grant, who was none the wiser about what I had just done. Somehow the doctors managed to stop the miscarriage, I snarled. She's recovering in the hospital, and the baby is apparently fine. Celia looked stunned. I wondered what she was thinking. That's not possible, she said quietly. Did you give her the dosage amount I instructed you to give? Yes, I snapped. And it still didn't work. You must have gotten it wrong, I added, folding my arms over my chest and glowering at her. Celia shook her head. I don't have it wrong. That dosage was almost fatal when ingested. The only way she could have possibly been saved from having a miscarriage would have been magic or a spell of some kind, and you told me there were no witches in the pack. I frowned. There weren't any witches in the pack. I'd made certain of that. So whose magic had saved Amber? It didn't make sense. I was going to have to pry to get answers or do some serious spying when I got back. Celia grimaced and then turned back to her work, placing various herbs into the cauldron and mashing them up, muttering under her breath the whole time. She tipped the contents out onto the bench top and began to wave her hands over the hair, saying several words that I couldn't repeat or even pronounce correctly. The contents began to glow, a bright blue color, smoke rising up over the top. I gaped, in awe, fascinated despite myself. Celia didn't even spare me a glance as she continued to chant. Then I saw the hair. One lot was blue, but the other lot was glowing green. What did that mean? Celia saw it as well and sighed. She stopped chanting, and slowly the smoke dissipated and the glowing stopped, the contents returning to completely normal. "Well," I demanded as Celia looked at me tiredly, "is it Rowan's baby that I'm having or not?" "God, please let it be his baby." Celia shook her head slowly. "No, the baby is the other man that you slept with, Gordon's. The different colors mean it wasn't a match for Rowan's DNA. You're definitely not carrying Rowan's child, I'm afraid," she said with a sigh. My shoulders slumped. I'd been laying bets it was Rowan's this whole time, and now I was finding out it was Gordon's baby. Now what was I going to do? "You could still pretend it's his baby," Celia suggested. I glared. "He's going to demand a paternity test when the baby is born, and then what will I do when he finds out? He'll most likely kill me for my deceit." "What about a miscarriage?" suggested Celia. "Before the baby comes to term. Then he won't have the heart to ask for a paternity test, and if we have to, we could falsify the documents." I stared at her incredulously. Like hell, I was going to kill my baby. But another part of me was desperate to be Luna, no matter what it took. But in the end, I decided that I couldn't go through something like that. Not intentionally, anyway. "No," I said glumly, "I'm not having a miscarriage." "Well then, we're going to have to work on making you Luna so that he forgets all about it. I can maybe develop a spell that makes him forget he even wants one, but it will take time. Something you may not have a lot of," Celia said wisely. She was so right. I was running out of time, and it was all that damn Amber's fault. He was so preoccupied with that little whack, it wasn't funny. "Come up with the spell," I advised Celia, my eyes glinting. "I'll keep working on becoming Luna." "I might need more of that special perfume as well," I told her. "I've been wearing it every day to confuse him, and it seems to be working, but that damn mate bond draws him back to her." "I know, but there's no spell in existence that will sever a mate bond," Celia said sadly. "Unless he rejects her, of course. Maybe that's an option you could explore." I glanced at the time. It was getting late, and I'd spent far more time than I'd planned to. I got up from the dining table and gave Celia a hug. She hugged me back. "I miss you," she said a little sadly and sounding a little lost. I guess it could get lonely for a teenage witch, being all by herself. If I was honest with myself, I missed her a lot as well. "I miss you too," I said with a small smile before going towards the front door, Celia on my heels. "I'll get that perfume to you next week," she informed me. "I need to brew it up again first." "That's fine, I still have some left. I'll see you again next week for it," I said, and then flew out the front door, shifting and beginning to run. I hoped Grant hadn't had any issues covering my absence. I had gotten the answers I sought, and boy did that suck. I had really wanted it to be Rowan's baby too, more than Gordon's. Gordon had been easily manipulated and weak, nothing more than a loser I had used to get back at Rowan for being so cold and distant. Now I was stuck having his child. Great, just what I needed. My paws flew along the forest tracks, dodging debris and jumping over fallen branches and sometimes fallen trees, before I skidded to a complete stop, right in front of an impatient-looking Grant. "About time," he hissed, looking around nervously. "The Alpha is wanting to speak with you. I told him I would bring you in. So hurry up and shift," he declared. As Grant watched appreciatively, I shifted back to human form, stretching and working out the kinks. He cleared his throat and looked off into the distance as I bent down and retrieved my underwear, shimmying into it before putting my dress on. I sat down on a relatively clean patch of grass and began to put my stockings back on, relieved to see there were no holes in them. My shoes went on last, and I teetered on the heels, catching hold of Grant's arm as he quickly grabbed hold of me, steadying me on my feet. For a moment I felt dizzy and lightheaded, something I was unaccustomed to feeling. I suspected it was due to my pregnancy. "Are you all right?" asked Grant in concern, his grip strong and sure. I gave a slight nod, feeling queasy and a little apprehensive. I wondered what it was that Alpha Rowan wanted to talk to me about, and I was worried about what he was going to say. I crossed my fingers, hoping it was nothing to do with a paternity test, as I walked on the grounds toward the pack house, Grant steering me in that direction and keeping me upright. Whatever this was, it had better be important. Maybe, I mused, I could even get some answers about Amber's condition and how she managed to keep from having the miscarriage I had set her up for. If I could get close enough to Rowan with my perfume, he might just spill Amber's secrets. Amber POV. I got out of the hospital and didn't bother to contact Rowan. Instead, I discharged myself and walked across the grounds, feeling more like myself as the sun shone down on me, warm but not too hot, perfect for the mood I was in. I was so angry still that Rowan didn't believe me, that he was willing to believe that Stacy hadn't done it. I didn't care if she'd been under guard the whole time. I still suspected her, and I'd be doubly careful about what I ate from now on. Lawrence greeted me at the door, a placid smile on his face, beaming from ear to ear. I frowned at him as he brandished a plain white envelope toward me. "Somebody is missing you," he joked, and I gave a small glance towards the letter, my heart jumping in my chest as I recognized Sophie's writing. "Thanks," I told Lawrence drearily, taking hold of the letter and resolving to go and read it straight away in the room. I briefly wondered where Rowan was, then shrugged at myself. If I was honest, I really could care less and thought it was a bonus that I wasn't running into him. "Where are you going?" asked Lawrence. I glowered at him. "Upstairs," I bit out. "If that's all right with you? I assume that I do still have a room in this pack house? Until Rowan makes a damn decision, that is," I snapped. Lawrence looked taken aback. "Sorry," he apologized, his hands out in surrender. "I didn't mean to make you angry." I merely glared at him and then stomped upstairs, my hand holding tightly onto the letter. Once inside, I tore the envelope open and several sheets of paper fell out. I frowned as I saw not only Sophie's handwriting but Darius's as well. What did he want? Maybe it was to tell me all about their honeymoon? "Dear Amber, I've missed you so much. I know it's only been a few weeks, but it's felt like a lifetime since I saw you. I had to get your location from Mother in order to write to you, as Father wouldn't give it up. Not surprising, I know. I had the greatest time on my honeymoon. You should see Australia sometime, Amber. It's beautiful, and the people are so welcoming over there. It's very different to us here in the USA. We did all sorts of interesting things like eating in restaurants, but I suppose the most interesting thing to see was the different packs as we traveled. I did some shopping, of course, and Darius mainly stayed in the room when I went off to do that. I guess it's true what they say. Men really do not enjoy shopping. I really hope this letter isn't upsetting to you, Amber. I want us to have a relationship as sisters. Proper ones. I know I wasn't the nicest sister to you, but I hope that you can forgive me for that. I especially want to come down and see you, see how you are getting on. I wonder if the monstrous alpha is as beastly as they claim he is. You poor thing. I was so mad when I got home and found that you had been married off, or attempted to be married off, by Father and Mother. If I could have prevented that, I would have, believe me. After everything that's happened to you, you deserve far better than that. Darius and I are hoping to come and visit you soon. He's written you a note as well, and I really hope that you aren't too upset with me, Amber, over it. I seriously didn't mean for it to happen. You'll know what I mean when you read Darius's letter. I love you. Love from Sophie. I frowned as I put Sophie's letter to the side. Darius is still folded up. I felt a bit apprehensive about opening his, feeling like a shiver ran down my spine. What could Sophie have possibly meant by hoping I wouldn't get too upset with her? What had she done? My hands were shaking as I slowly unfurled the other letter, which was written in harsher, more masculine writing. I recognized Darius's handwriting at once. Dear Amber, first off, let me tell you that the honeymoon was superb and that Sophie and I had a great time. The other packs in Australia are fascinating and so different from our own. They are much more welcoming, and I have to let you know that they treat undesirables much better than we ever have over here. I hope to do the same when I take over my pack as Alpha and Sophie as Luna. I heard about your close call and almost being married. I'm so sorry, Amber. If Sophie and I had known, we never would have left for Australia, and we would have argued with your father to leave you alone, even if it made my own parents angry. I can't believe they tried to marry you off to the monstrous Alpha. How horrid. How cruel. I still don't understand how any parent could do that to their child. I hope that, despite everything, You are getting along very well, and haven't been forced to marry the bastard after all. There's something I have to bring up with you, and it requires discussion in person. Please don't be too upset with Sophie for telling me this, but she recently let slip that you are pregnant with my child. I want to discuss possible custody arrangements, and I would very much like to do it in person. Please don't be angry, Amber. I know you probably never wanted me to know, but now I do, and I can't not play a part in my child's life, so please don't ask me to. If I had known you were pregnant, things might have turned out very differently, but I can hardly complain now that I adore your sister and love her so deeply. If you get a chance, please write back. Otherwise, Sophie and I are planning a trip to this beastly Alpha's pack very soon because she's worried about you. All my love, Darius. My whole body trembled as I put Darius's letter on the floor and stared at it hard. I had feared that someone would let slip that I was pregnant with Darius's child, but I had never dreamed that it would be Sophie. My face went ashen. What if he tried to take my baby away from me? What if he wanted joint custody? What if Lunamarian found out and tried to take the baby? All these questions were running through my mind as I glared at the paper. I wanted to scream out loud and vent my rage. I crumpled up and threw the paper across the room, watching it bounce against the wall and fall to the ground. What was I going to do? My mind was whirling with possibilities. I could run, but then I remembered that I was forbidden to try and leave because Alpha Rowan had seen fit to use his alpha tone on me. Lilac was quiet and pensive. I turned on her, angry that she wasn't as annoyed as I was. Why aren't you helping me? Darius could be here any day now, and then we're stuck. What if he takes the baby from us, Lilac? He won't. He just wants to play a part in his child's life. You heard him. It seems reasonable, doesn't it? I mean, technically, he is the father. It would be unfair to keep his pup from him. What about me, Lilac? I don't want to have to share my baby with Darius. Well, sadly, you probably should have thought about that before you slept with him, child. Now you have to face the consequences of your actions. Great, thanks for nothing, Lilac. I moodily shut off the link with her and blocked her out. I got up and began to pace the floor, my panic rising with each step and each breath I took. Then a knock on the door startled me out of my thoughts. It was Lawrence. There's somebody here to see you. I frantically glanced toward the window and began to push it open. Maybe, just maybe, I will survive the fall. I wasn't thinking clearly and was almost positive that the visitor would be Darius and Sophie, so I was stunned when I heard my mother's voice come from the doorway, sounding puzzled. What on earth are you doing? I halted in my tracks and whirled around, surprised to see her. For as long as I can remember, she never did anything without father by her side, and I expected to see him with her and was shocked to see that my father wasn't there, nor did he come up behind her. Nothing, I muttered sheepishly, turning around and giving her a hug. What are you doing here? Where's father? My mother flinched. Your father is still at home, she said slowly, recovering from another hangover. Now she sounded bitter. No offense, I said wryly, not in the mood for bullshit. But what exactly are you doing here, Mother? I thought for sure that you would never come and visit me once I was gone from your life. I mean, isn't that why you tried to marry me off? So you wouldn't have to see me anymore? She blanched, her face going pale and her eyes looking haunted. She put her hands together and I noticed they were trembling. Amber, she whispered, I'm so sorry for everything. When you were younger, I loved you unconditionally. But your father was so angry that you didn't look like us, that he wouldn't look past that. I let him influence me and manipulate me into not loving you, and for that, I cannot express how sorry I am. I raised an eyebrow. She seemed close to tears. You had so many chances to stand up to him, Mother, and you never did. You let him do whatever he wanted, no matter who it hurts. So what's changed now? Why should I believe that you've changed? My mother looked upset. But I was angry. My entire life I'd been treated like crap by my family, and now everyone was suddenly changing their tune. You don't just think that the person will automatically forgive you just because they have apologized. It doesn't work that way. I guess what's changed is that I see your father for what he is now. A mean, horrid person who takes great delight in bullying people to get what he wants. She turned and looked at me sideways, a sad smile on her face as she reached up and used the sleeve of her shirt to wipe away her makeup. I let out a gasp. There on her cheek was a big purple bruise that was slowly fading, but still evident under the light. It looked extremely painful as well and was slightly swollen, now that I was looking at it properly. "Oh my God," I cried out, moving towards her and taking hold of her arm. "Why did you let him hit you? How long has this been going on?" She took a deep breath. "Since you and Sophie were little," she admitted. "I tried to go to my parents once for help, and they told me that I had made my bed and I needed to lie in it. They had no sympathy for me whatsoever. I was only thankful that until you were older, he never laid a hand on you both. I did the best I could to make sure you girls never saw him strike me." She was openly sobbing now, and I guided her to the bed, making her sit down as she wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "I have always loved you, Amber. I want you to know that. Sophie, too. I was a terrible mother, a selfish one, and if you let me, I want to make things right." Her crying was tugging at my heartstrings. I couldn't deny her, no matter how badly she had treated me in the past. I eyed her critically, though, knowing she couldn't possibly be thinking about going back to Father or that house. "Mother, you need to stay here," I told her quietly. "Don't go back to him. He'll end up killing you one day if you're not careful. No one deserves to be in an abusive marriage." "I can't impose on you," she sniffed. I was going to try and find a place in a nearby pack. I took hold of her hand and squeezed it. "Stay here. It will do you good and we can get to know each other," I urged. "Plus, I have my wolf now and I can tell you all about what's happened to me." She looked me in the eyes and gave a slow nod. "All right, I'll stay," she said lowly. "But I have to warn you, Amber, that I'm afraid of your father. He's gotten a lot more violent since you left, and Sophie stays in the pack house. What if he comes looking for me?" King Stefan POV. I stared at the messenger incredulously, my hands clenching into fists. My brown hair hung loosely on my shoulders, and my brown eyes were blazing. "What do you mean, that they have taken some of our precious children?" I growled. The messenger looked everywhere but directly into my eyes, which were slowly transitioning to red. "They have 2 vampire children and are claiming that they will kill them if we don't give them what they want." "What is it that they want?" The messenger looked nervous now, as I glared at him from my study desk, my best friend Dylan sitting in the armchair opposite me. Dylan looked entirely too comfortable there, dressed in a leather jacket with a white shirt and jeans. There was an angry look on his face, though, and I was sure that the same expression was mirrored in mine. "Out with it, man," snarled Dylan. "Tell the king what it is this alpha rogue wants." The messenger swallowed hard. He looked like he would rather be anywhere but in the castle facing me right now. "They want you, sire," he squeaked, "or rather they want your blood as the vampire king." I slammed my fist down on the table, and the messenger gave a strangled gasp, his body trembling in the face of my anger. Dylan was just as mad. "You're excused," I muttered beneath my breath, and the messenger didn't hesitate, hightailing it out of there, as I plonked back down on my chair and rested my chin in my 2 hands. "Stefan, you can't possibly be thinking," he began, and I held up my hands. "Dylan," I interrupted, "you can't be telling me to let 2 innocent children die at the hands of shifter rogues. If I have the ability to save them, then I should do it, don't you think?" Dylan shook his head, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "What exactly are you proposing? Because the council will never let you go. You know that, right? Especially if you don't have an heir," he continued. Yes, not having an heir was problematic, but could I help it that I hadn't come across my mate just yet? I, unlike a lot of my kind, was waiting for my mate. Sure, I've had relationships, even long ones. I was no saint, but I had never gone so far as to propose marriage to anyone. Was it my fault if some of my exes assumed I would marry them eventually? I looked at Dylan wryly. "Let me guess," I said angrily. "You're proposing you go instead?" He leaned forward in his chair. "It makes better sense. You're the king, for heaven's sake. The council would have a fit if something happened to you, whereas if I go, I'm dispensable." "You're not dispensable," I argued back in a low voice, not wanting to draw attention to us both. Vampires have sensitive hearing, after all. "Thanks," Dylan said calmly, "but you know what I meant. It's too risky, I told him blithely. They'll take one look at you and kill the children on sight. I doubt it, Dylan said quietly. They haven't clapped eyes on you before, so how are they going to know the difference? I considered it. As the king, however, I felt like I had a duty to my people, and that meant to all of them, whether they were children or adults. But why my blood? What use could it be to an alpha? It made no sense to me, and judging by Dylan's look in his eyes, he had no idea either. My blood, I said softly. There must be a reason they want it so badly. Don't you think? To go so far as to use children to get it. That's the other reason I don't want you to go. We both know that vampire blood is potent, but yours, as the king, is doubly strong and able to perform miracles. Besides, what if they don't let you go? You could end up in a dungeon or worse. Dylan continued to vent out his frustrations to me. It wasn't anything I wasn't used to. As friends, we let each other know what we were thinking or feeling all the time. They'll know you're not the king the second they try to take your blood and use it. I scoffed with a shake of my head, my hair moving in time to it. Then you'll end up dead along with the children. No, it has to be me. Then I'm coming with you. You're needed here. Who else is going to be able to run interference for me in regard to the council? I asked. Dylan frowned at me. I raised my eyebrows. He sighed. I hate running interference. Plus, you know the council can't stand me, he added, because I'm not a full vampire, but only half of one. They think I'm an abomination. I scowled at that. Dylan wasn't wrong, though. The council did tend to look down on Dylan because he was only half vampire. His mother had been human, whereas his father had been a vampire. They also didn't like it when a vampire mated with a shifter, which was few and far between with our race. I suspected it was because the council disapproved that there were so few matches between us and different races. I felt differently, but I wasn't sure of the reason for it. I felt like we were destined to be with the one person in the whole world who was meant to be with us. It didn't matter if they were a shifter, a witch, another vampire, or a fae. As long as they loved you and you had a mate bond, then it was destiny and the council needed to change its thinking. I had been working on it, but the council was made up of elders who were stubborn and old-fashioned, set in their ways. They needed me to find a mate and produce an heir, and it was fast becoming tiresome for me, for they were talking about setting up an arranged marriage if I didn't find one soon. I glanced down at the message that had been left for me. It was simply put, but a map had been provided of their whereabouts. King Stefan. We have managed to procure not one, but 2 innocent vampire children. We will not hesitate to kill them unless you come alone to the map's location and provide your blood to us. We require only your blood and will know if you try to trick us or bring anyone along with you. Unless you come, the children die. This is not a joke. Come alone and you have 2 weeks to make it. After that, the children are dead and it will be your fault. The Alpha Rogue. I scowled at the letter. How cold-hearted did you have to be to threaten small children? As it was, we would have to locate the parents of these missing children, for none had been reported. 2 weeks, I mused. They clearly have no idea how fast a vampire's speed is when he moves. That means he's not familiar with vampires, I said with a wicked grin. Dylan just grimaced. I want to come with you, he said, but I guess I'm going to be running interference and covering your ass once again. I appreciate it, I told him sincerely, showing him the map. What do you think of this? They just sent the coordinates like they didn't care what I did with it. They are either arrogant or cocky enough to believe you won't risk the children, Dylan said, or it's a trap. I was leaning toward it being a trap. I mean, why else would you provide a map for Christ's sake? You would have to be an otherwise. Or desperate. A knock sounded on the door and I glanced at Dylan, hastily shoving the message and map in a drawer, shoving it hastily shut as the door swung open with a large creak. Come in, I said sarcastically, for they were already standing in the doorway. I recognized the wizened face of one of the elders, Elder Matthias, who stood there looking grim-faced. He glanced pointedly at Dylan, snubbing my best friend, who scowled darkly at the man. I believe that this conversation would be best in private, King Stefan, said Elder Matthias, drawing himself upwards to his full height. I sighed. Dylan just glared at the man and then huffed. "I'll see you later, Stefan," he said, his eyes looking at the drawer where I had placed the message and map. I nodded tightly and watched him almost stomp from the room, slamming the door shut behind him. The elders never failed to rankle him. "What is it you want, Elder Matthias?" I said grimly, not beating around the bush. The elder merely raised his eyebrows at my shortness, but it didn't deter him from talking. "I have just come from the latest council meeting," he said thickly, "and we must advise you that it's time that you take a wife and produce an heir to the throne." "I'm waiting for my mate," I hissed, my eyes fully glowing red now. The elder blanched but continued on. "We feel that as king it's your duty to provide an heir to the kingdom. It has been far too long, and you put the kingdom and your lineage in danger by not doing it." "It is my decision to make," I growled. The elder shook his head. "If you wish to remain king, then you must abide by the council. It has always been that way, and it always will be. The elders have all agreed. You have 2 weeks to find a wife, or we will find one for you." My nails dug into the palms of my hands, drawing blood. "The council has gone too far. You are abusing your powers. I will not be forced into a marriage that I do not want." "Your father was the same," the elder said unexpectedly, warmth flooding his tone. "But he did the right thing and found a wife. He was much like you, not wanting to get married, but in the end, he did what was right for the kingdom, and so will you. Do not push us, King Stefan, for we are much older and far wiser than you." "You dare to insult me," I growled, and the elder looked off to the side, shrugging lightly. "It is not an insult," he said, "merely an observation. Now, if you will excuse me, I must be off. Please remember what we have discussed. You have 2 weeks no longer to find a wife or have one found for you." He turned around and left as I glared daggers into his back. The second he was gone, I flung the table into the wall, wood splintering everywhere and shattering to the ground. I ripped the art off the walls and stomped on them, like a petulant child throwing a temper tantrum. I was beyond tired of this council sticking its nose into my business. Thank goodness they hadn't caught wind of the messenger and inquired about that. Dylan came wandering back in. "Whoa," he said, seeing the destruction in the room. "What did the council do to piss you off this time?" "They've given me 2 weeks to find a wife, or I'll be forced into marriage." I hissed as Dylan began to laugh out loud. "It's not funny, you moron." "In 2 weeks' time, you'll be at that location," pointed out Dylan, "which means they can't force you into marriage until you get back. Once you're finished there, I suggest looking for a wife. Otherwise, you'll be stuck with some old ugly hag that the elders think will be suitable for the position of queen." I shuddered at the thought. But I was damned if I was going to give up on finding my mate. The council could go to hell, I thought, even if I had to be the one to send them there. Amber POV. "You're afraid that father is going to come looking for you? I mean, did you tell him where you were going?" I asked as my mother fidgeted nervously, wringing both her hands together and looking wretched. "No," she said in a low tone of voice, "but here's the only place I would go, besides the pack house, and I'm too embarrassed for our friends to know the truth." I sighed. Great. Rowan was not going to be pleased, but I hardly cared what that bastard thought. Instead, I got up from the bed and grabbed hold of Mother's hand, tugging her downstairs towards the kitchen, where I made us both a cup of tea after sniffing the contents. This time I went for a plain black tea, far too wary of the herbal concoctions on offer. Could you blame me, though? It made sense to take precautions. I sat a plate of biscuits in front of us both as well, dunking the biscuits into the tea and eating them quite happily. A girl's got to eat, and at that moment I was eating for two. Rowan chose that momentous moment to come walking in, his eyes wary as he sized up my mother, who gulped nervously. "Alpha Rowan, you remember my mother," I said politely and a bit pointedly. "Of course I do," he said gruffly, a look of reluctance on his face. At least he was too polite to bring up the fact that my mother had failed to disclose my pregnancy to him. Not that he would have dared to, of course, not after his own bloody actions of late. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" asked Rowan calmly. My mother hesitated, but I reached over and touched her hand. "Mother is here for a long visit. She's missed me and I've missed her," I said evenly, daring him to say anything to incite my anger. Wisely, he said nothing, nodding and then ducking back out of the corridor. I gave a big sigh of relief. We had been civil to each other and cold, but otherwise uncommunicative. I blamed him, still blamed him for marking me, and, evidently, he was still angry about my pregnancy. Not exactly the mate either of us wanted, and yet he still would not reject me. "What was that all about?" Mother commented, and I shrugged. I could hardly tell her the reason for us both being so cold towards each other. "We're just going through some things," I said instead. She gave a tentative smile. "So tell me about your wolf," she said, leaning forward eagerly. "What is she like?" I thought about it for a moment, trying to think of the right words to describe Lilac. "She's unique and very sarcastic sometimes. Her name is Lilac, and we're supposedly a rare wolf, but I'm not sure about that," I said a bit gloomily. I mean, my powers seemed cool, but they didn't make me as powerful or not as I imagined, but maybe I was being too harsh. "I think that your wolf must be something special for it to have come to you so late. What brought it on?" "Your transformation." Instantly my mind flashed back to that night, wrestling in Rowan's arms, his wolf having taken control, begging and pleading with him not to do it, and him not listening to a single word I said. The bite and the most excruciating pain I've ever felt, and the agonizing transformation. Images flooded my mind, and a single tear came to my eye. I shuddered at the memory and faced my mother with a tight smile, my fingernails digging into the countertop. "Rowan marked me," I said tightly, not hiding the fact I wasn't overjoyed about it. My mother's eyes were alight with curiosity as they strayed to the nape of my neck, where the mark stood out like a beacon. I said nothing more, concentrating on my breathing and making it more even instead of shallow and anxiety-ridden. Then we heard a commotion at the door, and Rowan came waltzing past, muttering under his breath. "What on earth?" I cried as the banging on the door grew more insistent until it was a heavy pounding. My mother cringed, cowering in her chair as I pushed past the kitchen, watching Rowan answer the door. My father stood on the other side of it, a drunken look on his face as he staggered past a stunned Rowan, who looked very displeased to see him. "Beta Matthew." Alpha Rowan greeted him with a raised eyebrow and a look of concern on his face. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" My mother was now standing behind me, and I could sense her body trembling from where I stood. I moved directly in front of her, but it was far too late, for my father had seen her, even in his drunken stupor. "I came to get my wife," he slurred, stumbling slightly. Alpha Rowan glanced at me. I mouthed the words "no chance" at him and watched the man give me a small nod, his eyes fixating on my father, who was glaring down the corridor toward myself and my mother. "Slut thought she would leave me, but I knew she would have come here," he continued to slur. "She doesn't have anyone else to take her in. She needs to come home with me," he added. Alpha Rowan frowned. "I believe that your wife is here for a visit, and so I must respectfully tell you that she is not going anywhere with you, especially in that state." "Good God, man," he said, a little incredulous. "Did you drive here while you were this drunk?" My father blinked at him, clearly astonished that Alpha Rowan was interfering with what he was after. "Course I drove," he snapped, coming to himself a little bit. "How else would I have gotten here?" I rolled my eyes. My mother let out a low groan from behind me, her shoulders shaking as she kept herself ducked down behind me, using me as a human shield. I guess I couldn't blame her after seeing those bruises and the way Father was staring at us, but still, it would have been nice to see a little courage from her. "Clarissa," snarled my father, moving forward a few steps, even as Rowan moved to intercept him. "Get your ass moving. It's time to go home." "I'm not going," my mother piped up from behind me, looking over my shoulder at her husband with contempt in her eyes. "I won't take your abuse anymore, Matthew. The last time was the last straw. Never again," she declared, as I silently cheered her on. It made me so angry to think that she had been hiding this for so long, and now it was all out in the open. Alpha Rowan digested her words, his eyes narrowing. His hand shot out, preventing Father from moving, and he unceremoniously pushed my father backward against the wall. "Listen here, you bastard," he hissed as my father wriggled against his grasp. "I can't stand wife-beaters or abusive men at all, and you're nothing but a piece of shit that's going to leave quietly and never come back." My father sneered at him. What if I want more money for Amber? He demanded. He continued, as I went pale and stiffened. This was not the way a father should talk about his daughter. I felt hurt, but most of all, I felt degraded and humiliated. I gave you plenty of money, Alpha Rowan growled, grabbing my father by the neck and watching him kick and squirm with something akin to satisfaction. He literally threw my father through the open front door, which had been opened by a very silent Lawrence who had been about to come in. Lawrence dodged my father's body just in time, his mouth agape. "You son of a hissed my father, getting up from the ground and dusting himself off, his eyes turning pitch black in his anger. "Why don't you come and fight me like a real man?" he demanded. I wanted to move forward. If anyone was going to fight my father, it was going to be me. But Rowan held out a hand to stop me in my tracks. "I don't want him to know you have your wolf," he whispered, and I understood, even if I felt a bit annoyed. It was best to keep a secret from my father, for he would just find some way to use me if I didn't keep it a secret. My mother gasped, placing a hand to her mouth. Lawrence, God bless the man, quickly went over to her and grasped her by the hand. "Let's go back into the kitchen," he said quickly. "You don't need to see this." I was damned if I had to go back in the kitchen. I wanted to see my father get his comeuppance. Alpha Rowan went outside. "I'm giving you one last chance to go away," he said icily to my father. My father was beyond rational now and glowered at Alpha Rowan. He shifted and leaped for the Alpha, but Rowan was quicker, shifting in midair to meet him. They fell to the ground, clawing and biting towards each other, before Rowan kicked him off, and my father went flying through the air, stopping at a complete skid, before running and tackling Rowan head-on. I watched the two wolves, one completely black and the other one silver, feeling somewhat detached. The black wolf was Rowan's, and it was fast, faster than the silver, which was my father's. It wasn't really a fair fight, considering father was somewhat drunk, but he had issued the challenge, and Rowan was meeting it. A growl sounded as Rowan got hold of my father's neck and flung him into a tree trunk, his body hitting it with a large thud. The silver wolf's body slumped to the floor, and then got back up, eyes blazing. I had enough of this and stole back into the kitchen, retrieved a weapon, and went back outside. As my father tackled Rowan once more, on top of him, I reached back and threw the large kitchen knife, hitting my father in the side, as the knife lodged itself inside of him. He let out a low yelp, and Rowan bucked him off, grabbed him by the neck, and quickly swiped downwards, cutting my father enough that a large pool of blood began to form beneath his body. Rowan let go, and my father slumped to the floor, the knife still in him. I darted forward and pulled the knife out, eliciting a whimper from my father, who remained in his wolf form, unable to continue to fight. Rowan shifted and stormed over to me. "Are you crazy?" he demanded, shaking my shoulders. "You could have been hurt." He almost roared. "I think you mean to say thank you," I said testily, because my throwing that knife just shortened the fight. He gaped and then turned back to the silver wolf, which was now lying unconscious. My mother came to the doorway and let out a huge groan, going towards the silver wolf. I went to stop her in her tracks, but she managed to surprise me. She touched my father's body and then shouted into the air, "I, Clarissa Henderson, reject you, Matthew Henderson of the Silver Wolves pack, as my mate." I watched her sink to the ground in pain as the mate bond severed and sprinted to her side, helping her back up as she looked at me gratefully. "I've wanted to do that for a very long time," she said to me quietly. "Do you think it was cowardly to do it while he was out?" I shook my head. "I think it was brave," I told her honestly. Alpha Rowan's eyes were glazed over as he mind-linked what I assumed were warriors, as several came to retrieve father and take him away to the hospital. "He'll be taken care of and then sent on his way," Alpha Rowan told me and my mother as we hugged. "He'll be under guard in the hospital, don't worry." "Clarissa," he said gently, "you are welcome to stay as long as you like, or even make this your new home. As long as you are here, you are under my protection," he added, and I watched the relief come onto my mother's face. Part of me hoped that it would stay that way. Sophie POV. "Father, what on earth happened to you?" I cried, rushing to his side. He was severely injured, with a shk on his side and multiple bruises on his body, not to mention a concussion. Darius was with me, looking concerned but not overly so. I suppose for a strong shifter this wasn't fatal, but what had he done to piss off Alpha Rowan aka the monstrous Alpha so severely? I had gotten a call from a distant-sounding mother, that my father had been injured and had rushed towards this pack. Darius dragged alongside me. I guess I was panicked, not knowing whether father was alive or almost dead or even dead. I hadn't been certain. "Sophie," my father mumbled, sitting up awkwardly on the hospital bed. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see you," I huffed, gesturing towards him. "And look at you. Father, what on earth were you thinking? Challenging an alpha, for heaven's sake." My father was still out of it and quite heavily drugged. Otherwise, I'm certain that he wouldn't have spoken as he did. "Bastard tried to keep my wife from me," he muttered, like it wasn't my right to drag the buck back home. Was he speaking about my mother? I frowned and looked at Darius, who looked back at me grimly. I know he had never liked my father, but I had always assumed it had been from the way my father treated Amber. "What about mother?" I asked, and my father glowered from his sitting position. He snarled as I flinched. "She rejected me. Can you believe it?" he added bitterly. My mother had rejected my father. But why? They had always seemed so happy together, but now, hearing the way father spoke about her, I had to wonder if it had all been an act for my and Amber's benefit. My father winced in pain as he shifted in the bed. I hurried to help him, Darius sitting at the bedside, calmly viewing my father with what I could only describe as contempt. "Sophie, fetch a nurse," my father hissed, scowling darkly. "Tell them I want more pain medication." I looked at Darius, who gave a barely imperceptible nod, before scurrying from the room. A nurse, upon hearing that it was my father requesting the pain medication, rolled her eyes at me in frustration. "He's had as much pain medication as he's allowed," she said brusquely, when I tried to explain that he was still in a large amount of pain. "He can't have any more for another 2 hours. "Please," I begged, but she was having none of it, shaking her head and moving past me to tend toward other patients. I gave a huff of frustration and was about to go back to my father's room when Amber came walking through the front entrance of the hospital. Upon seeing me, she turned pale and hesitated, almost like she wanted to turn tail and run. I rushed to her side and gave her a large hug, Amber stiffening upon contact, before relaxing slightly and hugging me back. "What are you doing here?" she whispered, pulling away and viewing me with curiosity. I motioned for her to sit down in the waiting room with me, folding my ankles and wringing my hands together. "I got a phone call telling me about father. What happened? How did he get hurt so badly?" I asked in a rush, uncomfortably aware that Darius was still alone in the room with my father. Amber sighed. She sat down and faced me. "Mother came to see me. She had bruises on her face, Sophie, and it's not the first time that father has done it to her." "But I've never seen bruises on her face," I protested in horror, even though I suspected Amber was telling the truth. After all, she had no reason to lie. Then I remembered the time I had seen bruise sizes on her face and the lies she'd told me. She hadn't been training after all. "Makeup is a wondrous thing," Amber said dryly. "It can be used to cover up all sorts of things," she pointed out. I felt disgusted with my father. How could he have been so horrible as to lay a hand on our mother? No reason was good enough for it. Now I was sorry that I had even come here to see how he was doing. "Is that why she rejected him?" I asked softly. Amber nodded. "Yeah, among other things," she said quietly, fidgeting with her hands and wriggling in her seat. "What made him challenge Alpha Rowan?" Amber rolled her big green eyes now. "He was drunk, and he made a few not-so-nice comments about mother and me. Alpha Rowan decided to take exception to it, and when our father challenged him to a fight, like the drunken ot he was, Alpha Rowan accepted and then kicked his ass. He deserved it too," she added with a scowl. I wasn't in disagreement. It sounded to me like father deserved everything that had happened to him. I was surprised, however, to see Amber in the hospital. "What brought you here?" She ducked her head, looking sheepish. "I was coming in to check with the nurses to see how father was going. I wasn't going to visit him, but I wanted to make sure he was going to be okay. Even if he is a complete asshole, he's still our father." Amber was such a forgiving person, I thought to myself in awe. Even with how she had been treated, She still gave a damn about her father, even when he didn't give a shit about her. "Is Darius here?" Amber asked so quietly, my ears almost missed it. I remembered why she might be panicking and was quick to grab her hand and squeeze it. "He's here, but he just wants to speak with you, Amber, that's all. He's not angry at you." I was quick to reassure her as she placed a protective hand against her stomach. "I wanted to tell him," she choked out, "but mother and father," she trailed off. "Not to mention me, I didn't want you to," I helpfully replied. A voice came from behind us. "Well, I'm here now, and there's no time like the present to have this chat," said Darius breezily. Amber went as white as a sheet, and for a moment I worried that she was going to keel over or faint or something, but instead, she drew back her shoulders and faced Darius head-on. "You're right, it's time we had a talk," she said quietly and stood up. "But a hospital is no place for it. Let's go back to the pack house," she suggested, raising an eyebrow at me. "Unless you need to go and see Dad first?" I shook my head. My father can fend for himself for now. I would see him later after we had all had a discussion. Amber led the way, walking out of the hospital with her head held high, looking brave and courageous, like she always did. I don't know how she does it, but no matter what, she always shows her strength as a person. I didn't know that I would be so brave in her shoes. She's definitely unique and a one-of-a-kind individual. We walked silently across the grounds, the pack house coming into view. It was magnificent to behold, and unlike a lot of pack houses, it was simple but elegant and looked homely, rather than a large, cold mansion. I liked it on sight. Amber held the door open and ushered us inside. She led the way to the kitchen, and we sat down at the dining table together, everyone waiting with their breath held for someone to break the silence. Finally, my husband Darius spoke, and when he did, it was gentle. "About this child," he said quietly, "I have every intention of being in my child's life, but I will not take custody of them," he explained. "I think that you should have full custody. It's only right." Amber looked relieved and a little touched. "You would give me full custody," she said a little suspiciously, "providing you get to be in the child's life?" Darius gave a short nod. "I understand that it might prove to be somewhat difficult, but should you get married, then there are the both of you to parent the child. I want the child to have a happy family that provides for it. Don't get me wrong, I'll provide for it financially as well, but I want you to be its main parent and caregiver." Amber was stunned and silent. She glanced at me hopefully, asking with her eyes if Darius was lying. I gave a shake of my head. "Believe me, it's what we both want," I explained calmly. "And if you don't want us to be a part of the child's life, we'll not take you to court, but it will be upsetting for us." "No, I stammered Amber, "agree with what you are saying. It's more than fair. Thank you, Darius." She breathed, "I was so worried that you would try and take the child away from me." "No way," protested Darius. "After everything I've put you through, there is no way in hell that I would put you through that as well," he declared. Our eyes met. I gave a small nod and a smile. "We want the child to get to know its brother or sister," I added, and watched Amber's eyes widen in realization. "You're pregnant," she squealed as I nodded happily. "Oh my God, congratulations," she told us both magnanimously. "Congratulations to you as well," I told her. "It should have been said before now. I can't believe it. My baby is going to have a brother or sister to play with," Amber said excitedly, leaning back in the chair as Darius and I laughed at her excitement. "Congratulations," chimed another voice, and I glanced over at the doorway to see my mother hovering, looking nervous and pale. Without her makeup, the bruises on her face were clear for everyone to see. They were purple and ugly, in the process of healing, and I wondered why my mother's wolf was not healing her as quickly as a shifter normally would. In fact, now that I have thought about it, I have yet to see my mother shift ever, let alone know what her wolf looked like. "Thank you," I told my mother, feeling a pang at how frightened she looked. "Please come in and join us," I said as she hesitantly stepped through the doorway and sat down beside me and opposite Amber. "I guess you know what's happened," my mother said slowly, with a glance at Amber. "And I know that you came to see your father, but I must ask you not to tell him that I'm going to be staying here. As soon as I can find a decent lawyer, I'm going to be serving him divorce papers. she explained in an even tone that brooked no arguments. It saddened me to hear that, but in her defense, I also couldn't blame her. I was astounded that she had stayed in the marriage as long as she had, considering the circumstances. "We understand," Darius said, and I nodded, Amber nodding also. For a moment there was nothing but awkward silence at the table, and my mother coughed uncomfortably. "I should get back and go see Father," I said finally, pushing back my chair and turning to Darius, who did exactly the same thing. "But when I get a chance, I'm going to come back and see you, Mother," I promised as she smiled at me. "I'd like that," she said. "As for everything else," Darius said seriously to Amber, "let's just work out the details after you give birth," he added, "and Sophie has too, of course." Amber shook his hand. She looked a lot happier and relaxed now. "I will." We began to move towards the front door, when a man stepped out of the shadows, halting us in our tracks. I viewed the man with interest, taking in his disheveled and slightly shaggy hair, to the scar on his face and the muscular build of his body. This could only be the monstrous Alpha, and I could see how he had gotten the name. He was more than a little intimidating. "Rowan, this is my sister Sophie and her husband Darius," Amber said, looking nervous. "Darius," he growled, "like the one who got you pregnant?" Amber looked more than a little nervous and thoroughly put out. "If you're going to start up again, then I'm not going to listen to it." "Darius, Sophie, this is Rowan, and they were just leaving," she said, urging with her hands for us to make a move. We were more than happy to oblige as the monstrous Alpha stepped to the side, his eyes dark and piercing, his arms folded across his chest. As we left, all I could think about was how intimidating the Alpha was and how sorry I was that Amber was still stuck with him. Darius was considering the same. "Maybe we should offer her sanctuary at our place," he suggested, looking over his shoulder at the pack house. I thought about it and then shook my head. "She has our mother there for her. If anything, she doesn't have to go through with the marriage now." "I'll pay anything if he demands it," I said softly, and Darius nodded grimly, his jaw clenched tight. I knew that he would do the same, no matter the cost, but I suspected that Amber had no intentions of marrying Alpha Rowan. Not with the way that she had stared at him, with her mouth tight and unsmiling. She was pissed at him, and I wondered why. Because when Amber gets mad, she gets even. So if the Alpha thought he had her cowed, he had another thing coming. Amber POV. I don't know what gave me the first inkling that something was badly wrong. It might have been the rustling I heard in the background, or the soft crunching of leaves beneath a footstep, a soft thud of a paw hitting the ground. Whatever it was, it gave me the notion that I wasn't as alone on my walk as I thought I was. Perhaps I had been a touch foolish to go walking in the forest, but after my discussion with Darius, I had needed some alone time to think and to just breathe, to be alone rather than surrounded by people in a sea of chaos. I whirled around, my eyes searching the forest, Lilac urging me to be cautious. "Hello," I called out. "Is anybody out there?" Surely there would be a member of patrol close by. I was being anxious over nothing. There was no one there, at least none that I could see. Lilac wasn't so convinced. "There is a wolf out here. I can smell it and sense it. It is close and coming closer still. Be prepared to shift, for I don't think it's a friendly wolf." "You got it, Lilac, but I don't smell anything rotten. Does that mean it's not a rogue?" "It smells like an ordinary shifter wolf to me. It's very near now. Be on your guard." My eyes scanned the forest, looking for this wolf which suddenly seemed to appear out of nowhere. One second all I saw were trees, and the next was a gray and white wolf coming out from behind one, its ears pricked back and a snarl on its face. I hesitated, seeing that its eyes were not red. This meant that it had to be a member of the pack, I thought to myself, but the wolf was unfamiliar to me. It was not one I had come across before. It was also decidedly male. "Shift, child," shouted Lilac, and I did as she ordered, wincing as my bones cracked and broke, readjusting themselves until I stood in my pure white wolf form. The gray wolf didn't hesitate, putting its head down and then running head-on toward me as I dodged to the side just in time. It skidded to a stop and then turned around, jumping, and I jumped as well, meeting it in midair. I gave a yelp as its claws found my side, leaving a big gash, even as I too managed to drag my own nails down the stomach of the other wolf, eliciting a howl from it. We fell to the floor, the other wolf backing away, its ears pricked back as it silently observed me. I waited patiently for it to make its move. It began to run once more towards me, and I dodged it, taking off, my paws thudding against the ground. I wanted to lure it towards the grounds or closer to patrol. Some part of me wanted this wolf caught in order to find out which pack member it was. It shouldn't have been able to match my speed, but the next second it was in front of me, barring my retreat and growling, showing off its sharp and dangerous teeth. Whoever this is, they are sure determined to take you down. Have you pissed off any pack members lately? Not that I can think of, Lilac. None besides Stacy, and this wolf is decidedly male. It's not an alpha either, but rather just a normal shifter. Where the hell is patrol? They should be close by. This feels like a trap to me. Screw patrol, Amber. They aren't going to get here and we can't rely on them. It's time to use another ability. I want you to picture fire coming out of your mouth. Do you hear me? Fire. Since when can we breathe fire? Since always, I've just been keeping it for an important occasion, and this happens to be it. So I just picture it and feel it. Feel the warmth of the flame in your throat and expel it from your mouth. You can do this, child. I have faith. I'm not sure I feel comfortable burning another wolf to death. Are you comfortable with being dead yourself? I get your point. The wolf was still there, observing me. Its hackles were up and it was still growling in its throat. Its eyes were narrowed in on me, and I knew that it wouldn't be long until it made its move. I took a deep breath, picturing fire in my mind and trying to feel its warmth. Heat filled the back of my throat. At first, it was deliciously warm and tolerable, but it gradually began to intensify to a burning hot sensation. It was so hot that I automatically opened my mouth, and I jumped back as a large flame came rushing out towards the wolf, which appeared stunned, it dodging only some of the flame, as the rest of it caught the fur of the wolf alight. It yelped, frantically scrabbling at the ground and rolling over and over, some of a tree sparking and becoming a flame. At this rate, the forest would be afire if I wasn't careful. Lilac, however, seemed pleased with what I'd done, as the wolf came to a stop, large black burnt marks of flesh and fur appearing on it. I winced. That looked extremely painful. It glowered at me and then turned tail and ran. I tried to chase it through the trees, but it weaved and darted back and forth, appearing to know the forest well, and I lost sight of it for mere moments. That was all it took to lose sight of the blasted wolf. I tried to track it with the burnt smell, but with the tree burning behind me, it confused my senses. Several patrol members came running past me, one with a large hose, which he began to aim at the one tree that was silently burning. "Make sure it's out!" I heard a loud booming voice from behind me, and turned to see a grim-faced Alpha Rowan, who was silently observing everything and everyone. We should shift back to normal now that the threat is gone. Yeah, but I'd sure love to know where that wolf ended up going. Perhaps our mate can help with that. Yeah, right, I thought sourly, as I began to shift back into my human form. The sounds of bones cracking and readjusting made me flinch, and then I stood there, right in front of my supposed mate, vulnerable and naked. It wasn't the nicest feeling. "What happened?" asked Alpha Rowan, his eyes widening as he took in my appearance. I felt a throbbing sensation, as well as something trickling down my side, and glanced downwards to see that I was bleeding from a large gash in my side, courtesy of the other wolf. I placed my hand against it in an effort to stem the bleeding. "I was attacked," I gasped, "out there," indicating with my head the direction the perpetrator had gone. "Was it a rogue?" asked the Alpha hastily, his eyes full of concern as he moved closer to me. "No, it was definitely not a rogue. I think it was a member of this pack," I said shakily, still feeling like my throat was aflame. "Are you certain?" asked Rowan, standing up to his full height and pulling back his shoulders. "I'm 100% sure," I answered, frowning at him. He turned towards his men. "Get your best trackers out here and find this man," he said, his voice thundering throughout the quietness of the forest. His men began to assemble. "I think I burnt him," I said quietly. "Whoever it is that is, he's badly burnt." Rowan gave a small nod. "That should make it easier," he said softly, mind-linking his men. I could see his eyes glaze over as he did it, informing everyone of the other wolves' injury. "How did you manage it?" asked Rowan, confused and bewildered. "I mean the fire. How did you start it?" I opened my mouth to answer him when I saw none other than Stacy rushing towards him, followed by a quiet-looking younger man behind her. "Rowan, darling," she trilled. "Are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you? Who started the fire?" Rowan looked thoroughly put out as he turned toward his ex-girlfriend. "Stacy," he bit out, "what are you doing out here?" I was curious to know, too. She shrugged at him. "I was coming out here for a walk with Grant," she said sweetly, gesturing towards the other man. Grant gave a nod, peering at the forest with curiosity in his eyes. "Looks like you managed to put it out," Grant commented. "Luckily, the whole forest didn't go up into flames." "Luckily," Rowan agreed dryly. "We're on the lookout for someone from the pack who is burnt from being put on fire," Rowan told Stacy, who gave a startled gasp of shock, placing a hand against her mouth. "Have you come across anyone who looks suspicious, or been acting suspiciously?" he asked. Stacy slowly shook her head, her long raven-black hair swinging behind her back. "No," she whispered shakily, "but if we do see something like that, we will be the first to tell you." "Good," Rowan said, exhaling deeply. "But in the meantime, I don't want you out here for your own safety. Grant, would you mind escorting her back to her room?" he asked, turning to the quiet, pensive guard. Grant merely nodded, placing a hand on Stacy's arm. Stacy opened her mouth to protest, and then thought better of it, giving a sigh and allowing the man to escort her out of the forest. Then Rowan turned to me. "We should get you checked out at the hospital," he said with a frown. "You look as pale as a sheet." "There's no need, child. Have you forgotten you possess the ability to heal yourself? Remember what you did last time and do it again? I can't believe I have to even remind you." I concentrated, picturing white light coming from the palm of my hand, and placed it against the gash on my side. Within moments, the gash began to knit itself together, flesh and bone pulling until it was completely closed, and there wasn't a sign of any injury, not even a scar. My skin was completely unblemished. Rowan looked impressed in spite of himself. "You can't even tell there's an injury," he commented. "Your skin looks smooth and scar-free." I grinned despite myself and turned around, feeling somewhat shaky on my legs. "I think I'm going back to bed," I tossed over my shoulder. "But will you inform me of what happens next? Let me know if you find the person responsible?" Rowan frowned. "We'll see," he said finally, and I was forced to accept that even if I thought it was a little condescending. Part of me wished that I had completely finished the other wolf, but I had never liked the idea of killing someone, even if I was in danger because of them. As I walked back to my room, I had plenty of time to think. It might have been my imagination, but I could have sworn that it felt like there were eyes watching me during the fight, and even while I was talking to Rowan. Sure, there had been pack members shooting me curiosity looks, but it had felt like much more than that. It felt like something else, something far more sinister, but I couldn't explain it. Then there was that weird guard of Stacy's, Grant. Not only had he been unusually quiet, but something about the way he had moved had been off. It hadn't felt like he was moving naturally, but rather like he was forcing himself to move in a certain way. Could he possibly have been the one to attack me? I still believed Stacy was responsible for my ingesting poison. Was it possible that her guard was responsible as well? I knew if I went to Rowan he wouldn't believe me again, or would dismiss my concerns, so I decided to keep them to myself for now and investigate further. But I was suspicious, and part of me instinctively knew that I was right about Stacy and her guard Grant. Rowan POV. I spent hours out in the forest, hunting for this unknown assailant of Amber's, alongside the best trackers in my pack. But whoever this man was, he knew how to hide his scent, and it all came to naught. Which also reminds me, or rather begs the question, how did Amber start the fire in the first place, let alone manage to burn another shifter wolf? She had to have been standing really close, which explained why a tree got put on fire by accident. "I'm afraid that there's nothing further we can do," Lawrence spoke after observing the men for a while. He had been brought up to speed on what had happened and had even contributed his own help, but with no luck, same as everyone else. "I can't stand that it was a pack member who did this," I growled, my hands clenching into fists. I know, Lawrence murmured. Neither can I. I thought everyone here at least tolerated Amber, and now it looks like she has an enemy in our midst. How are we going to track this person down? The only person besides Amber that we know for sure it isn't, is Stacy. And that's because she's constantly under guard. Which rules her out, he added somewhat gloomily. I heaved a sigh. I had my suspicions before about it possibly being Stacy, but Grant was a dependable fellow who was trustworthy and never failed to do anything asked of him. There is no way the man had left Stacy's side since he was supposed to be guarding her. But what possible motive could anyone else have in wanting to harm Amber or her child? Because Amber had very nearly miscarried when she'd ingested that poison, otherwise known as pennyroyal according to the tox screen. It didn't help that the poison was easily accessible in the forest, which meant anyone could have grabbed some to use. It's strange, Lawrence muttered as he moved around and came closer. But do you feel like someone is watching us? I glanced around the trees and shuddered, feeling the same. But they weren't close enough to be seen, whoever they were, otherwise my alpha nose and high sense of smell would have picked it up by now. Let's go, I instructed Lawrence, leaving the men to continue the pointless search. I feel very uneasy all of a sudden. We walked to the pack house together, but then Lawrence took his leave and I went towards the study, and then thought about it. Did I really want to concentrate on work right now? Sure, I was alpha and it was my responsibility, but it wouldn't hurt to leave it for one night, would it? Besides, I really wanted to check on Amber and make sure she was all right after that ordeal. I mean, it wasn't saying much for my patrol if they missed the fighting in the first place. No one should ever be attacked on pack grounds and not by another pack member. That was what was making me sick to my stomach. I trudged upstairs slowly, feeling every bit of my years, and walked towards the bedroom, thankful that Stacy's was on the other side of the pack house, and got into my room, shutting the door carefully behind me. Then I undressed, tossing the clothes casually to the side of the room, and heading into the bathroom, where I started the water in the tub. My muscles were sore and achy, and I wanted them to soak, sure that I would be spending yet another day out there trying to track down this bastard who had dared attack my mate. Part of me wondered how I hadn't known she was in danger, but when I queried Damon, he too didn't know why we hadn't felt it through the mate bond. It was a conundrum. I lay back in the tub, letting the water relax me and sighing a big sigh of relief. This was all I needed. Some quiet time to myself and some time soaking in a hot bath. I couldn't even tell you how much time had passed me by, only that it must have been at least an hour or more before I came back to myself, semi-dozing in the tub, and let the water out. I reluctantly hopped out of the bath and dried myself down before wrapping a towel around my waist. Then I let myself back into my room and stopped short. I could have sworn that I locked the door to my room, but apparently I hadn't. "Stacy," I said carefully, "what are you doing in here?" She smiled and didn't look a bit contrite. "I wanted to surprise you," she purred, sitting upright and then kneeling on the bed. "Oh, I'm surprised all right," I muttered under my breath. What on earth was this woman thinking? Hadn't I made it clear to her that I wasn't interested? Or was she getting mixed signals from me? I didn't know anymore. She batted her big green eyes at me. "Come on, Rowan," she urged. "Why don't you come and sit down with me?" She patted the space next to her. I hesitated and then sighed, deciding to sit with her and convince her to leave. I could at least be polite about it. But when I sat down, I took a huge whiff, smelling that delicious perfume of hers, albeit unusual. It was so intoxicating, and it pulled me in closer to her. "You like this perfume, don't you?" Stacy whispered, sounding triumphant and her voice coming from far away. "Don't you, Rowan?" "I do," I said obediently, sniffing it and wrinkling my nose. "Kiss me," she whispered, lying back against the pillows. I followed her down, noting how beautiful her eyes were as I gazed directly into them. "You're so beautiful," I whispered, claiming her lips with my own. "Rowan," she gasped, kissing me back just as passionately. My hands began to grip the sides of her arms. I began to kiss the nape of her neck, smelling that perfume of hers as it wafted up from her skin. "Oh God, touch me," she said shakily, and I proceeded to do just that, my hand lightly skimming along her arm and down her stomach and side as she sucked in a breath. I wanted to touch her everywhere, my hands exploring her perfect body. Back in the deep of my mind, I knew that this was wrong, that I still had my mate waiting for me, that I hadn't really made a decision when it came to either Stacy or Amber, but my body was responding to Stacy in a way I had never felt for her before, and I couldn't seem to stop myself from doing what I was doing to her. I nibbled lightly on her earlobe as her arms wrapped around me. "Rowan, God, yes," Stacy cried out, almost shrieking. "Oh my God," Stacy moaned. Her nails dug into my skin. She continued to arch her back in pleasure. "Rowan," she said a bit shakily, as I stopped in my tracks and listened. "I think I might need to go to the hospital. Something's wrong," she said in a strangled voice. The door opened and she poked her head in, gasping as she saw us both. Realization dawned on her face. "Oh my God," choked out Amber. "Amber, wait," I shouted out, but she took off running into her room and I raced out after her, hearing the definitive sound of a lock. I pounded on the door. "Amber," I shouted. "Amber, just listen to me." "Go away, you bastard," she shouted back miserably. "No wonder I'm in pain. You told me you hadn't made a decision yet, but it sure as hell looks like you have. Every time you are with her, I'm in pain because you won't reject me," she screams, "and I can't reject you." I heard sniffling. Was she crying? I felt like the world's biggest heel now. I continued to pound on the door. "Amber, let me in. We can talk about this," I pleaded. "Rowan, why are you being so cold to me?" she pouted. We were having so much fun. There was silence coming from Amber's room now. I scowled at Stacy. "Leave," I snarled. "You had no business being in my room and you know it. Go back to your own room, Stacy," I hissed, gesturing at her wildly. She smirked at me. "You weren't complaining a minute ago," she pointed out, and I winced because she was right. Up until Amber's timely interruption, I wasn't complaining. I was being a willing participant, which confused the hell out of me. Why was I being so loving and passionate towards somebody who I despised for cheating on me? "Just leave," I told Stacy tiredly, pointing toward her room. She frowned at me and opened her mouth, glanced towards Amber's door, and shut it again. "Fine," she said huffily. "I'll leave, but I hope you know that I'm not happy about this, Rowan. You're being a complete tease," she said, almost shouting it. "Go." I thundered, and she scowled and stomped off in the direction of her room. I listened to her footsteps as they faded away and then knocked on Amber's door. She opened it with a white face and red puffy eyes. I'd made her cry. Again. God, I was an asshole. "I can't do this, Rowan," she told me firmly. "I can't keep having you come back and forth without a decision. Heck, if you want the truth, I want you to reject me," she said quietly, "and let me live my life in peace. I have a child coming soon," she added, putting a hand protectively over her stomach, "and I can't have someone as my mate who can't stay faithful to me or who doesn't want the child as their own." I mulled her words over. "I'm sorry, Amber, but I just can't let you go," I said thickly. My heart was racing at the mere thought of letting her go. She seemed to deflate, and then too late, I saw something sharp in her hand. I lunged to try and stop her, but it was far too late. She swiped across her wrists with the large piece of glass she clutched in her hand. Blood spurted out everywhere, all over me, the floor, Amber, and the walls. I felt nauseous as she collapsed right in front of me. "Why?" I said hoarsely, kneeling beside her and watching her eyelids flutter. "Why would you do this to yourself?" She stared up at me for a moment. "Because I can't live like this any longer," she whispered. "That's why." I gathered her up in my arms, ignoring the blood, and raced downstairs. My heart skipped a beat as her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she went limp, completely unconscious. She was losing so much blood. It was terrifying. And as I raced across to the hospital, all I could do was pray that I would make it there in time before it was too late. And she was gone forever. Amber POV. It was dark, that was my first thought. My eyelids felt gritty, and as I forced them open, I half expected to see that I was in a dark, dank cave or something. But instead, the sun was shining warmly, and I could feel it on my skin. I experimented with moving my limbs, happy to see that they were all functioning fine. How had I gotten here? I remembered what I had done. I had sliced my wrists in a desperate attempt to get some sort of freedom. unable to live with a mate who was incapable of making a decision, and who had literally made me feel like I was living in prison. Did I intend to die? Maybe, because that was the only way I had of escaping the prison and getting away. But right now it didn't feel like I had died. I wasn't in the hospital either. Instead, I was lying down on lush grass, the sky a clear blue overhead, birds chirping away from their nests and perching on branches. There was a meadow up ahead, full of vibrant, colorful flowers, and I sat upright, feeling my hair swaying in the breeze. Where was I? I had never seen this place before. It was beautiful, though, eerily so. I struggled upright and then automatically glanced down at my wrists. I flinched, seeing dark red scars where I had sliced myself with a shard of glass. But they weren't bleeding. In fact, they were just scars and nothing more. Old ones, as though they had healed already. How was that even possible? By all rights, I should be in the hospital, unless I really had died, and this was heaven? It wasn't how I envisioned heaven, though. I awkwardly began to make my way towards the flowers, each step feeling light and my body feeling like it was floating as I walked, bending down to sniff the flowers. I can't help but notice that the majority of them consist, surprisingly, of purple roses, which are my favorite flowers in the world. They have the most delicious sweet scent, which reminds me of perfume. It never fails to cheer me up when I smell it. Ahead, I could hear the sound of trickling water, and I made my way toward it, seeing a waterfall up above. My hands automatically go together, and I scoop up some of the liquid, the water refreshing and cool to the touch. It immediately satiates my thirst. It tastes so pure, so divine. Nothing like normal tap water or fresh water from a spring. It tastes 1,000,000 times better. I headed towards a nearby tree that offered plenty of shelter and had a low-hanging branch, allowing me to sit beneath the shade and away from the warmth of the sun. For some reason, I feel relaxed, like I have no worries whatsoever. Nothing was causing me any concerns. It was like all my worries had floated away. "Are you well?" asked a musical voice, and my head whipped around to see the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, standing directly behind me. She had silvery glistening hair with big blue eyes and a mark of a crescent moon on her forehead. The woman wore a white dress that was off the shoulders, tight underneath her generous bosom, and then flowing down to her ankles. She was barefoot, an anklet of small round moons dangling off the anklet. "I'm fine, thank you," I told her with a dry mouth. She smiled, her teeth a brilliant white, and moved to the front of me so that I might see her better, instead of having to look over my shoulder at her. "You know, you scared everyone with that little stunt you just pulled," she said quietly, grabbing hold of one of my arms and examining my wrist with a critical eye. She seemed pleased to see the scars, examining my arm all over, before finally letting go. I was speechless and wondering who this woman was, who seemed so comfortable touching me. She was a shifter, that much I could tell just by looking at her, while she also smelled intoxicating, like a bunch of flowers, similar to the scent coming from the meadow. Part of me suspected she was a goddess of some kind, because of how beautiful she was. "I'm sorry," I said dumbly as she gave a small huff of annoyance. "You know, you could have died," she continued in that musical tinkling voice of hers, "and your plan would have gone horribly wrong, wouldn't it?" I wondered how she knew about the plan. "Don't you want to sit down?" I asked her suddenly, wondering how she could possibly be comfortable standing there without shoes on, even with the softness of the grass. She waved a hand in response, and suddenly another branch appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, which allowed her to sit and perch on it, still facing me. She looked concerned. "Your mate is worried about you," she began. "Ha!" I thought to myself sourly. I bet my mate was worried about me. It was his fault that I had gotten this desperate in the first place. If he'd just rejected me or allowed me to leave, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I didn't care how worried Rowan was about me. All I cared about was getting my freedom back. I needed to get out of Rowan's pack, and the more time I spent there, the more confined and claustrophobic I felt. "My mate," I snarled, "is the reason I did it in the first place. Plus, he isn't my mate. If I could reject him, then I would." She bit her lip, looking a bit forlorn. "Do you not find anything to love about your mate?" She asked sadly, "Anything at all?" I thought about it. Rowan was gruff, pig-headed, stubborn, obstinate, and a real asshole. As far as I was concerned, there was nothing to love about my mate at all. Nothing, I assured her. There is nothing that I like about my mate. What was it to her if I liked my mate or not? It's not like it affected her in any way. What would you do then, if you had the chance? Reject him, I said automatically. Get my freedom back, go travel. Finally, get another job and maybe go to college. What if he doesn't want you to reject him? What if he begged for your forgiveness? I still wouldn't forgive him for everything he's put me through or done to me. Rowan had really f***ed up, and I couldn't stand to be near him half the time. When I found my mate, I wanted someone who was willing to fight for me, to show me just how much they adored and loved me. Instead, I had gotten Alpha Rowan, which was far removed from what I had imagined. It wouldn't make a difference, I told her calmly. He went too far when he used his alpha tone on me to prevent me from escaping or leaving his pack. She went silent for a moment, grabbing hold of a flower and quietly sniffing it, looking content to sit where we were, looking a bit upset. Yes, she murmured. He did go a bit far when he used that dratted tone. There was no excuse for it. She sniffed, looking a bit haughty. She sighed. I had such big plans for the two of you, but now I can see what mistake I made, planning the two of you getting together. You are too feisty for him, I think, and require a more dominant and loving mate than Rowan can possibly be. She stretched, her hands high up ahead, muttering things under her breath as I sucked in my own breath. What could the woman mean by planning for Rowan and me to get together? Nobody had that kind of power that I knew about, except for the moon goddess, and she was merely a legend. She wasn't real, was she? My name is Celine. The woman tells me sweetly, stopping what she was doing, and I'm the moon goddess, in case you haven't guessed already. My jaw drops open and I stare at her in shock. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So much for the moon goddess being a legend or a tale talked about around bonfires. She was real, and she was standing, or rather sitting, right with me in the flesh. This had to be a dream, or maybe I was really dead. You're not dead, she muttered, obviously reading my mind. Although it was touch and go for a little while, she added, frowning at me. I glanced down at my wrists involuntarily. She watched me with a scowl on her face. Foolish child, she said softly, to try and end a life that has yet to live. I know you've grown up experiencing abuse and pain, but it's made you the resilient and brave woman you are today. That is why I was so surprised to see you take this route. I don't normally intervene in such matters, but in your case, I made an exception. What is it you want from me? I asked her quietly. She stiffened. It's not what I want from you, but rather what you are going to do for some children in the future. You are going to be the one to save them, as only you have the ability to. Just like you have the ability to heal and breathe fire. Not to mention the ability to bring undesirable wolves or other sides to the surface. I digested her words. Why, I asked her suddenly, confused and bewildered. Why did you give me these special powers? Why not someone else? She mulled my words over. I think you mean, why not you? She pointed out. Why not you, Amber? You're one of the strongest women in the world, not because of the fighting prowess you possess, but because of your ability to live with the punches and keep fighting, even when everything looks bleak. Not to mention the forgiving heart you possess. Not everyone is as forgiving and loving as you are. You possess a uniqueness not easily found in this world. You give me too much credit, I protested weakly. Or you don't give yourself enough, she told me, counteracting my argument. Now then, you need to go back, child, and I'm prepared to do something for you, but only if you are certain that you want to reject Rowan. So make your mind up now, because once you decide, there is no going back. I didn't have to think about it, let alone consider it for any length of time. I knew what I wanted to do, and I wasn't afraid to speak out and say what was on my mind. I want to reject Rowan, I said honestly and sincerely. Then I'm giving you the ability to ignore his alpha tone and the orders he used. When you wake up, she told me quietly, you will have the choice to stay where you are and give Rowan another chance, or to leave and find a second chance mate, one who will hopefully treat you better. However, she paused and looked off into the distance, her eyes going cloudy for a moment. The second chance mate will not be one that you are expecting and will come as a great surprise. I can tell you that he will adore you and will fight for your love, but that's all I can tell you." That sounded more than a little thrilling to me. I smiled at the moon goddess and shrugged my shoulders, wondering what she meant by my getting back. "Bless you, child," she whispered, and then I felt her touch my forehead and stroke it as she closed her eyes. I felt like I was falling through the sky, as there was a rush of wind, and then suddenly I was surrounded by darkness once more. I could hear an annoying beeping sound this time, and when I tried to lift my arms, I couldn't. My eyes felt gritty, and I struggled to open them, seeing a white ceiling up above me. My eyelids fluttered, and then I heard the soft sound of my mother sobbing quietly in the corner of the room. I lifted my head up, wincing at the pain in my head, and heard my mother's voice as she hastened to my side. "Thank goodness you're awake." Rowan POV. I stared at her in the hospital bed. She was so still, so silent, her red hair cascading over the pillow. I can't even tell you how afraid I was for her. Rather than be with me, she chose to slice her wrists with a large shard of glass. How had it come to this? For it to have gone so far that she would rather choose death than to remain with me or my pack a moment longer. I was filled with immense guilt, unable to even stand myself at the moment, and the brute that I had become. "My baby," cried Clarissa, barging past me and staring down at her daughter, the tubes and ives plugged into her, the machines in the room beeping incessantly. She sobbed, standing at the head of the bed, one hand reaching over to grasp her daughter's hand. She whirled her head around and glared at me. "This is all your fault," she hissed as I recoiled. "If you had just made a damn decision," she cried, "then Amber wouldn't be lying here." She was right. It was my indecisiveness that had led to this. I couldn't say anything to defend myself. All I could do was stare at Clarissa mutely. She glared at me, her eyes shooting daggers at me. "I'm sorry," I whispered, but she wasn't having it. She was being defensive on behalf of her daughter, and I couldn't really blame her. "Sorry isn't good enough," she hissed, "for what you've put her through. Now leave." She demanded, and as much as I wanted to stay, to make sure that Amber was going to be all right, I couldn't put that into words, and I found myself respecting Clarissa's wishes, disappearing silently out the door and leaving Amber behind. I walked the grounds, shaken, frightened for Amber and what we had both become. Gone was the sassy, fiery girl I had originally met, and now all that was left was a defeated woman who had turned to the only option she could think of. It would take a miracle for Amber to survive, not to mention the child she was carrying. I shifted, unable to stand a moment longer of thinking about Amber and needing to get the hell away, if only for a little while. I ran, my paws thudding loudly on the ground as I headed directly into the forest, a blur as I dodged fallen branches and debris, weaving in and out without a particular location in mind. The pain grew in my heart until it became intolerable. To my surprise, another wolf joined me, running alongside me, keeping up with my stride, even though my wolf was the fastest in the pack. Damon snorted in disgust in my mind, but I ignored him, content with whoever was keeping me company on this otherwise sad and downhearted run. We came to a waterfall and I stopped, the other wolf doing the same. The water was soothing and relaxing. I could hear the sounds of it trickling down, while the waterfall itself sounded like a roar. The location was peaceful and tranquil, which was what I needed. I shifted back to my human naked form, looking over at the other gray wolf, which seemed to hesitate, before doing the same. Somehow I wasn't surprised to see who it was, but this time I surprised myself by being glad to see her. She stayed standing where she was, hesitant to approach me, and I wondered if it was because of the permanent scowl I seemed to have on my face. Either that, or perhaps she was frightened of the look on my face. It wasn't my intention to be this fearful, this much of a brute of an alpha. Once upon a time, I might have turned this woman away, but I was tired and weary and scared. I didn't have the heart to do it this time. Not now, at any rate. Perhaps later I might regret that decision, but for the moment, all I could be was grateful for the company. "How is she?" she asked me, her voice trembling slightly in the wind. I frowned. "She seems to be all right. She's pulling through, but otherwise." I trailed off and shrugged helplessly. The doctors hadn't exactly been too forthcoming with me before Clarissa arrived. I know they will keep me informed, but to be in the darkness was not something I was used to. I'm sure that she'll pull through, Stacy murmured, sounding concerned for the young girl. God knows what she was thinking, though, to do something so drastic. I knew what she was thinking. She was thinking she didn't have a choice. I wanted to yell at Stacy, but she had done nothing wrong to incite my anger toward her, and I couldn't take all my frustrations out on the innocent woman. She was merely trying to comfort me, in the best way she knew how. She was desperate, I muttered, and it's all my fault. Stacy moved a little closer, but stayed well enough away, reaching out to grasp my hand and give it a reassuring squeeze. Rowan, she said quietly, perhaps it's time that you made a decision? Especially if it's come to this, she added, her voice dripping with meaning and intention. I just looked at her. I knew that I needed to make my decision, but this didn't make it any easier. On the one hand, Stacy was potentially carrying my child, but on the other hand, my mate was in the hospital because of me. I sighed heavily and sat down on the ground, feeling like a petulant child who was being told off, when in actual fact it was anything but that was happening. I had to think about my pack as well as the unborn child Stacy was carrying. That child would be an alpha when it grew up and heir to the pack. If it was mine, that was. It would also take over the leadership when the time was right for me to retire. Stacy was trying her best. In fact, although she might have attempted to seduce me several times, she hadn't pressured me otherwise. Amber was the one who had wanted me to make a decision, who had constantly argued with me over it until I'd felt forced to use my alpha tone on her. But how do you pick one over the other? How do you be rational when your mate bond is begging you to choose your mate? That when you make a choice, you find yourself tethered to the other person forever? It wasn't just a simple mistake you made. It was something that would entail a lifetime of either happiness or misery. Stacy quietly joined me, and I inhaled sharply, recognizing her familiar perfume that smelled of roses and honeysuckle. It was such a unique perfume, and yet it suited her immensely. It was also very tantalizing. I sniffed it appreciatively as she drew her knees up. Listen, Rowan, she murmured. We've had our differences, you and I, but until I cheated on you, we did love each other, didn't we? She wasn't wrong, I conceded. We had loved each other, and it had been a shock to find her cheating on me. But right now, I didn't want to think about that. I didn't want to think about Amber lying helplessly in a hospital bed. I just wanted to feel something again, anything, to distract me from my pain. Please, God, Rowan, she begged. I need you inside of me. That was, she panted, amazing, Rowan. I felt satisfied, forgetting all about Amber and my problems in that instant, concentrating on Stacy and how awesome she had just made me feel. She smiled at me tentatively and rolled over so that she could face me better. She looked stunned and a little bewildered. Do I take it, she said very slowly, that you've made a decision? I closed my eyes in resignation. God help me, but I had made my decision and it was right in front of me. I opened my mouth and said the words I knew she was waiting to hear. Yes. Amber POV. I felt the pain first. The most crippling sensation in my abdomen and stomach. The cramping was excruciating, and I doubled over, my mother, of course, rushing to my side as I cried out in pain. What's the matter? Asked my mother anxiously, as I clutched at my stomach in disbelief. I don't know, I moaned, but it hurts. My mother looked concerned as she poked her head out into the hallway and summoned a doctor. A female doctor came waltzing in, took one look at me, and immediately rushed toward the ultrasound machine. Do you think there's something wrong with the baby? I panted, feeling panicked. The doctor tried to give me a reassuring smile. I'm sure it's nothing, but I'm concerned about the pain you are clearly in. Let's double-check that everything is fine, shall we? She said breezily. She pulled the ultrasound machine over and plugged it in, putting gel on the probe as I slowly pulled up the hospital gown to expose my stomach. Gel will be cold, she warned, and then without further ado, she placed the probe on my stomach and began to move it around as I writhed in pain on the bed. The pain was getting worse, so painful that it brought tears to my eyes. I stared at the image on the machine, willing my baby to be okay. The doctor frowned as she too looked at the image. I waited on tenterhooks for her to speak, not sure what I was looking at. "Your baby seems to be fine," the doctor said reassuringly. "When did the pain start?" "A few minutes ago," my mother interjected, stroking my forehead in an effort to keep me calm. "Where is the pain?" she asked, still holding onto the probe. "My abdomen and stomach," I wheezed, the pain coming in waves. The doctor bit her lip, but my mother was looking suspicious now. "Do you have a mate?" the doctor said finally, unable to look me in the eyes. I frowned, wondering about the question. "Yes," I admitted. "Why?" "Because that pain means that he's cheating on you," my mother said grimly as the doctor reluctantly put the probe away, leaving my stomach a sticky, oozy mess. She handed me some towels to wipe myself as I curled into the fetal position. "You mean that he's sleeping with someone else?" I whispered, shocked, but not overly so. It looked like Alpha Rowan, the miserable bastard, had made his decision, but the least he could have done was reject me first so that I didn't have to feel the pain of him sleeping with Stacy. "Precisely," stormed my mother. "I'm going to give him a piece of my mind when I see him again." I shook my head. "Don't bother, I was planning on leaving him anyway. I want a mate that loves and adores me, and this Alpha Rowan isn't who I want." My mother looked incredibly sad. "I'm so sorry, Amber, for everything. This is all mine and your father's fault." I took a deep breath while the doctor began to hook something up in my IV. "This will help with the pain, but it will only make it fade, not go away completely," the doctor murmured. "I'm sorry, but all we can do is make you comfortable." I nodded miserably, wondering how long this pain was going to last. Thankfully, whatever the doctor gave me seemed to take effect straight away, and I could feel the pain, but at a much lower level. "I need to leave," I told my mother, and the doctor objected, pointing to the IV. "Give it at least 10 minutes, and then we can pull it out." But I was determined. I wanted to leave while Rowan was busy with Stacy. "Where are you going to go?" asked my mother anxiously. I gave her a sad smile. "I don't know. I'm thinking of maybe traveling for a bit, maybe going to some other packs and see if I can find one to call home." "You could come back home?" Mother suggested quietly. I shook my head. "That pack has never been home to me, Mother. I want somewhere that I feel accepted as who I am. Just because I have a wolf doesn't mean I'll be treated any differently. I'll always be seen as an undesirable in the pack, Mother, so please understand what it is I want." I felt incredibly guilty, but my mother just looked thoughtful, rather than sad. "I think I might go stay with your sister and Darius for a while. Your father wouldn't dare try to go after me again, not there, and Luna Marion has always been a good friend to me," she muttered. "Especially since I plan on serving your father with divorce papers." I was proud of her. I knew it couldn't have been easy to come to that decision, but she'd made it all on her own. I hoped father would show good sense to leave her alone, but I felt she would be in safe hands with Darius and Sophie, not to mention she would be able to help them with the baby when it came. The doctor quietly left the room. I took a few deep breaths and then tore the IV out. The pain came back but was less than it had been previously. Good, maybe Rowan was finished with sleeping with Stacy. I didn't harbor any ill feelings towards either of them, although part of me was annoyed about Rowan not rejecting me first. After all, if Stacy was having his child, then it was only natural that he would have chosen her rather than his mate. He had responsibilities, but so did I. The difference was that I would be raising my child alone should I fail to find a second-chance mate, or a mate who, like Rowan, did not want to raise another man's child. "Amber," said a shocked voice from the doorway, and I turned to see Teddy standing there, leaning weakly against the doorway. "What on earth are you doing here?" I gave him a grim smile. I didn't harbor any hatred or contempt towards the man at all, despite what his son was doing to me. "You know we could heal him. All you have to do is what you did last time. Imagine a white ball coming from the palm of your hand and directing it towards his chest. You can heal his leukemia." "That's great. Why can't I heal the pain I'm currently feeling then?" "Because it's due to the mate bond. Once you've rejected Rowan, you won't feel it any longer." I motioned towards Teddy to come closer, and he did, plinking himself on the edge of the bed, my mother looking at him a bit askance. "Mother, this is Teddy. Teddy, this is my mother," I said quietly, introducing them to each other. Teddy is Rowan's father. It's a pleasure to meet you, Teddy said softly, shaking my mother's hand. My mother, despite her anger, was charmed by the man in spite of herself. She gave him a tentative smile. I closed my eyes and began to concentrate. Teddy, I need you to hold still, I told him sternly, and felt, rather than saw, him nod his head in acknowledgement. I felt the warmth of the healing power come through me and into the palm of my hand, creating a small globe of white energy. Teddy gave an astonished gasp as I directed it straight into his chest before he could move, concentrating and imagining all of him healed from the disease currently taking his life. I could feel tingles through my spine and felt Teddy remain still, as though stunned by what I was doing. I stopped and opened my eyes, to see Teddy's own eyes clearer and sharper than I had ever seen them. "What did you just do?" he stammered, looking at me in awe. "I healed you," I told him quietly. He looked so much better already, color coming into his face and his limbs no longer shaky. There was a broad smile on his face and his eyes were twinkling. He looked well. "I didn't know you possessed that ability," gasped Mother, and I shrugged, looking at her nonchalantly. "I'd prefer to keep it on the down low," I told them both, and Teddy nodded, while my mother looked nonplussed. I'm sure she was questioning why I wanted to keep such a thing secret, but the last thing I needed was to be used by people for my healing ability. Surely she would understand that. "I gotta go," I mumbled wildly, pulling out the IV and quickly healing the wound. I got to my feet and staggered slightly, Teddy rushing to my side, while Mother let out a quick gasp. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "You could leave when you're feeling better." But I wanted to leave while Rowan was busy. I shook my head and walked to the doorway, Mother walking quietly behind me now, sensing my determination. I gave Teddy a hug goodbye. "I'll see you again," he promised me, and I just nodded with a smile. I did hope to see him again. Despite Rowan, I actually adored his father. Mother took my arm and led me out of the hospital and towards the grounds, a pensive look on her face. "What are you going to do for clothes?" she asked me rather desperately. I sensed she wanted to keep me here and was coming up with any excuse to bring it about. "I'll steal some if I have to," I answered confidently, "but I plan on being in my wolf form for as long as possible and heading south to the next pack." "Mother, I'm more worried about you," I told her honestly. She sighed. "I'll be fine. It's the parents' job to worry about their children, not the other way around. Go straight to Sophie and Darius's, Mother. I wouldn't hang around once I've left. I don't know how angry Rowan is going to get," I muttered, my hand protectively over my stomach, which was only now beginning to stop the cramping. "Like I care whether he's angry or not," my mother hissed. "Considering that he cheated on you, he'd be a damn to try and get mad at me." I admired her spirit. Since she left Father, she's been showing a lot more spunk and attitude. I liked it. She wasn't letting Father hold her back anymore, and she was more willing to express her opinions. "All right, let's do this," I muttered to myself, feeling slightly uneasy. I peered through the trees and sniffed, but there was no scent or smell of either Stacy or Rowan, which meant they could be anywhere. Hopefully, they weren't in the forest. I turned and gave my mother a hug, and she hugged me back tightly. "I love you," she whispered in my ear, and I closed my eyes, not wanting to let go, but knowing I needed to. "I love you too, Mother," I whispered back, and then reluctantly let go of her. I began to pull off my hospital gown as Mother watched wide-eyed. "Lilac, it's time we got the hell out of here. I know, but this will hurt, no matter how you look at it. But you're right, we deserve so much better than this. We shouldn't be a second option for anyone. Damn right, we need to be a priority, not someone who's easily dismissed by our mate. Let's get going." We shifted into our white wolf and gave Mother one last searching glance, and then we were off, our paws thudding through the forest, dodging debris and fallen branches, the wind in our fur darting back and forth until we reached the boundary line. Only then did I shift back so that I could utter the words that would finally let me be free. "I, Amber Henderson, reject you, Alpha Rowan Craven, as my mate, now and forevermore." The sound of a wolf howling in the distance made me shift back to my wolf form, and then, taking a deep breath, Lilac and I jumped over the boundary line and headed towards the next pack, leaving my ex-mate in the distance, King Stefan. I crept closer towards the location, my feet barely hitting the ground, the wind in my hair and face. I was faster than I'd ever been, and I had yet to see a trap of some sort. I really hoped that Dylan was managing to cover my absence without being questioned by the council too much. The map was clutched in my hand tightly, but I barely needed it, having memorized the map's coordinates. The scenery passed by in a blur, the sun going down. I debated whether to make a stop or to continue in the darkness. After all, vampires can see clearly at nighttime, far better than shifters. I wanted to keep going, though, the children relying on me to save them. I couldn't bear the thought of them spending another night separated from their parents, even if Dylan and I had not managed to find said parents before I left. I slowed down, wanting to be far more cautious, walking slowly now, my eyes scanning the dark forest. The coordinates led to a large cave, and I could see what looked like two children in a homemade cage, restrained by shackles and chains to prevent their escape. There were no guards. That in itself was highly suspicious. I looked around but could see no evidence of anyone, nor could I smell the scent of rogues nearby. There was a little boy and a girl sitting in the cage. Both had blonde hair and blue eyes, and it seemed like they might be twins. The girl's hair was all matted. The pigtails she had were loose and dirty, and her clothes were slightly torn and ripped. The boy was not in much better shape. His hair too was dirty, and his face was. His clothes were even more torn up and disheveled than his sister's, that is, if they were brother and sister. Their facial features were almost identical. They were sobbing, and the sound drifted up toward me, causing me to wince. It made my heart feel broken to hear them. How long had they been captured for? How long had they been missing? I was careful, sliding my feet along, avoiding the leaves and debris, and trying not to make a sound that might give me away. There were no fires, no flames, nothing to help in the way of light or keep the creatures at bay. I managed to make my way to the back of the cage and held up a finger towards my lips, indicating that both children should keep quiet. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The boy hurriedly nodded, while the girl merely stared at me. "Shh," I murmured quietly. "What's your name, little ones?" The boy hesitated and then spoke, so softly that my ears had to strain to hear it. "I'm Corey," he said shyly, and the little girl piped up with Carrie. "Are you both brother and sister?" They nodded. "Where are your parents?" They looked confused by that answer. "We don't have any," Corey said with a bewildered look on his adorable face. My heart sank. That meant that these two had to have been stolen from an orphanage or something. I began to test the branches of the cage. They weren't too strong, in fact, they were no match for my strength, but they would make a hell of a lot of noise when I broke them into small pieces. "Where is the person who brought you here?" I asked softly, moving around to peer into their eyes. Both looked about to cry, and I fervently hoped they wouldn't. "Don't know," Carrie whispered, sucking on her thumb. The brother nodded his agreement. "Great. Had they just been left here?" That didn't make sense to me. This was a trap. I was certain of it. "Well, Carrie, Corey, I'm going to get you out of here," I promised thickly. I sniffed once more, determining there was no one nearby. With a shrug, I began to pull hard at the thick branches, bending them down like they were nothing more than small twigs and sending them flying across the forest floor. I ripped the chains off the children, and they gave a small cry, hugging me profusely. Then I stiffened as I heard someone's voice behind me. "I guess you were right, Alpha Gordon." "He went straight for the children and ignored the fact we were surrounded," scoffed the voice. I quickly let go of the children, who were looking terrified, and straightened my shoulders, turning around. I was greeted by none other than the Alpha Rogue, who must be Gordon, who looked immensely satisfied to see me. "King Stefan," he greeted me cordially. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "I wish I could say the same thing," I snarled, eyeing the Alpha. He was huge, with broad shoulders and muscled arms. He had long, shaggy brown hair and beard, and his skin was tanned from being outdoors. He looked like a Viking warrior or something. That's how tall he was. I felt my mouth go dry just looking at him. He was surrounded by several other men, most looking tall and impressive, but some in a state of starvation. Clearly, these ones he found to be expendable, I thought to myself, as they were the weaker shifters. Even as rogues, they looked like they were easy to take care of. Jordan, snapped Alpha Gordon, motioning towards the man who had said his name, a scraggly-looking dude with unbleached blonde dreads and dark brown eyes, tan skin, and stout-looking. He resembled more of a surfer guy than he did a rogue, and it made me wonder absently how the two of them had met. "Get the children," snarled Alpha Gordon. I put both children behind me. "No, the agreement was that you would let them go if I came and I did as you asked." Alpha Gordon cackled. "You think that I would take your word for it? There's no way I'm going to lay bets you'll do everything I ask," he sneered. But I wasn't going to let them take the children. Instead, I turned to them both, watching them as they stared wide-eyed. They would have to take their chances in the forest. With luck, I would be right behind them. "Run," I muttered under my breath, and they seemed to understand. Corey grabbing hold of Carrie's hand and tugging her along with him. Jordan let out a roar and went towards them, and I punched him, hard in the face, making him stumble backward and giving the children a chance to escape. I immediately went on the offensive, running over and kicking and punching the men attempting to grab the children, fighting for all I was worth. I wasn't a king for nothing. One of them I drained completely dry of blood as I held him by the neck, gasping for air as Alpha Gordon watched me with narrowed eyes. He did not look pleased with how everything was going. Jordan came running towards me, and I tackled him, both of us rolling over and over on the ground, my fangs protruding as I bit him in the neck. He swatted me away and got to his feet, kicking out and missing as I dodged to the side and got up, my eyes now glowing red in my anger. I spared a glance over my shoulder. Over half the men had been taken down, and the other half looked hesitant to approach me. There was no sign of Alpha Gordon, but I could hear the kids' running footsteps as they got further and further away. They were safe then. I heaved a sigh of relief and then moved toward Jordan, who raised his fists at me. Thwack! I got a good hit on the side of his head, and he gave a low growl and then shifted into his wolf form. Great, this was just the beginning then. He raced towards me, his claws glinting in the moonlight, and I raced towards a nearby tree, climbing up and then throwing myself down on his back as he let out a loud roar, trying frantically to get me off of him. The other men shifted as well, and I grimaced. I might be a royal vampire, but there were more than half a dozen wolves now, and the odds definitely weren't in my favor. I went flying off Jordan's back and hit a tree trunk hard enough that it went flying on its side. I was lucky not to be impaled on one of its branches. I rolled and got back to my feet, watching the wolves as they approached me in a circle, effectively cutting me off from escape. I pondered what to do, and was about to jump up high when I heard a strange whirring noise come towards me, and then felt a slight sting in my thigh. I glanced down in puzzlement to see a dart embedded there. I glanced back up quickly and saw Alpha Gordon standing there with a tranquilizer gun, a smirk on his face. He slowly lowered the gun down as the shifters growled, still in their positions. What the f*** had he used on me? My limbs began to feel heavy, and I felt myself topple sideways, hitting the forest floor hard. My limbs felt like they wouldn't move, no matter how hard I tried, and I could feel my airway becoming constricted. Vampires, luckily, don't need to breathe oxygen as shifters do. Otherwise, I was certain I'd be unconscious by now. As it was, all I could do was stare mutely up at the shifters, as they made way for their alpha, who stepped past them all, a wide grin on his face. "Finally," he breathes, "finally I have you in your blood. You will heal me, and all will be right," he said cryptically. I sniffed once more and was bewildered. Why couldn't I sense his wolf? He was an alpha, he gave off that aura, but I couldn't smell or sense his wolf at all, almost as though he didn't have one. But then, how had he gotten all these shifters to be loyal to him without one? It made no sense. My eyelids were beginning to flutter closed. Alpha Gordon chuckled lightly under his breath. "You should see how pathetic you look," he hissed. "Such a weakling of a vampire. I expected more from you," he commented sourly. I said nothing. My mouth opened and closed, but not a single noise was I able to utter. He bent over me and I felt another prick, this time in my arm, my eyes glancing down involuntarily to see a needle drawing blood. Fuck. My blood was potent, stronger than the average vampire, and could be used for all sorts of things. I imagined he wanted it for its healing abilities. but I couldn't see him using it on his lackeys, etc. He wanted the blood for himself, but what did he need to be healed? It had to be some sort of tumor or disease that was eating away at him, for he looked fine on the outside. The needle withdrew from my arm and I grimaced as the alpha stood up and then quietly injected himself with the blood right in front of my eyes. I hissed, seeing his eyes glow red for a moment. The fool didn't know what he had just done. With that much blood, he would not only heal whatever was ailing him, but he would turn half vampire as well. Maybe that had been his intention, though. I swore silently under my breath. He began to convulse as his men looked on shocked before he fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. For a moment there was nothing but silence, and then I heard Jordan's voice. "All right, everyone, leave Alpha Gordon alone. Get the Vampire King and restrain him. You know what to do." I felt myself being lifted up by several arms, and then moved toward the cave. As we reached the cave, I closed my eyes in resignation, unable to fight the sedative I'd been given and passing out unconscious before they could restrain me. Amber POV. I was running through the forest in my wolf form when I came upon two children running away from another shifter, although this one was a rogue. I pounced on the rogue just before it could tackle the little girl to the ground, pinning it down and growling. The little girl, with messy blonde hair, and her friend or brother, who had the same sort of facial features, continued to run as I backed away from the rogue with its glowing red eyes and snarl on its face. I had the feeling the rogue was none too happy with me, but I didn't care. "Run, Corey." I could hear the little girl's voice behind me, shrieking, and I was distracted for a moment, the other wolf trying to take the opportunity to tackle me to the ground, slashing and clawing away. I gave a small hiss as his claws made contact with me, causing a large gash on my side. I got to my feet and backed away slowly, dodging to the side as it went to tackle me again. I turned and ran, in the opposite direction of the children, leading the rogue away from them. It followed me, its paws thudding loudly behind me as I continued to sprint, wanting as much distance between the rogue and the children as possible. God willing, when this was all over, I would go back and find the children safe from harm. I heard a low growl in front of me and stopped short, another rogue coming out from behind the trees. It jumped, and I met it in midair, tackling it to the ground and clawing rapidly at it, causing it to yelp as several long gashes formed on its hindquarters. The wolf behind me jumped and rolled me to the ground, biting down on my neck as I kicked out and sent it flying into the nearest tree, its body hitting the trunk of it with a large thud. It fell to the ground snarling, and I warily looked back and forth between the two. We can take them. We just need to be more cautious of them attacking together. I'm trying to be, but rogues are not exactly the easiest to take down, Lilac. I know, child, so be careful. Don't forget about the children back there. We need to keep them safe as well. At least the rogue's not chasing them anymore. With luck, they might manage to make it to the next pack. We can only hope so, child. I began to run again, dodging past trees and fallen branches, the other wolves struggling to keep up with my speed. As I ran, I healed the gash in my side, the blood from it staining my pure white fur. Then I skidded to a complete halt as several other wolves came out of the woods, all rogues, all growling lowly at me. I could maybe take out 2 or 3, but there was at least a half a dozen or more. I was a goner, and even Lilac was silent now, apprehensive and fully aware of the danger we were in. I sensed an alpha and turned my head to see one of the biggest men I'd ever seen step out from a cave, his lips curled back in a smile as he spotted me. He looked like he couldn't believe his luck. A white wolf, he chortled, and just the one we were going to go after, no less. "Can you believe it?" he cried out to the other wolves, who all stepped around each other to form a circle around me. I tensed, waiting for the inevitable, but it didn't come. None of them were attacking for some strange reason. "Shift," the alpha said, looking tired and drained. I wondered about the paleness of his complexion. The man looked like a Viking, with his shaggy hair and beard, not to mention the tallness of his body. I hesitated. He hadn't used his alpha tone, but then he didn't really need to, did he? Not when I was surrounded by his companions, who all looked at me eagerly, looking more than ready to fight if it came down to that. I wasn't pleased, but I felt like I had no choice, and while they all watched, I shifted into my naked form, standing there shivering. I glared up at the alpha rogue, who looked unrepentant. "So you're the white wolf," he boomed. "We've been watching you, waiting to take you, and instead, you come running straight to us." He frowned and glared at the other wolves, who were staring wildly at me with their glowing red eyes. "Back off," he snapped, motioning to them. Several wolves did as he asked, while another one shifted into a male form, a man with blonde dreadlocks and a beard, who looked like someone who enjoyed surfing, rather than being a rogue. It was not something I'd expected to see, and judging by the way he strode straight towards the alpha rogue, he was his right-hand man because he didn't seem to fear the alpha at all. "Alpha Gordon," said the man. "What would you have us do with her?" he asked. The man stroked his beard. "Place her in the cave as well. She might need some influencing to do what I require of her," he added as I glared at them both hatefully. Part of me considered making a run for it, but glancing around, the rogues were still in eyesight, and I wasn't about to test their patience. "Lilac, what do you suppose he wants with us?" "I don't know, but do you sense something strange about this alpha? Try and smell him and you'll see what I mean. Maybe that's the reason he's so desperate to have us." "We mustn't do it though, child. No matter what. Do you hear me? We cannot give in to his demands. It would make him far more dangerous than he already is." I stopped speaking to Lilac and concentrated, sniffing towards Alpha Gordon, who was muttering something to this other fellow, and blinked in confusion. Why couldn't I sense his wolf? I could sense his aura, and he was most definitely an alpha, but there was no wolf to be had. Is this why he needed me? Because of the power I contained to bring his wolf to the surface. Lilac was right. If I did that, this man would be even more dangerous, and there was no telling that he would let go of me afterward. I heard yelling and screaming behind me and glanced over my shoulder, disheartened to see the two little children I'd tried so desperately to save, in a rogue's grasp as they kicked and struggled. "Let go," the little girl was screaming, her face all bunched up. The little boy was kicking for all he was worth and frantically trying to reach for his sister's hand. "Carrie," he was yelling, and it broke my heart to hear them, let alone see both children being handled so roughly. "Let them go," I snarled, and Alpha Gordon laughed at the angry expression on my face. "Or what?" he mocked me. "Something tells me that having these children would be a benefit on my part, especially if you refuse to do what I want," he added. I felt something sting my leg and looked down to see a dart embedded in my thigh. My mouth opened and closed in shock. I couldn't believe it, but his crony had shot me with a tranquilizer dart. Alpha Gordon looked annoyed as he glared at the surfer dude. "Jordan, that wasn't necessary, he growled. "Now I'll have to wait for the little bok to wake up to do what I want." Jordan just shrugged, not looking sorry at all. So much for being afraid of the alpha, I thought to myself woozily. These two were like frenemies. "It's only for a short time," Jordan said shortly, "and the little gave me what for earlier and injured me." Alpha Gordon rolled his eyes. "You could have gotten her to heal, you dumbass," he pointed out. Now Jordan looked frustrated. He clearly hadn't thought about that. "What do you want with me?" I stammered, staggering slightly where I stood. The rogue holding the boy and girl disappeared into the cave, their screams and yelling slowly fading away. "Isn't it obvious?" asked Alpha Gordon with a smirk. "I want you to give me my wolf, my dear." I shook my head at him, feeling woozy. "I won't do it," I mumbled, my mouth feeling dry like cotton balls. "You're evil." He walked closer to me as I dropped to one knee on the ground, trying desperately to keep myself upright. There was a knowing smile on the bastard's face. "You won't have a choice," he said softly, bending to speak into my ear as I shuddered at the feeling of his breath. "Not if you want to save those two children," he threatened. I felt nauseous, unable to speak to Lilac. I'd been dosed with wolfsbane, I realized in horror, which explained the sedating effects and not being able to communicate with my wolf. My other knee fell to the ground so that I was kneeling, and Alpha Gordon reached forward and grabbed a lock of my hair, twining it around his finger and forcing my face upwards to look at him. "You know," he mused, "you're rather pretty with that red hair and green eyes of yours. I imagine you are quite fierce and proud as well," he added. I shivered. I didn't like him calling me pretty. I would rather he thought I was ugly. He leaned down and, still using my hair to hold my head in place, mashed his lips against mine as I struggled with futility against him. His lips were rough, coarse, and he plundered the inside of mine without mercy as I gagged. It felt like a lifetime as he kissed me, my body growing weaker by the moment, until finally he pulled back and surveyed me. "You tasted delicious," he purred, motioning towards Jordan, who moved to scoop me up in his arms. I tried to kick, to punch, but it was hopeless. The wolfsbane had well and truly taken effect. I felt helpless and vulnerable, carried in Jordan's surprisingly strong arms. "Take her to the cave and tie her up," boomed Alpha Gordon, "and make sure that she can't get away." The cave was dark as we entered, and I blinked my eyes as they became accustomed to the darkness. Up ahead, I could hear the children sobbing as we walked, Jordan not saying a word. We rounded a corner, and Jordan stopped in his tracks as my eyes widened in disbelief. Ahead of us, chained to some bolts in the wall, was the most beautiful man I had ever seen. He wasn't a shifter, for I couldn't smell a wolf with him, but he was glorious to behold. Slightly pale, with brown auburn hair and dark brown eyes that were almost black. He also smelt incredible, like apples and cinnamon, my favorite dessert being apple pie. I sniffed appreciatively and watched the man's eyes suddenly widen as he took me in, his eyes suddenly a blazing red color. Jordan placed me down next to the man, who began to tug rather wildly at the chains holding him in place. "Cut it out," snarled Jordan. "Christ, what's gotten into you?" he snapped, shaking his head. I knew what had come over him because I had the same feeling as I stared at the man who was chained. It physically hurt to look at him tied up, and I would have done anything to free him if I hadn't been drugged and useless. The man's mouth opened, and he let out a ferocious growl that echoed throughout the cave. Jordan proceeded to tie me up to some more bolts in the cave, restraining my hands and ankles together. I tried to resist, but couldn't move in the end, and was forced to concede. He kicked me, hard in the ribs, eliciting a gasp from me and another low growl from the man, which I had just realized was a vampire of all things. "Do that to her again, and you're a dead man," he hissed at Jordan, who looked confused. "Why do you care?" he snapped. "Don't," my eyes begged the man. "Don't tell him that we're mates. He'll only find a way to use it against us." The man's mouth opened, and I cringed, but he closed it, having seen the warning look in my eyes. My eyelids began to flutter, and I lay down on the ground, unable to move far, feeling incredibly weak. The man looked down at me with a grim expression on his face as my eyes finally closed, the sound of the children weeping, the last thing I heard before darkness claimed me. Sophie POV. "I know you're seeing someone else. You're out at all hours of the night, you reek of her perfume, and you smell like shucks. I'm not stupid, you know that, Darius. So who is she?" I demanded, feeling hysterical. My hands clenched into fists, and I could feel myself gritting my teeth. I was beside myself. Even though I thought things had been going well, with Darius claiming that he adored me, the fizzle had gone out of our relationship somewhat. It was like he had grown bored of me or something, whereas I still loved him something fierce. I ran a hand through my disheveled blonde hair, feeling partly crazed. Darius glowered at me. We were standing in the middle of the forest, where no one could hear us arguing, especially his mother, Luna Marian, and Alpha John. I didn't want his family to know that something was wrong, but in hindsight, maybe they should know. They could at least rein him back, whereas he took no notice of anything I said. "It's none of your business," he growled, "and I'm not cheating on you," he denied, but his face gave it away. I could always tell when he was lying, and he was lying to my face right now. It was blatantly obvious. "It is my business," I told him heatedly. "We're married, Darius. Doesn't that mean anything to you? We made vows to love and cherish each other," I added, feeling hurt and somewhat puzzled by his attitude. Was I not enough for him? Didn't he care about the promises we had made to each other? Where was it all going wrong? He looked at me with eyes so piercing that I flinched in reaction. "We got married because you trapped me. Remember, Sophie? I love you, but to be stuck with you for the rest of my life," he said bitterly, "when it should have been Amber." My heart dropped. So he was still in love with my sister. I shouldn't have been surprised. But after the honeymoon we'd had and the way we had been loving each other, I thought for sure he'd gotten over my sister. After all, he'd promised to give me a chance, hadn't he? Until death did us part. Or had he been such a clever liar that I had fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker? I have done everything I can to make it up to you, I whispered shakily, gesturing with my hands. I've loved you since we were small, Darius. What do I have to do to prove that to you? I would do anything, anything at all, if it meant that he loved me. No matter how much he degraded me or humiliated me, I was willing to do whatever it took to keep him with me by my side. It doesn't matter if you love me, he sneered, an ugly look on his face as I backed away slowly. I've been trying to pretend to be someone I'm not, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of trying to be the perfect husband and the perfect understanding ex-boyfriend. I want the child Amber is carrying, and I want her, not you. As for the cheating, well, it's a darn sight better than having to sleep with you, more exciting for a start. I flinched from the malice dripping from his voice, so the pain I had been feeling had been when he had been cheating on me. My mouth gaped open at the anger that Darius was exhibiting toward me. Darius, your mother won't be happy to hear about you cheating, I accused, rather foolishly, my heart thudding wildly in my chest. Had he forgotten we were going to be the future Alpha and Luna of the pack, for heaven's sake? His mother would have a coronary if she discovered Darius was cheating on me. He drew himself up straight. You wouldn't be so stupid as to tell her, he boomed. You're an Sophie, if you think that's going to get me to stop. I sucked in a breath. So our marriage vows mean nothing to you, I accused, pointing a finger at him. They were just empty words and empty promises, I thought sadly to myself. He shook his head at me. I tried to be what you wanted, what my mother and father expected of me, and all it has done is make me miserable, he scoffed, running a hand through his shaggy hair. I won't keep pretending everything is fine. Maybe for a little while I convinced myself that I adored you, but now I despise you again. I hate feeling trapped. I stared at him miserably. I can't believe this, Darius, you asshole, I told him, feeling stricken. If you think that you're stuck, how do you think I feel? He laughed out loud at that fact. You're the one who instigated all this. He snapped, planning on seducing me and having your parents find us together. That was your idea, so if you feel trapped, then you only have yourself to blame, he roared as I cringed away from him. Birds, frightened by the loud noises, took flight from their perches and flew hastily away. I didn't know what to do. Gone was the Darius I knew, and now, standing in front of me was a complete stranger, one who was glaring at me with hatred and contempt in his eyes. I closed my eyes, feeling a tear trickle down my cheek. How would you like it if I cheated on you? I choked out, grasping at straws. His eyes narrowed. Do it, he invited me, spreading his arms out wide. If you can find someone willing to sleep with you. Something tells me that most men aren't going to want to sleep with a pregnant woman. Besides which, that would make you a slut, something I already know you are. I gasped. I am not a slut, I snarled, and you're nothing but a man whore, I spluttered. He grinned. I'm not denying that. So what if I am? The truth hurts, doesn't it, Sophie? He mocked. He was right. It did hurt. It hurt knowing that I was still coming off as second best to Amber and to anyone he was cheating on me with. It hurt knowing I wasn't enough for him. It hurt knowing I had given my heart to someone who had ripped it out of my chest and stomped on it. My lip quivered. Why couldn't I have just once come out on top? I hadn't seen this coming, at least not initially. I thought with the baby on the way that Darius would be faithful to me, that everything was behind us, and now this. My heart felt like it was torn in two. I wasn't going to stand for this. I wiped the tears from my eyes and stared at Darius, hard. You're going to stop what you're doing and stop cheating on me, I said haughtily and with confidence. I was going to make him stop, whether he liked it or not. He sneered at me. What if I don't want to? He asked slowly, moving forwards and his head at me. What are you going to do about it, Sophie? How are you going to make me stop? I frowned at him. I'll tell your mother. Luna Marian will be on my side. Do you really think she would condone your cheating? What happened to wanting to be the alpha of the pack? Do you really think your parents would have you take over after this? He stopped smiling now and looked disgusted with me. "So you want to go and tattle to my mother," he said unconcerned. "You always were a goody two-shoes," he spat out. "And I'm willing to bet that they'll still make me alpha if you weren't in the picture." I was puzzled by what he meant by this. His arm shot out and I felt a sharp stinging pain against my left cheek where he slapped me hard. I cried out in pain. He chuckled lowly under his breath. "How does that feel?" he taunted, pushing me hard so that I stumbled. My hand shot to my abdomen protectively as I staggered backward, almost falling over my own 2 feet. "Stop, Darius," I pleaded, feeling panicked. My breathing was haggard and heavy as I fought the urge to run, not wanting to give the bastard the satisfaction of seeing how scared I was of him. This was a complete stranger to me. He ignored my pleas. "You little b***," he hissed, advancing on me as I stepped back a few paces. He shoved me hard, and I fell to my knees, sobbing now. "You think you can just push me around to get what you want? I don't answer to you," he roared, and his leg kicked out, getting me right in the stomach as my mouth opened in a blood-curdling scream. I felt the rippling pain across my stomach, and even he knew he'd gone too far as he turned and strode away without a second glance. The pain was excruciating. My mouth opened and closed in a scream as I felt something trickling down my legs. Blood, and a lot of it. I screamed out for help, but no one came. I lay in a fetal position, whimpering, unable to move, frightened out of my wits. I sobbed constantly, my hands wrapped around my stomach, feeling nausea and vomiting. I lay there for hours, darkness coming over me, the blood constantly flowing between my legs as I lost the child I had been carrying. I could feel myself becoming limp, my eyes closing in resignation. What had I done? I should never have approached Darius in the first place, but never in my wildest dreams would I have ever imagined him to be this capable of cruelty. I thought he was the one, the man I would be married to for the rest of my life. Instead, now I lay there, feeling myself grow cold, my heart beginning to pound wildly in my chest. I welcomed the darkness, feeling my life draining away, despite my wolf trying to urge me to fight, to let it heal me. But I didn't want to be healed. I wanted to die. I couldn't see what was worth living for. To see Darius again would merely be cruel, and I couldn't bear to look upon his face once more, not when he was the reason I had just lost our baby. I knew I was hemorrhaging, and I celebrated, rejoicing that soon I would be gone from this earth and no longer left to love someone who would never love me back. The only thing that caused me bitterness is that Darius would never be punished for what he did. No doubt, this would be thought of as an accident. I also regretted not being able to warn Amber about him. Now that I was gone, I knew he would be going after Amber and the baby. I just hope that she sees him for what he is. I heard a scream coming from a distance, my mother's voice crying out in shock as she knelt beside me. I blinked up at her, astonished to see her. Last I'd heard she was with Amber. She had a hand to her mouth. "Sweetheart," she whispered, "we've been looking all over for you. Let's get you to the hospital." I shook my head, now so weak I could barely speak. Still, I tried to utter the words regardless. "Must warn Amber," I tried to say, but it came out as a strangled gargle. "Ust-born Ember" instead. My mother held my hand, tears coming to her eyes, and as she looked down at me, I glanced up at the sky and let the darkness consume me. Amber POV. I woke up, my eyelids fluttering, staring up at the dark ceiling of the cave. The man who was tied down next to me smiled with relief to see me awake. "Thank God," he breathed. "Are you all right?" I frowned at him, sitting as upright as I possibly could, considering that I was restrained. "I've been better," I admitted as he shook his head, looking at his restraints with a grim expression on his face and testing them. They made a loud clattering sound as he let out a low growl of frustration. "My name's Amber," I whispered shyly. "What's your name?" He stopped moving and bowed his head. "It's King Stefan," he growled. "Stefan to you." I nodded shyly. What does one say to a mate they've only just met, and this time not under conniving circumstances? I opened my mouth to begin when I heard the Vampire King hiss, the sound of footsteps approaching. "Great," Stefan murmured. "They're back!" It was the blonde-haired, dreadlocked Jordan who approached, grinning widely. He glanced over at the Vampire King, who was now struggling widely with his chains. The children in the corner were fast asleep, tear stains on their cheeks. Evidently, they had cried themselves to sleep. I was disgusted that they would treat children this way and resolved to get the children free when I could. "Stress less," Jordan said wickedly to Stefan. "The Alpha doesn't want you, he wants her," he said firmly, pointing towards me. I sucked in a breath, knowing full well why I might be wanted by the Alpha, and I would be damned if I did what he wanted. Jordan leaned down over me and began to undo my restraints with a key. The fool was alone, to my astonishment. Perhaps he considered me to be weak due to being a female, or he thought he was safe simply because of the sheer number of shifters out there. Or maybe he thought I wouldn't have the nerve to do what I did next. My legs shot out, kicking Jordan right in the nuts. He opened his mouth to let out a howl, and I headbutted him, sending him careening backward. A roundhouse kick to the chest sent him to the wall of the cave where he hit his head and slid down to the ground unconscious. The key was on the floor, gleaming in the darkness, and I bent down to pick it up, glancing over at a very impressed mate of mine. "Well done," he growled as I hastily let him free, before going over to the children and waking them up quietly. "Come on, guys, wake up! We need to go," I cajoled them, as they both sat up and rubbed their eyes, blinking as they looked around the cave wide-eyed. "We'll be caught," the little boy, Corey, hissed at us, looking concerned and more than a little worried. His sister put her thumb in her mouth and gazed at me and Stefan in awe. "If we stay here, they could continue to hurt us," I told them quietly. "You need to come with us." "What about the other men?" Stefan spoke up, his voice grim. "That's for Amber and me to take care of. I want both of you to stay in the cave until we come back for you. Do you hear me?" I hesitated, not wanting to leave the children behind, and yet knowing it was the best plan of action. The children looked fearfully at the unconscious Jordan. I smiled at them reassuringly. "He's no threat to you anymore, see?" I told them, dragging Jordan over to the restraints and tying him up. I sadly had no clothes in which to tear off, something that Stefan seemed to realize as he dragged off his shirt and tossed it to me. I ripped a long shred of fabric off and tied a gag around Jordan's mouth so that he couldn't cry out for help should he wake up. Then I put the shirt on, relieved to see that it went down to almost my knees. Stefan was that much taller than me. "You'll really come back?" whispered the little girl. Carrie and I nodded, bending down to give them a small hug, feeling a pang in my heart. If this didn't go to plan, then I could only hope they had the common sense to make a run for it. "All right, let's go," Stefan said harshly. "They're expecting Jordan to come back with you. So let's hurry up." I blinked, coming back to my senses. I had been staring at Stefan's bare chest and the six-pack he had, like a horny schoolgirl who was ogling her mate. With a sigh, I began to follow him, tiptoeing to the edge of the cave and peering out into the sunlight. "There are at least a dozen shifters in the vicinity," Stefan hissed, pointing them out to me. "That's not the concern. The concern is," I began to say, when the alpha rogue, Gordon, filled the doorway with several men. "I see that you managed to overpower Jordan," he said snootily. "Not that it would have taken much to take him down," he added crossly. He gestured towards his men, who grabbed hold of me as I kicked and punched. Stefan dragged away at the same time. Neither of us was going to go without a fight, and I managed to take 2 men out, Stefan taking all of them out, before Alpha Gordon grabbed hold of me, dragging me out into the open as Stefan hissed at him. I mouthed the words, "Run, Stefan," at my mate, but he refused to listen, his eyes piercing as he stared at a gloating Alpha Gordon. "Let her go," he cried, and the Alpha laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "I can only think of one reason a vampire would stop to help a shifter," he declared as my heart sank, "and that's because they are mates." I kicked out, but his hand twisted in my hair, dragging me upright, my legs kicking uselessly as my hands scrabbled at the man's hands, pulling at my hair to no avail. Several shifters approached Stefan, who was watching wildly, unable to make a move without hurting him in the process. "Stefan, watch out!" I screamed as 2 shifters attacked him. Alpha Gordon turned me so that I was staring directly into his eyes. "If you want to save your mate," he said as I glanced back over my shoulder, 6 shifters now fighting Stefan, who was in the middle of it all, "then you will give me my wolf," he snarled. Stefan was fighting valiantly, but there was no way he could hold his own against 12 shifters, vampire or no vampire. But I couldn't bring myself to give this alpha rogue a wolf, not when he was so evil. His wolf would have the same temperament as him and the same cold, calculating nature. It would be a disaster in the making. I shook my head, refusing, and he grabbed hold of my arm and pulled it, dislocating my shoulder as I screamed. Stefan glanced over at me, his face paling, a look of determination on his face. He managed to take 2 more shifters down as he fought to get to me. "Give me my wolf," growled Alpha Gordon in a menacing tone. I didn't think. I shifted, and the Alpha was forced to let go of me, the dislocated arm going back into its socket during the transformation. 4 shifters surrounded the Alpha, who looked nonplussed for a moment before he took refuge behind them. "Attack her, but don't kill her," he cried, and then turned and walked away as I stared at the small group who were snarling at me, their fur raised on end. I jumped, dodging their attacks as they all tackled me head-on. One I sent flying into a nearby tree, its body crashing to the floor with a large thud. I kicked out at another one, sending it sprawling into its partner and making them both roll to the floor. The last one standing sized me up, and I leaped on its back, clawing and scratching as it frantically tried to buck me off. I bit down on its neck and severed its spinal cord, killing it instantly, and dropped to the floor, eyeing the last 3 shifters warily as they began to circle me. Stefan finished taking down the last of the shifters surrounding him and raced over to join me, jumping over the confused shifters until he stood at my side. One leaped towards us and Stefan took it head-on, while the other 2 jumped towards me simultaneously as I dodged to the side and kicked out. One went flying into the tree over, impaled on a branch, its legs weakly kicking as it stayed there, unable to dislodge itself. I hoped it died a slow and painful death. The other one, I expected to make a move. What I was not expecting was for the shifter to look around at its fallen comrades and turn tail and run. We both let it go, Stefan, standing over the last shifter that he'd killed, both of us looking around for Alpha Gordon. He came staggering out of the caves, clutching Carrie in his arms, along with a dagger. "Let her go," demanded Stefan with a menacing growl. Alpha Gordon ignored him. "I'll kill her," he shouted as Corey came racing outside towards us, his lip quivering and tears flowing from his eyes. I shifted and took him into my arms, holding him possessively as Stefan stared at Alpha Gordon with glowing red eyes that promised retribution. "Let her go," I said quietly. "You know that we'll kill you." In answer, he pulled back the girl's head and placed the dagger at her throat, slicing it a little so that blood welled up. I gasped in horror. "Stop!" I shouted as the girl began to wail and cry. She was panicking now, while Stefan was eyeing the blood and licking his lips. I was worried he might try to rush the girl. "Give me what I need," the Alpha roared, sending birds flying from their perches and into flight. I ignored the skittering of my own heart and put Corey down, pushing him toward a confused Stefan. I had an idea in the inkling of my mind, but first, the Alpha had to believe that I was feeling defeated. I forced tears to my eyes. "She's just a little girl," I yelled out, my voice sounding broken and weak. "She's done nothing to you." "I don't care," he snarled. "Not if it gets me what I want." "If I do as you ask," I shouted, ignoring Stefan, who looked at me in shock, and Corey, who was wiggling in Stefan's grasp, crying quietly. "Will you let her go?" "Of course," he answered triumphantly, believing he had me. I approached slowly, my arms out wide, walking towards the Alpha with a mouth that felt like cotton balls. God, I really hoped this worked. He continued to hold the dagger up to Carrie's throat as I reached over and touched him with my hand. "Lilac, I just want to create a white ball of power, nothing more. I want him to believe that I'm doing as he asked. Do you understand me? Do it just as if you're healing him then. Create a ball of white light in your palm and direct it onto his chest. He'll feel the warmth and think it's working." "Got it." "Let's start praying, Lilac, because I need this to work." I concentrated hard, forming a white sphere of light in my hand as the Alpha smirked at me. I noticed that he had loosened his grip in anticipation of the little girl, which is what I needed. I tentatively placed the hand with the ball onto his chest, sending the light into him as he gasped with joy. "I can feel it," he crowed. "The warmth, the magic. I can feel it." He spread his arms out, and Carrie was dropped unceremoniously to the ground. I shoved the little girl behind me, and she went running toward Corey. The second she was free, my other arm came up, grabbing his hand with the knife. We fought, as he realized too late what I was up to, and I ended up with my back against his chest, his hand with the knife going straight for me. Damn! I closed my eyes and tensed. He hissed in my ear, and then I felt the knife go into my chest. I grabbed hold of the hilt, and before he could stop me, I pushed the knife through my body until it went into his chest as well, before grabbing the knife and ripping it out. I stumbled away, in pain, Stefan rushing to my side as I fell to the ground, coughing blood. Alpha Gordon's eyes were wide open, and he was staggering sideways, blood pouring out from his wound. I prayed it was fatal as I brought up my own healing power. I directed it to myself, feeling the incredible warmth of the light as it began to knit my flesh back together. Alpha Gordon toppled to the ground. "Amber," said Stefan worriedly. "Amber, you're going to be okay, baby, I swear. I promise you everything is going to be fine," he added, stroking my hair. "So tired," I whispered, feeling my eyes beginning to close with the strain of healing myself. "I just need to rest for a little bit," I coughed. "Amber, stay with me. Don't go to sleep, Amber. Amber, Amber," he babbled, and I barely heard him, my eyes beginning to close of their own accord. The pain was fading fast, but the tiredness and the complete exhaustion caught up with me. The last thing I heard before I fell asleep was Stefan's voice one last time. "Amber." Amber POV. I couldn't open my eyes, not at first. All I could do was hear the incessant beeping sounds of machines in the room as I struggled with where I lay. What had happened? The last thing I remember was wrestling with the Alpha Rogue. Where was Stefan? I bolted upright, my eyes opening. I stared up at the ceiling and glanced around the room. I was in a large four-poster bed, with magnificent carpet on the floor and drapes on the windows. The walls were made of dark stone like I was in a castle. In the corner of the room sat Stefan, snoring lightly in a chair. Had he sat beside me this entire time, waiting for me to wake up? I went to move and saw that I was connected to an IV, ripping it out and stumbling over to Stefan, a smile on my face. I was glad to see him, but unnerved. How did we make it here? Where were the children? There were so many questions in my mind. I lightly shook Stefan, who immediately woke up, flinging his arms around me, a startled expression on his face. "Amber," he said, his voice muffled against my shoulder, his hand stroking my hair. "You're awake. How are you?" "Sore," I admitted wryly as he hurriedly stepped back from me, putting his hands in the pockets of his jeans. I was dressed in a pale pink dress, one that I wondered if he'd put on me, or if somebody else had dressed me. It must be clashing horribly with my red hair. Not that Stefan seemed to notice. I saw him look pointedly down at my eye and suck in a breath at the sight of blood trickling from the small wound where I'd ripped it out. "Sorry," I said, blushing. "I was never one to wait," I said quietly as he looked at me concerned. "You shouldn't have done that," he admonished, grabbing hold of my hand and then slowly licking the blood away. I gasped, seeing the wound beginning to heal itself. I had the presence of mind to touch my chest, seeing that there was no large gaping hole. Evidently, that meant I had managed to heal it before I was unconscious. "Is this your castle?" I asked Stefan, interested. He gave a nod, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "You could say that," he agreed before my stomach gave a large growl. "Sounds like you might be hungry," he teased. I laughed abashedly. My stomach was growling with hunger. "How long have I been out?" I asked shyly. 2 days, Stefan answered, and I blushed, looking down at myself. I must look a right mess, but he didn't seem fazed by my appearance at all. "Let's get you some food," he said quietly, and I gave a sheepish smile as he grabbed hold of my hand with a firm grasp and began to tug me out of the room. We descended the stairs, heading into the kitchen, where he made me sit down at the dining table, which was otherwise unoccupied. I studied him with interest. Was he going to cook for me? I didn't know vampires could cook, but obviously they must have been able to before becoming vampires. I wondered if he was turned or born a vampire. Did vampires eat food? He looked rather efficient in the kitchen, I have to admit. He was bustling back and forth, throwing all sorts of different ingredients in the pan. I was full of admiration as I watched him. The most delicious smell wafted towards me, and I sniffed appreciatively, blushing as my stomach gave another loud gurgle. He laughed. "Sorry it's taking a bit long," he said with a raised eyebrow, flipping over the omelet as I practically drooled. He shoved a glass of water at me, and I drank it down thirstily, Stefan refilling the glass as soon as I'd finished. 5 minutes later, he placed a steaming hot omelet in front of me. I dug in eagerly, watching his eyes twinkle as I enjoyed the food. "I hope you like it," he said as I glanced at him with my mouth full. It was delicious, one of the best omelets I have eaten. I was dismayed to see that he wasn't eating, though. "You aren't eating?" I asked, mumbling. He shook his head. "Vampires tend to prefer blood to food," he said wryly, "but on occasion we can eat normal food if we feel the occasion warrants it." Huh, you learn something new every day. Still, it was a bit disquieting, being the only one eating. I shrugged my discomfort aside and finished off the omelet, patting my stomach in satisfaction. "Delicious," I breathed gratefully. "How are you feeling now?" he asked me a bit anxiously. I frowned at him. "A little bit tired and sore. My chest hurts," I said, pointing to it, "but that's only to be expected. How did we get here?" He looked a bit sheepish. "I carried you," he blurted out. "You were unconscious the whole time, and I needed to get you medical attention, so—" He trailed off. "What about the children?" He glanced away. "They belong to an orphanage," he said softly, "and were taken in the middle of the night. We've managed to find them some adoptive parents for now, and they seem to be happy." I was glad about that. The children deserved a loving father and mother. They had seemed to be so adorable, yet so protective of each other. A man came waltzing into the room, a broad grin on his face. I eyed him with curiosity. Like Stefan, he was incredibly handsome, with dark brown eyes and hair. He looked muscled all over, but had an easygoing way about him, like nothing fazed him whatsoever. "Stefan," he greeted my mate, who gave him a wicked grin. "Avoiding the council by any chance?" he asked the other man before turning to me with a start. "This is Dylan, my best friend and confidant," he introduced me, glowering as Dylan shook my hand. "Dylan, this is my mate Amber," he finished. Dylan gave me a wink. "Course I'm avoiding the damn council, especially that pain in the ass Matthias. Christ, you'd think they would get the hint every time they have to go looking for me. Which reminds me, they are currently looking for you." He exhaled. "So I would go for a walk or something before they think about going and looking in here." I looked at Stefan, noticing the grim expression on his face. "What is the council?" I asked with interest. He sighed. "A council is made up of a bunch of elders who like to help me make decisions in regard to running the kingdom. Unfortunately, that means they seem to think they can interfere with my life as well." He turned to Dylan. "Have they said why they are looking for me?" Dylan shook his head. "Could be anything," he pointed out, grimacing. "A bunch of old-fashioned men like that could literally be about the drapes," he said with a chuckle. "Right then," Stefan said with a low growl. "A walk it is. That is if you are up for it?" he asked me, noticing that I was lightly touching my chest. I hurriedly put my hand down. "I'm up for a walk," I said eagerly, wanting to see the grounds. If it were anything like the castle, it would be magnificent. Then I had a thought. What happened to the alpha rogue after what I did to him? Please tell me he didn't survive, I said with a groan as I stood up from the table and reached automatically for Stefan's hand. He seemed pleased, sparks flying down my hands where we touched. No, Stefan denied. He died. Thank goodness, because I was more worried about you than wanting to finish him off, he muttered. He was so sweet, I thought to myself, holding hands with my mate as we walked through some back hallways and doors, eventually coming to the outside. It was a glorious day, with warm sunshine that shone down upon us, trees swaying slightly in the wind, and a clear blue sky. There were flowers everywhere, in an abundance of colors, even small patches of daisies. The castle was stunning in the background, and I wondered how they managed to keep it secret from humans. How do you keep this from humans? Stefan looked a little surprised by my question. We have a spell that makes it invisible to human beings. So far, we haven't had a single one stumble onto our territory, he said proudly. We walked in silence for a while, content to just hold each other's hands. It was a far cry from what I had been used to with Darius, who would talk nonstop mostly about himself. Plus, I liked the way he felt, the smoothness of his hand as he grasped mine. I felt nervous, though, not sure whether I should try and ask him questions about himself. As it was, I didn't get the chance to, for an older male with a white beard and silver hair stopped us in the middle of our walk, looking very indignant, putting his hands on his hip like an angry father or someone close to Stefan. "King Stefan," he hissed, "there you are. You are aware, are you not, that the council has been looking for you? Are you ignoring the council?" I looked at Stefan questionably as he squeezed my hand and drew his shoulders straight back. "Matthias," he said cordially, inclining his head to the elder, "why am I not surprised to run into you?" he muttered under his breath. "The council wishes to hold a meeting, and we cannot do it while you run around with your little slut here," he growled. I immediately stiffened at the insult. The look on Stefan's face was comical. Mine, however, was displeased as I glared at the elder, feeling extremely disrespected and tempted to rip him a new asshole. "How dare you call her a slut?" hissed Stefan, letting go of my hand and rushing forward to grab the elder by the throat. I watched passively as the elder's legs kicked around wildly, his hands grabbing at his throat, his face going purple. I didn't know they could do that. I thought, being vampires, they didn't need oxygen. It was fascinating and no more than the old bastard deserved, though. "You will apologize to my mate," Stefan said evenly, squeezing the elder's throat even tighter. Matthias scrabbled uselessly at Stefan's hands and then slumped in defeat. He glowered at me as I raised an eyebrow and folded my arms, waiting for this damn apology. "I apologize," wheezed Matthias. "Now let me go." Stefan dropped him none too gently, Matthias rubbing his throat and staring wide-eyed at his king. You, he stammered. "You've gone too far this time." "It's you who has gone too far," Stefan boomed. "Or have you forgotten who your king is? Now go and tell the council I will be there shortly, but it had better be about something important," he added as Matthias awkwardly got to his feet. We both watched the elder limp away, rubbing his throat and scowling as he walked. "Should I go to the council meeting?" I asked him, feeling nervous and shy, "because I don't mind continuing to wander the grounds while you are gone." Stefan thought about it and then sighed. "It probably involves you as well, so it makes sense for you to come with me," he pointed out with a grimace. I didn't like the sound of that. What on earth could the council possibly want with me? I hadn't done anything to put myself on their radar, except for spending time with Stefan, of course. But he was my second chance mate, and even though we were from different races, I couldn't picture myself rejecting him. He was so nice and so different from anything I'd experienced before. Not only that, but he was protective, something I very much appreciated. Up until now, he hadn't even mentioned the fact I was pregnant, and it was causing me some anxiety. Would he be upset that I was carrying someone else's child, or did that not faze him in the slightest? Rowan POV. She thought she was so clever, skipping out and deceiving me all this time. When Amber left, I felt the pain of the mate bond as it severed as she rejected me. I didn't accept it, angry that she was able to leave so easily from my pack. How had she managed to do it when I had used my alpha tone on her? I followed through the forest, careful to avoid stepping on any loose branches or twigs, avoiding the leaves so they wouldn't crunch beneath my feet as she wandered in front of me, in human form, in no hurry, glancing around her every so often as though she was nervous. As well as she should be. I wondered where she was going, but she walked with a purpose, as though aware of the direction, like she had been this way before. Like she had been this way many times before and memorized the way. Stacy was clad in a robe and in her nightgown. It was late at night, and she shivered slightly in the cold breeze, the full moon lighting the path and showing her to me clearly. She had thought I was sleeping when she got up and dressed herself, before leaving quietly through the door. I had given her a 2-minute head start, before hopping out of bed and dressing hastily, following the scent of that perfume she always seemed to wear. It was so pungent that I didn't need to be too close to her to know where she was at all times. She walked confidently, thinking herself to be alone. Eventually, we came across a large 2-story cottage on the outskirts of town. She knocked once, twice, thrice before the door opened and Stacy went inside, a small young teenage girl peering anxiously out into the darkness, as I slipped behind a tree so she couldn't see me. What on earth was Stacy up to? Why had she come here, to this place of all places? I waited, holding my breath for the door to close, which it did with a loud squeak, and then I drifted towards an open window, glancing in to see Stacy pacing back and forth, muttering something under her breath that I strained to hear. "Celia," she said, turning to the teenage girl, who stood there with her arms folded and a puzzled expression on her face. "I swear it's working. Amber is gone. Can you believe it? That little back finally left us both alone, and I didn't have to kill her to get the job done." She sounded incredulous and proud for some reason. The teenage girl raised an eyebrow. "I'd still like to know how she managed to avoid a miscarriage with the high amount of pennyroyal you gave her. There's something suspicious about that," she uttered in a hoarse voice. Stacy raised a hand in a dismissive manner. "Who cares?" she crowed. "The slut is gone and Rowan is all mine." The teenage girl sighed, looking a bit put out. "Is that all you came to tell me?" she demanded. "This late at night?" She seemed tired, also clad in a nightgown, with dark circles underneath her eyes. Stacy shook her head. "No, I came to see you as well," she argued back. "It's been a few weeks since I saw you last, and I need some more of that perfume," she added, looking nonchalant. "How much have you been using it? I only just gave you a new one. You're not wearing it every day, are you?" Celia asked with a bewildered expression on her face. "Of course I am," Stacy told her, puzzled. "Otherwise it won't work." Celia's mouth gaped open. "I told you not to remember? The effects will wear off much sooner the more Alpha Rowan is near it. Every few days I told you, so that the effects remain strong on him." "But I can't risk it wearing off," Stacy argued back. She glanced around nervously, and I ducked just in time before I was caught eavesdropping on their conversation. "You're risking that by wearing it every day," huffed Celia's voice. I slowly peeked back up to see that she was glowering at Stacy. "Fine, I'll slow down and stop wearing it so much," Stacy said persuasively, "but I still need a new vial of it." Celia rolled her eyes. "Fine," she snapped. "Wait here." She turned around, her nightgown billowing around her, and began to head out the doorway, calling over her shoulder, "Don't touch anything." I lost sight of Celia, whose footsteps sounded like they were heading upstairs. Stacy remained in the room, which looked like a living room, with 2 large couches in it and a rug. There was no television, to my surprise, and I sniffed experimentally, wondering what race Celia was. She definitely didn't smell like a shifter, but there was some lingering smell that indicated that she was a supernatural creature. The question was what kind. I had my suspicions, especially given the conversation they were having. What kind of perfume was Celia giving Stacy, and why did she need to wear it every day? What kind of effects was it having on me? All I could tell about the perfume was that it smelled like honeysuckle and roses and was particularly potent. But from the way they were talking, it was almost like there was a spell about it of some kind. Stacy hummed lightly under her breath as she waited for her friend to come back. When Celia did, she looked anything but impressed as she passed a light purple bottle, so small it could be considered a vial to Stacy. "Be careful with this one. I may have made it slightly stronger than the last one by accident. Do not wear it every day," she admonished a repentant-looking Stacy. Stacy tucked it into the pocket of her robe and gave her friend a smile. "I promise," she agreed easily, giving Celia a hug. "Thank you." "I'm worried about you," Celia whispered shakily. "I don't think this plan is safe anymore, Stacy. What if he finds out? The spell won't last forever, and I can't keep making this perfume forever either. I think you should give up and get out of there while you still can." I frowned at that. "No can do," Stacy said with her nose in the air, looking down at the young girl with a snooty expression on her face. "I'm aiming to be Luna of the pack, and I won't stop until I get it," she added. Celia looked frustrated as she ran a hand through her brown hair, making it disheveled, blinking back tears. "He'll kill you if he finds out," she choked. Stacy sighed. "Trust me, he's not going to find out about any of it. As far as he's concerned, everything is going well and we're starting a family together. He's too far under the spell to even contemplate anything else." She reached out and gave Celia a hug. "I have to go," she said quietly, But I promised to come and visit again, she whispered. Celia hugged her back tightly and let go reluctantly. I quickly sidled around the back of the house, hearing both their footsteps as they approached the front door. I'll see you soon, said Celia regretfully. See you soon, repeated Stacy. I heard the front door open and then close, footsteps approaching the forest, presumably Stacy's. I hesitated. Should I go after her, or should I get the answers I was seeking as to why Celia was being so secretive and what this spell of hers was doing to me? I made up my mind and approached the front door. I knocked on it quietly and then flattened myself against the wall. Celia, expecting it to be Stacy again, opened the door and peered out, her eyes widening as I rushed towards her, shoving her inside and shutting the door closed. She opened her mouth to scream, and my eyes turned pitch black. I wouldn't do that if I were you, I growled. She closed her mouth. What do you want? She stammered. I leaned back against the doorway, watching her glance around, looking for an escape route. I gave her a wicked grin. I want answers, I purred, and you're going to give them to me. Now talk. I hissed as she raised a hand and began to mumble something under her breath. She didn't get far. I reached out and yanked her hand, breaking it as she cried out in shock. I had no doubt that she had been trying to perform a spell on me, making her half-witch, the little. She held her broken hand against her chest with her other hand. Stacy will know that you've hurt me, she warned, but I just chuckled, a malicious sound that sent shivers down her spine. I could care less about Stacy right now. What I want to know is what spell is being done, using the perfume, I warned. She grimaced and glanced over toward me, a frown on her face. It's supposed to confuse and disorient you, but most of all it's supposed to make you slowly fall in love with her. That was the spell? Did that mean that my feelings toward Stacy weren't real? That anything I was feeling was manufactured because of the spell? But as an alpha, shouldn't I be able to ward off any spells? I glared at Celia, who was looking at me a bit shamefaced. What else does it do? I asked her suspiciously as she bit her lip and looked at me nervously, backing away slowly as though I was about to pounce on her. Nothing, she said, stammering, but I didn't believe her. I knew there was something she wasn't telling me. Otherwise, why was she looking anywhere but at me? What does it do? I growled, my hands clenching into fists. I told you nothing. It doesn't do anything else, she whispered, looking desperate. My hand shot out of its own accord and grabbed her by the neck as she wriggled and kicked. You're lying, I snapped, tightening my grip and watching her face turn purple. She made spluttering and choking sounds, her hands scratching at mine, in a frantic attempt to get me to release her. I began to shake her, watching her head move back and forth. Tell me what it does, I said slowly, punctuating each word perfectly. She began to tremble in my hands. I tightened my grip, even more, cutting off her oxygen supply and watching as her lips began to turn blue. It was only a matter of time before she became unconscious. Okay, she wheezed pathetically. I'll tell you. I loosened my grip slightly, not trusting this so-called witch not to try anything. But she was just a teenage girl in her heart, and I knew she was frightened of me. It would be foolish to try a spell when I wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Tell me, I roared. She shook. It makes you believe what she tells you. So you think that the baby she is carrying is yours when in actual fact it's Gordon's. I felt sick to my stomach. All this time I had contemplated the possibility it was mine, made allowances for that fact, and now I was discovering that Stacy knew the truth and was keeping it from me. I was so angry that I was speechless. My rage knew no bounds. Without ceremony, I snapped the little witch's neck and dropped her to the ground. She hit the floor with a large thump and was completely still. I glared down at the body. I wanted to hurt it some more, but it would be pointless now. Instead, I forced myself to get moving, walking out the front door and then shutting it ever so quietly. I shifted into my massive black wolf. I needed to catch up with Stacy, and she was going to be in for the shock of her life when I caught up with her. My mind was awhirl with thoughts of revenge and what exactly I was going to do to her. She would be begging for mercy once I was through with her. What a shame that her lies had finally caught up with her. Darius POV. She looked so pale, sleeping there, machines hooked up to her wrist where the IV was, Her long blonde hair was disheveled and cascaded down her shoulders, all over the pillow, and her blue eyes closed with dark circles beneath them. She was almost ethereal, she was that pale, and she looked so innocent and vulnerable where she slept. She lay there in a hospital gown, her clothes drenched in blood. Her blood. The hospital had taken them off of her when she was dragged to the hospital by her mother. I tried not to frown and instead look like the kind, loving husband that I was meant to be. My mother was ashen, sitting beside my wife, holding tightly to her hand, tears trickling from her eyes. "I can't believe it," she whispered thickly. "I just can't." She broke down and cried into her hands. I hurried to her side. "Mother, please," I said tiredly. "There will be other chances, in the future, I'm sure of it." "But poor Sophie," she said, sobbing. "Do you think she knows?" I thought back to that night. It had only been a few hours, but I remembered clearly the stricken look on my wife's face as I kicked out at her, intentionally aiming for the stomach as we argued about my cheating. Something told me that Sophie was aware of the consequences of my actions. For a moment I spared a thought for the baby I had lost, and then I shrugged it off. I wanted a baby, but not Sophie's. I was tired of pretending to be the perfect, loving husband in the public's eye. Tired of trying at a marriage I had never wanted in the first place. Tired of pretending that I could be faithful. Was it really my fault if girls from the pack threw themselves at me? Was I supposed to say no? They were far more interesting than my wife and were more willing to do certain things that Sophie tended to dislike in the bedroom. Not to mention I didn't have to give a damn about them afterward. It was merely wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. They had no interest in a relationship, and that's what made them perfect. If only Sophie had left well enough alone, then this would never have happened. "Mother, perhaps you need to take a break," I said, fighting the urge to roll my eyes. My mother, the Luna, was grieving the loss of her grandchild, and I was used to her almost always maintaining her poise, not looking as broken as she did right now. She was grating on my nerves. I wondered where the hell Father was, because he would have been able to distract her. He was probably taking care of important pack business. It rankled because you would think something like this would take priority over work. "Oh, I can't just leave her," my mother protested weakly, glancing over at the doorway, where a pale-looking Clarissa was now standing. "Clarissa," my mother said tightly, getting up from the chair beside the bed and rushing towards her friend, hugging her profusely. "I'm so sorry," she breathed. I saw Clarissa glancing at me and sucked in a breath. Did she know? Had Sophie said something to her when her mother found her? It was hard to tell. There was nothing but a pleasant expression on her face, even though there were tears in the corner of her eyes as she glanced at her daughter. "Marion," Clarissa said quietly, "any news?" My mother sadly shook her head. "The doctors say she should wake up any minute now, but we're still waiting," she exhaled. "Just like before you went for your drink," she said with a sigh. Clarissa was silent. I sat down beside the bed and cradled my wife's limp and lifeless hand in my own, pretending to be the loving husband in front of my mother and hers. I took deep, shallow breaths, pretending to be confused as to how this could have happened. "I don't get it. She must have fainted and fallen down somehow," I said thickly. "She shouldn't have been in the forest," I added grimly. "It's just lucky that Clarissa found her," my mother said evenly with a shake of her head. "Who knows what would have happened if she didn't?" I had visions of Sophie dying without anyone finding her, but I wisely said nothing. Instead, I squeezed Sophie's hand and tried to look heartbroken. Clarissa sat down in the other armchair, on the opposite side of Sophie, stroking her hair and pulling it back from her face. "She's going to be so upset when she wakes up," she told my mother softly. She was so looking forward to having this baby. She talked about it a lot and what she wanted to do to the nursery. She would have made a fantastic mother. My mother nodded. She would have been a great mother, she readily agreed. "There is still time," I told them both steadily. "After all, it's not like she's going anywhere. She'll be a mother when the time is right," I said with a strangled voice, tears pricking my eyes. Damn, I was a good actor. The doctor came in, an attractive female with auburn curly hair and big dark eyes. Her name tag read Dr. Jones, and I gave her an appreciative smile as she began to read over Sophie's clipboard and take her vitals. "Still no sign of waking, I see," Dr. Jones said, sighing. "She is going to wake up, though, isn't she?" asked Clarissa anxiously, wringing her hands. "I mean, she's not in a coma or anything?" The doctor shook her head and gave Clarissa a reassuring smile. "No, she's not in a coma. She's merely sleeping off the anesthetic we gave her when we treated her miscarriage. It might still take a while, but she will wake up," she assured her. Clarissa looked highly relieved, as did my mother. "Her blood pressure is good, and so is her pulse," Dr. Jones said, scribbling away on the clipboard. "Heartbeat is strong. She did lose a fair bit of blood with the miscarriage, and we did have to give her a transfusion. She informed us in order for her to heal quicker." She pulled back the blanket and began to feel the stomach. "Stomach is soft and not hard, which is a good sign," she said quietly. "And all in all, she appears to be in perfect health. I expect her to make a full recovery." "What do we tell her?" asked Luna Marian, my mother sounding lost, "when she asks about her baby?" The doctor stiffened slightly. "The truth," she said with a grim expression on her beautiful face. "If it's any help, we do have a counselor she can speak to about what happened. I want to organize some counseling sessions for her after she's discharged as well. You can never be too careful, and it might do some good for her to talk about the trauma she experienced." Clarissa nodded tightly, and my mother gave an exclamation and began to sob even harder. Clarissa put an arm around her. "Marian," she said quietly, "how about we go and get a cuppa together? Give Darius some time alone with his wife. He can let us know when she wakes," she whispered. I was more than happy for them both to leave. I was on tenterhooks trying to pretend that I was upset with everything. The doctor quietly left as my mother and Clarissa began to gather their stuff, leaning on each other and walking through the doorway. "You'll let us know," my mother confirmed, asking over her shoulder. "I will let you know the instant she awakens," I repeated. "Go and get something to drink." "Bring me back something," I requested. "Some coffee, please." Mother smiled and then left, still clutching at Clarissa, who looked like she was about to topple over. Relieved, I let out a huge sigh and then leaned back in the chair, rubbing my tired eyes and putting my head in my hands. Christ, I was exhausted, and all I wanted was some decent sleep. I scowled down at my wife, willing her to awaken so that I could go back home and fall into my bed and fall fast asleep. Her eyelids fluttered and I moved closer, grabbing hold of her hand. The machines began to go off, beeping incessantly, and Dr. Jones came rushing back in, her curly hair all mussed, a concerned look on her face. She began to check the IV and then the machines, slowly all of them fading into silence to my great relief. She gingerly pulled the IV out. "It's finished," she explained, "which is why this machine was making so much noise. She still has a cannula in case we need to give her anything else." She began to recheck vitals, humming lightly under her breath. "My guess is she'll be awake soon," she beamed, and then darted back out the door. Sophie's hand began to move in my own, tentatively, and I grasped it tightly, watching wide-eyed as her eyes began to flutter again, and then her blue eyes opened completely as she let out a gasp, bolting upright in the bed. I yanked my hand back hurriedly as she placed a hand on her chest and stared around the room completely disorientated. "Where am I?" she asked me, murmuring under her breath. Surely she should know by the white, sterile walls and ceiling, not to mention the type of bed she was in and the machines, that she was in a hospital. Maybe she hid her head back in the forest. "You're in the hospital," I said calmly, leaning back in my chair and observing her. She seemed confused and bewildered, staring around at the walls and then glancing over at me. Her hand shot to her stomach. She began to panic. "The baby," she groaned. "The baby is gone," I said with a sneer for good Sophie. Her mouth opened and closed with a gape, Sophie completely speechless for once. I knew it wouldn't be long until she remembered what happened. "You?" she gasped. "Darius, you bastard," she choked out. She remembered then. I smiled at her wickedly. "Maybe I am, but you know something?" I purred, getting up and peering down the hallway to find it deserted. My hand shot out, grasping her around the neck, enjoying the feeling of being in control while she was powerless, scrabbling uselessly and scratching wildly. "You're not going to say a word about what happened, Sophie. In fact, you're going to pretend that we're the loving, boring couple we've always been, aren't you? I threatened, whispering in her ear as she shuddered. For a moment I thought that she would refuse and be defiant, and I let go of her, ready to break a limb if I had to, but she glanced away from me. I won't say anything, she whispered, tears trailing down her cheeks. She looked defeated, like I had broken her spirit. Good, because I intend to have Amber eventually, I continued to whisper, and there is nothing you can do about it. Not if you want to live, that is. I exhaled, hearing footsteps coming down the corridor. Judging by the sound of the heels clacking on the floor and the fact that there was 2 sets approaching, I surmised that it was my mother and Sophie's coming back from the hospital cafeteria. Remember, not a word, I hissed, as my mother came walking in first, handing me a cup of coffee and smiling widely at Sophie. Her own mother sat beside her on the opposite side and grabbed her hand, crying openly. "I'm so glad to see you're awake," Clarissa cried. "What happened to you?" she asked. I held my breath, glowering at Sophie, who bit her lip and looked at her mother sheepishly. "I wanted to go for a walk and clear my head," she admitted, "so I went into the forest alone. I must have tripped or slipped on something and fallen. I was calling out for Darius because I panicked and forgot to mind-link him." Her mother sighed. Sophie began to cry as my mother put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I lost the baby," she wept. "I lost my baby mother." I put on a woebegone expression and patted Sophie's arm. "We lost our child, but thank goodness you are safe and alive," I told her between gritted teeth. She looked at me with such hatred that I sucked in a breath and almost recoiled. "I wish I was dead," she said to me honestly. Stefan POV. I brought Amber with me to the council meeting, which conveniently was held in the throne room. As we approached, we saw that there was a large group of the elders, sequestered at a table, some of which had raised eyebrows as they took in Amber, who was clutching my hand tightly. "Don't be so nervous," I chided her, squeezing her hand in a reassuring manner. "They aren't going to hurt you or anything. This meeting will just be about boring kingdom matters. Or so help me it better be." At least I hoped that was the case. It was difficult to read the various expressions on the elders' faces, but Matthias was definitely there, glaring at me and particularly at Amber. She noticed and stiffened as I brought her to my side, my hand resting around her waist. We reached the table and I pulled out a chair for Amber, seating her first before seating myself and joining my hands together, resting my head atop of them. "Gentlemen," I said evenly, without a hint of malice in my tone, Amber sitting quietly beside me, her hair obstructing her face. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" The elders all glanced at one another, as though waiting for someone to have the guts to speak. Instantly I knew this meeting was about more than kingdom matters. Damn, I was so hoping I wasn't about to rip someone's head off. I wish I could have Dylan in here. He would give the elders a real piece of his mind, not caring about the consequences. Not to mention would be a soothing presence for Amber, but he was not permitted in the throne room with the elders, due to his rather undesirable status of being half vampire instead of a full-fledged one. A shame, because I held him in far higher esteem than I ever did the elders. Finally, Elder Thomas spoke, an elderly vampire with a pot-belly and thinning white hair, his eyes a dull red rather than a vibrant, glowing one. His cheeks were red and puffy, a sure sign that the old bastard had been drinking again. Not that he'd admit to it, though. "It has come to this council's attention that you have yet to find a wife and produce an heir," he began in that annoying, monotonous tone of his. Not this again. I felt like exploding, almost jumping to my feet, but Amber quickly reached over and grabbed my hand, squeezing it and indicating for me to hear them out. "You know how important it is that you produce an heir, should something happen to you." Matthias cut in as I glowered at him. Thomas cleared his throat. "We have given you several weeks to provide a wife for us to approve of." I ignored them, wondering what Amber was thinking about all this. I opened my mouth and blasted them all. "How dare you tell me, a king, what to do?" I hissed. "Are you out of your mind?" Thomas had the decency to look a little embarrassed, while another elder, Elder Matthew, began to speak as though ignoring my words, his brown eyes fixed on mine, his chin jutting out and his forehead creased in wrinkles. "With what happened to your mother and father, We thought you would understand the urgency in providing an heir. After all, both of them were killed by shifters, and if it wasn't for you, your lineage would have died out." Amber stiffened beside me. The council looked at her, most with disapproving looks on their faces. "No one expected them to be killed by shifters," I agreed. "But we don't know what really happened that day. You know as well as I that shifters have never really tolerated vampires, and vice versa. For all we know, my parents might have been the ones to attack first and paid the consequences." I growled. My parents had never liked shifters, often commenting on them in derogatory terms. I still remember my father clearly referring to them as rabid dogs and nothing better than mangy mutts on more than one occasion. Both of them had firmly believed themselves to be better than shifters and far superior. It was that kind of thinking that had gotten them killed. I was determined to go down a different route. "Your parents were the best rulers we have had in a long time," Elder Matthias broke in, interrupting my thoughts. I blinked at him. Why was he looking so shifty now? In fact, why was the entire council beginning to look a bit uncomfortable? It occurred to me that they were deliberately ignoring Amber, and I wasn't going to stand for it a moment longer. "My mate, Amber, is sitting beside me," I said. "Amber, this is the Council of Elders, Elder Thomas, Elder Matthew, Elder Matthias, Elder Gerald, and Elder Jacob." She gave them a tentative smile. "It's nice to meet you all," she stammered. Elder Gerald, a handsome man with silver tips in his black hair, was the only one who smiled back at her, gazing at her with curiosity and interest. "It's a delight to meet you," he said, reaching over and shaking her hand. Amber blushed as he let go and shot a look at me, one of bewilderment. "You cannot be serious," Elder Matthias hissed, avoiding looking at Amber, who looked a little hurt by the rest of the council's actions. "There's no way that we can permit you to have a mate that is a shifter of all things," he snapped. The council began to mutter amongst themselves as I sucked in a breath. "I expect you to be courteous to my mate," I roared, all of them falling silent. "I care not that she's a shifter or not of our kind for that matter. I think it's time that we started realizing our mates will not always be other vampires. Some of you have never even found your mate. Has it not occurred to you that this could be because your mate might also be a shifter or witch? Maybe even fae? It's time to stop being so close-minded," I exhaled. The council looked displeased, except for Alpha Gerald, who continued to eye a silent Amber with interest. I could tell by the way she was biting her lip and shifting in her seat that she was fighting not to say anything. "May I ask what kind of shifter you are?" he asked. "What color is your wolf?" I broke in before she could answer. "She's a plain silver wolf, very lovely and adorable," I burst out as she looked at me askance. My eyes pleaded with her to go with me, not wanting them to find out that she was a special or rare wolf. I didn't want her to be used by them. "Yes," she murmured, "a silver wolf." "See," said Elder Matthew furiously, "she's not even a special wolf. She is not fit to be our queen. Bring in the candidate that we have all agreed to." "Whoa," said Elder Gerald. "I never agreed to this." "Doesn't matter. The majority of us did," said Elder Thomas smugly. I listened to them in disbelief and watched Elder Matthias leave through the doors, coming back clutching the arm of a woman I recognized instantly. She had beautiful raven black hair with a tinge of blue highlights, big dark eyes that were almost black, and her hair was long, cascading all the way down to her hips. She wore a revealing black dress that showed off her creamy pale skin and a generous amount of cleavage. Her feet were clad in killer heels, and she wore a smirk on her face as Elder Matthias led her back inside the throne room. "We have come to the agreement that Elaine here would be best suited for the role of queen," Elder Thomas said blithely, as Elder Matthias sat her down and then retook his seat. I could see tears forming in the corners of Amber's eyes, and I felt nothing but pure, unadulterated hate toward them all. "Stefan, it's nice to see you again," Elaine said sincerely. "What were you thinking? That I would just accept an ex-girlfriend as my queen? There is absolutely no logic to your decision," I argued. "She is of old blood and a full-fledged vampire," Elder Matthias said quietly, the council straining to hear his words. "She will bear a child that is pure blood and worthy to be our king. Not to mention she is fertile and willing to have a child with you immediately." Amber sucked in a breath, her hands clutching the edge of the table, her nails digging in. I could see she was struggling to hold her temper. "I want a child with you more than anything," said Elaine, leaning forward and glancing slyly at Amber. "And we did separate on good terms, Stefan, still remaining friends. I agree with the council. The future king and heir must be of pure blood and a fully fledged vampire." I shook my head. "I won't do it. I won't forsake my mate for the sake of what you, the council, want. There are no laws that say I must marry another vampire. I have my mate right here, and that's where she is staying." "Look at her," sneered Elaine. "She wouldn't last 1 week as queen, and you know it. Plus, our people would never accept a shifter for their queen, or has that not occurred to you?" Gerald looked at Amber. "I happen to think that having an interracial couple of different species for our king and queen would open the way for others to do the same. Perhaps that is what we should be aiming for," he suggested quietly, to the council's disgust. "She's nothing but a mangy mutt," denied Elaine, and just like that, Amber's temper burst to my amazement. I had been expecting her to lose it more quickly than she had. "Mangy mutt," Amber murmured, shooting up from the table and staring at Elaine, hard. "Is that the best you could come up with?" "A bit pathetic," she told the woman, her hands clenching into fists as Elaine looked at her incredulously. "I've heard much worse from my own kind, and I'm still standing here." Gerald looked at her approvingly, while the rest of the elder men seemed taken aback by Amber's response. My hand shot out and took hold of hers, rubbing it gently. "You insulted my mate," I told Elaine, "and I expect an apology." She opened her mouth to protest, and then changed her mind when Amber made a movement, as though about to go to her. "I apologize, King Stefan, for insulting your mate," she said with a grimace. Amber shot her a look filled with daggers. "Nonetheless, it is still time you took a wife, so what is going to be your decision?" demanded Matthias. "Because all hell will break loose if you choose your mate. You will insult our way of life and the way we have always lived." The others readily agreed with him, Elaine nodding adamantly, her hair bouncing over her shoulder. "Our people will learn to live with it," I growled back, "and perhaps they might surprise you and be more willing to accept another race than you imagine they might be like. There are lots of vampires that don't hold grudges against the shifters, unlike you lot. It's time we look to the future rather than the past." "I approve of Amber as the future queen," Gerald told us both unexpectedly. "I admire her spirit, and I believe we should work towards building a bridge with the other races. I wish you all the luck in the world." "Thank you," I said lowly, "but I must ask my mate something, for it's too presumptuous for me to believe that she'll say yes. Amber, will you be my queen? The child that you are carrying would be my heir," I added as the council sucked in a breath. She merely looked at me with her big green eyes, biting her lip in the adorable way that she does. I saw her glance at the council uneasily, and I waited on tenterhooks for her to open her mouth and give me the answer I was desperately hoping she would. Elaine was muttering under her breath, and I shot her a look that told her to shut up. I hated the fact that I had put Amber on the spot like this, but I had to know if she would be willing to try, for my and hers sake. It would be difficult, but we could forge a pathway together and have the marriage I had always wanted, one that was full of love and affection, instead of being duty-bound. I wanted the marriage my parents never had. The question was, did Amber want the same thing? Amber POV. I stared around me while the council meeting went on, occasionally biting my lip and my tongue so that I didn't embarrass or anger my mate in any way. But when they brought in his ex-girlfriend Elaine, it was all too much, and I almost crumpled then and there. It was exactly like what had happened with Rowan and his ex-girlfriend, and it was making me have second thoughts about this whole mate bond with a vampire king who everyone wanted to produce an heir and marry almost immediately. The only council member that was friendly towards me was Gerald, who looked at me and offered his own opinion. I happened to think that having an interracial couple of different species for our king and queen would open the way for others to do the same. "Perhaps that is what we should be aiming for?" he suggested quietly, to the council's disgust. "She's nothing but a mangy mutt," denied Elaine, and just like that, my temper burst to my amazement. I had been trying so hard not to lose control, but she was pushing all my buttons and deliberately provoking me. "Mangy mutt," I murmured, shooting up from the table and staring at Elaine. "Hard. Is that the best you could come up with?" "A bit pathetic," I told the woman, my hands clenching into fists as Elaine looked at me incredulously. "I've heard much worse from my own kind, and I'm still standing here." Gerald looked at her approvingly, while the rest of the elder men seemed taken aback by my response. Did they think that I would just continue to keep quiet while being insulted? Stefan's hand shot out and took hold of mine, rubbing it gently. "You insulted my mate," he told Elaine to my relief, "and I expect an apology." She opened her mouth to protest and then changed her mind when I made a movement as though about to go to her. "I apologize, King Stefan, for insulting your mate," she said with a grimace. I shot her a look filled with daggers. That was the most pathetic apology I had ever heard, but at least it was an apology. I couldn't expect anything more. "Nonetheless, it is still time you took a wife. So what is going to be your decision?" demanded Matthias. "Because all hell will break loose if you choose your mate. You will insult our way of life and the way we have always lived." The others readily agreed with him, Elaine nodding adamantly, her hair bouncing over her shoulder. "Our people will learn to live with it," Stefan growled back, continuing to defend me, "and perhaps they might surprise you and be more willing to accept another race than you imagine they might be like. There are lots of vampires that don't hold grudges against the shifters, unlike you lot. It's time we look to the future, rather than the past." "I approve of Amber as the future queen," Gerald told us both unexpectedly. "I admire her spirit, and I believe we should work towards building a bridge with the other races. I wish you all the luck in the world." "Thank you," Stefan said lowly, "but I must ask my mate something, for it's too presumptuous for me to believe that she'll say yes. Amber, will you be my queen? The child that you are carrying would be my heir," he added as the council sucked in a breath. I merely looked at him with my big green eyes, biting my lip. I glanced at the council uneasily, and I knew Stefan waited on tenterhooks for me to open my mouth and give him the answer he was desperately hoping I would. Elaine was muttering under her breath, and I shot her a look that told her to shut up. I hated being put on the spot like this, even if it had been done with the best intentions. "Be your queen," I stammered, as Stefan held onto my hand tightly, his eyes staring deeply into mine. I know nothing about being queen and how to act, let alone whether or not I could perform the job correctly. "Exactly," snarled Matthias, in a right temper. "You would be foolish to make her one. Elaine is much better suited and knows what her role would entail." "Silence," thundered Stefan, the council growing quiet in the face of his anger. "Let her speak." I glanced over at Elaine again, taking in her smirking face. She was so beautiful, with that raven-black hair and green eyes that seemed to shine. She was petite and dainty, but looked every bit the queen. How could I possibly compare to her? I felt musy in comparison, not to mention it was so soon. "We barely know each other," I said quietly to Stefan. "Besides the fact we are mates, we haven't had time to get to know about the other." "Then we'll learn about each other," Stefan countered back. "I'm not asking you to become queen straight away," he added firmly. "Just that you think about becoming queen in the future. I want you, Amber, as my mate, and I'm willing to fight for it. Are you?" He was willing to fight for me, I marveled, unable to believe it. It was a far cry from Darius, who had let me go without a fight, and Rowan, who had been unable to make a decision. Here was this man, declaring he wanted me, in front of a council no less, and being absolutely sincere in his words. "I don't know," I whispered. "What if it incites a war between our people?" Gerald spoke up. "I don't believe that will be the case. The majority of our race are more like Stefan in their viewpoints. It is only a rare few." He coughed and looked pointedly at the council members, who believe it should be otherwise. I stand by what I said. I believe that this will do more good than harm. It was nice, in a way, to have at least one council member approve of me, I had to admit. "That's what you think," Elaine hissed, her lips curled back in contempt as she stared at me. "But there are many that will be upset if I am not chosen to be the queen." I stared over at Stefan uneasily, but he was busy glowering at Elaine. "Stop this nonsense," he thundered. You will never be queen, and for the council to have even considered it was folly on their part, I would not have allowed myself to be bullied into taking a queen I was not in love with. Are you saying you love her? Asked Gerald with curiosity, gesturing towards me. I blushed profusely and bit my lip. While my feelings were strong for Stefan, I wasn't sure I would go quite so far as to say I was in love with him. What I'm saying is that I have strong feelings for Amber, whereas I feel nothing for you, Elaine. I never did, Stefan said heatedly. Ouch. Part of me felt sorry for Elaine, who was blushing bright red now and looking close to tears. I guess this council meeting hadn't quite gone to her plan. She looked extremely embarrassed. I don't have to listen to this anymore, Elaine blurted out. I'm leaving, but I'm not leaving this castle. She threatened. Elder Matthias hurriedly helped her up and moved towards the doors with her. I watched, feeling detached. She is unfortunately a guest, so we can't make her leave. Gerald explained with a frown as the other elders began to get up from their seats, most of them with a defeated look on their faces. Surely, though, there is no reason for her to stay? I asked Stefan quietly. He grimaced. She was a good friend of my parents, and we dated for quite a while. I can't just demand she leaves, because it would be considered the heights of rudeness, but she will stay out of your way. Gerald reached over and shook my hand as he stood up. It was a real pleasure to meet you, Amber. I do hope you'll agree to consider being queen. We could use someone to shake things up a little, he said with a sigh, shaking his head. The council has become too set in their ways and their traditions. I fear they are unable to contemplate what the future might hold if they continue to be stubborn jackasses, he exhaled. I liked this man. I smiled at him. It was really nice to meet you, I told him, and he grinned and winked at Prince Stefan. Don't let this one go, he advised him as I listened, trying not to giggle. She's a damn sight better than anyone else you've dated. He left, shutting the throne room doors behind him with a decisive click. Stefan sighed and ran a hand through his disheveled hair. I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry about putting you on the spot, he grunted. It's just the council was being... He trailed off looking thoughtful. Stubborn, annoying, rude, I supplied with a grin. All that and more, he agreed. I want you to take as much time as you need to consider it. I don't want you to feel pressured, Amber, into doing something you don't want to do. We have time to get to know each other. I interrupted him, placing a protective hand over my stomach. Did you mean it? I blurted out, feeling myself flush. He looked confused. Mean what? About the baby being an heir? Of course, he said, his eyes piercing mine. I understand that you're pregnant, and I harbor no ill feelings towards you or the child. It's not like you knew we were mates. The child is completely innocent, and I wish to treat it as my own. Tears pricked the corners of my eyes. My smile was shaky as I flung myself into this man's arms, letting him hold me tightly to him. I just can't believe that you are so accepting. I sniffed and felt his arms grip me and hold me tightly against his chest. He stroked my hair, letting me just breathe for the first time since I had come into this room. This child will be ours if you decide to stay with me, he told me softly. I sniffled some more. Do you know what you are having? He asked, and I shook my head. No, I admitted, and he smiled. Do you want it to be a surprise? He asked, and I thought about it. No, I whispered. I really want to know what I'm having. Then let's organize an ultrasound for you, he commented easily. There is, of course, a hospital wing in the castle for such things. I would be honored if I could accompany you. He sounded hopeful. I pulled back and gazed into his eyes. I would love for you to come with me, I told him with a laugh. And I would love it if you found out the gender with me. His hand was stroking my arm, and there was a look on his face that I couldn't decipher or describe. Was it lust, or something far more powerful? I didn't know, but he bent his head down, so that it was inches from my own, and then before I could utter a sound or word, he placed his lips gently on top of mine and began to kiss me, his hands gripping my arms to keep me in place. I moaned into his mouth. His lips were soft and smooth, gentle. All I could do was stand there, kissing him back just as passionately, and little by little, losing a piece of my heart to him. Amber POV. We reluctantly pulled apart, Stefan with a thoughtful expression on his face as he ran a hand over the stubble on his chin. I have an idea, he said slowly, "but I need time to organize it. Do you think you'll be fine for an hour or so?" I was a little incredulous that he felt I needed him for protection. I shook my head and smiled at him wryly. "I'll be fine," I told him, fervently hoping that I wouldn't run into Elaine or any of the other council members. Except for Gerald, that is. I was more than happy to have a chat with that man if I came across him. He seemed like such a nice fellow in comparison to the other elders. "I might just tour the castle," I told Stefan excitedly, wondering if there would be anyone willing to talk to me. It was times like this that I missed Tessa and the conversations we would have together. I wondered how she was doing and what she was up to. "That sounds fine," Stefan said lowly, "but do keep an eye out. I can't say why, but I feel like someone is watching us, waiting to make their move." I shuddered. It was probably his imagination, or maybe he was getting that vibe from Elaine. I wouldn't put it past that buck to do something, considering she had referred to me as a mangy mutt. My hands itched to put themselves around her neck and strangle her. "Well, I must be off," Stefan said reluctantly, and then his hand shot out, pulling me towards him. "Just one more kiss," he growled and bent his head to mine, my lips opening eagerly to him, this time the kiss more rough and primal. It was electrifying. I had never felt this way before, not even with Darius, and it was nerve-wracking. How could I feel so strongly towards another, when I had felt the mate bond before and it hadn't even come close to this? This was amazing, spellbinding, and the stuff of fairy tales. I moaned into his mouth, my hand slowly trailing up and down his arm, stroking it, wishing that I had the nerve to go any further. Right now, Lilac and I were about ready to jump him. We were becoming that aroused, and just from a kiss. His kiss became gentler, slower. He panted, reluctantly grabbing hold of my hands and stopping me in my tracks. His eyes were glowing red, and I wondered if my own had gone pitch black or not. I was feeling pure, unadulterated lust toward him. "As much as I enjoy your touch," he growled, "you keep touching me like this and we'll never make it out of the throne room." I pouted, slightly disappointed and a little ashamed of myself. Why was I feeling so damn horny? Must be those pregnancy hormones, I thought a little dazedly. He gave a chuckle as I began to come back to my senses. "I better go, before it becomes too hard to," he hissed. I wasn't the only one affected, it seemed. I watched him leave, him glancing one last time over his shoulder as he gave me a wink and a grin, before leaving through the doors. I followed slowly, making my way downstairs and hesitating. Should I go to the kitchen, or would a walk on the grounds be better? Part of me was itching to go for a run, but the council believed me to be a plain silver wolf, something that was irking poor Lilac no end. I can't believe you let them believe I was a normal wolf. We're special amber, unique and very rare. I know Lilac, but you heard Stefan. He doesn't want the council to use us because of our abilities. It still rankles. What's the point of being a rare and unique wolf if you have to hide it? It's just for now, I promise. I'll take your word for it. I sighed and made my way into the kitchen, where there were servants bustling to and fro. I grabbed a plate of food from a nearby servant who directed me toward the dining table. I sat down, eating my food and just watching them work, when one took a break and sat next to me, eating her own lunch. She was a pretty girl and was very much like Tessa, with auburn brown hair and dark brown eyes, a tall, slender physique and pale skin. She wore a maid's uniform. "Hello," she said shyly. "My name is Teresa. What's yours?" I was stunned. Even her name was close to Tessa's. I gave her a smile. "It's Amber," I said quietly, and her eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you the Vampire King's mate?" she said in a hushed voice, looking around in wonder. "I guess so," I said uncertainly. "Does everyone in the castle know about me?" I felt very awkward asking that. She nodded emphatically as my heart sank. "Yeah, it's been spread all around the castle about you. You're a shifter, aren't you?" she asked with curiosity. "What's that like?" "It's no different to being human," I said with a murmur, "other than we can change into our wolf form at will and fight and I guess hunt animals. Most of us just enjoy being out for a run in our wolf form, though," I assured her. "What about you?" I asked calmly. "What's it like being a vampire?" Her face dropped. "I'm only a half vampire," she said in a whisper, glancing around the room, "which is why I'm a servant. I tend to be looked down upon because of it." I'm so sorry, I exclaimed. I didn't mean to upset you. Oh, you didn't, she assured me. It's just the way things are. Besides, you're much nicer than her, she added with a scowl, gesturing towards the entryway where Elaine was now standing and ordering a servant about. Really? She doesn't seem so bad, I commented, lying through gritted teeth. After all, I couldn't just judge her by her appearance and comments in the throne room, as much as I'd like to. Teresa rolled her eyes. You should have been here when she was dating Stefan. She ordered us around like we were nothing but her personal maids. She was rude, and she still is. I get that I'm a servant, but I still have feelings, she confessed. I opened my mouth to say something when Stefan appeared in the doorway, a wide grin on his face that disappeared the second he saw Elaine, who made her way toward him. I hastily stood up. I guess that's my cue to leave. I told Teresa, who was watching Stefan and Elaine with disgust. It was really nice meeting you, I told her sincerely. She smiled at me before looking back over to Stefan, who was shaking his head at Elaine and recoiling when she tried to place a hand on his arm. I hastened to his side. Stefan, I said sweetly, is everything ready? He gave a sigh of relief and quickly tugged me towards him as Elaine scowled at the interruption. I haven't finished talking to Stefan, she protested. I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Stefan promised me some personal ahem, I coughed lightly. Time, and I'm taking him up on it. Elaine looked scandalized. God knows what she was thinking. Well then, shall we? Stefan said, smirking, holding out his arm to me. Around us, I could feel the stares from the vampire servants, and I swallowed hard, taking hold of his arm and holding on to it for dear life. We shall, I said thickly. He led me out of the kitchen and made his way upstairs. I wondered where we were going, as it was getting late in the afternoon. But he made his way towards the west wing and up the stairs, each step feeling like I was coming towards something private, something special, the further away from people we got. Eventually, it led up to the roof, and he helped me out the window, onto a ledge where there was a picnic basket set up, with blankets nearby and glasses of wine to drink. I gaped, astonished at the effort he had gone to. There were even fairy lights winding along the roof and twinkling brightly. Stefan, I breathed. It's beautiful. He looked nervous as he helped me to sit down. Some wine? He asked, and I shook my head, watching him bite his lip as realization dawned and he face-palmed himself. Of course, he said crossly. You can't have wine. I should have remembered that. That's okay, I said, touched by his efforts. He frowned and began to rifle through the picnic basket, grabbing hold of a water bottle and handing it to me. I unscrewed the lid and began to thirstily drink. Sorry about that, he apologized, and I just smiled. Really, it's fine, I told him. He still looked so unsure. It was pretty damn adorable. I leaned back and crossed my ankles, enjoying looking up at the sky, which was slowly getting darker as the sun set. It was magnificent to behold. Stefan next to me, lightly stroking my leg as we watched. It's so beautiful, I said quietly. Yes, you are, he said firmly, making me blush as I hastily took another sip of water. For a while, we were content to watch the sunset, both of us lost in our thoughts. It wasn't an awkward silence, though, merely one of contentment, both of us glad for the companionship of the other. Eventually, though, my stomach growled, and Stefan raised an eyebrow and laughed. I take it you're hungry, he teased, opening the picnic basket and piling things between the two of us. There were crackers and cheese, grapes, fruit salad, meat and salad rolls, and more wine, I noticed with a grimace. He hastily tucked the wine back away when he saw the look on my face. I hid my grin. I wasn't angry at him for forgetting. It's not like he had experience with pregnancy and what you could and couldn't have. Both of us began to eat, piling our plates up and munching away happily. So how old are you? I asked Stefan. He looked at me. 225 years old. He said softly. How about you? I'm 18, I said, in awe of his age. So young, he mused. And the pregnancy, are you happy about it? I nodded. I got pregnant my first time, though, I admitted, a little ashamed. We used a condom and everything, but I trailed off. He nodded. Sometimes things just happen, he said nonchalantly. What about the father, though? Does he know about the child? I sighed. He does, and he wants to be a part of the child's life. But I don't know. I exhaled. I'm not so sure that's what I want. It really hurt, you know. when he married my sister and gave me up without a fight." "Whoa," exclaimed Stefan. "Your ex married your sister, but you're pregnant by him?" "Yeah," I said slowly, "and he's having a baby with my sister as well. It's all so confusing. It's why I was so surprised you said the child would be like your own. Not everybody would be that generous," I told him. "I won't lie, it does hurt a little bit that you're already pregnant, but I can't change that, and neither can you. Besides, you'll make a beautiful mother, and I bet the child is as lovely as you are. You are my mate, and I want all of you, child and all," he said, fixing those big dark eyes on me that made me flush and look away. "So tell me this story about your ex-boyfriend. Was he your mate?" he asked with interest, and I shook my head. "Actually," I began, "it's a long story, but I did meet my mate. How about I tell you everything?" And he nodded, eager to hear my story, as I began the long, winding tale of everything that had happened to me up until I met Stefan. Rowan POV. I walked down the hallway with something akin to triumph in my facial expression. I had her, and she didn't even know it yet. I gripped the arm of the miserable excuse of a guard, Grant, holding him in front of me and shoving him hard towards the door, which he opened with trembling hands. "Get in," I snarled, shoving him through the open door and almost sending him tumbling down the stairs. He was covered in bruises from our fight earlier, where I had beaten him to an inch of his life, his nose bleeding from being broken, and several of his teeth loose and cracked. He hadn't come quietly either, to my satisfaction. I'd needed to take my anger out on someone, and he'd been convenient when I'd put two and two together, realizing he'd been covering for Stacy all this damn time. I gripped him by the arm again and stomped downstairs, relishing the startled look on Stacy's face as we stormed past, the guards opening up a new cell for me. I pushed him inside, the guards rushing to help restrain the young lad so that his feet dangled above the floor uselessly, his hands high above his head. I my head to the side and observed him, noting his shallow breathing, the way his eyes darted wildly everywhere, and the way his body shook. The boy was more than frightened. He looked about ready to piss his pants. I half hoped he would, if only to bring about even more humiliation to him. "What are you doing?" cried Stacy from her own cell, her voice shrill and panicked. I ignored her, concentrating on Grant, who was avoiding my gaze. "Where are the implements?" I asked the guards casually, one of them leaving to retrieve the trolley as I gloved up my hands so that the silver wouldn't affect me. "Please," wheezed Grant, nasally due to his broken nose. "Please don't," he begged. As if he had a say in anything that was about to happen to him. I merely glowered at him, my arms folded across my chest, waiting impatiently for the trolley to be pushed in front of me by the other guard, who swallowed nervously when I glanced at him. "Rowan, please, he's just a kid," Stacy protested in a muffled voice, her own hands and feet restrained in the cell. Grant was older than a mere child, though, and old enough to know better. My own man had betrayed me, and now it was time for him to face the consequences. The first thing I did, though, was to walk into the cell and reach up, pushing the nose back into place painfully, a sharp cracking noise sounding as Grant flinched from the pain. I grinned. Now he would be able to speak and scream like a normal shifter. It wouldn't take long for his wolf to heal the broken nose, I thought calmly, and I could always break it again and again if I wished. I turned around and surveyed the trolley, wondering where I wanted to start. There were so many various torture items that it was difficult to choose. I grabbed the cat o' nine tails with silver on the spokes, speaking grimly to the guards who were waiting patiently for instructions. "Strip him," I instructed. Grant was still clad in a shirt and pants, having fought me in human form earlier, perhaps believing he stood a better chance than trying to fight me in wolf form. The guards used their claws to shred his clothes off of him, leaving him naked and vulnerable. His back was exposed to me. I pulled the whip back and with all of my strength, struck him directly across the middle of his back. He tipped his head back and screamed, the sound echoing throughout the dungeon. Thwack, thwack. I didn't let up, hitting with all my strength and relishing in his screams, the guards standing in their corner, doing their best to avoid looking. Blood was welling up in the gashes left by the whip, adding to the metallic scent that was already prevalent in the air. "You bastard," Stacy shouted. "Leave him alone already." I was a little surprised by how much she seemed to care about Grant, who was still, his head slumped as he stared at the ground, perhaps hoping I was finished when in actual fact, I was just getting started. "Tell me, Grant," I sneered. "What did Stacy have you do for her? Was she responsible for the herb found in Amber's drink that time?" He was silent. Thwack, thwack, 2 more strikes against his back as he shuddered. "Answer me," I growled, but he shook his head, staring down at the ground mutely. "Tell me," I demanded, thwack, thwack, hitting him 3 more times and watching the blood trickle down from his wounds and onto the cold, hard dungeon floor. I sucked in a breath, impressed despite myself at the young lad's fortitude. He wasn't giving Stacy up, at least not anytime soon. I was going to have to be more persuasive. I placed the cat-o'-nine-tails back onto the trolley, the silver spokes now tainted with blood, and surveyed the implements again. This time I grabbed hold of a dagger, brandishing it in my hand and watching as Grant's eyes widened before his eyes narrowed and his face went cold and unyielding again. The dagger was made of silver, designed to burn the flesh and make it sizzle. I moved to Grant, staring him deep into the eyes, and then plunged the dagger inside his stomach, leaving it there to burn him as he bucked and writhed in his restraints, kicking out uselessly, screaming at the top of his lungs. I waited, counting to 30, before I reached out and grasped the dagger by the handle, wrenching it back out. "Tell me, Grant, what did Stacy have you do for her?" I coaxed, waving the blood-stained dagger at him. His jaw clenched tight and he started at the ground. Fine then. More torture it was. I plunged the dagger into his thigh, leaving it there, and listened to his screams as I counted to 60 before retrieving the dagger. "Oh my God!" Stacy was sobbing from the next cell. I didn't give Grant a chance to speak, walking behind him and then, using the dagger to peel off a large patch of skin off his back. That one really made him scream. I dropped the skin to the ground and walked back around to the front of Grant. "Tell me," I said grimly. "Fine," he breathed. "She had me seek out a specific herb for her. Told me she was using it for skincare or something like that." He added, looking apologetically at the next cell. "What herb?" I demanded. "It was called pennyroyal," he stammered. I gave a big groan. Everyone knew that pennyroyal could cause miscarriages, but given enough of it, it could also cause the person who ingested it to die. Grant really wasn't. "What else?" I asked. "What else did she do?" But he was already shaking his head again, clamming back up. I walked back around and put the point of the dagger into his shoulder and began to carve, listening to his flesh sizzle and burn from the silver. When I was finished, there was a word carved into his back, and it read, "Traitor." "Please," Grant pleaded, "please no more." But I'd already had enough of listening to him and him not answering my questions. I put my hand up and punched him, breaking his nose again, and then as he howled, put it back together in the right place again. "I'm going to keep breaking that," I warned him. "What else did she have you do?" I asked, still holding the dagger in my right hand. He bit his lip and glanced away. I sighed. This time I was none too gentle, plunging the dagger in the back of his leg and pulling it downwards, severing tendons and the like, leaving it in for more than 2 minutes as his flesh began to bubble from the burn of the silver. When I yanked it out, I expected him to talk, and this time he did. "She had me cover for her when she went somewhere." "I don't know where she went." I raised an eyebrow. I had already figured out that she had gone to the witch's house every time she disappeared. "What did you do when she came back?" He hung his head. "We had socks," he answered softly. I exploded. "You betrayed your alpha in return for socks. Are you kidding me, Grant?" I was more than annoyed. I was angry. Because of him, my mate had almost died from being poisoned and had been targeted by him as the wolf who attacked her. I didn't hold back this time. "Rowan, please, Alpha, don't do this. It will never happen again. Please, oh God, don't do it." Not surprised by the torture in the slightest. "Get him medical assistance. But in the cell, I don't want the son of a to step foot out of this cell. He's betrayed me and as such will be executed when I see fit." Grant was passed out unconscious now, hanging there. I could hear Stacy's crying from next door and smiled grimly to myself. I kept hold of the dagger, the blood staining the silver of it, walking over to her cell, one of the guards unlocking it for me. The second she saw me, her eyes widened and she began to look panicked, no doubt fearing she was about to be tortured. "You attacked my mate," I sneered as she began to tremble. Unlike Grant, she wasn't dangling from the ceiling, but instead was restrained and shackled, lying on the cold, hard floor. "You almost killed her," I roared. I eyed Stacy with contempt, taking in the mess of her hair, her dark eyes wide, her pale skin almost translucent. She was that ashen and pale. Her dress was torn and ripped, and her shoes were in the corner of the cell. She had been so shocked to find herself dragged off to the dungeon after I had killed her precious witch friend, not expecting it from tame, calm Rowan. She had seriously underestimated me. "Please, Rowan, let me go," she pleaded, almost hysterical. "I know what I did was wrong, but I am pregnant. You can't take this out on an innocent child," she continued, begging me. She was right. I would never torture her while she was pregnant with an innocent child, no matter how much she had wronged me. But I also had an answer to that. "You will still be executed when I see fit, after you've given birth to your child," I told her evenly. "And you won't be having a natural birth either. I have doctors on standby to give you a C-section when it's safe enough. I want you to die as soon as remotely possible," I hissed as her lips quivered. "Rowan, you can't do this to me," she screamed. "What about everything I've done for you? Does that mean nothing to you? Nothing at all?" I laughed, my voice dripping with malice. "You have done nothing for me, Stacy, except be a giant pain in the ass. I'm no longer under your spell, remember? I broke your perfume bottles, and now that I'm aware of it, the perfume you have on is not affecting me as it was before." She drooped. "I did it for us," she whispered so quietly I almost missed it. "You did it for yourself," I thundered. "And your selfishness has now caused another man to die. Think about that while you're locked up in your cell, because you are going to have plenty of time to think about things in here." I threatened. I shut the cell door and waited for the guards to lock the cell door again. She got up awkwardly and tried to hop towards the door as I turned around and made my way towards the stairs. "Rowan," she screamed. "Don't do this. Please, God, no. Don't leave me in here," she wailed. I continued up the steps as she continued to scream at me. "Please, I'll do anything you want. Just let me out. I can't stand it in here, please." "Oh God, Rowan, no. Where are you going?" As I opened the door and made my way out of the dungeon. The last thing I heard before I shut the door was another scream, and this time it was a blood-curdling one. It looked like Grant had woken up. I grinned and slammed the door shut, cutting off their screams, and began to make my way toward my study, Amber POV. I was floating on a high after those kisses from Stefan and the first date he had organized. It had been so romantic, so sweet, and we had grown comfortable with each other. I had told him my story about Darius giving me up in exchange for marrying my sister, and about Rowan, who had been unable to decide between myself and Stacy, his ex-girlfriend. Stefan had been shocked by how mistreated I had been, and swore he would never be that way with me, that he wanted me and would show me it often, wanting me to be comfortable in his castle. In return, I learned about Stefan's parents' death. They had been traveling between various packs when they were set upon by a bunch of shifters, presumably rogues, who didn't like vampires. Stefan had been a child at the time, but with their death, he was forced to grow up quickly and become the king, something he sometimes didn't feel like he was suited for. He hadn't imagined being placed in the role so soon, and I found myself incredibly saddened for the little boy who had lost his parents and then been thrust into learning his place in the kingdom all at once. I found myself seeking out Teresa once more in the kitchen, signaling for her to join me at the table. She hesitated, but another Omega nodded at her, giving her permission, and she came over with a wide smile, sitting down in the seat beside me. "I hope you don't mind," I started, and she shook her head at me, her eyes twinkling. "I don't mind at all. Besides, as the king's mate, you could order me to sit with you, and I would have to," she said frankly as my mouth gaped open. "I'm not forcing you to," I told her hurriedly, and she laughed. "It's fine. I enjoy speaking to you, and it gives me a break from chores," she said, leaning back against the chair. "Is there something I could do for you? Would you like a cup of coffee?" I hesitated. I knew I wasn't supposed to drink too much caffeine with the baby, but surely 1 cup would be all right. I was craving it something fierce. Coffee, please, but only if you make yourself one as well, I requested. Teresa grinned and hopped up. I watched as she made 2 mugs of coffee. Milk, sugar, cream, she asked sweetly. Cream and sugar, please. She brought them over, sipping hers slowly as she sat, while I placed my hands around the mug, grateful for the warmth. I really needed to speak to Stefan about getting some warmer clothes instead of wearing the dresses that got left out for me each morning when I woke up. As it was, I was already missing him, but I'd been informed he was out doing some business and would come to visit me shortly. I was a big girl and decided to amuse myself. Visiting Teresa was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I was glad. She seemed like such a lovely girl or woman. "So how are you finding it here?" asked Teresa warmly, still sipping her coffee, her eyes closed in bliss. "Strange," I admitted. "I mean, it's so different to what I'm used to, and this castle is huge, much bigger than a pack house. I imagine it would feel very weird for a shifter to be in a castle surrounded by vampires, though," Teresa mused. "I know I would feel lonely in that scenario." I flushed. "Yes, I suppose I am a bit lonely. Stefan is busy a lot of the time," I admitted. "Oh, but he adores you," Teresa said in a hushed voice. "He's always talking about you to others. He seems to be enamored of you, actually, and I don't blame him. You're gorgeous," she admitted shyly. "I especially love that red hair of yours." I blinked in surprise. I had always viewed my red hair as being a disadvantage, I guess because my parents had despised it so much. I never thought that someone would admire it as much as Teresa seemed to. "Thank you," I stammered. "But I actually love your hair," I told her sincerely, loving the way it gleamed in the light. Teresa looked startled and then smiled, touching her hair absent-mindedly and laughing. "We're both weird, aren't we?" she chuckled. I chuckled alongside her. "So what are you up to for the rest of the day?" Teresa asked with interest. I sighed. I didn't know what I was going to do. Part of me was desperate to go for a run, but I still remembered Stefan's warning about the council using me if they found out I was a special wolf. Lilac wanted to stretch her legs, and I just wanted to enjoy the outdoors and the feel of it beneath my paws. "I wish I could go for a run," I said a little sadly, "but I can't let my wolf be seen." Teresa leaned forward, her eyes searching mine. "Why not? Is it because you're scared of what we vampires might think?" she asked. I shook my head and leaned closer to her. "It's because Stefan told the council I was just a plain silver wolf when I'm not. I'm rare," I whispered, "so now I feel like I have to keep it a secret from them." "Oh," said Teresa wistfully, "that sucks. I mean the keeping it secret, not the being a rare wolf thing," she added hastily. "I wonder what it feels like to go for a run." "It's better than you could imagine," I told her warmly. "The sun on your face, the wind in your fur, the speed of the run, it's all amazing," I declared. "I bet it's better than our own running," agreed Teresa, giving me a sympathetic glance. "I'm so sorry," she apologized. I stared at her incredulously. Why was she apologizing? It's not like she'd done anything wrong. "Maybe you could check out the training ring on the grounds where we train," suggested Teresa. "That might prove to be interesting to you. Maybe you could even join in." I liked the sound of that, but knew I would only observe if I went there. But it was a great idea, and I thanked Teresa profusely. At the very least, it would stave off my boredom. Thwack! I heard the sound of a loud slap, and the sound of a girl letting out a shriek. I whipped my head around to see none other than that Elaine, standing over a poor servant who was holding a hand to her stinging cheek. "You gave me the wrong coffee," she screeched, and the servant girl let out a sob. Teresa put a hand to her mouth. I was in shock. How could she treat an innocent servant girl that way? Teresa leaned over to whisper in her ear, "His ex-girlfriend has always had a temper and treated the servants poorly." I got to my feet, the servant girl surrounded by broken shards of the mug, and spilled coffee, while Elaine stood there, looking disgusted, her eyes staring down at the poor girl with contempt. "Do you have any idea who I am?" she hissed at the girl, who was sobbing pitifully now. "I am the king's girlfriend, and you would do well to remember that." Now I was annoyed, as I helped the servant girl to her feet, staring at Elaine with a look of anger. I focused my attention on the poor girl as Teresa silently grabbed a dustpan and brush and began to clean up, another servant girl wiping up the spilled liquid. "Are you all right?" I asked her softly. The servant girl nodded, still clutching her cheek. It was already beginning to bruise and swell. "You should get some ice on that," I told her, as Elaine folded her arms across her chest and glowered at me. "How dare you interrupt me?" she hissed. I raised an eyebrow at her, not cowed in the slightest. "How dare you hit a servant girl? What is wrong with you?" I demanded heatedly. "I can do what I like. They are beneath me, and she made a mistake, which she will now learn from." "You are not the king's girlfriend," I said firmly, the servants all stopping in their tracks to listen unashamedly. "I am his mate, and you would do well to remember that," I told her. "I will be his girlfriend," she denied, "once he realizes how pathetic and weak you are. Who wants a mangy mutt for a queen?" she exclaimed as the servants began to mutter amongst themselves. "Stefan does," I said quietly, "and I am not a mangy mutt," I snarled, my hands clenched into fists, my body trembling. If it wasn't for the pregnancy, I might have already shifted and attacked her. She tossed her long hair over her shoulder and smirked. "The vampire people are very proud. They will not want a person of another race ruling them," she snapped. Then she had the audacity to poke me in the chest. "You are not worthy to be queen. I am." "Don't ever touch me," I warned her, my chest heaving up and down. "I'm warning you, Elaine." She reached out and tried to slap me, but I caught her hand mid-air and twisted it, causing her to cry out in pain. Teresa stood beside me, looking upset. "Miss Elaine, you should leave before King Stefan finds out what you have done," she advised the woman, as I reluctantly let go of her hand. In answer, Elaine's eyes began to glow a bright, vivid red color. She was going full vampire on my ass. I grimaced. This was not going to be pretty. She let her fangs show. My nails began to grow longer in response as I prepared myself for the inevitable attack. "Miss Elaine, please stop," pleaded Teresa. I hastily pushed Teresa behind me and then dodged to the side just in time as Elaine suddenly rushed forward. We grappled, the both of us, Elaine's strength overwhelming. I suppose I should have expected that from a vampire. Her nails struck me across the face, drawing blood. I gave a small hiss, punching her in the guts and watching her double over. She let out a yelp and then stood upright, kicking out but thankfully missing my stomach, which she had intentionally aimed for. There was a commotion as servants began to file out of the room, others standing in the corner and watching wide-eyed. I didn't wait around, shifting to my wolf form and tackling Elaine to the ground. I was tired of her insults, tired of being called a mangy mutt. She had gone too far this time. I clenched my jaws around her arm and bit down, before shaking my head and yanking it, breaking it as she screamed. I backed away, watching her, waiting for her next move as she cradled her arm. I let out a low growl, furious, ready to re-tackle her, but she surprised me, backing away, whimpering in a pathetic voice. Only then did I see Stefan in the doorway with a grim expression on his face. I shifted back to human form immediately. "Stefan," whimpered Elaine, holding out her arm, "look what she did to me." He glowered at her, and she paled. "I saw enough, Elaine, and the servants told me what you did. I think you need to spend some time in the dungeon until you've learned your place." His guards filed in and took custody of her, dragging her kicking and wailing out the door. I stood there, suddenly realizing I was naked, and Stefan's eyes widened as he realized that too, taking his shirt off and hastily throwing it towards me. I grabbed it and gratefully put it on. "Stefan, I know I shouldn't have shifted," I began to apologize. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "You just showed everyone what a rare shifter you are. Even my people know that a white wolf is rare and unique. I'm not angry at you, I'm just worried," he admitted, crossing the room and grabbing hold of me, pulling me in and hugging me tightly. "I'm sorry," I whispered, and he sighed, stroking my hair and kissing me on the forehead. "It's fine. Whatever happens, we'll deal. I just hope the council doesn't hear of it, but something tells me that Elaine won't keep her mouth shut, especially now that she's being punished." Darius POV. It's slowly killing me inside, knowing where Amber is and that she's carrying my child. It isn't easy to continue to pretend to be the loving husband and perfect chosen mate in regard to Sophie. All I want is to find my way out of here, and I figure, Now is as good a time as any to visit the so-called monstrous alpha at his home. My mother, of course, is fretting when I tell her the news, astonished at my willingness to leave Sophie at the moment. "What on earth are you doing, going there?" "I'm worried about Amber, Mother. She hasn't checked in with Sophie in a while. I must make sure she's all right," I explained firmly, my tone brooking no arguments. "She's just an undesirable," my mother countered with a shake of her head. "Who cares if she hasn't spoken to Sophie in a while? I'm sure she's been busy. Heck, she's probably married by now," she added, not knowing how angry that statement would make me. My father looked just as confused. "I don't get it, but if Sophie is worried about her sister, then so be it. It might even help with her ahem," he coughed, looking embarrassed. "Recovery from the miscarriage." I grinned. My father was, of course, being the soft-hearted man that he usually was. My mother looked indignantly at him. "It's going to be a complete waste of time," she said with an arched brow, "but if you feel you must, then go for it. I'll be back later tonight," I promised, grabbing hold of my wallet and keys off the study desk and pocketing them. My mother gave me a gentle hug while my father shook my hand. "Good luck," was all he said, "and let us know how Amber is." I walked towards my car, a bright red Ferrari, marveling at its beauty as I slid into the passenger seat and started the engine. It roared to life, and I peeled out, heading for the main road and towards Alpha Rowan's pack. It was a fair amount of time before my car was stopped before the boundary, the patrol warning me to remain seated. "State your business," growled one of the men. "I'm here to see Alpha Rowan. Tell him that Darius is here. He should know who I am," I said drearily. I was fairly certain Rowan would remember my presence from last time. It took several minutes of mind-linking before they permitted my car to go forward toward the pack house where Alpha Rowan was evidently waiting. He stood there, at the front door, his arms folded over his chest and a look of sourness on his face. I smirked to myself. He was making it clear how much he despised me, but that was okay because the feeling was mutual. "Darius," he greeted me cordially, raising an eyebrow and gesturing for me to follow him inside the house. We walked through several long corridors until we came to the study, where he motioned for me to sit down. He looked at me impatiently. "Thank you so much for your hospitality," I told Alpha Rowan politely. "But may I ask where Amber is? I was hoping to visit her while I was here." Now he looked disgruntled, a flash of annoyance crossing his face. "I haven't seen her in weeks," he said quietly. "Since she rejected me, she's been a wall. God knows what's happened to her." He sounded slightly miserable as well, to my surprise. The man must have really liked Amber, and boy had he fucked up if she'd rejected him. I was quite pleased by that, even if I had to try very hard not to show it. "You have no idea where she is or where she's gone?" I queried, unable to believe it. "She was heading west through the boundary line. That's as far as I know. After that, she was gone," he said, fidgeting with his hands slightly and avoiding my gaze. My eyes narrowed. Was he ashamed? Was that why he couldn't look me in the eyes? I felt more than a little angry towards the man for losing my precious Amber. Now I was going to have to search for her, which would be no easy feat, as there were dozens of packs nearby. She could have gone to any one of them and decided to make a home there. I sighed. At least I was soon to be alpha, which meant that the other alphas of the pack would willingly cooperate with me when I started to search. But it wasn't something I had anticipated, that was for sure. "We believed she was safe with you," I told the alpha with a bit of a hiss. "We thought you would keep her here." He looked at me silently, looking pensive and forlorn. "I tried to keep her here," he pointed out with a grimace, even used my alpha tone on her. "Somehow she managed to ignore my commands and reject me." That was an interesting tidbit of information. How had Amber managed to override an alpha's directions? It was unheard of for a shifter, any shifter, to have the power to do that. Suddenly his eyes glazed over, and I could tell he was being mind-linked by someone. He jumped to his feet suddenly, and his eyes went pitch black. "Rogue attack," he shouted. "Stay here," he hissed at me, and before I could so much as utter a word or sound, he was out the door and running. I kicked my head and then sighed, getting up and walking to the doorway. Outside I could hear the sounds of shifters as they changed into their wolves, and the sounds of shouting and chaos as pack members ran to safety. But it was what I was hearing, very distantly, inside the house, that was enticing me. I walked, with my ears straining, through the pack house, knowing Alpha Rowan could be hours before he came back. I could hear the sounds of distant sobbing, and it led to a staircase from behind a door. It of course led to the basement, which would of course also be the dungeon. I walked downstairs slowly, feeling the balustrade, my feet clacking on the steps as the sobbing intensified. "Hello," I called out, and I reached the ground floor, walking towards the cells, where I could see somebody lying down on a threadbare mattress. I sucked in a breath. It was a woman, and she was pregnant, not heavily so, but part of her stomach was slightly swollen, and I could detect the baby's heartbeat. She was beautiful, with long hair and big dark eyes that stared at me blankly, pale skin, and a petite body. She was shivering slightly from the dampness and slight breeze through the barred windows. I eyed her thoughtfully, wondering what kind of crime this woman could have done to be punished in such a manner while pregnant. She stared at me, her eyes widening, her sobs stifled, as she gazed at me with something akin to hope in her eyes. "Please," she begged me, "please let me out of here." I frowned and stared at the cell, looking down at her shackled arms and legs. There were no keys anywhere that I could see, and I still needed to know what she had done. "What are you in here for?" She gave me a pleading look. "I used magic on Alpha Rowan to make him believe he was in love with me. I shouldn't have done it," she said, sniffling. "But I wanted him so bad, and all he could think about was that girl Amber. I did what I had to do," she cried, beginning to break down again. I felt nothing but pity for her. Clearly, she had enlisted the help of a witch to entrap the Alpha, which explained her confinement in these cells. It seemed cruel to place a pregnant woman in the dungeon, though, where the air was damp and smelt dank, the metallic scent of blood in the air. It was surprising she wasn't being sick from the sheer smell alone. It was enough to make me gag, and I wasn't pregnant. "What are you willing to do to be free from here?" I asked her as a thought sprang to mind. She licked her lips nervously and gazed downwards, whispering, "Anything you desire." It took a minute for me to comprehend what she was offering. I shook my head in repulsion. I certainly didn't want Alpha Rowan's sloppy seconds. Yuck. "That's not what I meant." I told her evenly, "I may have a certain job I wish for you to do for me in exchange for your freedom." She looked hopeful now. She got up and shuffled over to the door of the cell, careful not to touch the bars, even though her flesh was burning where the restraints on her hands and ankles were. "I will do anything you want, but please you must hurry. Alpha Rowan could come down here any minute now." "He's busy with a rogue attack," I told her, watching her eyes light up. "Then now would be a perfect time for me to escape," she breathed. "Rowan keeps a key to the cells and restraints in his study. Please, please hurry," she pleaded. I considered her request and then sighed, turning around and making my way back upstairs. I got lost once or twice, making my way to the study and searching the desk for a key. I found it easily, in the top right-hand drawer of the desk, and holding it triumphantly, I made my way back into the dungeon, where the woman was waiting impatiently for me. "About time," she hissed, and I glowered at her. How dare she speak to me that way? I could always refuse to let her out, but I needed her for my plan. I brandished the key at her and set to work, undoing the door to the cell with ease. It sprang open with a definitive creak, and then she held out her wrists to me. "Not so fast," I said quietly. "First we discuss the job that I have for you." "We don't have time," she hissed. "Best we leave first and discuss this job later." But I wasn't about to let her go and find out she would double-cross me. I undid the shackles only and her ankle restraints, putting the key back into my pocket as she looked at me with daggers in her eyes. "I'll undo them once we've had our discussion," I said calmly, and she glared, before shoving past me and making her way to the stairs. "I hope you have a car," she said hoarsely. "It's right in front of the pack house," I said, "but you're going to have to keep your head down until we're gone. Is that understood?" I asked. She nodded, waiting for me to get to the front door first. The coast was clear, and I led her, while her body trembled and shook, towards the Ferrari, covering her up with a blanket in the passenger seat and then climbing back into the driver's seat and starting the engine. The patrol was still busy with the rogue attack, and it was almost laughable how we were able to get out undetected. I knew that Rowan would know it was me who freed her, but I didn't care. What was he going to do? Come to my pack and accuse me? So what? It's not like he had proof. Nobody had seen us leave together. I pulled up just in front of the boundary line to my own pack and pulled the blanket off the woman who blinked at me before she took in the scenery with a small smile on her face. "I'm free," she said gleefully. I shook my head. She wasn't going to be free until she agreed to the job I wanted her to do. She held out her wrists, and this time I undid them, watching as she threw the offending pieces of metal to the forest floor and rubbed her wrists, which were raw where the silver had touched them. "What is it you want me to do then?" she asked tiredly. She looked exhausted and haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. I was willing to bet she hadn't slept much or had much of a good meal lately. I was sure she would be more accommodating once I organized for her to get clean. I leaned forward to murmur in her ear. "You see, I have this wife, Sophie," I began. Chapter 93, Poison. Stacy POV. I glared down at the young girl writhing on the floor, giving her a good kick for measure. "Will you shut up?" I growled as she continued to fight, only partially dressed in her undergarments, her clothes torn, as I rolled her over and made sure the ropes were tight. She continued to shout for help in the gag I'd placed across her mouth, muffling sounds that, although would not be heard, were still annoying me. I rolled my eyes and then bent down, looking the young girl right in the face. Her big brown eyes were swimming with tears, and her dark auburn hair was matted and disheveled, her ponytail coming loose. She was in minimal clothing after being stripped of her uniform, her dress, or rather uniform, now belonging to me. I smoothed the dress down. It was cute, reminiscent of a maid's uniform, and consisted of a little black dress and white apron with practical shoes. I looked down at the shoes regretfully. Unfortunately, they didn't fit, and so I was stuck with the plain black flats that Darius had gifted me with, the clothes I had been wearing, now piled in a closet nearby. Mumbled the girl, wriggling in her restraints. I sighed. She really wasn't going to shut up now, was she? I thought to myself with a grimace. There was only one thing for it. I knocked her out with a single blow, effectively rendering her unconscious. Great, now she was finally silent, I thought to myself, smirking. I cursed under my breath as I moved her towards the closet. For such a tiny thing, she sure was heavy. I plopped her inside the closet and shut the doors carefully. With luck, she wouldn't wake up until I had completed my task. My right hand checked the pocket of the dress, and I sighed in relief, finding the small vial that I needed still in there. I opened the door to the hallway and peered out carefully. There were servant girls milling about the pack house, and it was nothing to blend in with them all. But I had someone in mind, someone specific I needed to find, and I walked towards the kitchen, where a servant girl was busy wiping down the kitchen. "Excuse me," I said ever so politely, "but Master Darius and his wife have requested that I bring them some sweet tea." The girl looked a little surprised. "Sure, just give me a moment to organize it. Where are they?" "They are outside. I can take it out there if you show me where to get everything." The girl, a mousy-looking thing with light brown hair and big blue eyes, began to scramble, grabbing a tray and several cups, plus a pitcher of sweet tea. I wondered about the drink and why it was kept so readily at hand. The girl read my mind. "Miss Sophie is partial to sweet tea," she said quietly, "especially on warm days." She loaded me up with the tray and led the way to the front door. She opened it for me so I wouldn't have to struggle with the tray in my hands. I gave her a grin and a smile. "Thanks a lot," I gushed cheerfully. The girl smiled back. "Anytime. Say hi to Darius for me," she said with a squeak, pointing at her name tag. Of course, her name was as plain as she was. It read simply Jane. "Sure, I'll do that," I said, turning my back and rolling my eyes. The grass was soft and lush, and I struggled to make sure I didn't accidentally turn my ankle or sink into it. The glasses clinked together, and I was relieved that the pitcher didn't roll over or spill. I headed in the direction that Darius had instructed me to, a small cabin on the outskirts of the woods, where he had planned to get Sophie and himself alone together. When I got there, I could hear the sounds of voices inside, and being me, decided to eavesdrop. The soft, musical voice had to be Sophie's. "Darius, what are we doing here? I think you've made it perfectly clear that you have no interest in what happened. Heck, it's all your fault that I lost the baby." Darius's voice. "I apologized for that, Sophie. I lost control. Can you blame me? You basically accused me of cheating on you, when it couldn't have been further from the truth." Sophie's voice. "Liar. I know you've been cheating on me. Don't deny it. You're not a very good liar, Darius." Darius. "I haven't cheated on you. Would you stop being so damn paranoid? I brought you out here so that we could spend some time together and have some privacy." I was intrigued by their discussion. Darius had given me most of the sordid details of their relationship with one another, but he hadn't told me that Sophie had lost a baby. Part of me suspected that he was responsible, as Sophie claimed, especially since he seemed to be enamored with Amber, the same as Rowan. But what had he done to her to make her lose the child? Had he hit her? Made her ingest something? Or was she merely blaming him for something that was little more than a tragedy? "Sophie, please, you're going to be Luna soon. Don't you think we should put what happened behind us and find a way to get along?" "Sophie, I will never ever forgive you for what you did, Darius. I don't care how many times you tell me that you're sorry. You're a son of a she declared. I had heard enough and quietly knocked on the door, struggling to hold the tray with one hand. A few moments passed and then Darius appeared in the doorway, looking relieved to see me. "Damn it, Sophie, if this is how you're going to be," he said loudly with emphasis on his words so that they would carry on the wind. "Then I'll leave you here alone to stew." He stomped past me, giving me a wink on the way, and headed directly towards the training grounds. That way he'd have an alibi later when he was questioned. I tentatively walked inside, finding the girl that Darius wanted dead, just inside, sitting at a table with her head buried in her hands, crying softly. I quietly placed the pitcher of sweet tea on the table, and she hastily wiped her eyes and then looked up at me. She was a gorgeous, dainty little thing, with golden blonde hair that cascaded down her shoulders and all the way down to her tailbone. Her eyes were a vivid blue reminiscent of the sea, and she had the palest, most creamy skin that I had ever seen. This was none other than the future Luna. "Forgive me for intruding," I told her gently, and she shook her head, wiping her eyes and blinking back tears. "Not at all," she said politely. So she was one of those people, well-bred, wealthy, and polite. Figures. I almost feel a tad bit sorry for her, but only a little bit. I still wanted my freedom too much to back out now. "Is this for me?" she asked, indicating the sweet tea. I gave a small nod. "Yes, Master Darius ordered it to be brought to you. I am told you are partial to sweet tea," I said with a friendly smile. My hand crept into my apron pocket, fingering the small vial carefully. "Well, I guess that was nice of him," she muttered, sounding frustrated. I noticed her eyes dart toward my stomach, which was swollen slightly with the pregnancy. "How far along are you?" she asked forlornly. "About 4 months," I said quietly. "The father is no longer in the picture," I added. Well, technically, that wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. The father was dead, and it was my fault, but she didn't need to know that. "Congratulations," she said wistfully. I hesitated. "I am sorry for your loss," I told her, feeling a little awkward. "I know you must have been looking forward to the birth of your child." She blinked back a sudden onset of tears. "Thank you." I gestured towards the sweet tea as she gazed out the window. "Would you like me to pour you some?" Slowly, I pulled the vial out. She wasn't even looking at me, let alone the tea. She appeared to be lost in her thoughts. "Please," she whispered, "but only if you pour for yourself as well. Please, have a seat," she added quietly. I wondered if she was perhaps a bit lonely. I shrugged and sat down, pouring the tea. A little bit of sleight of hand, and the poison was quickly poured into her glass as I gave it to her. "How long have you been working for Alpha John and Luna Marian?" she asked me with curiosity as she began to sip. To prevent suspicion, I took a long gulp of my own glass. "About a year," I lied through gritted teeth. Part of me wanted her to hurry up and consume the whole damn glass. She frowned, taking another sip. "Strange, I don't remember seeing you before," she said. Well, I'm sure you don't really take much notice of us Omegas, I said pleasantly, and I do tend to work odd hours. That seemed to placate her, and she took a bigger gulp of her drink as I silently rejoiced. This sweet tea is a tad bit bitter, she commented, but I guess someone else must have made it this time. I'll let them know when I get back to make it sweeter, I promised, feeling like I was on tenterhooks. Thanks, she said, smiling. I just prefer it sweet over bitter. Don't we all? I laughed, taking a small sip of the drink. Do you know what you are having yet? She asked. I knew that I was having a girl, but I wasn't quite ready to share that yet. No idea, I said with a shrug, but as long as it's healthy, then it doesn't really matter to me. She sighed. I felt the same way, she murmured. I just wanted a healthy child. Come on, I thought to myself, glancing at the window. Hurry up and drink already. She took another long sip of her drink, placing it gently down on the table. Darius thought this cabin would make the most romantic getaway, she said a little bitterly, waving her arms around. But it's just a cabin, one that's been empty for months. Could it be any less romantic, she demanded. Oh, Darius, you really know how to pick them, don't you? I thought with a sigh. No, it's not that romantic, I admitted to her. She picked up her glass, downed it, and slammed it down like she was in a bit of a temper as I cringed. I wanted to laugh. She'd finally done it. She'd consumed the poison. It would take effect almost immediately. Sure enough, she stood up and wavered on her feet, much like a drunken imbecile at the pub. Her mouth opened in astonishment, and she gaped at me. Wait, what? She slurred before dropping to the floor on her knees. Her mouth began to froth, and then she collapsed onto her back, staring up at the ceiling as I walked over to her side. She raised a shaking hand, pointing it at me. I smirked, no longer needing to pretend to be nice. Darius sends his regards, I whispered into her ear as her body reacted violently to the poison, and she collapsed in a fit. Within moments, her heart stopped beating and she died. I felt no regrets. All I wanted was my freedom back, something that was guaranteed now that I had done as I'd been ordered. I stood up and looked down at the body, feeling a slight pang for how young the girl was. But I also couldn't afford to be seen in here or captured. I lay the glass next to her so that they would know she was poisoned, and then I made my way towards the back of the cabin, opening the window and then shifting into my wolf form. I needed to keep going before Rowan found me or Darius changed his mind. Now all I had to do was figure out exactly where it was that I was going. Darius POV. It was a dark, dismal day with thunderclouds rolling overhead. There was a slight chill in the air, and the sky was bleak, matching everyone's mood perfectly. I flashed back to yesterday afternoon when Sophie's body was discovered by another Omega no less. We heard the screams first, coming in from the southwest, all of us puzzled by the sound. Well, except me, I had been expecting it, and had been on tenterhooks waiting for the inevitable sounds as someone found her. A young Omega girl with auburn hair and dark brown eyes came crashing through the grounds, near the training ring, hysterical, her hair disheveled, her clothes slightly torn from branches as she'd run. "The Luna," she babbled, falling to her knees as she was surrounded by curious pack members in the patrol. "The Luna is dead," she cried, placing her head in her hands and sobbing wildly. I strode over to her, grim-faced, hauling her up by the arm. "What is the meaning of this? What on earth are you talking about?" It wasn't the Luna she meant, obviously, but the Luna-to-be. "Your wife," she sobbed, pointing behind her towards the cabin near the outskirts of the woods. "Your wife Sophie is dead, Master Darius," she cried. I dropped her arm and turned towards patrol. "Fan out. Whoever is responsible for her death may still be here. Gather up any strangers that you find," I ordered, striding towards the woods, several patrol members behind me, the Omega still crying where she sat. I entered the cabin cautiously, finding the pitcher of sweet tea overturned and the glasses both empty of liquid. Sophie lay on the ground, splayed out, foam at the corner of her mouth. Her big blue eyes were clouded over and she stared blankly at the ceiling, her body still and completely immobile. I knelt down beside her, checking her pulse, and then closed my eyes in regret. There was no pulse. She was gone. I was careful to act the part of the grieving husband as I gathered her up in my arms, closing her eyes with one hand and turning to the other men who awaited instructions. "My wife is dead," I said harshly. and I want the person responsible to be found. Is that clear? A search party was started. Another Omega was found, in her underwear in a closet, tied up and restrained, as well as gagged. She babbled on nonsensically about a woman who had knocked her out and taken her clothes. The patrol began to search for the woman using the Omega's description, but Stacy, thankfully, was long gone after having completed her task. I wasn't surprised when they didn't find her, grateful she'd run off and put as much distance as possible between herself and my pack. The funeral was set for the next day, the whole pack surrounding myself, my mother and father, and Clarissa, who was now weeping silently beside me. "We are gathered here today to mourn the loss of our beloved Sophie Henderson," began the minister, and I blinked back tears, trying to comfort Clarissa, who was beside herself. "Why?" she sobbed pathetically, as my mother also tried her best to comfort her. "Why would anyone want to hurt my Sophie?" she sniffled. Beta Matthew was on the other side of the pack, swaying slightly on his feet, already drunk, the poor bastard. He was glowering at Clarissa, who had served him divorce papers, looking upset as his daughter was put to rest. The crowd began to disperse as the coffin was laid down in its resting spot, the earth being flung onto it by members of the pack as they walked past. Beta Matthew made his way to our side, and I cringed, knowing he would cause a scene, but not blaming the man in the slightest for it. "This is your fault," he hissed at a startled Clarissa, who blinked her big blue eyes at him, her lip quivering in distress as she straightened her shoulders to glare at the man. "You wanted her to marry him," he snarled, pointing at me as my father moved to intercept him. Now, soothed my father. "We're all upset," he said quietly, trying to avoid a fight. "Upset?" barked Beta Matthew. "I'm more than a little upset," he said, slurring his words, swaying back and forth on his feet. "My daughter is dead, and I blame all of you for it," he hissed. "Please, just stop," said Clarissa with a sob. "This isn't the time or place." "Matthew," she hissed, gesturing towards the coffin, which was gleaming despite the darkness of the sky and the lack of sunlight. "I think now is a perfect time," said Matthew loftily. "Don't you, Darius? I mean, look at you," he said quietly, poking me in the chest as I stumbled slightly backward. "You don't even look that sad for a man that's lost his wife," he snarled. "I bet you had something to do with it, didn't you?" My mouth fell open, but Clarissa stunned us all, stepping forward and slapping Beta Matthew with all her strength in the face. Smack! We all cringed as we saw the bright red open hand mark on his cheek, the Beta putting a hand to his cheek in shock, staring at his ex-wife in astonishment. "Our daughter has just been buried," Clarissa snarled. "Show some damn respect for once in your life, you drunken fool." For once, Matthew seemed speechless. My mother looked at Clarissa with something akin to pride in her eyes. She loved it when Clarissa showed some backbone and spunk, especially towards her ex-husband. "How dare you?" stammered Matthew finally. My father had had enough now, grabbing hold of Beta Matthew's arm and spinning him around the other way, turning him so that he could see the coffin. The man crumpled to his knees. "Sophie," he whispered, "Sophie," and began to cry loudly and noisily. "I'll stay with him," my father said grimly. "The rest of you go to the wake at the house." Clarissa gave a sob, and my mother enfolded her in her arms, hugging her tight and walking beside her as they walked towards the pack house. I wiped my eyes, which were red and puffy from pretending to cry, and began to walk behind them. We walked in silence, all of us, my father standing beside Beta Matthew, who had lost it completely. My mother halted at the door. "I'll see you inside in a moment," she murmured to Clarissa, who was holding up well considering the circumstances. Clarissa gave a nod and then disappeared inside, but not before shooting me a suspicious look. Did she blame me as well for her daughter's death? Or did she suspect me for being the one to organize it? My mother reached out and grabbed me by the arm. "Darius," she said with tears in her eyes, "I can't believe that Sophie is gone. I can't imagine how you're feeling. First the loss of your unborn child, and now the loss of your wife. I'm so sorry, son," she whispered. I patted her on the shoulder, feeling awkward. "It's difficult for me to say much," I choked out, "but I want to thank you and Father for your help in organizing the funeral and helping me to grieve." My mother looked touched. "Of course, Darius, we would do anything to help you. You know that," she breathed. We were so looking forward to our grandchild and for you and Sophie to become the alpha and Luna of the pack. If there's anything you need, anything at all, just say the words and we'll help you with whatever it is. Ignore the rumors, she advised me, looking a bit stricken. I don't believe for 1 minute you had anything to do with Sophie's death. I know how much you loved her. The pictures you took on your special honeymoon attest to that. The pictures on the honeymoon were a lie. A way to keep Sophie from constantly feeling like she was nothing but second best to Amber. I had played the perfect role of a loving husband who had forgiven his wife all her indiscretions and for forcing him to marry her. I had told Sophie back then that I would give us both a chance, and while I had been willing, my thoughts had been on Amber the entire time. Still, the pictures showed me adoring her and showed that I had loved her if only for a short while. My alibi was concrete, having been at the training ring when Sophie was discovered, but it hadn't stopped the gossip mill from saying I had something to do with it. I would find out who was talking like that and stop them from continuing to malign me, but it looked like Mother was already doing that. "Thank you, Mother, for everything," I said quietly, "but now I must focus on the future and what it means for me." She looked a little taken aback. "Of course," she stammered, "but you don't have to think about that now, Darius. Today is a day for grieving and mourning. Your father still has every intention of making you alpha of the pack soon. But for now, let's just grieve the loss of your beautiful wife." I gave a small nod, and that seemed to placate her, as she turned and walked into the house, no doubt searching for Clarissa. I could hear her weeping from the front entryway, and I flinched, not wanting to join the crowd in the pack house. But it had to be done, and I forced myself to keep walking into the living room and join the crowd of pack members who all began to offer me their sympathies. My mother watched me approvingly from across the room as I shook hands and hugged people, some of whom were complete strangers to me. By the time the room was empty of people, I felt drained and exhausted, not wanting to hear one more damn word of sympathy or well-wishing. Clarissa went to lie down, leaving me with Mother and Father, Beta Matthew having stumbled drunkenly back to his own place earlier apparently. "So, son," my father said quietly, "what are your plans now?" I gave them a small smile, one that didn't quite reach my eyes. "Well, I was thinking," I drawled, glancing at my mother who was pale as a sheet and looking tired, "that I would try and find Amber." "Of course," my mother murmured. "No one knows where she is, so she doesn't know about the funeral or her sister's death," she said sadly. "Poor thing will be so shocked when she finds out," muttered my father. I took a deep breath. "I, of course, want to be the one to tell her. I think I owe it to Sophie," I said with a hint of concern. "She would want her sister to know. Sophie and Amber were so close." I exhaled, shaking my head regretfully. "Amber is going to be devastated when she finds out." My mother sighed. "I think I might want to go and lie down. It's been a very big day," she said softly, turning to me and placing a hand upon my arm. "If you should need anything, anything at all." She trailed off. "Yes," Father joined in. "Anything at all, you just say the word son." "I will," I promised them, watching as Father took hold of my mother's hand and gently tugged her towards the stairs. I waited until they were gone and then poured myself a bourbon, downing it back in one gulp. It was refreshing, but also burnt the throat slightly. It was that strong. I poured myself another and sat down on an armchair, folding my legs over. Thank God the funeral was over and done with. I didn't know how much longer I could pretend to play the grieving husband today, and thank God I hadn't let anything slip. I sipped at the bourbon thoughtfully. Now all I needed to do was find Amber and the baby of mine she was carrying. That shouldn't be too hard, and wouldn't my parents be pleased to find they were expecting a grandchild after all? Even if it was from a person they least suspected. Rowan POV. We sit in the car, tight-lipped, my father Teddy looking absolutely furious with me. He looks so much better now. His skin doesn't look translucent and pale anymore, but rather tanned and slightly golden. His hair no longer shaggy but gleaming and full of vibrancy, his eyes sparkling in spite of his anger, his body beginning to fill out instead of his stick-thin, weak physique from the hospital. Amber had healed him before leaving, and I couldn't be more grateful to her for what she had done for him. Teddy, on the other hand, was angry that I had let Amber slip through my fingers. "I just can't believe it," Teddy said sadly. "She was so perfect for you, Rowan. How could you have chosen Stacy over someone like Amber? She was just so damn angelic," he commented. I sighed. We had been over this more than once, and no amount of telling him that I'd been under a spell had swayed the man into feeling sorry for me. "You should have known better," he barked, staring out the window, his lips curled back in a snarl. "The mate bond is sacred, damn it," he hissed. "I said that I was sorry," I snapped. "All right, she should never have slipped through my fingers, but I don't have time to keep arguing with you right now." "All right." My father fell silent, and I could feel his disapproving gaze from here. He was beyond pissed at me, not that I could blame him. He had really enjoyed Amber's company, and I knew he'd been a big fan of hers. "Where are we going anyway?" my father said grumpily. He hated long car rides and would have much preferred that we run to the pack we were traveling to in wolf form. "We," I snarled, "are going to see Darius, Amber's ex-boyfriend. No matter, he has to be the one who released Stacy from the dungeon. The question is why?" I muttered under my breath. What could she have possibly offered him in exchange for her freedom? The boy had been a foolish mutt, releasing the from my dungeon while I had been busy with a rogue attack. As if I wasn't going to know it was him. "Who cares if Stacy is gone? How much damage can she possibly do now that she no longer has a witch to do her bidding?" asked my father, puzzled. "I care," I said heatedly. "She lied to me and put me under a spell. She deserves to be punished for that." We stopped inside the boundary line, a swarm of warriors preventing the car from going any further. A tall man, heavily muscled, with the physique of a Viking, stepped beside the window. "State your business," he said tiredly. I made a mental note to inform Alpha John of his men's boredom in patrol. Someone who had slow reflexes and didn't care much for the job could get another man killed. "I'm Alpha Rowan Craven, and I'm here to see Darius," I said firmly, my eyes almost pitch black as I bored holes into the man's eyes. He gave a little shrug, and I saw his eyes cloud over. I waited impatiently, my fingertips drumming on the steering wheel, while my father readjusted his seat, trying to get more comfortable. The warrior's eyes became clear again. "Alpha John has permitted for you to proceed," he said gruffly. "Please go right to the pack house." I put the engine back into gear and peeled off, driving straight towards the elegant mansion of a pack house and parking right in front of it. Somehow I wasn't too surprised to see that Darius was waiting by the front door, his arms folded over his chest and a smirk on his damn face. My father awkwardly got out of the car. "Father," I said firmly, "go into the house." He vanished inside. The second he did, I raced over to Darius and grabbed hold of the teenage boy by the neck, squeezing it tightly, seeing a red haze in front of me. I was that angry. "Where is she?" I demanded, watching his feet dangle uselessly, his fingernails clawing and scratching at my hands. "Where is the little I hissed. "I know it was you that let her out." "Alpha Rowan," came a shocked voice. Alpha John stepped out of the house and looked at me in shock. "I must ask that you release my son immediately." I hesitated, then dropped the boy to the ground, turning towards the other Alpha with my lips curled back. "Your son is responsible for letting one of my prisoners escape." Darius coughed and spluttered from his place on the ground. His mother, Luna Marian, came up beside Alpha John, looking displeased as she eyed me. "What proof do you have?" asked Alpha John, glancing down at his son with a warning look in his eyes. "He was the only one in attendance besides my people the other day. I was busy with a rogue attack, and your son took advantage of that fact to release my prisoner." "He's lying," coughed Darius, "and I find it insulting that he would go this far." His father looked thoughtful. "You did go to Alpha Rowan's place the other day," he rumbled, "and came back in a hurry. Darius, are you sure that he's not telling the truth?" Darius hesitated. "I'm telling you that it's all lies," he exclaimed. My father stepped outside and grimaced. "I hate to say it, but Rowan is being truthful. So at the moment, it's a case of he said, she said," he muttered. Alpha John gave a grim nod. Luna Marian looked pained. "So what do we do about this?" asked Alpha John. Darius stumbled to his feet. He glowered at me. I smirked at him, reveling in his bright red face and disheveled appearance. "I challenge you to a fight. He snapped at me. I stared at him incredulously. Did the little pup really think he could beat me? I, an experienced alpha who trained regularly? His father was also rather incredulous. Darius, I don't believe that's the ideal solution. No, shouted Darius, backing away and looking me straight in the eyes. He thinks he can just come over and make a fool out of me. Rowan, said my father disapprovingly, don't kill him. Lunamarian turned towards her husband, who merely sighed and shook his head. It's his lesson to learn, was all he would say. Darius was clearly impatient, no longer happy to wait around, and before anyone could stop him, he shifted into his pure black wolf form, which was several inches shorter than my own. Damon was more than happy to take control, and I shifted, my paws thudding loudly against the floor. Lunamarian, Alpha John, and my father stayed by the door as Darius and I began to circle each other. Darius's jaw clenched tight. I waited for the perfect opening, and then struck, jumping onto his back and swiping furiously down, leaving a long gash along his midsection as I dropped to the floor and rolled away, facing him once again. Darius didn't look so cocky now, racing towards me as I dodged to the side and swiped again, getting him across his hind legs and eliciting a small whimper from him. I kicked my head to the side and watched his form, knowing he was tensing his body to take a leap. I met him in midair, clawing and biting, Darius getting several hits of his own as we fell to the ground. I backed away, heaving and panting, blood trickling from several small gashes, my fur matting with blood. Darius looked the worse for wear, though, blood beginning to pool beneath him. He let out a low, ferocious growl that made birds leave their perches in flight, trees swaying from the sound. I tensed, preparing myself, and dodged, jumping up and landing on his back, my jaws biting down on his neck. He sent me flying into a nearby tree, and I hit it with a large thudding noise, my body dropping to the floor. I got to my feet and eyed Darius warily. He was strong, stronger than I imagined, but not as strong as Damon and I were. This time, I waited until he got on top of me and then bucked, sending him crashing into a nearby tree, his body thudding to the floor. I heard Lunamarian give a shriek of distress and saw my father and Alpha John doing their best to comfort her as she turned her face away, a hand to her lips. Would this pup never give up? Did he not understand that he couldn't win? For he wasn't giving up quite so easily, and I was impressed with him, despite myself. I noticed he was limping slightly on his hind leg and knew that he'd broken a bone when he went crashing into the tree. The blood was pouring faster now as well, staining the forest floor and debris as we fought. Darius raced towards me, and I jumped up high, leaping into the air, landing on his back and digging my claws in to prevent him from bucking me off. My jaws clenched tight around his neck. Forfeit, I thought to myself furiously as he wriggled and writhed beneath me. Forfeit, and acknowledge that you have lost. He continued to fight before his body completely slumped on the floor, my jaws slowly and reluctantly letting go. Blood pooled around his body. I heard Lunamarian give a shout of anger. "You've killed him, you bastard," as I slowly changed, my bones shifting and breaking, readjusting to my human form. I stood there, naked, vulnerable, Darius doing the same so that he lay naked on the floor. I knelt beside him and checked for a pulse. He was still breathing. Good, I hadn't killed him by accident then. He coughed and spluttered where he lay. "Tell me where she is," I asked quietly as he moved his head to peer up at me, blinking against the bright sunlight. "Don't know," he heaved. "She didn't tell me where she was going." I frowned at him in annoyance. All this fighting had been for nothing then. Why had he instigated the fight when he couldn't even give me the answers I needed? Sure, I was angry at him and had been spoiling for a fight, but it didn't need to come to this. Lunamarian shoved past me. Darius's eyes were fluttering open and closed. I looked down and noticed he was losing quite a bit of blood and fast. "Darius," she wailed, "my poor baby." Alpha John was quicker, racing over to grab hold of his son and cradling him to his chest. "Mind link the hospital," he growled at Lunamarian, whose eyes were clouded over as she began to do just that. He stopped beside me for a moment, holding fast to his son. "I don't blame you for the fight," he said hurriedly. "Darius started it, but I must ask you to leave for now." "I understand," I told him, watching the man's eyes alight with relief. He began to run across the ground so fast he was almost a blur, Heading towards the hospital, I assumed. Luna Marian began to follow behind him. Her eyes are no longer cloudy. She shot me a look filled with daggers and loathing over her shoulder before joining her husband's side. My father let out a low whistle. "Well, son, that was no help for you at all, was it?" he said with a shake of his head as we walked towards the car. "I take it you learned nothing," he asked. But I wasn't so sure. Stacy wasn't the kind to go to other packs when she knew I might be looking for her. She was smarter than that. If she hadn't told Darius, it meant she hadn't trusted him either. Where would a shifter go to seek sanctuary when they weren't wanting to be a rogue and needed to find employment? Chapter 96. Claimed. Amber POV. He was so sweet. I smiled to myself as I accepted the large bouquet of purple roses, my favorite flowers in the whole world, sniffing them appreciatively as I placed them into an empty vase on the dresser. I still slept in a guest room, and Stefan hadn't been pressuring me at all to sleep in the same room as him, being a perfect gentleman. Perhaps, I thought a bit forlornly to myself, he was being way too kind and too gentlemanly. I kind of wished he would make some sort of move to cement our relationship a bit further, but I wasn't quite sure what it was that I expected of him. "Aren't they beautiful?" beamed Teresa from her spot on the bed. We had been having a grand time chatting away, and I was being naughty by keeping her from her duties. But what was the point of being Stefan's mate if it wasn't to occasionally flaunt my status? I doubt Teresa would have been loaned to me otherwise. I didn't like drawing attention to the fact I was Stefan's mate. Sometimes it felt awkward doing so, but the more I spent time with the man, the more I was falling deeply, madly in love with him. "You're so lucky," Teresa said with a sigh and a wistful expression on her face. "I wish I had someone to buy me flowers and send me little love notes." I smiled at her. "One day you'll find your mate, just like I have, and I bet he's going to be worth the wait," I added. "Still, though," Teresa said enviously, "I mean, your mate is the vampire king, for heaven's sake. He's the dreamiest man alive." She almost squealed as I rolled my eyes. I mean, she wasn't wrong about the dreamy part. All I had to think about was Stefan's heavily muscled body and his brown hair, the way he smiled, or the darkness of his piercing eyes, and my mouth would go dry. Just touching him was enough to send tingles down my spine, and the sparks that flew between us were like fireworks. I couldn't imagine how I'd respond to him if I slept in the same bed as him. Just thinking about him lying in bed, looking relaxed and peaceful, makes me blush. I blinked my eyes and looked over at Teresa, who was giggling at me. "Earth to Amber," she was saying with a laugh. "You were thinking about Stefan again, weren't you?" She teased as I threw a pillow at her. "Maybe," I said with a grin, "but it's his fault for sending flowers. Teresa, why can't I stop thinking about Stefan so much? My heart races every time he comes near me," I sighed. "Because you love him," Teresa said calmly, "and you're too afraid to say it." I was afraid to say the words. Past experience had taught me that love was fickle and could be gone within an instant. Darius had taught me that it didn't matter how badly you loved someone. Sometimes it wasn't enough. He certainly hadn't fought very hard to keep me as his girlfriend, and it had hurt so bad when I had seen him marry my sister. The pain of my past still lingered. Not to mention then there was Rowan, who fought the mate bond instead of giving in to it. He hadn't wanted to make a decision and had left me basically waiting for him to make a choice between me and his ex-girlfriend Stacy. I had understood he had been in a difficult position. It couldn't be easy when your ex claimed to be pregnant with your child, but it also hadn't been easy for me to be stuck in what I like to refer to as being in limbo. "Yes, I love him," I admitted sheepishly, "but what if he changes his mind and doesn't want me, Teresa? What if the council manages to change his mind?" Teresa shook her head at me, her auburn hair bouncing from its ponytail. "The man is crazy about you. There's no way that the elders will manage to convince him otherwise. He chose you, Amber, and he's been keeping his promises, hasn't he? Didn't he come past and steal you for a walk in the woods the other day?" "Yes," I answered with a gentle smile, remembering the way we had walked and talked for what seemed like hours. "But then he got interrupted with more business to take care of," I said with a grimace. "Stefan sure was busy a lot, but I suppose that came with being the king. Not to mention, he was still persuading the elders that I would make a perfect queen, something I wasn't so sure about. What did I know about being queen? Especially to a different race than my own? My hand crept to my stomach, which was churning with nerves. I wondered what Stefan was up to at the moment, and whether he would come and see me shortly. He is the king, Teresa said wisely. He will always have a lot to do. But he does make you a priority, Amber, which should tell you how he feels. It can't be easy in his position to steal time away to spend with you. She leaned forward and searched my eyes, a wry smile on her face. What was it like to kiss him? She asked with curiosity. Were you just blown away by it? Did he sweep you off your feet? You read too many romance novels, I said, laughing out loud. Then I stopped and thought about it. I remembered the softness of his lips as they touched mine, the way his hand had twined in my hair, bringing my face closer to him, the way his tongue had lightly caressed my own, and the possessive way his hands gripped my arms, holding me in place. I blushed just thinking about it. With a love life like mine, can you blame me? Laughed Teresa. Romance novels are about as much action as I'm going to get. A voice sounded from the doorway, startling us both. That sounds a bit sad, said King Stefan, leaning against the doorway, a wicked grin on his face as he folded his arms and surveyed us both. King Stefan, gasped Teresa, getting up off the bed and giving an awkward curtsy, her cheeks a bright blushing red. Forgive me, she stammered. Stefan waved her apology away. No apologies necessary. I believe I am the one who's interrupting your little ahem, he coughed, looking amused. Chat. Nonetheless, I should get back to the kitchen and my duties. It was really nice visiting you, Amber. Your Highness, she babbled, curtsying again. Oh, Teresa, I started to say, protesting that she didn't need to go, but she disappeared out the door in a flurry of activity, pushing past Stefan, who raised an eyebrow. She seems like a nice girl, he commented as he unfolded his arms and stood upright. A bit nervous, though, he muttered. I hid my grin. Stefan didn't seem to realize that the reason that Teresa was so nervous was because of his presence. Barely anything flustered her otherwise. She's my best friend, I told him honestly. I don't care that she's an Omega. You don't mind, do you? I asked a bit worriedly, biting my lip. I mean, he didn't seem like a snob, but then who knew? He might think he was superior to Omegas and not like me mingling with them. Not that that would stop me from seeing Teresa, but I wasn't wanting to rock the boat either. Mind, he said, puzzled. Why would I mind? A lot of the Omegas are lovely people, he mused, and I'm glad you've managed to find a friend that you can confide in. I smiled at him thankfully. Thank you for the flowers, I told him, indicating where they were on the dresser. They are beautiful, by the way. You told me you loved purple roses when we were walking in the woods. He said with his eyes twinkling, and I remembered. He reached out and took hold of my hand, pulling me gently to him. I willingly went to him, my face mere inches from his own. God, I've missed you, he whispered lovingly, gently stroking my hair. You won't believe what kind of day I've had. Do you want to talk about it? He shook his head resolutely. No, he murmured. I'd much rather do this. He pulled me to him and bent his head, mashing his lips against mine as I moaned from the delicious taste of his lips and the intoxicating scent of him. He smelt so delicious, so divine, and our kiss deepened, our breaths mingling, and it felt as if the whole world had fallen silent. His hand going to the back of my neck and tugging lightly on my hair. I raised myself on tiptoes, locking both hands behind his neck and giving back as good as he gave, reveling in the small growls he gave me as we lost ourselves in the pleasure. I was in a daze. All I could do was feel, wanting more, craving him as I'd never craved a man before. His hands gripped my arms tightly while I continued to plunder his mouth back, my hands touching and stroking his hair. He was like an aphrodisiac. I couldn't get enough of him. I felt a jolt of electricity from his touch. My heart raced, and I felt as if my entire body was on fire. God! He panted, you taste so damn good. He pulled back, and I gave a small mewl of protest, not wanting to break the contact. He leaned his forehead against mine. Sorry, princess, he whispered. If we continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. He pointed to the bed, his eyes full of meaning. I felt a flash of excitement at that thought, my ardor cooling slightly. I kind of wished he had led me to the bed. Then I felt his fangs at my shoulder, and I stiffened, waiting to see what he did next. "I want to mark you so badly," he growled. "Get rid of this mark that was left on you by that son of a Bach Alpha Rowan, and show everyone that you're mine and mine alone." I shivered at his words. "Do it," I told him hoarsely, surprising even myself. "Do it, Stefan." He hesitated, his fangs still above the nape of my shoulder, his dark eyes piercing mine. "Are you sure?" he asked slowly. "Because once I've marked you, you're mine forever, baby girl." I met his eyes squarely. "Do it," I hissed, and then gulped as he slowly lowered his fangs so that they were lightly touching my flesh. Gently, tenderly, he bit down into my neck as I arched my back and gave a small cry of pain. The feeling of his biting me was intense and painful, making my shoulder throb as he slowly retracted his fangs and licked the wound clean. Both of us gazed down at my shoulder. I don't know what it was that I was expecting. Maybe to see that Rowan's mark disappeared completely, especially after the rejection and everything else that happened between us. But his mark remained, as solid and as dark as ever. Instead, another tattoo appeared, one of a tiara, on my shoulder. I gasped, looking over at Stefan, who looked a bit put out. "I had hoped that Rowan's mark would disappear, but apparently it's being stubborn," he said with a scowl. "I'm sorry," I whispered, hanging my head. He put a finger beneath my chin and tipped my head up to look at him. "Don't be sorry," he told me with a low growl. "You have nothing to be sorry for. You still possess my mark, and now everyone who comes into contact with you knows that you are my mate and future queen." Chapter 97, Gender Reveal. Amber POV. It was a nice and warm sunny day. The sun was shining, the sky was a beautiful clear blue, and birds were chirping happily from their perches on the trees. The castle was quiet for once, the usual hustle and bustle seemingly gone. It didn't make me feel any less nervous, though. Instead, I felt grim, detached, almost from anything that was happening around me. I was on tenterhooks, waiting for Stefan to appear, and wondering if this was something best done on a different day. But it had to be done. We both needed to know. But what was there to gain from it? Other than finally knowing what it was? I placed a hand protectively against my stomach and smiled down at the small swell of my belly. I was starting to show now, and my clothes had gotten tighter. Stefan made fun of me, but in a gentle, loving way, organizing more clothes for me as I got bigger. I knew I needed to contact my mother and sister at some stage, but I had no desire for Darius to know where I was. I was having second thoughts about him getting custody of the child at all. Why should he get to carry on as though he hadn't hurt me? Why should I make it easy for him, considering he'd dropped me like a hot potato for my sister? Not to mention, he was having a baby of his own. I felt like I'd been too much of a doormat lately, and that needed to be changed. I needed to consider my own desires. "You look nervous," chirped Teresa as I turned to her, raising my eyebrows. "Of course I'm nervous. The council is still angry that Stefan has chosen me to be queen. There's no telling what they will do once they find out that he's marked me as well. Isn't it cool, though? Although I don't understand why you've got 2 marks instead of just 1, murmured Teresa thoughtfully. I didn't understand either. I had assumed, Stefan as well, that when he'd marked me that Rowan's mark would disappear, considering I had rejected him. But had he accepted the rejection? That part I didn't know. I had just assumed he would have. Why put yourself through the pain of having your mate with someone else if you didn't need to? Not to mention he was with Stacy now. I hoped they were both getting what they deserved, which was living with each other. The council aren't going to do anything, Teresa admonished me, from where she was sitting cross-legged on the bed. I'd be more concerned about that Elaine, she countered. She's going to freak out when she sees your mark. It stands out, being a crown, that's for sure. I frowned. Teresa had a point. The crown, or tiara as I like to think of it, was standing out in contrast to my pale skin. Maybe I should cover it? But Stefan had been so proud to see his mark on me that I couldn't picture myself doing it. She won't do anything, I answered, but I wasn't so sure. She was still hanging around the castle, making a nuisance of herself after all. I wouldn't be so sure about that. She's always had a crush on Stefan, and she was devastated when he broke it off. Teresa said glumly. She was practically telling us she'd be queen when the council invited her back. Well, unfortunately for her, that's not going to happen, I said quietly, eyeing myself in the mirror and wondering if I should get changed. I was wearing a short blue dress that gathered beneath the bust and then flowed outwards to my hips. It made the bump stand out prominently, but I didn't mind. I liked seeing it. It reminded me of what was growing inside of me. Certainly not, said a voice from the doorway. I smiled at seeing Stefan standing there, looking so at ease, a smile on his own face. He glanced at Teresa, who awkwardly got up to curtsy. I think we can forgo the curtsy, he said hurriedly. Teresa, isn't it? He asked, and she beamed at him. Yes, Your Highness. I placed a hand against Stefan's arm, admiring the muscles, and looked up into his dark, piercing eyes, swallowing nervously as I felt tingles down my spine. Teresa wisely stayed silent, watching in awe as Stefan bent down and pressed his lips against mine, gently kissing me as I felt myself becoming aroused. Just the touch of his hand and the kissing of his lips was enough to turn me on these days. I moaned into his mouth, feeling his hands grip me around the waist and draw me in closer. My breathing became shallow, and his tongue dived inside my mouth as I willingly gave him access, both our tongues darting and winding around each other. I could have happily stayed like that all day, in my mate's arms, but eventually he pulled back to my disappointment. As much as I would love to kiss your gorgeous lips all day, he said, his eyes twinkling with good humor as I licked my lips, I believe there is somewhere we need to be. I felt so nervous as I turned to wave goodbye to Teresa, who gave me a hug and then shook Stefan's hand to his amusement. Congratulations and good luck, she called as we began to walk towards the hospital wing, both of us holding hands, Stefan giving mine a gentle squeeze on the odd occasion as a way to comfort me. My heart was beating fast and my hands felt clammy. I felt my mouth becoming dry. The hospital wing loomed up ahead and Stefan opened the door, ushering me inside. I walked in and blinked in amazement. It looked exactly like a hospital, from the white walls and ceilings to the nurses bustling about, taking care of patients sitting in the waiting room. Stefan held tightly to my hand as a nurse, with blonde hair and blue eyes, came walking towards us, a friendly smile on her face. King Stefan, she said, inclining her head and staring at me curiously, what can I help you with today? My mate Amber is here for an ultrasound, he said evenly, a small smile on his face. The nurse gaped for a moment and then recovered her composure. Of course, she stammered. This way, please, she directed us, sending us to an empty hospital room. If you wait right here, then I'll grab Dr. Cindy, she said, ducking back out. I lay down awkwardly on the bed, Stefan never leaving my side as he pulled a chair to sit beside me. We were quiet, both of us lost in contemplation. A woman with long black hair and green eyes, that reminded me a lot of Stacy, except for the spectacles she wore, came walking in, holding a clipboard in her hands. Amber Henderson? She asked, and I gave a nod. Stefan staying right where he was as the doctor gave us both a wide smile. I'm Dr. Cindy, she said, introducing herself. A nurse came in with an ultrasound machine, which she left in the room before leaving herself. I assume you are here to find out the gender? Asked Dr. Cindy, eyeing my small bump. I flushed. Yes, please, I said in a low voice. Do you know how far along you are? I blushed profusely. I think about 20 weeks. That sounds about right for the approximate size of your bump, but let's take a closer look, shall we? She said brusquely, going over to the ultrasound machine and plugging it in. She began to wheel it towards both Stefan and me. I watched her as she began to place gel on the probe. The gel will be cold, she told me. Can you lift your dress up, please? I shifted slightly to lift my dress over my bump, feeling a bit self-conscious, but he took no notice, too busy staring at the ultrasound machine with a frown on his face. I wondered what he was thinking about. I hissed as she placed the probe, gently it must be said, onto my swollen belly and began to move it around. I stared in fascination and awe at the machine, watching the monitor closely with Stefan. The image of a baby came up on the screen and I gasped, tears coming to my eyes as I clutched Stefan's hand even tighter. Your baby is well developed, Dr. Cindy said, scribbling away on her clipboard. Their heartbeat is strong and they appear to be very healthy, she commented, moving the probe around to look at the limbs. I would say that your baby is definitely about 20 to 21 weeks old, she murmured, as I gave a smile, blinking back the tears. I'd been right, but then losing your virginity isn't something that isn't easily forgotten. The baby is beautiful, Stefan whispered, bending down to murmur it in my ear. Can we please know the gender? I asked eagerly. I wasn't fazed by whether it was a boy or girl, but I wanted to find out. I could picture a small boy much like Darius, or a girl that was like me, with bright red hair and green eyes. Either way, I was going to love it, but Stefan was a whole other story. Was I asking too much of him to take this baby on as his own? All right, let's find out the gender, said Dr. Cindy with a knowing smile. She moved the probe around. I watched, sucking in a breath, feeling a sense of longing. Okay, the baby is being super cooperative, laughed Dr. Cindy. Are you ready for it? Stefan grinned. We're ready, Durr. Cindy, let us know what we're having. A boy, declared Dr. Cindy, removing the probe and beginning to wipe it over. She handed me some paper towel to clean myself up, and I clutched it, still staring at the now empty screen. A boy, I whispered, tears forming in the corner of my eyes. Stefan grabbed the towel and began to wipe my stomach, tenderly, his eyes meeting mine as Dr. Cindy began to unplug the machine and wheel it away. A boy, he whispered thickly, sending butterflies fluttering in my stomach. Are you happy? I asked nervously. He paused for a moment, throwing the towel into the nearby waste paper basket, then sat down and leaned back against the chair. Am I happy? He asked slowly and teasingly. I'm ecstatic. We're having a baby boy, Amber. I hope he has red hair like yours, he said with an exhale, but even if he doesn't, I'm still going to love him as my own. Now the tears were trailing down my cheeks. I couldn't believe my luck in finding a mate so perfect for me as this one. Already he was starting to come up with baby names as I watched. It was endearing. But I also feared Darius's reaction when he found out that I had found another mate, one who wanted to raise his child. Something told me Stefan was not about to agree to shared custody of the child. Stefan, what about the father? I asked tentatively. He wanted shared custody last time we spoke. Stefan took a deep breath, his eyes flashing a deep bright red. Is that what you want? He asked. I shook my head. I agreed to it, but I really don't want to, I said in a small voice. Then we won't be sharing custody, Stefan said calmly. There's no one around who would deny me, and quite frankly, the father deserted you, so there's no reason he should get it. I have the world's best lawyers if it comes down to it, but it won't, he said confidently. Only an would take on the vampire king. Darius POV. I woke up in pain, the monitors making incessant noises, with all the beeping and shrieks. It was driving me insane. I glared at the whitewashed walls and ceiling, knowing I was in the hospital and knowing that one man, that son of a Rowan, had put me there. My mother was sitting in the armchair, dozing lightly. I wondered how long she had been there for. My father was awake, and as my eyes looked over at him, he got up with ease from his own seat and wandered over, gently grabbing my hand and squeezing it. How are you feeling? He asked. Like I got hit by a truck, I rasped, feeling a little ashamed that I had lost the fight. My father said nothing for a moment, but his eyes turned black, a sure sign that he was pissed off. Did you really let a prisoner out from Rowan's pack? He prodded. I shook my head, lying for all I was worth. I went looking for Amber, remember? I didn't see any prisoners while I was there. Someone else must have let the prisoner go, and he's blaming me. Using me as a scapegoat, I said hoarsely. My father hesitated. I knew he wanted to keep questioning me, but his eyes continued to scan the room and the machines, and I realized he was afraid to push too far while I was in this condition. I moved experimentally and winced. My ribs felt like they were cracked and bruised. Surely they would have healed by now, but then again, I had been injured by another alpha and not an ordinary shifter or rogue. You're going to be hurting for a while, my father said gruffly, a sympathetic look in his eyes. Where did Alpha Rowan go? My father narrowed his eyes. Alpha Rowan Craven went back to his own pack. He will no longer be welcome here, he hissed. As he should expect, my mother cut in, getting up from the chair and walking over to my bed, gently stroking my forehead from where she stood, on the opposite side of my father. Oh, sweetheart, she sighed. You've been through so much, what with the loss of your wife and child. It's really not fair, is it? What a horrible man that Alpha Rowan is. I shrugged and flinched from the pain. He was well within his rights. I'm the one who instigated the fight, I admitted sheepishly. My mother shook her head. I don't care. He didn't have to injure you so badly, she cried out. He went overboard. I personally considered myself lucky, to be honest. If Alpha Rowan had wanted to kill me, then I had no doubts I would be lying in a morgue right now, stone dead cold. I never should have provoked the man into fighting, but he'd made me so damn furious. A pretty nurse came sauntering in, clutching a clipboard in her hands. Her gorgeous blue eyes lit up when she saw me awake, and she tossed her long brown hair over her shoulder. "You're awake," she said unnecessarily. "Yes," I said hoarsely as she put the clipboard down and began to check my vitals. "Your blood pressure is good," she said, "and your pulse is steady," she added. My mother let out a sigh of relief. "So he's going to be okay?" she asked, biting her lip. The nurse gave her a reassuring smile. "I believe that Master Darius is going to be fine. He just needs to remain in the hospital for a few more hours while we observe him and while he continues to heal." "He's going to be fine, Luna Marian," she added quietly, before giving a respectful nod and sailing back out the door. There was a tentative knock on the door, and we all glanced at the doorway where Clarissa, Sophie's mother, was standing there, leaning against the doorway, looking nervous. Her blue eyes were red and puffy from crying, and her blonde hair was disheveled. She had looked like that since the funeral, and she hadn't gotten any better, it looked like. "May I come in?" she asked quietly. "Of course," my mother told her, quietly rushing forward and grabbing hold of Clarissa in a tight hug. "How are you doing, dear?" she added. Clarissa gave a watery smile. "I'm doing all right," she said quietly. "But I would love to visit my other daughter Amber, who needs to know her sister has passed away. Darius," she added, looking at me intently. "I don't suppose that Alpha Rowan let slip where Amber was?" I gave a reluctant shake of my head. "He claims she rejected him and just left," I snorted disbelievingly. "But I think he's lying," I added. Clarissa took a deep breath. "Never mind," she said sweetly, coming over to my side. "How are you feeling, Darius?" "It must be painful," she said. Was it my imagination, or did I just see something akin to glee on her face? I blinked, but when I looked again, Clarissa just looked concerned and a little worried. "I'm in a little bit of pain," I answered, "but it's not too bad," I said dryly. My father gave me a small pat on the shoulder. "I'm glad, son," he said briefly. "You gave us quite a scare." "Yes," my mother said faintly. "You lost quite a bit of blood, you know." I did know. I still remembered it trickling from my wounds and pooling beneath me during the fight. It would explain the slight dizziness I was feeling. I settled back against the pillows, content to just lie there quietly. It seemed too much of an effort to talk. Besides, there wasn't much to talk about. Perhaps it would be better if I left, Clarissa said shrewdly, but my mother wasn't having any of it. "Oh, Clarissa, your family. There's no need to leave," she said quietly. Clarissa fidgeted with her hands. "Nonetheless, I think I'll go and get a cup of coffee or something. Darius, do you want something? John, Marian?" she asked. "We're fine," my mother assured her and glanced at me. "Darius, what about you?" I shook my head. My stomach was churning at the thought of eating something, let alone drinking coffee or anything hot. "Thank you, but no thank you, Clarissa," I told her tightly, and she gave a small nod and smile before walking towards the door. "If you change your minds," she called out over her shoulder, "just text me." "Sure will," my mother called back. I sighed. My father was still looking at me grimly, and I knew he didn't believe a word I said about going looking for Amber or the reason behind it. My mother was distraught, not just by my injuries, but at the loss of her future grandchild. "Mother, father," I said quietly, "I went to go find Amber for another reason, one that I know is going to make you angry and annoyed with me." My mother put a hand to her mouth, but my father remained unsurprised and looking nonchalant. "I suspected as much," was all he said to me. He was definitely the quiet type, my father. "Well, why did you go then? I mean, what was so important that you had to go looking for that undesirable?" My mother almost snarled in disapproval. "I went to go and find Amber because she's carrying my unborn child," I said in a rush and waited for the penny to drop as an awkward silence filled the room. "Unborn child," muttered my father, crossing his arms and glaring at me. "Since when has Amber been pregnant, and why is this the first time we're hearing about this?" I swallowed hard. My mother was pale and trembling, a hand still to her mouth. She got pregnant before I married Sophie, I supplied slowly between gritted teeth. Why was nothing said? Barked my father. It would have changed what happened between the two of you. I flinched. Sorry, Clarissa, but I was about to sell you and your husband Matthew out. Clarissa and Matthew told Amber not to say anything to me or to you both. They wanted it kept a secret so that I would still marry Sophie, I explained tiredly. My father looked saddened. It's because she was an undesirable, wasn't it? They wanted Amber gone, and they knew we would want the child she was carrying. My mother's eyes were flashing now, as if I would have let you marry that slut, she hissed. Sophie was perfect for you. Do you understand that? She would have made a perfect Luna in the future if she hadn't died. Amber would have been perfect if you had just been willing to see her, I told Mother firmly, sitting upright and staring directly into her eyes, which were flashing daggers at me. There is no way I would have let you marry an undesirable. My mother said hotly. I gave a chuckle. The irony was that Amber was no longer an undesirable and had her wolf. A rare wolf, it was to be believed if Stacy had been telling the truth. She has her wolf now, Mother, I said dryly. My mother looked stricken. She does, she stammered. But how is that possible? I shrugged. I don't know, but she does. Besides, I thought you would care that she's having your grandchild, I pointed out, watching my mother's lips flatten as she glanced over at her husband. I think that we might be needing to get our lawyers involved, she said with a large exhale and grimace. That is, if you want custody of the baby Darius. I'm assuming you do, because I want that grandchild to be in our lives, and I want her away from Amber. There lay the problem. My mother would do anything to get her hands on her grandchild, but she still wanted nothing to do with Amber. Mother, I plan on marrying Amber, I said quietly but with determination, my tone brooking no arguments. You took her away from me once, but I don't intend for you to do that again. Marry her, my mother said incredulously. You cannot be serious, Darius, she stormed. But I was. I was deadly serious. My father looked thoughtful. It would be far easier to have Darius marry her if she's willing, that is, than to have a long, drawn-out legal battle over custody, he said wisely. My mother glowered at him. I would rather the legal battle, she said sharply. We have the best lawyers. No one would be able to win against us, not unless she was hooking up with the werewolf king or something, and we both know, she laughed, that would never happen. I want to marry Amber, I cut in. Don't forget Darius, she said, glancing nervously towards the doorway, that you have just lost a wife and child. You're meant to be in mourning, not thinking about marriage to the sister of the wife you have lost. Screw being in mourning, I hissed. Amber should have been mine in the first place. You should never have interfered in my relationship with her, and I won't allow you to do it again. My mother sighed. My father grimaced at her. Both looked down at me pensively. I'll contact the lawyers just in case, Mother said quietly, in case your plan doesn't exactly come to fruition. My father nodded. Do that, but just in preparation. I believe in giving Darius a chance to persuade Amber to marry him. It is what would be best for the child. We heard a scrambling at the doorway, and my mother gasped, but when she went over to check, she saw only a nurse walking away, her heels clacking on the ground. It's all right, she assured us all, a small smile on her face. Nobody overheard us, so we're perfectly safe. But we had all completely forgotten about Clarissa by that point. Clarissa POV. I came back down the hallway and stopped in my tracks, hearing the murmuring of voices. I don't know what made me do it, but I pressed myself against the hallway and eavesdropped unabashedly. Mother, Father, I heard Darius say quietly, I went to go find Amber for another reason, one that I know is going to make you angry and annoyed with me. I put my hand to my mouth, knowing there was only one other reason that Darius would have gone searching for Amber and feeling sick to my stomach. Although I couldn't prove it, I suspected he had something to do with Sophie's death, and I had tried hunting for clues to no avail. Well, why did you go then? I mean, what was so important that you had to go looking for that undesirable? Snarled Lunamarian as I flinched. She had never liked Amber, and one of the reasons was because she was an undesirable, a shifter without a wolf. I went to go and find Amber because she's carrying my unborn child, Darius told them. An awkward silence filled the room. I struggled to breathe, wanting nothing more than to go inside the room and wring his neck for everything he was telling them. Unborn child, muttered Alpha John, sounding quite displeased. Since when has Amber been pregnant, and why is this the first time we're hearing about this? I swallowed hard. She got pregnant before I married Sophie, Darius supplied slowly as I gritted my teeth in dismay. Why was nothing said? Barked Alpha John, his voice loud enough to echo in the corridor. It would have changed what happened between the two of you. I flinched. I knew instinctively what Darius was about to say and knew that I was about to be sold out. Clarissa and Matthew told Amber not to say anything to me or you both. They wanted it kept a secret so that I would still marry Sophie. Darius explained tiredly. Alpha John looked saddened as I glanced into the room, careful to avoid them seeing me. It's because she was an undesirable, wasn't it? They wanted Amber gone, and they knew we would want the child she was carrying. Luna Marion's eyes were flashing now, as if I would have let you marry that slut. She hissed, Sophie was perfect for you. Do you understand that? She would have made a perfect Luna in the future if she hadn't died. Amber would have been perfect if you had just been willing to see her, Darius told his mother firmly, sitting upright and staring directly into her eyes, which were flashing daggers at him. There is no way I would have let you marry an undesirable, Luna Marion said heatedly. I sighed. The irony was that Amber was no longer considered an undesirable, not since she had gotten a rare and unique wolf. Not that Luna Marion knew that. I'd been careful to keep that a secret, and I was glad I had. She has her wolf now, Mother, Darius said quietly. Luna Marion looked stricken. I silently groaned. Now the cat was out of the bag. She does, she stammered. But how is that possible? Darius shrugged. I don't know, but she does. Besides, I thought you would care that she's having your grandchild, he pointed out, watching his mother's lips flatten as she glanced over at her husband. I think that we might be needing to get our lawyers involved, Luna Marion said with a large exhale and grimace. That is if you want custody of the baby, Darius? I'm assuming you do because I want that grandchild to be in our lives, and I want her away from Amber. So Luna Marion wanted to put her hands on the grandchild that my daughter was carrying, but wanted nothing to do with Amber whatsoever. Why was I not surprised? My hands clenched into fists. My daughter was worth 10 of Darius. I wanted to scream, and so was Sophie, while your son is nothing but a murderer. Mother, I plan on marrying Amber, Darius said quietly but with determination, his tone of voice brooking no arguments. You took her away from me once, but I don't intend for you to do that again. Marry her, his mother said incredulously. You cannot be serious, Darius, she stormed. Alpha John looked thoughtful. It would be far easier to have Darius marry her if she's willing, that is, than to have a long, drawn-out legal battle over custody, he said wisely. Over my dead body, I thought to myself, it would be a cold day in hell before I let Darius lay a finger on Amber. Luna Marion glowered at him. I would rather the legal battle, she said sharply. We have the best lawyers. No one would be able to win against us, not unless she was hooking up with the werewolf king or something, and we both know, she laughed, that would never happen. I want to marry Amber, Darius cut in. Don't forget Darius, she said, glancing nervously towards the doorway as I ducked behind the door again, that you have just lost a wife and child. You're meant to be in mourning, not thinking about marriage to the sister of the wife you have lost. Screw being in mourning, he hissed. Amber should have been mine in the first place. You should never have interfered in my relationship with her, and I won't allow you to do it again. I'll contact the lawyers just in case, Luna Marion said quietly, in case your plan doesn't exactly come to fruition. His father nodded. Do that, but just in preparation. I believe in giving Darius a chance to persuade Amber to marry him. It is what would be best for the child. My heart was thumping wildly in my chest by now, and I couldn't stand to be there a minute longer. I scrambled, rushing down the hallway and turning left, hoping desperately they hadn't seen me. I had overheard everything, and I snuck out the front entrance. With luck, Luna Marion and Alpha John would forget all about my presence as they started to implement their horrid plan, to get their hands on my grandchild. Yes, mine, because I was determined to warn Amber about what they wanted with her. The question was, where was she? There was only one way for me to find out. I got in the car and started the engine, careful to drive out slowly, and headed towards the main road. I knew where Rowan's pack was, of course, having already spent some time there, and the patrol recognized me immediately. Lawrence, the sweetheart, was there, and he mind-linked Rowan, recognizing I was there due to an emergency. Go straight to the pack house, Clarissa. He's in the study waiting for you. Thank you, Lawrence, I breathed, feeling my heart rate return to normal. I wasn't afraid of the monstrous alpha, not like others seemed to be. The man I had met was a gentleman with honor, and I knew that he would treat me well, provided I wasn't there to provoke or anger him in any way, shape, or form. I parked the car and practically ran to the study, startling poor Rowan, who leaped up from his seat. Clarissa, he exclaimed, eyeing me warily. What's going on? Why are you here? He asked worriedly. Is it about Amber? I sighed, and he motioned for me to sit. I sat politely, crossing my ankles and regarding him silently for a moment. He looked a bit of a mess, his mouth flat in annoyance or anger, his hair disheveled, and stubble growing on his chin. I knew he was searching for Stacy, who had been the prisoner I suspected, having heard the rumors she had spelled him and caused him to lose the ability to want Amber. She had messed with the mate bond in layman's terms, and Rowan had not been pleased. Rowan, where is Amber? I asked him softly. He stiffened and regarded me a little hopelessly. I've told you before, Clarissa, that I don't know. When she rejected me, she went deep into the forest and ran away from my trackers, thanks to her wolf. She was faster than my patrol was that night. I exhaled and sat back in the chair. I need to find her, Rowan. I told him urgently, it's imperative that I find her. He frowned at me. I understand you want to find your daughter, he commented, but I shook my head and interrupted him. It's not just that, I protested. Yes, I want to find Amber, but only because I'm afraid for her. Rowan stilled. You're afraid for her, he said, a little stunned, leaning forward, his eyes searching mine. Why? Clarissa, what has happened? Is she in danger? He said in a rush. I had him, I thought triumphantly. He still gave a damn about Amber, even if he tried not to show it. I think Darius killed Sophie, I told him. He gave a shocked gasp. Sophie's dead? He asked, and I nodded. She was poisoned, I told him heavily, by a woman that we suspect might have been Stacy. According to the Omega that was knocked unconscious, a woman with long raven black hair and dark eyes did it. It was someone she wasn't familiar with and happened around the time the prisoner was released from your dungeon. I knew it, muttered Rowan. I knew that little bastard Darius had let her out. But why kill Sophie? He asked me. I glanced at him and then stared down at the floor. Because he's still in love with Amber, I said miserably. I just overheard them, Rowan, and he wants to marry her. He scoffed at me. As if Amber would marry someone like him, he said with a chuckle. She's not in love with him. I glowered at him. But he is in love with her, and she's carrying his child. He wants his child, Rowan, and so does his parents. They just lost a grandchild. Sophie was pregnant, and now they're looking to replace it with Amber's. Rowan gripped the edges of the desk, his fingernails digging into it. Do you think he might try to force her to marry him? He said with gritted teeth. I nodded adamantly. Darius isn't used to not getting what he wanted. When he married Sophie, he pretended to be the loving, caring husband, and he had all of us fooled, Sophie too. It's not taken long for him to go back to his old ways. I know he had something to do with her death. I just can't prove it. I would hate to think how far he might go if she refuses to marry him. He might even go so far as to harm the unborn child if she tells him no. Rowan looked disgusted. Only a coward would do something like that. I should have killed him while I had the chance, he growled. I was a little sorry he hadn't killed Darius as well, to be honest. The little bastard had more than deserved it, but it hadn't surprised me that Rowan had chosen to show mercy. He was too nice to kill someone in cold blood, even if they did deserve to meet their maker. We need to find her, Rowan, I reiterated. You owe her that much, considering what you did to her. I know you were under a spell, but you treated her poorly, I said, slamming my hands on the desk and towering over him as I stood up. He blanched from the accusatory look in my eyes. "All right," he growled finally, Lawrence coming into the room. "Lawrence, you're in charge until we get back." Lawrence looked nonchalant, and I had the feeling he'd been listening in on the whole conversation. "Where are we going?" I asked him suspiciously. Rowan gave a grin. "To hunt down your daughter, even if we have to go pack by pack until we find her. I know of an excellent vampire tracker if we get stuck, who will be more than happy to assist me, for the right price, of course." "Oh yeah?" I said cautiously, moving to the doorway to stand in front of the man. "And where might said vampire tracker be located?" Rowan winked at me, gently pushing me to the side and starting down the hallway. "The Vampire King's castle, of course," he called over his shoulder. "Now are you coming with me or not?" Chapter 100, Dinner Time. Amber POV. I put the dangly earrings into my ears and then smiled at my reflection with satisfaction in my eyes. I looked perfect, clad in a little black dress and matching heels, the slight swollen bump of my belly hidden beneath the dress. I wore a simple pearl necklace courtesy of Stefan and a matching bracelet. We weren't doing anything special, just having dinner together in the kitchen, but I wanted to dress up for his sake and show him how much I was looking forward to this. "You look gorgeous, Amber," said his voice as I turned around and looked at him. He looked just as gorgeous in a black tuxedo, his tie undone, and his hair slightly disheveled. I licked my lips and almost purred at how stunning he looked. Lilac was practically prancing around in my head and drooling at the sight of our mate. "I could say the same about you," I answered lightly, stepping closer to him and smiling widely. His hand shot out and gripped me around the waist, pulling me closer to him, his dark eyes twinkling with good humor. He leaned in and kissed me deeply, his hand gently resting on my waist. The moment was full of emotion and closeness, and I returned the kiss with equal warmth before he finally pulled back, resting his forehead gently against mine. "Damn, any more, and I'm going to end up ravishing you," he murmured in my ear. I shivered in response. We hadn't quite made it that far in our relationship yet, but every time he touched me, I fought the urge to jump him. He wasn't the only one who wanted to ravish the other. "Sorry," I breathed, not apologetic in the slightest. He just chuckled in response and then glanced down at his watch. "Are you ready?" he asked. "The girls in the kitchen have prepared quite a feast," he added. My stomach growled in response, making both of us laugh. I took hold of his hand and let him gently tug me toward the stairs. We walked down silently, walking into the kitchen where the table had been set up with fancy dinnerware and china. "You didn't have to go to so much trouble," I exclaimed, marveling at the flowers that had been placed in the center of the table. Stefan shrugged in response. "You're worth the trouble," he said, pulling out a seat and pushing me in. He joined me, but to my shock and utter disgust, as he sat down, Elaine took it upon herself to enter the kitchen and sit down opposite us. I glowered at her. Could she not see that Stefan and I were trying to have a romantic dinner? "Stefan," she greeted him with a wide smile. She was dressed to kill in a bright red dress and matching heels, her makeup heavily applied. She'd gone all out, and I felt drab in comparison, even though I knew I looked good. What on earth was she doing here? I glanced at Stefan to see that he, too, looked displeased. "In case you haven't noticed," Stefan said tightly, "we're having a romantic dinner. Do you mind?" he hissed. She looked at the table with a raised eyebrow. "But I thought we were having dinner together? After all, it's not like you've made dear Amber your queen yet," she taunted. "And the council still wants you to marry me," she said with a shrug. "I've made my position on that perfectly clear," Stefan said dryly. "And the council don't make the decisions. I do." Elaine continued to sit there, grabbing a bread roll and beginning to rip it to shreds. "Surely you don't mind if I join you? I could get to know more about Amber," she said teasingly. The nerve of this girl. I opened my mouth to give her a blast of my mind, but Stefan grabbed hold of my hand and squeezed it, halting me in my tracks. "She's a guest of the castle, and I can't be rude. Not to mention her father is Elder Matthias," he muttered in a low voice so that only I could hear him. Great, so I couldn't even give the girl what for, I thought sourly. So much for a dinner between just the two of us. Elaine seemed determined to ruin our romantic interlude. "By all means join us," said Stefan quietly, shooting me an apologetic look. I sighed. This better be a damn good dinner because I needed something to look forward to. I heard the scurry of servant girls coming to the dining table. Teresa was one of them, and she gave me a friendly wink. She also rolled her eyes in Elaine's direction and gave a huff, sharing in my displeasure. I hid a smile and merely shrugged at her. There wasn't much I could do without rocking the boat, so to speak. I saw Elaine give Stefan a low, seductive smile, leaning over and caressing his hand as he flinched. "Do you remember the time we spent all weekend locked up inside that cabin?" she asked him with a knowing smile. He flushed and glanced at me uncertainly. The first dish was served, and Elaine reluctantly let go of Stefan's hand. "That was," coughed Stefan apologetically. "A long time ago, Elaine. In the past." She pouted at him. "But it shows just how much chemistry we have together, doesn't it? I mean, we didn't step foot outside for hours on end. We were so busy," she said with a sly little glance at me, "and occupied." Oh, I bet they were busy and occupied. My mouth was opening and closing, my anger rising to the surface. I saw Teresa lean over to pour my drink and stumble. Wine sloshed all over me. I gave a small squeal and Teresa began to apologize profusely. "I'm so sorry," she babbled, wiping at my dress as I sat there stunned. "Something made me a trip," she said. "Oh, please, you were just clumsy," snarled Elaine, gesturing towards me. "Amber, you should really go and clean up," she purred, her eyes twinkling. I would lay bets that what Teresa stumbled or tripped on had something to do with Elaine, not that I could prove it. Poor Teresa was blushing bright red now and looking completely miserable. "I'll just be a minute," I told Stefan sourly, getting up from the table and heading towards the nearest bathroom. A red-faced Teresa right behind me. "Amber, I swear, she tripped me," she began, and I held up a hand to halt her in her tracks. "It's okay, Teresa," I sighed. "It wouldn't surprise me. I just needed a minute away from her before I lost my temper." Teresa looked relieved. "Well, at least wipe your dress down," she suggested wryly, "before the wine stains it completely." I began to wipe the dress down, and Teresa disappeared into the kitchen to get some seltzer to dab on it. What should have only taken a few minutes began to take a lot longer, and I wondered what Stefan was up to in my absence. "That's as good as it's going to get," I finally said, looking at my reflection. Part of me wanted to face-palm myself in the face. Why didn't I just go and change? It would have been far quicker, I thought to myself with a grimace. Instead, I'd left Stefan to Elaine's mercy out there. "Thanks, Teresa," I said as she winked and ducked back out the door, still needing to perform her duties. She and I would talk later, no doubt gossiping about this afternoon and everything that happened. I opened the door slowly and walked out, heading towards the dining room when I stopped in my tracks. Elaine was now almost sitting on a very uncomfortable-looking Stefan's lap, winding her arms around his neck, her hair billowing out behind her, her dark eyes serious-looking. "Stefan," she was saying, murmuring it in his ear, "you don't really want Amber as your mate, do you? She's carrying someone else's child. Do you really want to raise a child that's not yours?" I felt sick. This was one of my biggest fears when it came to Stefan. I knew how unfair it was for him to claim someone else's child as their own, but he had never made me feel like it was an issue. Part of me feared that he was just saying what I wanted to hear, and I stood in the doorway, watching silently, keeping myself out of sight as I unashamedly eavesdropped. Stefan unwound her arms from his neck and stood up, looking down at a repentant-looking Elaine. "Listen up, because I'm only going to say this once," he said to her with a hiss. "I don't care that Amber is pregnant. She is my mate, and I adore her. Her child will be the future heir, and I have no compunctions about helping to raise a child that I already think of as mine." "You can't be serious," protested Elaine. "I am deadly serious," thundered Stefan. "So stop these little games of yours, Elaine. I've already marked Amber and claimed her as mine." Elaine went deadly pale. "You have," she whispered. "Are you insane? The council will be furious with you," she added quietly, wringing her hands together. "The council can shove it," Stefan said rather rudely. "It was my decision to make. You were never going to be Queen Elaine. It's time you understood that." "What will you do if she rejects you?" "Stefan, you seem to be pretty confident that she won't," Elaine spat out. I had heard enough and went striding through the doorway. standing next to Stefan and glowering down at Elaine, who was still seated in front of us both. I have no intentions of rejecting Stefan, nor does he have any plans to reject me. You might not believe it, Elaine, but I adore Stefan. He's shown me nothing but kindness and been nothing but sweet since I've come to this castle. The only one who seems to think we're going to break up is you and this council of yours. Well, guess what? I said with a sneer. I'm not going anywhere. She seemed flabbergasted, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. An awkward silence filled the room, and finally, with a huff, she stood up and faced us both. You'll be sorry you didn't break up, she hissed. The council will never agree to Amber being queen. She is not suitable for the position. Then I'll abdicate the throne, said Stefan, and my mouth fell open. Surely he wasn't serious. But judging by the way his eyes were piercing Elaine's, he was deadly serious. I couldn't let him do that for me. Stefan, I said sharply, I would never let you. He shrugged nonchalantly. I don't remember asking for your permission, but it won't come down to that, will it, Elaine? She said nothing, her face as pale as a sheet. You would abdicate the throne for her, she whispered, in a shaking voice, a hand to her mouth and tears forming in the corners of her eyes. I would, Stefan said without hesitation. But if it were me, you wouldn't, she continued, tears trailing down her cheeks. She looked stricken. I felt a pang of sympathy for her. Stefan looked immobile. No, he said finally. No, I wouldn't for you. Even I blanched at that. She flinched as though she had been physically struck, and then sobbing, turned and ran, her footsteps clacking loudly on the stone-hard castle floor. We watched her go. Stefan, I said, turning to him and grabbing hold of his hand. Are you serious? Would you really do that? Yes, he whispered, touching a loose stray of hair and tucking it behind my ear. Because I have to be honest with you, Amber. I'm in love with you. I'm in love with you. The words repeated themselves over and over in my mind. I couldn't believe my ears. My heart began to thud wildly in my chest, and my hands felt clammy and shook as I continued to hold his hand. My body began to tremble. Was what I feeling the same thing? I thought about life and what it would be like without him, and the one word came to my mind, unbidden. Empty. My life would be empty without him in it. Stefan was my everything, my whole world. He made me feel things that no one else had. Not even Darius had made me this happy. As for Rowan, well, he'd had his chance. I couldn't help it. I took a deep breath and then muttered the words in a low voice that had him whooping for joy. I love you too. Stacy POV. Its head was lowered, and it was munching on the grass quite happily, apparently unaware that it was being watched. Its antlers stood out in stark contrast to the blueness of the sky, and his hooves thudded loudly on the grass. The young buck was oblivious to his surroundings, and I waited for the perfect moment, pouncing when he least expected it, my jaws clamping around its neck and biting down until it severed its spinal cord and broke its neck. I sniffed in appreciation, smelling the metallic scent of blood in the air, blood coming from my prey. I was hungry, ravenous. I lowered my head down and began to gingerly taste the buck, taking small tentative bites and then larger ones, ripping off large chunks of meat to down. My claws would shred the smaller bits off the bones, and I ate until my stomach was full to bursting, before I saw fit to stop and finish. I sat on my haunches and looked around, seeing nothing but trees and more trees going on for miles. I was tired of traveling, tired of avoiding shifter packs as I stayed on the run. I needed to find somewhere I could find employment, and soon. My stomach was swollen with my pregnancy, and the bump was no longer small, but plainly obvious. There was but one place that I could think of where I might be safe. One place where Alpha Rowan wouldn't look for me. But it was a risk. There was no telling how they might take me, a shifter, searching for sanctuary in their territory. But I couldn't continue to live in my shifter form, going from place to place, having to hunt my food down. The baby needed proper nutrients and more food than even I could provide. I began to trot towards the southeast, knowing where I was and how close to the territory it was. I ran for miles, my paws thudding loudly on the forest ground, my nose in the air sniffing for telltale signs of rogues, which I had managed to avoid thus far. I was careful not to expend too much energy, knowing I needed to keep some in reserve should I need to defend myself in a fight. I spent the night in my wolf form, looking up at the moon and the stars twinkling overhead. It was a beautiful night, and I managed to stay warm with my fur protecting me from the elements. When I woke up the next morning, it was several hours before I reached my destination, a backpack in my jaws. It was huge, massive. The castle was bigger than the biggest pack house I had ever seen. It was gloomy looking as well, but there were tons of vampires milling about, just going about their business. Before I stepped foot on their territory, I shifted back to my human form and hastily dressed in my nicest dress and basic tennis shoes. My clothes were getting tighter, I noticed with a frown, bringing my backpack to my chest and stepping foot inside the boundary line. Instantly, I was surrounded by vampires. They hissed at me, their eyes glowing a bright red. I cringed but stayed where I was, not daring to shift into my wolf form. I was here for a reason, I reminded myself, my mouth dry in fear. The one in front of me, with glowing red eyes, dark shaggy blonde hair, and a tall, slender frame, was the first to speak. "State your business, you mangy mutt," he boomed. I took offense to the mangy mutt comment. After all, I was a beautiful wolf and an even prettier woman, baby bump or no baby bump. I put a protective hand on my stomach and met his eyes head on. "I'm here to find work," I said weakly, and watched all of them look at each other surprised. I guess not many shifters come to the vampires looking for employment, I thought dryly. "You want to work for us?" asked the shaggy blonde vampire, sounding a bit uncertain now. I wanted to roll my eyes. Instead, I adopted a calm and pleasant tone of voice. "I want to find employment and was hoping to find it at the castle," I said evenly. They continued to look at each other, at a complete loss. "I think mind-linking Melissa might be the best way to go," offered one of the other vampires. "What about the king? Shouldn't he know?" "Does she look like a threat to you?" "She's clearly pregnant, and she's obviously been traveling for some time," added another. "Maybe we should put her in the dungeon?" "I'm not putting a pregnant woman in the dungeon, even if she is a shifter." "Then mind-link Melissa and see if she's got work for this poor girl. Do you honestly think she's come to harm any of us? She can barely stand for Christ's sake." I was swaying back and forth on my feet. One of the vampires rushed to steady me, lending me his support to keep me upright. "When's the last time you ate?" he asked in concern. "Yesterday," I answered. "Before that, I think it was almost a week. I really did not enjoy hunting and eating animals, especially raw." "Geez," whistled the vampire, "that's a long time between meals. Don't you shifters need to eat more because of your high metabolisms?" He wasn't wrong. Shifters did have abnormally high metabolisms and therefore ate lots of meals during the day. I wondered where he had gotten the information from. Maybe his mate was a shifter? I had heard of rare cases of that happening. "Get her to the kitchen," the shaggy blonde vampire said heatedly. "Melissa will meet her in there." The vampire holding me began to lightly drag me towards the castle. I let him lead me inside and down several long winding corridors until we came to the huge kitchen and dining room. He sat me down at the table and rushed off, coming back with a huge plate of roast beef and roast vegetables. My stomach growled in response. I was famished. I began to dig in eagerly as he sat down on the chair and watched me with a raised eyebrow. He was quite handsome, I noted, flushing slightly. He had a face that looked similar to what I imagine a Roman god would look like, with a long nose and dark black hair and eyes. He was staring at me with fascination in his eyes and something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Maybe he was amused by my situation or intrigued by shifters. Who knew? "You can leave now," a voice cut in, and I glanced at the doorway to see the rather large woman standing there and leaning against it, her arms folded across her rather large and generous bosom. She wore a maid's uniform, which consisted of a black dress, a white apron, and white stockings. She had large spectacles and dark brown, disheveled hair, and looked to be in her mid-40s or so. I thought all vampires were meant to be stunning creatures, but this woman didn't appear to be a full vampire, but maybe a half one at best. She had to be Melissa, I thought to myself. The vampire man left without a backward glance, and I found myself glancing toward the woman uncertainly. She surprised me by giving me a large welcoming smile. "My name's Melissa." She barked out, "What's yours?" I stopped eating for a moment. "Stacy," I admitted shyly. I didn't want to lie to her and make up a name that might come back to bite me in the ass later and would prove they couldn't trust me. "Well, Stacy," she said with a bit of a harumph, "I hear you are looking for work, am I right?" I gave her a shy nod, and she glanced down at my stomach, which was protruding from my dress. "How far along are you?" 25 weeks, I answered, give or take. I wasn't 100% sure, but I was relatively positive that was the case. She murmured, coming over and sitting down beside me. She looked lost in thought. "I think that I'll get you to stay in the kitchen and help prepare the dishes. I don't want you doing any heavy lifting, and housekeeping will be too much for you, I imagine, as it's quite taxing." I looked up at her hopefully, excitement shining in my eyes. "You'll hire me then? To work here in the castle?" She nodded, but looked at me grimly. "But you're on probation, which means that until I say otherwise, you behave perfectly and do everything that you are asked." I was more than happy about that. "You are also not to approach the king or his mate," she continued, and my interest piqued. I knew a little about the so-called vampire king Stefan, but I had heard nothing about him having a mate. "Who is his mate?" I asked eagerly, and she frowned at me. I hung my head and began to continue eating. "Her name is Amber, and you are not to approach her either," she admonished. My heart began to thud. Amber. The name couldn't be a coincidence, now could it? But what would she be doing in the vampire's castle? There was no way she was mates with a vampire, but the name Amber was quite unusual. I coughed and began to gesture toward the woman when we heard a small commotion. "He told her he loved her," said a maid's voice as she walked past with a friend. "It was so romantic too," she gushed. "I heard her say it back," her friend told her, in a hushed whisper that nonetheless filled the room, and you should have seen the look on his face. "Back to work," barked Melissa, and there was a mad scramble as the small group of servants went back to their posts. I finished the plate of food and sat back feeling completely satiated. There was enough food on that plate to feed at least 3 people. Melissa gave a dry chuckle as she saw the empty plate. "Remember that you're eating for 2 now," she said with a shake of her head. She stood up and helped me to stand. "Let's show you to your room," she said quietly. "You'll be in the servants' wing, of course, and most likely be bunking with someone." I walked behind her, taking in the opulence of the castle and the elegance of it all. There were fancy paintings everywhere and little decorative statues. I was careful not to bump them as we continued down a long corridor, Melissa stopping at a room on the right. She opened the door and gestured for me to walk inside. There were 2 beds in the room. They weren't threadbare, but were plain, with basic mattresses and sheets. 2 dressers sat in one corner of the room, and there were also 2 armchairs and 2 bookcases, filled with books. I eyed them with curiosity. I couldn't remember the last time I had read a book, let alone had the time to do so. "The king believes in giving his servants 2 days off a week," said Melissa helpfully, "and each room is supplied with books for you to read at your own leisure." "The king loves to read," she said with a sigh. Another door in the room, and I opened it cautiously to see a very basic and small bathroom consisting of a toilet, sink, and shower. "For you to refresh yourself in," she said calmly. I glanced at her and saw her give me a wide smile. I yawned and tried to hide it, but nothing got past this woman. "Get some rest," she said quietly, "and I'll bring you a maid's uniform tomorrow morning so you can start." She vanished quickly, and I was about to close the door when I saw someone with red hair, someone that looked very familiar. I was right, I marveled to myself. She was here. Now the question was, I thought to myself, climbing into bed and piling the covers over me, was how I could use her presence to my advantage. I had a few ideas in my mind, and I drifted off to sleep that night, with a wicked grin on my face. I was going to have fun while I was here. I just knew it. Amber POV. I couldn't shake the feeling that somebody was watching me. It was the most curious feeling, and I found myself peering over my shoulder constantly. When I told Stefan about it, he offered me my own personal guard, which I declined, of course. I put it down to nerves and pregnancy hormones. I couldn't believe I was having a little boy. I knew it was silly, but I was already trying to think of a name for the baby. "How about Gunther?" teased Teresa as I threw a pillow at her, and she dodged quickly to the side. I shuddered at the thought of any child being given such a hideous name. I don't think so. What about Hunter? I asked thoughtfully. I really like that name. Ah, said Teresa. I love it, but what about Stefan? Is he going to get a say in the child's name? Of course, I said lightly. It's going to be his child as well. It's only right that he gets to help name him. We sat down on the bed and I sighed. I missed Stefan. He was at a council meeting, no doubt arguing on my behalf about being queen again. I had offered to join him, but he told me, and I quote, "I don't want you getting stressed out because of the baby." As if women didn't get stressed while they were pregnant. Geez. He was barking up the wrong tree if he thought pregnancy was all calm and relaxing when it was anything but. A large woman appeared in the doorway, leaning against it with a friendly smile on her face. Melissa, I greeted her with a grin. She was the person in charge of housekeeping and kitchen duties, and I realized with a bit of a sinking feeling that I had stolen Teresa away without asking again. "Your Highness," she said, and I shook my head adamantly, feeling like a fraud. I wasn't queen yet, and who knew what could happen in the meantime? "Please," I protested. "Just call me Amber." She sighed, but acceded to my wishes. "Amber," she said very civilly. "We're a little short-staffed in the kitchen, and I was wondering if it was possible to steal Teresa back." I felt instantly guilty as Teresa hopped up off the bed. "I'm so sorry, Melissa. I didn't realize it," I began, but she held up a hand and halted me in my tracks. "Nonsense," she said. "I know that you and Teresa are friends, and I really don't mind you stealing her," she said, her eyes twinkling. "I just happened to need her for a few minutes is all." "Of course, Melissa," Teresa said hastily, giving me a wink as I fought the urge to laugh. "You could always come help," she said with a chortle. Melissa gave a gasp of indignation. "The king's mate in the kitchen? I don't believe my ears, and it's most definitely not happening," she muttered. "The king would be most upset with me." To be honest, I don't think Stefan would really care. He was the most laid-back and down-to-earth royal I had ever met. I could easily see him helping in the kitchen if needed, but Melissa seemed to be really upset at the idea of it. "Thank you anyway," I told Teresa, who gave me a nod, "but I think I'll stay here and finish my book. Maybe go for a walk if you want to join me later." "The king will most likely want to spend time with you," Teresa said sweetly, "but I'll come to see you tomorrow." They both vanished out the door, Melissa curtsying as though I was royalty, and I rolled my eyes. She wasn't the only one to treat me as though I was already queen, though. Omegas, or rather servants, I suppose they were more likely to be called, were bowing to me left, right, and center these days. I picked up the book in question and began to idly flip through it. It was Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, but after reading a few chapters, I gave up and put the book back down in frustration. I was finding it hard to get into, even though I knew it was a good book and it had been highly recommended by Teresa, who had adored it and lent it to me. I was going for a walk, I decided to myself, and put my coat on. Perhaps Stefan was finished with his meeting and could join me, but when I went past the throne room, it was still firmly closed against visitors, and the guards informed me, rather sadly, that the meeting was still continuing and the king remained occupied. It was no biggie, I thought to myself with a shrug. As I began to walk down the hallways, I could easily go for a walk myself. It was just that I was feeling rather lonely. Oh well. I made my way outside and breathed in the fresh air. The sky was a beautiful light blue with white fluffy clouds lazing around, and birds were chirping happily to each other from their nests and perches in the trees. The grass was soft and lush beneath my feet, and the sun was warm without burning me. It was the perfect day for a walk. I began to meander along the pathways, content to take my time, stopping every so often to smell the flowers and inhale their lovely scents. On occasion, I got goosebumps, as though someone was following me, and I would stop and glance around with a frown. But every time I looked, there was either no one there, or a vampire walking past and genuinely confused at my glance. It was irritating, and I knew that I was making a big thing out of nothing, but it couldn't be helped. Perhaps I would have been less nervous if I had someone to walk with, I thought with a grimace. I began to make my way to the forest and sighed. I wanted to go for a run more than anything. Lilac was sniffing the fresh air and getting excited, and it broke my heart to tell her we still needed to keep a low profile. Especially since both of us wanted to shift and just race into the trees, run as though our lives depended on it, and drink from the streams. I missed the wilderness, the part of me that needed to be let free instead of confined, as I felt like I was back at the castle. I needed to go wild. That feeling again. I whipped my head around, and as usual, nothing was there. I began to feel my heart beating loudly in my chest, and my hands began to get clammy from feeling nervous. I was certain that someone was following me. I just wasn't sure why. I raised my head and called out, "Hello, anyone there?" and waited. Nothing. Not even the merest whiff of someone's scent, but we were downwind, which could explain why we weren't smelling another vampire or shifter. I steadied myself and called out again. "I know you're out there, so stop hiding and just come out," I growled this time, letting my frustration show. Silence. I was beginning to feel foolish now and turned back, readying myself to make it back to the grounds when suddenly I saw a flash of raven black hair. I squinted against the light, and then suddenly there she was, standing right in front of me and looking nervous as all hell, as she should be. I had no frigging idea what she was doing here, and right now all I felt was anger at seeing her there. "What are you doing here?" I asked with a low growl. Her dark brown eyes stared at me steadily. "I needed to find somewhere to take me in," she said, fidgeting with her hands. I raised an eyebrow. I would have thought that Rowan would have taken her in, especially considering I had rejected him. Not to mention they were having a child together. So what had happened in my absence to cause her to go elsewhere and away from Rowan's pack? It didn't make sense. I noticed she was wearing a maid's uniform. Melissa must have hired her then without knowing her connection to me. "I don't get it, Stacy. Rowan made his choice and it was to be with you. What are you doing out here? In the Vampire King's castle, no less? Did you follow me here?" She shook her head, her hair billowing in the wind, biting her lip. "I didn't even know that you were here until after Melissa hired me," she said quietly, "or I would have gone elsewhere." It wasn't too late for her to disappear. I thought to myself a bit viciously, not liking the girl at all and extremely displeased to have her anywhere near me. She had made my life a living hell the entire time I'd been in Rowan's pack, and I was still certain she was the one responsible for my ingesting poison and almost losing my unborn baby. "Please don't make me leave," she burst out suddenly, going pale as a sheet. "I don't have anywhere else to go." She was heavily pregnant, I realized, seeing the swell of her stomach and grimacing. I couldn't make a pregnant woman leave, no matter how much I disliked her. "Just stay away from me," I said with a shake of my head. "I don't trust you, Stacy, not one bit. I don't know why you even bothered to show yourself around me." Her face fell, and she looked at me nervously, her hand shooting out to grab hold of my arm when I went to leave. "Wait," she hissed as I stopped and looked at her, raising an eyebrow. "There's something I want to tell you." I waited, Stacy, letting go of my arm as I folded both of them over my chest and narrowed my eyes. "Well, whatever it is, just spit it out already," I growled. "It's about Darius," she said, and I stilled. "Darius. I hadn't thought about him or Sophie since I'd come to the castle. I had resolved to contact them, but then hadn't gone through with it. Still, how did Stacy know about Darius? He'd only ever come to Rowan's pack once when she was there. "What about Darius?" I asked, my mouth dry. Had something happened to him? She looked away and sighed. "Darius is still obsessed with you, Amber, and he's planning on coming for you. He wants custody of the baby so that he can have you." I laughed. I couldn't help it. It sounded so ludicrous to me. After all, Darius was in love with Sophie now and had been for some time. I had initially told him that we would share custody of the child, but I was having second thoughts now. "You're lying," I accused her, but part of me wondered. Her tone of voice had been sincere and genuine when she spoke to me. "I'm not," she choked out, waving her arms around and looking a little distraught. "He wants you, Amber. Believe me. Don't believe me. That's up to you." "I can't make you see the truth. All I can do is tell it," she said. "Why would Darius still be obsessed with me? Did he simply want control of the child? Or was he really after me and the unborn baby was his way of getting to me?" I frowned and then glowered at Stacy. What do you gain from telling me all of this? I spat out, and she cringed, recoiling away from me, her eyes flashing with pain. Nothing, she said pitifully. I just want somewhere safe to hide out, and I'm hoping you'll keep my presence here a secret if anyone comes looking for me. I didn't believe her. I knew there had to be something in it for her, but I couldn't work out what it was. All I knew was that she had given me something to think about and something to worry about. I knew I was going to have to make that phone call and talk to Sophie and Darius, but part of me was hesitant as I knew they would want to discuss custody arrangements, and I wasn't ready for that. Leave, I told Stacy quietly, and I'll keep you being here a secret, but I don't trust you. I warned her, and if I find out you're causing mischief, then I won't hesitate to kill you. She nodded, looking relieved, and made a mad dash out of the woods, without a backward glance as I followed more slowly, my mind a whirl with all sorts of thoughts. Namely, did I tell Stefan about the conversation in the woods, or did I keep it secret in case? Stacy was lying to me? Chapter 103, Desire. Stefan POV. I was missing Amber terribly and getting sick of these so-called council meetings with a bunch of interfering elders. Why could they not see the beauty in having a shifter for a mate? The doors it could open up for us? The relationships we might be able to forge with another species? Why was it considered so taboo to them? I didn't understand it at all. Just because my parents had been killed by shifters didn't mean we should hate them all and consider them to be the same. That was the very height of foolishness. Elder Matthias spoke. We are concerned about you having a shifter for a mate. That is the truth. How can we know that we can trust her? What do you know about this woman other than that you are mates? I glowered at him. Out of all the elders who seemed to be against the union between Amber and me, Elder Matthias was certainly the most vocal. Then again, he was also Elaine's father and was pushing her as the better candidate to be queen. I know that Amber would never harm a vampire, no matter what, that she's one of the nicest people you could hope to meet. She's kind, gentle, loving, a real asset to our people if you would just give her a chance. Elder Thomas was the next to speak and seemed to be choosing his words carefully. Our people require a ruler, King Stefan, one who will offer aid when we need it and who can prove to be a valuable asset. What do you think of Amber being the queen? Is she up for that position? Being a ruler can be quite stressful, as you well know, and the girl is heavily pregnant on top of that. Do you think she's up for the task? Who cares if she's up for the task, snarled Elder Matthias. Our people will never accept a queen that is a shifter. She could be a bloody unicorn, and she still wouldn't be accepted. That's enough, snapped Alpha Gerald, looking quite annoyed. Let him speak. You forget your place, Elder Matthias. I rolled my eyes. Sometimes dealing with the elders was like dealing with petulant children who were squabbling amongst themselves. Well, prodded Elder Thomas, what do you think, Stefan? Is she willing to marry you? I opened my mouth and then closed it. I couldn't say whether or not Amber was willing to be married to me. She hadn't indicated otherwise, and both of us were still getting to know each other. I couldn't very well say she was, and then find out she wasn't prepared to marry me at all. That would be embarrassing. Elder Matthias's eyes glinted as he saw me contemplate what to say. Amber is up to the task of being queen, but as to the marriage situation, I can't quite comment on that yet. We are still in the early stages of our relationship, I argued, crossing my arms over my chest. Yet you have a candidate who is willing to marry you and whom you know very well. Why not marry her? Asked Elder Matthias, cutting in. I gritted my teeth. Because I don't love your daughter, Elder Matthias, and I never did. I won't look at anyone besides my mate for the role of queen, regardless of what anyone might think. There was silence in the room. Thank heavens for that. I was fighting the urge to scream at them all. Instead, my hands clenched into fists and I began to pace slightly, back and forth, listening to the elders mutter amongst themselves and ignoring the urge to shout at them all. Dylan came sauntering into the throne room, and I greeted him eagerly. "How's it going?" He asked me dryly, seeing the furious look on my face. I huffed at him in response. "They're being stubborn jackasses as usual," I sneered. "But what else is new?" Dylan just shook his head. "You've been in here for hours, man, and poor Amber's been left alone. Thought you should know that she went for a walk in the forest all by her lonesome." "She did what?" I almost exploded. The room went still, and then the elders looked at me with raised eyebrows and narrowed eyes at the disruption to their muttering. "It's dangerous in the forest," I told Dylan anxiously. "There are rogue shifters out there. Did you bring her back in?" He shook his head. "I was going to, but she came back on her own. She's back in her room safe and sound," he added with an exclamation, as the elders began to chat amongst themselves again. I sighed. At least I knew she was safe, but what could have possibly possessed her to go into the forest heavily pregnant like she was? I knew she was growing bored of being alone all the time, but I hadn't realized just how bored she might be. I began to feel guilty. Dylan grimaced. "I gotta go. Just thought you should know," he said, glowering at the elders and then turning on his heel and walking away. "All right, enough already." I exploded on the council, who went wide-eyed and silent. "I refuse to continually bring this matter up to you. I am the king, and if my word isn't good enough or you think that I can no longer do the job anymore, then by all means make me abdicate the throne." "Now, child, there's no need for something like that," began Elder Thomas, glancing at the others nervously. "Precisely," Elder Gerald agreed. I sighed in relief, but Elder Matthias looked seriously put out by his comrades as they rushed to support me. I gave him a scorching look and then turned around. "Where are you going?" spluttered Elder Matthias as I glanced over my shoulder. "The meeting isn't over yet?" "I'm cutting this meeting short," I called back over my shoulder. "You know, 'cause I can, being the king and all." I strode through the throne room doors and slowly made my way upstairs, seeing Amber lying on her bed with her nose buried in a book. I took a minute to study her, the way her red, gorgeous hair gleamed beneath the lighting, the way her green eyes twinkled while she read, the relaxing way she was lying there, with a dress on that was crumpled up to her knees. She looked to be at peace, enjoying herself immensely, and she looked beautiful. There was no other way to describe her. She was a virtual goddess, at least to me. "Good book?" I commented, startling her. She whipped her head around and then relaxed, giving me a small, gentle smile. "It is," she said, showing me the cover, which was Pride and Prejudice. I shuddered. I had never liked Jane Austen's novels, but it was a particular taste, and not everyone did. I sat beside Amber on the bed, and she rolled over and sat upright, placing the book away on the nightstand. "I hear you went for a walk today?" I asked her quietly, trying not to convey my displeasure. She gave a small nod. "Teresa was needed in the kitchen, and it was such a beautiful day outside," she gushed, "that I couldn't resist. I hope you don't mind," she added with a frown, looking a little nervously at me. I sighed, then reached over and took her hand. "I'm not upset, just a little worried. It's not safe in the forest. There are rogues out there, and not just the shifter kind. Some of my kind don't take well to shifters, and the last thing I need is you hurt." "I wasn't hurt, and Lilac would have informed me if there were shifters or rogues," Amber said hotly, "and I can't just sit around and wait for you all the time." Her voice was pained, and it brought a pang of sympathy to my heart. She was lonely, and I hadn't realized it until now. Some mate I was. I had an idea, though, one that would hopefully bring us closer in the relationship. "I don't expect you to wait around for me all the time," I told her gently, squeezing her hand, "and I know that it must be tedious that I'm gone all the time." "It can get rather boring," she admitted, "and I miss you when you're not with me." I was touched. There were tears in the corner of her eyes. "I miss you too whenever you aren't around." "I'm sorry, Amber, I should have been a bit more in tune with what you want and need." She shook her head. "I don't need anything, just you," she said as she leaned into me and I wrapped my arms around her shoulders. I inhaled her intoxicating scent. God, she smelt divine. My mouth watered, and before I knew it, she had turned her head and pressed her lips gently against mine. She kissed me softly, and I responded with equal emotion, feeling my heartbeat quicken as we shared the moment. She slowly fell back against the bed, and I followed her down, on top of her, my hands grabbing both sides of her face as I continued to kiss her. Sparks flew between us, and she moaned into my mouth. Her hair was soft and silky, cascading over the pillows. I held her close, feeling her reaction to our closeness as we shared an intimate moment. I smiled to myself. "Oh God," she panted, "Stefan." I gently placed my hand on her leg, wanting nothing more than to be close to her, still continuing to kiss her. She was so smooth, her skin so creamy as I felt her. I wrapped my arms around her upper body, holding her close as we shared the moment. "Stefan," she moaned, and I reveled in her saying my name. It sent a shock to my soul every time she uttered my name. Then we both felt it, and I stopped, halted in my tracks by something wondrous. Amber put a hand against her stomach and looked at me wide-eyed, grabbing hold of my hand and pushing it against her stomach. A kick and then another one, each more powerful than the last. We could see the baby's foot, and we were stunned. "My God," I murmured. "How beautiful." Amber was sobbing as she held her stomach. She had felt kicks before, but never had she been able to share the experience with me until now. Neither of us could speak for a minute. We were that emotional. I couldn't believe this little boy would be born soon, and I would be holding him in my arms, with Amber beside me. I could picture it in my mind, and it brought tears to my eyes that I hastily blinked away. I was missing out on so much, I realized, and I aimed to rectify that slightly. Ever since she had come to the castle with me, Amber had been situated in her own room, but my arms longed to hold her at night, to feel her body next to mine. I just wanted to be with her at night, and not necessarily for socks. I took a deep breath. "Amber," I asked, "would you be willing to sleep in the same room as me? Not for shocks." I added hastily as her eyes grew wide, "but so I can hold you and feel you next to me." I waited on tenterhooks for her answer and could have jumped for joy when she finally spoke, her voice barely above a hushed whisper. "Yes, Darius POV." She strode in, her hair billowing behind her, her footsteps loud on the floor, a determined expression on her face. I cringed, knowing that she probably wanted to talk about something important, her eyes red and puffy. Ever since Sophie's death, my mother has been inconsolable, made worse by the fact that Clarissa had disappeared from the pack and her miserable of an excuse of a husband, or rather ex-husband, was still an alcoholic who was continuing to drink and not fazed by his daughter's death at all. I was, of course, relieved to discover my mother didn't believe I had anything to do with Sophie's death, or I would no doubt be locked away in the dungeon by now. Oh, I knew Clarissa had been suspicious, always poking her nose into my business and asking pointed questions about the lack of security on that day and the so-called prisoner from Rowan's pack that had managed to escape. She had been putting two and two together. I was certain of it, and her disappearance caused me some anxiety. Had she perhaps gone to Rowan with her concerns? Or had she merely left, unable to bear being in the same pack as the one her daughter had died in? I didn't know, but I was determined to discover where she went. My mother shut the door to the study and quietly looked over at me with those puffy red eyes of hers. I gave her a shaky smile and she drooped right in front of me. "Darius," she said quietly, "how are you holding up?" I pretended to be blinking back tears. "It's difficult, Mother, but soon I imagine I might hear back about Amber and her child. That's keeping me going, being able to find my child. I know it's what Sophie would have wanted," I added, laying it on thick. My mother gave a firm nod. "She would want you to be happy," she agreed. "But son, don't you think you should still be in mourning? I don't want you to burn yourself out or make yourself miserable." I shook my head. "I'm not burning myself out, and while I miss Sophie," I lied between gritted teeth, "I imagine holding my baby in my arms will give me some comfort." My mother's eyes twinkled. She looked a little happier and a bit more excited at the prospect of having her grandchild in her arms. She had mourned the loss of Sophie and I's baby, and now she was beginning to accept the prospect of Amber and I's child instead. She wasn't replacing one with the other, she had assured me, but rather saw it as performing a duty as a grandparent, one she was determined to make my father perform as well. "I have to say, when you told me about Amber, I was well and truly shocked," she agreed with me. "But now I'm getting used to the idea. I have contacted our lawyers as well, son." She paused and her head, listening to footsteps getting nearer, and then there was a large and loud knock on the study door. "Probably your father," she muttered before yelling out in an imperious voice, "Come in." My father's bulky frame filled the doorway as he opened the door and came crashing in. "Evening," he said quietly. I was wondering where you two had gotten to. I indicated the large pile of paperwork I was currently trying to get through. Since Sophie's death, I had been keeping myself busy, pretending to be the grieving husband who needed a distraction. I was also trying to prove to my parents that I was alpha material. I've been busy with pack business, I said to Father calmly, and he nodded, looking impressed despite himself. I wondered about my father sometimes. He was quiet, gentle, and even mannered compared to my mother. I knew they weren't fated mates, but had been boyfriend and girlfriend in their college years, choosing to mate with each other and mark one another instead. It was a conundrum to me how two people with such different personalities managed to find each other, let alone love each other enough to get married. "You are doing an excellent job," my father told me, looking pleased. "I'm proud of you for that, son." I basked in his approval. It wasn't often my father praised me for anything, let alone told me I had done a worthy job. My mother looked just as pleased as I was by the comment. My father sat down in the armchair, looking awkward as he squeezed his giant frame into the small chair, and leaned forward, his eyes focused on mine, a deadly serious look on his face. "Your mother and I have been talking," he began as I my head and listened intently, wondering what they had been discussing together. "And you've shown us just how mature you can be in regards to running the pack. Even with Sophie's death," here he paused and looked away, his jaw clenching tightly together and his eyes turning black for a moment. "You've shown great fortitude in continuing to run the pack and complete the paperwork necessary to keep it going. I have no qualms about you becoming alpha of the pack, and the job is yours if you want it." I couldn't believe my ears. Were they deceiving me? Or had my father just offered me the position of alpha for the pack? My mother was nodding in the background, a wide smile on her face. "We feel it's time," she said slowly, "and when Amber comes back, I'll teach her how to be Luna," she offered. "That is if she's willing to marry you. Otherwise, I'll continue in my Luna duties until such time as someone else can take over," she suggested. I knew that meant she wanted me to find another mate if Amber refused me. "Mother, you said you contacted our lawyers," I prodded, remembering her mentioning it before Father appeared. "What did they have to say?" She took a deep breath, my father's eyes focusing on her as he leaned forward, interested in what she was about to say as well. "They said that you would be entitled to 50% custody as the rightful father of the child. But," she said a bit grimly and a little shocked, "you need to prove you're the father with a paternity test, and the only way you would get full custody of the child would be if you could prove that Amber was an unfit mother." I raised an eyebrow at that. Interesting. I had options here, but the first step was to find out where Amber was. "How exactly would I prove she's an unfit mother," I argued, "when she's still pregnant?" My father looked pained. "She's not, son, that's the point. You're going to have to persuade her to marry you, or you are going to have to be happy with half custody." "Or," my mother said slyly, "we could be witnesses and claim that she's been doing things harmful to the baby." I considered that and then shook my head. "No, let's just see what she says when I track her down and tell her I want custody. She might be willing to marry me to avoid a huge legal battle." "You would hope so," my mother said dryly, "but Amber's not the type to back away from a fight, remember? As much as I dislike her, I have to admire her tenacity and stubbornness. She also has one hell of a temper when she's provoked and won't hesitate to fight back if she believes she's defending her unborn pup." I knew that too. Part of me knew there was a high possibility that she wouldn't just agree to come back to the pack with me, but there were other ways of persuading her. Like money, for example, or if that didn't work, blackmail. I just needed to find the right means to persuade her that marrying me would be in her best interest. "Anyway," my mother said casually, looking over at my father and how late the evening had gotten, "I believe we'll make our way to bed unless there is anything else you need." I shook my head. My father stood up and offered me his hand, shaking it and looking me deep in my eyes. "Congratulations on becoming alpha son," he said a bit mistily. "You've more than earned it." They both made their way to the doorway and glanced back over their shoulders one last time, my mother's face being with pride at me my father smiling widely before they held each other's hands and made their way out, shutting the door with a decisive click behind them. I plonked myself back in the chair and stared at the door, unable to believe the turn of events. In one night, I had become the alpha of my own pack, and my father had retired from the title. It wasn't something I had been betting on, and now I had to admit just how exciting it all was. I was humming lightly under my breath when the telephone rang. Ring, 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 ring. I looked at the phone, puzzled. Only alphas had the direct telephone number to the study and a few well-chosen acquaintances. Wondering if it was something important, I picked up the telephone and held it to my ear, it feeling heavy as I was used to cell phones. "Is this Darius?" asked a gruff voice. It didn't sound familiar. "That's me," I said uncertainly. "And who am I speaking to?" "You hired me to find out the location of a certain Amber Henderson," the voice said, sounding a little annoyed, like I should know who they are just from their voice alone. I rolled my eyes at their arrogance but held my tongue in cheek. "Are you telling me that you know where she might be?" "I do, but I want another $1 million to divulge her location. Trust me, you won't find her otherwise," he added as I glared down at the receiver. Everyone wanted money for nothing these days. I thought a little sourly. This man was certainly no different, and I was not happy about being blackmailed for more money. "If I refuse to pay you?" I asked. "Then good luck finding her," the voice said snidely. "And I have some information that you might find interesting in regards to her wolf and her abilities. I not only found her, but there's someone else looking for her as well. A rogue alpha who's none too pleased with her at the moment." A rogue alpha. That sounded intriguing. I wondered why he was searching for Amber and realized that it must have something to do with her abilities, which meant her wolf had to be pretty special. "How do you know about the rogue?" There was silence for a moment. "Let's just say there's an interesting story to go with that, but this rogue alpha is not playing around. He's part vampire and strong as all hell. I doubt you could beat him in battle, but maybe you could team up with him? Do each other a favor, per se," suggested the voice. I fidgeted with my hands, but the story was so intriguing and I could see the potential in getting a rogue alpha to help me get my hands on Amber. It would definitely be something worth exploring. "How do I know you aren't lying?" "You're just going to have to trust me," the voice said impatiently. "Then start with where she is, and then move on to the alpha rogue and why he wants her." "Fine," snarled the voice, the man's breathing heavy on the other line. "Your Amber Henderson is located at the Vampire King's castle. She's been there for a few weeks now, so I'm under the assumption she's not leaving anytime soon. There are rumors going around that she's the Vampire King's mate." I swore silently to myself. If that was the case, then my chances of persuading Amber to marry me had just gone down the drain. I frowned and then remembered the alpha rogue who wanted her as well. I leaned back in the chair and glanced out at the darkening sky, the full moon appearing in front of my eyes. "Tell me about this alpha rogue," I demanded, "and don't you dare leave anything important out. Do you understand me?" Chapter 105, First Time with Stefan. Amber POV. I was nervous. After Stefan had asked about us sharing a room, I had agreed, but now that it was nighttime and I was standing in his bedroom, all I could feel was anxiety. His room was elegant, with green drapes and a matching bedspread on the bed, a large 4-poster bed that looked like it could easily fit more than 2 people in it comfortably. His bedroom was homely, with different shades of green and a painting of the forest on its walls, which was gorgeous as I examined it closely, finding all sorts of small creatures contained within it. I was alone for now, but I knew Stefan would be up soon, and so I took a shower, spending the time washing my hair, which was slightly knotted from being tied up in a ponytail all day. The water was soothing, and I relaxed, letting the water cascade down all over my body, the temperature warm and inviting. I reluctantly stopped the water and climbed out of the shower, wrapping a towel around myself and looking at my reflection in the mirror. I barely recognized myself. My red hair stood out beneath the lighting, and my green eyes were sparkling with happiness. My skin was a golden honey tan color from being outdoors a lot of the time, and my body, once slender and slim from training, had filled out some, my stomach containing a little baby bump that I rested a protective hand on. The girl in the mirror looked so happy, and I had to admit that I was in love with Stefan, adored him, and hated to be away from him. This was what I had once imagined it would be like when I found my mate, and I thanked my lucky stars every day that I had found my second chance mate in Stefan. I brushed my teeth and then dried my hair, before wrapping it in a turban and heading out the door, stopping in my tracks as Stefan turned around from where he was standing in the bedroom. I blushed and almost squealed, frantically making sure the towel was wrapped securely so that it wouldn't fall. Stefan appeared to be in a trance, his eyes glowing red as he stared at me, my body trembling in what could only be described as anticipation, and my heart thundering wildly in my chest. He stammered, came up to check that you were all right and to ask if you needed anything, he said, trying hard not to look directly at me. I shook my head, feeling shy, even as my mouth went dry staring at him. He wore skin-tight jeans that showed off his long, muscular legs and a white tank top that showed off his arms and taut abdomen. I licked my lips, feeling myself becoming aroused, and wondered if he could sense it, as his nostrils flared and his eyes went an even darker red. If he could, he was doing a damn good job of maintaining his self-control. "That's good," he said, sounding strangled. "Then I'll just turn my back while you get dressed." He hastily turned, and I felt a bit deflated. Did I want him to make a move? I wondered to myself as I began to rifle through the dresser. I dropped the towel and heard a choking sound behind me coming from Stefan. I whirled around to find he was staring straight at me, and I blushed profusely, my body stuck to the floor, frozen, the towel laying there completely forgotten about at my feet. It's just that," Stefan stammered, moving forward and moving a stray curl behind my ear. "Looks so stunning that I simply can't look away," he growled. His face was inches from mine, and I held my breath, watching as he bent his head almost as though in slow motion, kissing my lips possessively as I felt his hands grip my shoulders and hold me still, and demanding, forcing my mouth to open and give him access, which I did so willingly. "Stefan," I gasped, as his hands lightly stroked my shoulders. "Oh God," I panted into his mouth, feeling tingles running down my spine and sparks flying between us. He senses it too, his eyes darkening further as he scooped me up in his arms as though I weighed nothing, placing me gently on the bed and breaking off the kiss to my disappointment. "Tell me no," he demanded, "because I don't think I can stop once I've started, Amber. You're too damn gorgeous, and I want you so damn much it hurts," he growls. I couldn't tell him no. "I want you," I told him honestly, and watched him struggle within himself before he stood back up and slowly began to remove his tank top, showing me his chest as I shuddered. He came back to my side, noting where my eyes had darted to. "Relax," he soothed me, his hands beginning to feel along my body. "I don't have plans to do that just yet," he hissed before he began to kiss the nape of neck, making me arch my back in pleasure. I quivered in anticipation, my hands scrabbling at the bedsheets as the pleasure began to rise. "What's wrong?" I asked anxiously, and he gave me a reassuring smile. "I just want you to be comfortable, and I'm worried that this position won't be with the bump," he admitted wryly. I remembered what the doctors had advised. "Sideways will be more comfortable. Are you okay?" he panted. I was better than okay. "God," I choked out. "Please move," I begged as he let out a low chuckle. "Your wish is my command," he murmured in my ear. It was heaven or hell, depending on how you looked at it. "Please, Stefan," I begged unashamedly, barely recognizing my voice. "Please, for the love of God. Tell me what you want," he growled. "Tell me how you like it." "Harder," I screamed. "Faster." I'd never felt this way before. This was nothing like what I had experienced with Darius when I gave him my virginity. Stefan was incredible and insatiable. "That was amazing," Stefan said finally, turning his head to look at me, his hair all tousled and disheveled. "Did I hurt you?" he asked in concern. I shook my head. He hadn't hurt me at all. "I'm just a little sore," I said shyly, and he leaped up and kissed me on the mouth. "I'll run you a bath," he suggested, and raced into the bathroom before I could utter a word, still completely naked and not fazed in the slightest. I sat up and was about to get up when he came back and scooped me into his arms. carrying me cradled to his chest, my arms over his neck, holding me tightly as though he never wanted to let me go. Stefan put me down. I cried out with laughter in my voice, but he shook his head adamantly. "No can do," he said calmly, and then bent down and kissed me lovingly on the mouth. "I love you," he told me softly as I melted from his words. "I love you too," I whispered, knowing I would remember this moment and this experience forever and ever. Then, before I could change my mind, I leant over and sank my teeth into him, licking the wound clean and claiming him as mine forever. Rowan POV. Last night I felt the most excruciating pains in my lower abdomen and stomach, cramping pains that couldn't be explained. I had howled, to Clarissa's astonishment, forced to pull the car over when we were so close to our destination. I couldn't explain what was going on, but Clarissa had looked at me, almost with knowing eyes, as though she knew exactly what was wrong, but wasn't going to tell me. We had finally tracked Amber down to her location, having heard of a beautiful red-haired girl who was the Vampire King's guest. I'm not going to lie, I was nervous being in vampire territory, even though I had heard only good things about their king. Not all vampires felt hospitable towards shifters and vice versa. It was mutual dislike our races had towards each other, but I had heard this infamous King Stefan wanted to change that. I wished him luck. My people were highly suspicious of vampires and believed them to be bloodthirsty creatures with a penchant for violence. I would hate to know what they thought about shifters. "We're almost there," I told Clarissa, who was nervously drumming her fingers on the dashboard, her long blonde hair covering part of her face. She was white as a sheet and nervous, but whether it had to do with where we were or just the anticipation of seeing Amber, I didn't know. "Do you think she's being treated all right?" she asked me nervously, biting her fingernail. I gave her a wry glance. "If she's being mistreated, I'm sure we would have heard about it. Besides, we've been told she's a guest of the Vampire King himself, so I guarantee she's being treated well." Clarissa was almost bouncing in her chair. She was that excited to see her baby girl. After hearing about Sophie's death and the suspicious circumstances surrounding it, I couldn't blame her for being worried about Amber. I, on the other hand, didn't know how I felt. There was a yearning inside of me to see her again, to touch her one more time. I remembered the way she used to smile on the odd occasion in my pack and the way her green eyes sparkled. I remembered the sparks that flew between us and the tingles that would run down my spine. Stacy had ruined everything with that blasted spell of hers, and now I wondered if the mate bond was still present between us. I hadn't accepted her rejection, so who knew? I would feel it on my side, but would she feel it on hers at all? Even just a little? I stopped the car, the castle just a small distance away, several vampires coming out of the woodwork. Clarissa let out a gasp, but I had been expecting this. They weren't just going to let complete strangers into the castle after all. A tall man, heavily built, with a beard and dark eyes, wrenched the car door open and bent down to peer at us. Clarissa flinched, the man glancing at her with curiosity in his eyes but no malice in his gaze. "State your business," he thundered, and I sighed, glancing around at the crowd of interested vampires. "We're here to see a friend of ours, a Miss Amber Henderson." I told them formally, "She's my friend and this woman's daughter," I announced, gesturing towards a silent and shaking Clarissa who had gone even paler. The vampires began to mutter amongst themselves, but none disputed the fact that Amber was there, which was fascinating. My ears strained to hear what they were saying to each other. "Have to inform the king." "Better tell them, Ted." "Hurry up, I don't want to be out here all day." "Get their names first, idiot." "Our names are Alpha Rowan and Clarissa Henderson." I yelled out, and the vampires shot me a scorching glance for having the nerve to eavesdrop in on their conversation. "Just remain where you are," the tall vampire said, coming back and folding his arms across his chest, regarding us steadily, "while we inform the king of your presence." "You are a shifter, yes?" he asked with a crinkle of his nose. "Could he smell my scent?" "Yes," I answered a bit tetchily, it must be said. But damn it, shifters were magnificent creatures, and this vampire was looking at us both as if we were nothing but mangy mutts. "Same as that girl, then," he murmured to himself with a shrug. I frowned. I guessed that he was referring to Amber, but I couldn't say for sure. A vampire came to the crowd and began to whisper urgently as the man left our side to go and speak to him. It seemed like it was a lifetime later, even though it was maybe 5 minutes at the most before they began to wave us through. I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't been looking forward to the prospect of having to fight my way through to get to Amber. I would have been beaten easily by this amount of vampires, but it wouldn't have stopped me from trying. We drove, Clarissa gazing out the windows nervously, her eyebrows shooting up as we reached the castle and parked on the grounds. Outside, there were numerous vampires, both men, women, and even children, walking around, and we received quite a few interested and puzzled looks from the members. I got out of the car, but Clarissa needed to be persuaded. She was that nervous. "I'm sure that Amber is waiting for us," I told Clarissa in an attempt to cajole her out. She gave a huff at that and then slowly, gingerly, climbed out of the car and gently shut the door, gazing around her with nervous energy and a stricken look on her face. "What if they attack us?" she stammered. I tried not to roll my eyes. "They aren't going to attack us. They would have done it already if that was their plan. Let's get going," I told her. I took hold of her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She had been an all-right companion on our search for her daughter, complacent and compliant to any directions I had given her. She had even directed me to a few packs where we had finally been given the piece of the puzzle we'd needed to find Amber. I wondered how she was going to react to the news that Sophie was dead. I dreaded her mother having to give her the sad news. The castle was magnificent to behold, a dark gray stone that stood out in stark contrast to the clear blue sky. The grounds were full of flower beds and flowers, roses galore, and an assortment of shrubbery and trees. The forest was nearby, and I pondered for a moment, wondering how they managed to keep the castle a secret from humans. They must use a spell of some description, I thought to myself with a frown, for the castle was easily seen in the distance. The doors were open and we wandered in, taking in the opulent surroundings and the expensive artwork and decorative statues everywhere. Clarissa's mouth was agape. The castle was easily 3 to 4 times the size of the biggest pack house we'd seen. Guards were everywhere, and we hesitated, wondering where to go next. We needn't have worried, though, because the next thing we knew, Amber was flinging herself into Clarissa's arms. "Mother," she shrieked, brimming over with happiness, her red hair billowing behind her as she darted forward. "How I've missed you," she exclaimed, as Clarissa promptly burst into tears, holding her daughter tightly to her. I stood back and observed, feeling like I was being watched by someone. My eyes lifted to see a man coming down the stairs, with shaggy dark hair and stubble on his chin, well-built and tall, maybe slightly taller than myself, with an imperious and cold look in his eyes as he glared down at me. I wondered what I had done to displease him so much, or maybe it was the fact that I was a shifter. He looked to be of royal status, though, and I wondered if this was the infamous King Stefan. "Mother," Amber said, sniffling into her mother's shoulders, "what are you doing here?" She cast a look over her shoulder at me, a bewildered look on her face. "And what is Alpha Rowan doing with you?" she asked with curiosity but no venom in her voice. I sighed with relief. She wasn't angry to see me here then, merely confused. The man continued down the stairs and stopped at the foot of it, the guards all bowing in respect. Automatically I bowed my head, but refused to bow down all the way, commanding my own level of respect. "Amber?" he said softly, as Amber turned to look at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Perhaps this should be discussed in private," he suggested. She immediately nodded, letting go of Clarissa and taking hold of the man's hand. I sucked in a breath at the sight, not realizing how painful it would be to see her touch another man, let alone a vampire male. "Of course," Amber said respectfully, smiling at the man. "Mother, this is King Stefan. King Stefan, this is my mother," she said, gesturing to Clarissa, who immediately curtsied and smiled at the man. Amber pointed to me and hesitated slightly. "This is Alpha Rowan," she stammered, and I inclined my head to King Stefan, who frowned at me. "I think the throne room is empty," said King Stefan, tugging lightly on Amber's hand as my wolf let out a low growl inside my head. "If you would all be so kind as to follow me." We followed him upstairs, King Stefan not letting go of Amber's hand, and the rest of us going single file, me behind Clarissa, who gazed around the castle with wonder and awe in her eyes. We wandered through several corridors before coming to the room, King Stefan ushering us all inside and informing the guards that no one else was to be allowed in, except for his friend Dylan if he came by. I wondered who Dylan was, and then sighed. No doubt I would meet him if Amber permitted me to stay for a few days. "Sorry about that, but privacy is a difficult thing to come by," said King Stefan, motioning for us all to sit at the table nearby. Amber sat beside him, making me stiffen, while Clarissa sat on one side of her and I was forced, rather grudgingly, to sit on King Stefan's other side, feeling extremely awkward and uncomfortable. This was going to be hell, I thought miserably, wanting to do nothing more than reach out and touch Amber. She was so close to me, and yet seemed so far away as well. Was she even aware of my existence, or the yearning I was feeling? If she was doing a damn good job of ignoring it. "Mother, I am so happy to see you. I know I haven't kept in touch, but I was planning to," babbled Amber. "It's just things happened so quickly." And then she trailed off apologetically. Clarissa gave her daughter a warm smile. "It's all right, darling. I understand," she said quietly, wringing her hands together. She was contemplating what to say next. I could tell, but it was her story to tell, and not mine. I waited impatiently for her to continue speaking. "So how did you find me?" asked Amber, leaning forward and gazing at me, a shy smile on her face. "And you were so kind to accompany my mother here so she wouldn't be alone," she said, each word like a dagger in my heart. Did she honestly believe that I had done this out of the goodness of my heart? "We got lucky," I answered honestly. Someone in another pack had heard rumors of a red-haired girl called Amber being the Vampire King's guest, and we automatically assumed it was you. Clarissa was sobbing quietly now, and Amber looked at her stricken. "Mother," she said, puzzled, glancing at King Stefan, who leaned forward to grasp her hand. "What is going on? What's wrong?" she asked sweetly. "This is a happy occasion, isn't it?" Clarissa choked. She sobbed harder. "It's a happy occasion," she said finally, her eyes red and puffy, as she reached over and took Amber's hand. "But there is something I need to tell you. It's about your sister Sophie." Amber POV. "Your Highness, there are 2 strangers at the front of the castle, requesting an audience with Miss Amber Henderson," said a guard, knocking on the door and interrupting the 2 of us. We glanced toward the guard, Stefan with raised eyebrows, wondering who the visitors could possibly be. We had just been about to kiss, and judging by the annoyed expression on Stefan's face, he was none too pleased with the interruption. I stifled a giggle and looked towards the guard with a questioning expression on my face. "Do you happen to know their names?" I asked evenly. The guard gave an imperceptible nod. The visitors claimed to be a Miss Clarissa Henderson and a man calling himself Alpha Rowan Craven. I gave a gasp, feeling a swell of excitement in my breast. My mother was here. I had no idea what circumstances had brought her here, but I would be glad for her company. As for Alpha Rowan, well, my heart skipped a beat at hearing his name. I had thought I was over Alpha Rowan, but a small part of me was delighted to learn that he was here as well, and I fought to maintain my composure in front of Stefan. "Clarissa Henderson is my mother," I told Stefan quietly, "and Alpha Rowan is." I trailed off helplessly, but Stefan knew instinctively who the man was. But then again, he knew my story and who Alpha Rowan was to me. "The bastard who couldn't make a decision," growled Stefan, looking displeased as he instructed the guards to let the visitors through. "If he had made a decision, then I wouldn't be right here with you," I pointed out meekly, making Stefan smile in spite of himself. "I guess his loss was my gain then," he said lightly, but frowning as he touched the nape of my neck with his long fingernail, where there were not 1 but 2 tattoos present. His mark and Rowan's were still there. "I want to know why his mark won't disappear," he murmured. "Especially considering the bastard forcibly marked you," he added with a growl. "Never mind that, let's go," I protested, heading out the doorway in a rush. A startled Stefan left to follow behind me in my wake. I literally jogged down the stairs and raced into my mother's arms as I saw her and Alpha Rowan standing in the doorway. "Mother," I exclaimed loudly as she burst into tears. Holding me tightly to her, How I've missed you." I felt rather than saw Stefan's presence on the stairs as he came wandering down. "Mother," I said, sniffling as tears formed in my own eyes, "what on earth are you doing here?" I felt her tense and then realized that Stefan's commanding influence was there. "Amber," he said quietly, coming to my side. "Perhaps this is a conversation best done in private," he suggested, and I gave a small nod. He was right. This should be discussed in private, well away from any council members. Something in my gut was telling me that Mother and Alpha Rowan were not just here for a social call. Speaking of Rowan, my eyes darted toward him, taking in his breathtaking appearance. His hair was disheveled, and his dark eyes were piercing as they met mine. For a moment it felt like we were the only two in the room, and I sucked in a breath, unable to look away from his handsome face or stop myself from gazing at his body. I quickly forced myself to come crashing back down to earth and smiled at Stefan. "Of course," I said, slightly stammering. "Mother, this is King Stefan. Stefan, this is my mother." I paused and hesitated before gesturing towards Rowan. "And this is Alpha Rowan." I finished grimly, watching as Rowan inclined his head respectfully towards Stefan. "I think the throne room is empty," said King Stefan lightly. "If you would all be so kind as to follow me." He held my hand as we walked up the stairs together, my mother following in our wake while Rowan brought up the rear. We crossed several corridors before coming to the throne room. Stefan opened the doors and informed the guards that no one, besides his best friend Dylan, was allowed to enter. We certainly did not want council members interrupting our little meeting. "Sorry about that, but privacy is a difficult thing to come by," apologized Stefan as he encouraged all of us to sit down together. Mother sat on one side of me, Stefan on the other. Rowan, looking extremely reluctant, took his place on the other side of Stefan, and we all looked at each other. Finally, I spoke. "Mother," I said with genuine curiosity and warmth in my voice, "what on earth are you doing here?" And I paused and looked towards Alpha Rowan when I added hastily, feeling myself babble, "Mother, I'm so happy to see you. I know I haven't kept in touch, but I was planning to. It's just things happened so quickly and then—" I trailed off apologetically. My mother gave me a warm smile. "It's all right, darling, I understand," she told me, wringing her hands together. She seemed nervous and I couldn't understand why. I leaned forward and glanced at Alpha Rowan. "How did you find me?" I asked, and you were so kind as to accompany my mother here so she wouldn't be alone." I knew that wasn't the whole story. There was no way that Rowan had done this simply out of the kindness of his heart. There had to be more to it than that, especially with the way my mother was acting. Stefan could sense it too, his hand giving mine a squeeze as Rowan answered my question. "We got lucky," he said. "Someone in another pack had heard about a red-haired girl called Amber who was the Vampire King's guest," he finished. I huffed. Damn, the rumors were really flying thick and fast if I was being mentioned by shifters in passing. My mother began to sob, loudly, and I glanced at her puzzled. They sounded more than just happy tears. "Mother," I asked her anxiously, "what's wrong? This is a happy occasion, isn't it?" Stefan grasped my hand and held onto it tightly, both of us sensing something was seriously wrong. My mother sobbed harder. "It's a happy occasion," she choked out, and then reached over and took my hand, Alpha Rowan looking grim now. "But there is something I need to tell you. It's about your sister Sophie," she added. I was confused now. What was so upsetting about Sophie? The last I had heard, my sister had been deliriously happy with Darius. I was immediately concerned. "Did something happen to the baby?" I asked in a panic, putting a hand to my throat. "Oh my God, I knew I should have contacted her," I wailed. My mother shook her head, tears trailing down her cheeks. "Your sister is dead, Amber. She died a few weeks ago." "Your sister is dead. She died a few weeks ago. Your sister is dead. She died a few weeks ago. Your sister is dead." The words repeated themselves in my mind, and all I could do was gaze at my mother, horrified. Surely I had misheard her? Wouldn't I have felt Sophie die? Weren't twins meant to have some sort of special bond when it came to stuff like that? Mother had to have been making a horrible mistake. But when I looked over at Alpha Rowan and saw the way his jaw was clenched and the sadness in his eyes, I knew that it had to be true, and just like that, I felt like my world was crashing down. She can't be dead, I cried, tears trailing down my cheeks as Stefan reached over and grasped me in a hug, letting me cry all over his shoulder. What? How? I spluttered. What happened? I was inconsolable, and it took Stefan several minutes before I was able to regain some of my composure. My mother sat in silence, stiff as a statue, and Rowan said nothing, but his eyes were sympathetic toward me. Your sister was poisoned, said my mother quietly. She ingested something that was fatal by someone who breached the grounds and pretended to be an Omega. We don't know why it happened. Perhaps someone saw her as a threat by her becoming the future Luna of the pack. We discovered her too late to save her, she finished with a sob. Why would anyone want to kill Sophie? It didn't make sense. I felt sick to my stomach. Bile rose up in my throat. I swallowed it down, glancing at Rowan. Do we know who it was that killed her? No, said my mother smoothly. We have no proof of who it was. But Rowan was hesitant. I believe it might have been Stacy. He admitted wryly, and Darius. Darius, I gasped. But he loved Sophie with all his heart. Sure, he didn't like being forced into the marriage, but he came around to it, and he never would have harmed his baby. My mother sighed. Sophie lost the baby a few weeks before she was poisoned, another incident where there was no proof and she claimed she had fallen down while out in the woods. I was having trouble digesting all this. I felt like I was becoming hysterical, my breathing hyperventilating as Stefan tried to rub soothing circles onto my back. What does Stacy have to do with Darius? I didn't even think they knew each other, I added pointedly, sucking in deep breaths of oxygen. I can't prove it, Rowan drawled, but Stacy was a prisoner in my dungeon, and on the same day Darius visited, she was suddenly gone. I know it was him, though. Why the f*** had Stacy been a prisoner? My head was spinning with all this information being thrown at me. It was almost too much for me to handle. Why was Stacy a prisoner? I asked, feeling dread inside of me. I didn't dare speak out that she was in fact now working at the castle. She put a spell on me to make me fall in love with her, said Rowan with a low growl and shake of his head. I found out I figured the dungeon would be more merciful, considering she was pregnant. What would, I choked out, you have done with her once the baby was born? An awkward silence. Rowan's face flushed red. He put a shaking hand through his hair and looked at me with a sheepish expression on his face. I would have killed her. Do you think Stacy killed Sophie? I think Darius put Stacy up to it, Rowan said pensively. But I can't prove it. It could have just as easily been someone else, he added with a frown. Your sister did have some enemies. Oh, I bet she did. She wasn't exactly the nicest girl in school, that was for sure. Still, I resolved to find Stacy after this and demand the truth from her. I didn't want my mother anywhere near her, in case she lost the plot or something. For all, I knew there was a rational explanation for it all, or Stacy might not have had anything to do with it at all. I was the only one who even knew she was in the castle, and I had to keep calm and be logical. But how do you be rational when you've just discovered that your other half, your twin sister, is dead? You can't be. Emotion defies logic. My heart felt like it had been torn in two and ripped to shreds, leaving behind a void that could never be filled by anyone else. I had been looking forward to Sophie meeting my child, even if I had dreaded going back on the custody agreement I had initially agreed to. I had wanted my child to have an aunt to love and who would help to raise them, and now that was all gone, stolen away from me and my child. I wanted justice, I thought with a grimace, and I wouldn't hesitate to get the answers I sought. Rowan reached over and grabbed my hand, and I instantly jolted, feeling the tingles running down my hand and spine. Crap. I knew what that meant, and I wondered why he hadn't accepted the rejection. But the feeling couldn't be denied, and I glanced at Stefan, knowing by the grim expression on his face that he had just caught on to what was happening, and he was anything but happy about it. Sophie POV. It felt like I was floating in midair, my body suspended in limbo, and I reached out experimentally, feeling nothing, seeing nothing but darkness all around me. I could feel pain, but it was fading, my body convulsing and then stopping in intervals. My hand crept to my stomach, which was no longer swollen with child, and I felt tears come to my eyes. I struggled to remember what happened to me. I had drunk something, sweet tea, but it had been full of poison, and the last thing I remembered was that Omega standing over me, watching as I slowly and torturously died in front of her. But was I dead, or was there something else going on? Had I perhaps lived, or was I stuck in limbo, not in heaven or hell, but doomed to stay stuck in the middle forever? I gently placed my feet on the ground, expecting to fall or for my feet to sink into the nothingness. Instead, it was like I was touching solid ground, even as my eyes blinked, trying to adjust to the dark. I could see a small patch of sunlight in the distance, and as though I was in a trance, I slowly began to walk my way toward it, barely even noticing I was naked, just wanting to be out of the dark and in the sunlight once more. Time had no meaning. I couldn't say how much time had passed as I made my way toward that small patch of light, but it felt like a lifetime of slowly stepping forward, my body never growing tired, and the pain has gone completely. Finally, I burst into the light and took deep, heaving breaths of fresh air, the sky a beautiful blue, birds chirping away in the distance. The sun felt warm on my naked body, and I felt the warmth with gratitude. My feet sank into plush green grass. A wolf was lying beneath a tree in the far-off distance, and I hesitated, feeling an overwhelming need to go to it. What was so special about that wolf? I wondered if there was anyone else nearby. I opened my mouth, but all that came out was a strangled sound. My voice felt like it was on fire, my lips were dry, and I let out a small growl of frustration. The wolf lifted its head and regarded me steadily, and then placed its head back down and rested it between its paws. I felt nervous as I made my way to its side. What if it tried to bite me, or attack me? But it seemed placid enough, its eyes regarding me with curiosity more than anger or annoyance. Why did this wolf seem so familiar to me? Like I had seen it before or knew it from somewhere? I reached out with a trembling hand and began to stroke its soft, silky fur, hearing it give a growl of contentment, much like a cat that purrs when it's being patted. "Do you not remember your wolf?" came a voice from behind me. I turned around and gaped at the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. She had silvery blonde hair that cascaded down over her shoulders. She had pale white skin and lovely pink lips, with sparkling blue eyes. She wore a simple and plain white dress that gathered on one shoulder and went tight at the bodice, before flowing down to her ankles. She was barefoot but wore an anklet that had moons dangling from it, crescent ones. Something pricked at my memory. I knew this woman, I was certain of it, but I didn't know where from. Her name would not come to me, no matter how hard I tried to remember it. The woman looked upset to see me. I wondered why. Was she perhaps dead as well? Maybe I had been wrong and this was heaven? "You don't remember your wolf," she repeated as I frowned at her. "My wolf?" I asked, gently reaching down and patting it. "What do you mean by my wolf?" Now the woman looked perplexed, reaching out to touch my cheek, stroking it gently, her eyes losing their sparkle. "Oh, child," she sighed, "I guess this is going to be harder than I thought." The wolf let out a low huff that sounded suspiciously like laughter. The woman glowered at it. "Sandy, that's enough," she admonished it, and the huffing stopped. So the wolf's name was Sandy, I thought to myself, bemused. How interesting. "Sandy," I repeated the word, glad to note I could now speak, my voice sounding hoarse but illegible. The woman sighed. "What do you remember?" she asked me quietly, sitting down on the grass and motioning for me to join her, sitting next to the wolf. I sat down gingerly and stared into the distance, trying to gather my thoughts together. "I remember being in a cabin with Darius," I began thickly, "and then an Omega came in and gave me something to drink." I continued with a heavy sigh, "And then I think I died or something. Is this heaven?" I asked the woman, and she gave me a searching look. "It's not heaven per se," she said slowly, "and I guess now would be the time to tell you I'm the moon goddess. We have met before, but you won't remember it," she added. The moon goddess. I couldn't believe my ears. I had thought she was nothing more than a legend that people told around the fire, a tall tale told to children. I certainly hadn't envisioned that she was real. I gaped at her, and she fidgeted uncomfortably on the grass. "You're the moon goddess," I said slowly, trying not to squeal. "But how? Why am I here?" Now she looked regretful. "You're here because you died," she explained quietly, "and I'm here to rectify a mistake that I made, one that should never have happened," she said sadly. The moon goddess had made a mistake? Surely not. Did gods and goddesses make mistakes? I guess in hindsight they were more like regular people than I realized. But what mistake was she referring to? What kind of mistake? I asked quietly. She sighed and shook her head, eyeing me carefully. Your death for one, she said calmly. Not to mention the loss of your baby. I once told you that you would find happiness with Darius if you came clean to him, but even I couldn't foresee just how evil he was. My hand went protectively to my stomach, and tears welled in my eyes. She glanced down at my stomach and nodded grimly to herself. Your child is where it belongs now, back in your womb, she said, and tears trailed down my cheeks. Had she given back the baby I had lost? Yes, she said as though reading my mind. I looked after your child until such time as you came here. Now they are back with you and will remain with you until it's time for you to give birth. I blinked back the remaining tears and felt nothing but sheer, unadulterated joy at the thought of having my baby back. I couldn't believe it. I felt certain I was dreaming. This is no dream, said the moon goddess kindly. And you did die, but now I'm giving you a second chance. One that I don't offer to a lot of people, she said with an exhale, but you've more than earned it. Plus, you are needed very much by your family, who are grieving the loss of you. I glanced over at the wolf. That was my wolf, I realized. Sandy was mine. The moon goddess watched my eyes dart toward Sandy and gave a wry smile. Your wolf is also ready to take the next step in your journey with you, she said, as the wolf gave a nod and a low grunt. I couldn't help myself and laughed out loud, embracing the wolf with a hug, no longer fearful of it. My wolf was as much a part of me as my baby was, perhaps more so. So what happens now? I asked the moon goddess with a frown, wiping my tears away. What happens now is that you wake up in a minute, far away from your pack, she explained. You cannot let Darius discover that you are alive. Do you understand me? I nodded. There was no way I wanted my ex-husband to know that I had survived his plan to poison me to death. I had no qualms the poisoning had been his doing. Where do I go? I asked, and the moon goddess smiled at me. Make your way to the Vampire King's castle. Your family is there, including Amber, your sister, and your mother. Your father remains at the pack for now, she explained. I wasn't surprised by that. Knowing my father, he'd probably turn to the drink once I was dead. More than usual, I mean, considering he was a full-functioning alcoholic. What about Sandy? Your wolf will come back to you, but only when you need her. Said the moon goddess, she is recuperating from the poison and needs to rest. She will come to your aid when required, she told me cryptically. I heaved a sigh of relief. Then I looked up at the clear blue sky and raised an eyebrow as I saw storm clouds gathering in the sky and lightning flashing. What had seemed to be so tranquil was fast becoming chaotic. The wind picked up and I shivered, the moon goddess seeing my discomfort. Goodness, you must be freezing, she exclaimed, waving her hand at me. I was engulfed in a shimmering white light that pulsated gently around me, and then when the light had faded, I glanced down to see myself clad in warm leggings, a sweatshirt, and sneakers. They were comfortable and fit perfectly, another one of the moon goddess's talents, it would seem. My long hair had also been put back into a ponytail, pulled well away from my face. You might as well be comfortable, chuckled the moon goddess. I patted my wolf, and the moon goddess motioned for me to walk with her, away from Sandy. I did so, reluctantly, with one last glance over my shoulder at my wolf. Lightning cracked, and I found myself flinching at the sound of branches breaking and the trees swaying wildly in the wind. The moon goddess appeared unfazed, however, by it all. Even her dress wasn't billowing in the wind like I imagined it should be. Soon enough, the further we walked, the darker the light above us got, until we were standing in a small patch of darkness. It's time for you to wake up now, Sophie, said the moon goddess quietly as she waved her hand. I gaped at her, but didn't get the chance to call out or yell or anything like that, as I felt myself falling from a distance, crashing rather roughly, it had to be said, into a large shrubbery bush-like thing and wincing from the pain. Are you all right? I rejoiced in hearing my wolf's voice, even as I awkwardly sat up, feeling pained. The moon goddess could have given me a warning about the crashing at least. I could feel bruises and scrapes all around my body. I winced as I stood up and peered around with curiosity. I was in the forest. That much I was aware of, but how close was I to the Vampire King's kingdom, and how far away was I from my own pack? I could still remember the moon goddess reminding me not to let Darius catch me or see me alive, and I was cautious, sniffing out nearby shifters and rogues, of which there were none. A backpack came tumbling down from the sky, and out of reflex, I caught it. It was heavy and full of food items, clothing, and even a blanket. At least I thought to myself wryly, as I put the backpack over my shoulders, I was well equipped for a long journey. Without hesitation I set off, determined to find the nearest pack and orient myself. Stefan POV. At first I thought initially that I was imagining things, but I could see the sidelong glances they were giving each other, their chemistry difficult to ignore, even with the sad news of Amber's sister's death. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but the other, more possessive part of me knew instinctively that I was right, and I was seeing red when I saw Alpha Rowan grab hold of Amber's hand once more, right in front of my eyes. I ignored the voice inside of my head that told me I was meant to be courteous to guests, and that now was not the right time for this. I stopped thinking like a king, and instead began thinking like a jealous, red-blooded male, keen to defend the one he loved. I glared at Alpha Rowan, who stared steadily back at me. "What's all this?" I barked, getting up from the table and startling everyone who was sitting. Amber flinched, and Rowan didn't say a word, those big dark eyes of his piercing, as though he could look right through me. "What's what?" asked Amber hurriedly, looking a bit pale and wan. For a moment I felt a pang, seeing the tears still trailing down her cheeks, but another part of me was so angry that I ignored the fact that my mate needed me at this moment. "I can sense it," I growled, looking right at Alpha Rowan, who had the nerve to look a little shamefaced. "The mate bond between you two hasn't been severed, has it?" Amber looked astonished and a little guilty as she glanced at Rowan. "Why didn't you accept my rejection?" she asked him shakily, almost pleading with him. I glared, wanting nothing more than to wrap my hands around this Alpha Rowan's neck and squeeze tightly, while he gasped for air, his feet kicking uselessly as he went purple in the face. I could picture it in my mind, and the image made me smile. "Because I still was in love with you," Rowan said harshly, getting up from the table and folding his arms as he glared back at me. "Even under Stacy's spell, I was still enamored with you. I couldn't imagine my life without you in it," he added. Clarissa just looked pale, a hand to her mouth, her body trembling as she stared indignantly. "Boys," she chided, "do you really think that now is an appropriate time for this nonsense?" But Rowan wasn't backing down. "I still want you, Amber. I've never stopped wanting you, and I know it might take a lifetime, but I want your forgiveness, and I'm not leaving until I've earned it, and your love." Amber gaped, apparently speechless, and an awkward silence filled the room. "Rowan, she stammered. "I'm in love with Stefan now. It's too late for apologies. What's done is done." "Then how do you explain my mark on your neck?" "It's still there with Stefan's," he pointed out. Clarissa had a look and gasped when she saw two tattoos on her daughter's neck, one of a wolf and another of a crown or tiara. "I've never seen two marks on a person before, unless that person had multiple mates," she said in wonder. "Perhaps all of you are destined to be with each other." "Like hell," I growled, not liking that idea in the slightest. There was no way I was sharing Amber with the meathead standing there. I wanted Amber all to myself. Amber just looked sick to her stomach. "Please," she begged us both. "We can sort all this out. There's no need to fight just now," she added, trying to be the voice of reason. "Actually, a fight sounds like a very good idea." Rowan snarled, glancing at me in a challenging way. After all, the winner could have Amber. "Amber is not a prize to be won," I said tightly, seeing my mate's anger at Rowan's suggestion. "But I'm more than happy to fight you if that's what you are wanting." "Then let's do it," scoffed Rowan, as Amber just shook her head and closed her eyes in resignation, Clarissa reaching over to grasp her hand and squeeze it. "Just let them get all their testosterone out of their system," I heard Clarissa murmur to Amber, who was just nodding along, looking drained. "We'll fight on the grounds," I said haughtily. "There's no way we're fighting in the throne room. Not enough space." Rowan's eyes narrowed. "Worried about your precious throne, are we?" he mocked. Very well then, lead the way to the grounds. Amber stood up and sighed. Will it do me any good to ask you both not to do this? Rowan shook his head. I shook mine. We both had something to prove now, and I was determined to show Amber that I was the better fighter. Clarissa stood up and began to make her way to the doorway. This way, I told Rowan, following behind Clarissa, keeping a wary eye on my back. I didn't trust Rowan not to try anything underhanded or sneaky, but I needn't have worried, as he brought up the rear. We went downstairs and out the door, onto the beautiful, soft, lush green grass, Rowan looking quite determined. He didn't have a hope in hell of beating me, I thought with some satisfaction, but something told me he'd put up one hell of a fight. Amber plopped herself down onto the grass with Clarissa seated beside her. Stupid idiots, I heard her snarl to her mother, who merely nodded in agreement. Rowan heard her as well, judging by the way he clenched his jaw tightly and the way his eyes turned pitch black at the insult. He began to shrug out of his shirt as I watched, wishing I could cover up Amber's eyes so that she wouldn't stare at the other man's naked chest. I contemplated rushing him, but it didn't seem sportsmanlike to attack while he was stripping off his clothes. Somehow, it just didn't seem right. I guess that's the downside to being a shifter. If you don't strip first, you rip all your clothes to shreds. I heard a strangled noise come from Amber as Rowan began to undo the zip of his jeans and pull them off, and quickly glared at her, noticing she quickly averted her gaze when she saw me looking at her. He was wearing no underwear, and he stood there, hands on his hips, looking proud, while Clarissa went bright red and turned her head to stare pointedly in the other direction. Well, said Rowan, are you ready? I just laughed. I'm waiting on you, mutt. Why don't you hurry up and shift and show me what you've got? There was a series of large cracking sounds as Rowan's bones shifted and readjusted himself, until a large black wolf sat there, on its haunches, where Rowan had been. So this was his wolf, I mused, impressed despite myself. He was quite large for a shifter, which meant he would be very powerful. He moved, and I jumped to the side just in time to avoid his claws as he came crashing back down onto the ground. He let out a ferocious growl and raced toward me. I dodged, letting my fingernails grow, and quickly scratched him across his chest as he went past me. Another growl. He didn't sound so pleased now. In fact, Rowan sounded downright angry. I turned and surveyed him before rushing towards him and grabbing hold of his tail. I picked him up off the floor with ease and sent him flying into a nearby tree. Amber was gaping, mesmerized by the scene in front of her. My God, she whispered. I didn't realize you were that strong, she said. I shrugged, trying to be modest. Vampires had incredible strength, and I was stronger than most, being both a full-fledged vampire as well as a royal one as well. Rowan ambled to his feet and shook his head, dislodging bits of debris and leaves off his fur. This time he leaped towards me, and I rolled underneath him, slashing with my nails and scratching him across the underside of his belly. He gave a howl as he landed on the ground, and I got to my feet, turning around to face him. There was blood trickling from his wounds now and a half-crazed look on his face. Don't you want to give up yet? I asked smugly. The bastard still wouldn't stop, and he rushed me again, but this time I leaped into the air and landed on the back of him, biting the back of his neck in the hopes he would concede. I didn't want to drain his blood, but at the rate he was trying to buck me off, I might have to. He managed to dislodge me, and I went flying across the ground, hitting the trunk of a nearby tree with a large thud. Ouch! That hurt like a... I shook my head to clear it as I got up and began to circle an equally wary Rowan. I was growing tired of this fight, Amber watching between her fingers, worry creasing her brow. Clarissa looked like she was going to be sick, both girls having the sense to stay well out of the way. The large black wolf began to circle me, stomping its feet with angry thuds. I tensed myself and got ready, waiting for him to make his move. This time, when he rushed me, I held still until the very last moment, and then rolled beneath him, using my nails to rip a large gash in his stomach, before rolling back out and grabbing hold of his tail. I yanked it hard and then lifted him up, banging him back down onto the ground as the large black wolf let out a howl. I did this several times and then dropped him like he was a heavy sack of potatoes. Whoo! I was feeling a little out of breath. Rowan was curled up on his side in the fetal position. He wasn't moving, and blood was pooling beneath him. I began to grow concerned, Amber doing the same as she got to her feet and rushed to Alpha Rowan's side. "Rowan," she said, shaking him gently as he whimpered. "Rowan, what's going on? Rowan, are you okay?" she exclaimed. Clarissa put a hand to her mouth and began to tremble. "I think you might have really injured him, King Stefan." I rushed over and felt Rowan's pulse beneath my hand. It was beating but thread, and the amount of blood pooling beneath him was a concern. "Can he shift back?" I asked Amber, and she nodded, stroking Rowan's fur. "Rowan," she whispered into his ear, as his ears pricked slightly, "you need to shift back to your human form." For a moment, we all stood there, looking around helplessly, wondering if he'd even heard Amber before there was a series of large cracks, and then a very naked Rowan lay there, shivering, his body pale and almost lifeless. I heard Amber give a strangled cry. I sighed. This wasn't the outcome I had been hoping for. Slowly, I bent down to gather Alpha Rowan in my arms, trying to forget about his nudeness. He was damn heavy, that was for sure, even for a vampire who could lift his wolf. I cradled him against my chest, his body all limp, his eyes fluttering open and closed as he struggled to maintain consciousness. "Come on," I said to a very anxious Amber. "Let's get him to the hospital wing." She waved her arm at me. "It's quicker if you run. We'll catch up." I nodded and then rushed off, so quickly that everything passed by me in a blur. Soon I was in the hospital wing, and doctors and nurses were rushing toward me. "He's lost a lot of blood," I told them, wondering who the pretty girl was in the back, a heavily pregnant woman who was staring wide-eyed at everything, "and he's just fallen unconscious," I finished, as I placed the heavy shifter onto a hospital bed. The doctors waved me out. "You can't do anything else," they told me, closing the curtains as I hovered. "Go and wait in the waiting room." I strode out to see a stricken Amber and Clarissa in the waiting room. "How is he?" I hesitated, and then told them the truth, as the nurses had said to me before I'd come out here. "They're not sure he's going to make it. I'm sorry, Amber." She hung her head and began to cry. It felt like a dagger being plunged into my heart over and over again. She was so upset for Rowan and showed so much caring that I began to wonder whether she truly loved me, or if I had been a substitute for Rowan. Stacy POV. I couldn't believe how rotten my luck was. What on earth was he doing here? I had been sent to the hospital wing of the castle with fresh bed linens and been about to leave when none other than that blasted man was brought into the hospital with severe injuries. Out of curiosity, and because I didn't want to be seen, I hovered in the back, listening to the nurses and the doctors commenting on his condition. "He has severe gashes on his right side and along his lower abdomen. Get me fresh towels, stat. Do you think that his condition is going to stabilize anytime soon? I can't say for sure, but I do know there is a high possibility that this man may not make it, not without some sort of blood transfusion, which we can't give him without permission, and right now he's unconscious." He was unconscious. I didn't know whether to weep with relief or cry out in joy. He hadn't seen me as he'd been wheeled in. I was certain of it. The nurses and the doctors came filing out, all of them arguing with each other on the best way to treat their patient. King Stefan in the waiting room with none other than Amber, and what I surmised must be her mother, even though they didn't look alike. Her mother, she was far too old to be her sister, had golden blonde hair and honey golden skin, whereas Amber's skin tone was pale and fair, her red hair a blazing beacon from where she sat, her green eyes dull with worry. Clearly she was concerned about Rowan, despite the fact that King Stefan was also present, her mate. I sidled cautiously towards the hospital room, the nurses and doctors barely giving me a glance. I needed to get a good look at him, because as long as he lived, he posed a threat towards me and my unborn child. My hand reflexively placed itself on my stomach. I inched closer and disappeared behind the curtain, looking at the large man on the bed who was connected to all sorts of machines. His wounds had been stitched up, I saw with a wince, but he was extremely pale, and I knew by the doctor's comments that he had lost quite a bit of blood. His eyes were closed and his breathing was shallow, his chest barely moving up and down. Perhaps the doctor had been right and he wouldn't live? Then I wouldn't have to worry about him telling Amber that I had been the one to murder her sister, even if it had been on Darius's orders. For I had deliberately left that little detail out when I had spoken to Amber and implored her for sanctuary. I kept my ears strained for any noises coming past, as I moved slowly and steadily to Alpha Rowan's side, glancing down at him with a bit of regret, but not enough that it would prevent me from doing what I must to keep myself and my child safe. He looked harmless now, but if he recovered and knew I was here, well, there was no telling what he would do. I couldn't risk it, couldn't let him recover. I slowly opened up the small vial that was contained in my pocket at all times in case I needed it. Foolish, perhaps. If I got caught, I would have a hell of a lot of explaining to do, but the vial was barely bigger than my fingertip and easily stayed in the pockets of my apron. I was careful, too, making sure it was there at all times as I went about my day and performed my chores. Some small part of me refused to relinquish it, believing that I would need this small vial of poison one day, and I'd been right. Today was that day. I tipped his head back and undid the stopper on the vial. For a moment I hesitated. I felt sorry for the man, sorry I was doing this, but I was resolved, and before I could stop myself, I put the stopper to his lips and forced him to swallow several small drops. Then I did the stopper back up and hastened to the curtain. I glanced out and saw that the doctors and nurses were still talking in a small group and quickly slid back out, just as I heard Rowan beginning to gasp and saw his mouth begin to froth. As the doctors and nurses heard the sounds of beeping coming from the machine, I disappeared round a corner and watched wide-eyed as there was a giant commotion. "What do you think is wrong with him?" I heard a nurse yell. She sounded slightly panicked, all of them moving in tandem as a team to monitor Rowan's vitals as he lay there, completely helpless. Because I had only used a small portion of the vial, it would take some time for the poison to work, but that was fine with me. I had no compunctions that the Alpha would die by my hand now, and I slowly, leisurely, made my way out the back way of the hospital wing, feeling gleeful. I was finally free. I no longer had to fear my secrets getting out, and that annoying son of a was now gone from my life. I wouldn't have to look over my shoulder, wondering where he was, or if he was out looking for me. As long as Amber remained ignorant of the fact that I had murdered her sister, then I was still safe, in my sanctuary, with employment and a place to call home. No one and nothing was going to mess with that. I didn't care who I had to get rid of to keep myself safe from harm. If it came down to killing Amber, I would do so in a heartbeat, pregnancy or no pregnancy. With a spring in my step, I began to move back towards the kitchen, where Melissa was no doubt waiting for my return. Amber POV. We heard the sounds of beeping filling the air and watched as the nurses and doctors rushed into Rowan's hospital room. I put a hand to my throat, Stefan still standing there, looking grim-faced. He had been told that there was a chance that Rowan might not survive the attack, and I was deeply upset at the news. As it was, I was beginning to feel pain across my chest, beginning slowly and then intensifying as time went on. I groaned, collapsing onto a seat and holding my chest as Stefan hastened to my side. "Amber, what's wrong?" he asked anxiously, his eyes raking over me in worry. "I don't know," I wheezed, "but it hurts, Stefan." Something dawned in his eyes and he glanced toward the hospital room. "It's the mate bond," he said quietly. "You're in pain because Rowan is, but why has it started now?" I was speechless. Was this pain really connected to Rowan somehow? But why hadn't I felt it when he was injured fighting Stefan? I looked at my mate in horror, my mouth gaping open as I connected the dots. "He's dying, Stefan," I almost screamed out. My mother jumping out of her chair to stand beside me. "That's why I'm feeling this pain. God, it's excruciating." Stefan didn't hesitate, going over to the doctors and telling them in no uncertain terms that we were entering the room. He came back over and grabbed hold of my arm, leading me into the hospital room where Rowan was lying. I gasped as I took the scene in. He was lying there, so pale his skin was almost translucent, foam frothing at his mouth, his body convulsing on and off. The doctor glanced at us looking helpless. "I don't know what's wrong. He shouldn't be having this kind of reaction unless he's been poisoned, but you said that you were both just in a fight," he said to Stefan, puzzled. I went over to Rowan's side and held his large hand, sucking in a breath as a lightning bolt of pain shot through me, almost making me buckle to my knees. So much pain, I moaned as Stefan struggled to hold me upright. My mother came into the room, stopping short as she too took stock of Rowan and his condition. "That's poison," she said grimly. "The same poison that Sophie no doubt ingested. I'm sure of it. He's exhibiting the same foaming at the mouth that she did." The doctor sighed and shook his head. "In which case it won't matter much what we do. He only has a few minutes to live, if that," he said sadly. "There is one other option, but it would require King Stefan's approval." I glanced at Stefan, seeing his eyes glowing red as he glowered down at Alpha Rowan lying there on the hospital bed. I clutched at my chest and at his arm, making him turn to look at me. "Stefan, what is the doctor saying?" I pleaded, and Stefan heaved a sigh and glanced down at the bed, looking a bit dismayed. "He means that I can save Alpha Rowan if I choose to," he said quietly, "but it would involve me changing him into a hybrid, just like you are. The only difference is that he may react differently to the change. You exhibit hardly any change besides maybe your speed, and you don't crave blood. I cannot say that will be the same for Alpha Rowan, but I latched onto Stefan like he was a lifeline. But you can save him," I pleaded. Stefan gave a small smile. "I can," he agreed, "but he may not see it that way. A lot of shifters would prefer to die rather than be a hybrid." "Can you tell me that Alpha Rowan isn't one of them?" he asked. I couldn't, but I could guarantee that Alpha Rowan would want to live, especially if he was my mate as well. I doubled over the bed, clutching my chest, tears pouring down my cheeks, and Stefan swore, "I need to make the decision now," he murmured to himself and then shook his head, swearing vehemently beneath his breath. I watched as his fangs began to grow out of his mouth, his hand letting go of mine. "Keep in mind I'm only doing this for you," he told me softly, "not because I regret injuring him. Also, if he was poisoned, it was under my watch, so I feel as though I owe him." I didn't care. I knew Stefan was doing this under protest, but it made no difference to me. He bit down hard on his wrist, drawing blood to the surface, and then held it over Rowan's mouth, dripping it in slowly. Rowan automatically swallowed, several small drops, and then Stefan stopped, waited a minute, and then bit down on Rowan's neck as well, before sealing the wound with his tongue as I gaped. "Just in case," he muttered, looking sheepish. "One way or the other it should work," he commented. I sat down on a chair that my mother thoughtfully provided, Stefan behind me, rubbing soothing circles on my back as I gasped through the continuing pain, which slowly began to lessen. We waited anxiously for Rowan to get better. It seemed like a lifetime. His skin began to get some color into his cheeks, giving him a rosy hue. His breathing deepened and evened out as the doctor checked him and the convulsions stopped completely, but his eyes remained closed. My pain was gone now, and I sat upright, staring anxiously at Rowan, willing him to open his eyes. "How long does it take?" I asked Stefan. He looked thoughtful. "It could take minutes, hours, or days. Everyone responds to the transition differently. Yours took no time at all, but that could be because I was marking you or because we were mates." He gave a nonchalant shrug. My mother clasped her hands together. "Oh, I hope he wakes soon," she breathed. "It would be a real shame if he didn't." I almost rolled my eyes at that. Just how close had Mother and Rowan gotten while on their travels together? Then we heard it. A strange wheezing sound, a strangled noise, and then Alpha Rowan sat upright, his eyes opening at the same time, blinking in confusion as he looked around at all of us. "What happened?" he asked, a bit bemused as we all just shook our heads at him. "And what is this strange feeling I'm having?" We all glanced at Stefan, who looked a bit annoyed at having to tell Rowan what he'd done. "The thing is that you were poisoned, so it's not like I really had a choice," he muttered crossly as Rowan folded his arms and glared at the Vampire King. "And Amber wanted you to live. He made it sound like a bad thing, so I gave you some of my vampire blood to heal you." Awkward silence, and then Rowan exploded as we all jumped back in fright. "You did what to me?" Amber POV. Rowan was going to be all right. I calmed myself down, glancing at Stefan gratefully. He was to remain in the hospital, Rowan that was, for another night for monitoring, and while he got used to being a hybrid thanks to Stefan's blood, We walked hand in hand down the corridors, leaving my mother to chat amicably with Rowan. "Thank you," I breathed, and Stefan gave my hand a squeeze. "I know you only did it for me," but I shrugged helplessly, tears pricking the corner of my eyes. Was there anything this man wouldn't do for me? From defending me, to the council members, to turning Rowan into a hybrid on my behalf, Stefan had far outdone himself. "I'm just glad that the pain you were feeling is gone," he answered with a small frown. "But at some stage, we are going to have to talk about this mate bond," he added as I flinched. Talking about the mate bond was the last thing I wanted to do. But I knew eventually we would have to figure out what we were going to do. I couldn't picture myself leaving Stefan, but neither could I picture rejecting Alpha Rowan again. It was all too confusing. Elder Matthias came striding toward us, looking most displeased. Not that he ever looks kindly to me. He glared at both of us and snapped, "Council meeting now," making both of us look at each other with raised eyebrows. Had they heard about what Stefan had done already? But it had only been mere minutes since we had left the hospital wing. Who could have possibly informed the council about everything that had happened at that time? "In the throne room," added Matthias unnecessarily, and we both followed him, glumly, upstairs and to the right, away from the hospital wing and into the throne room, the guards by the doors bowing in respect when they saw their king. It was really too bad that Elder Matthias couldn't be that respectful, I thought to myself sourly, not liking the man at all. Somehow I was not surprised to see Elaine standing there in the small group of other elders. I glowered at her, but she merely raised her nose in the air and stared haughtily away. "What is the meaning of this?" asked Stefan mildly, trying to keep his temper. I could see his jaw clenched tightly, and the way his eyes flashed showed his anger. "Ah, Amber, how lovely to see you again," beamed Elder Gerald, the only one to greet me, in a cheerful voice. The other elders glared at him. "Pleasure to see you again," I told Gerald honestly, making him smile even more widely at me. "Gentlemen, as much as I enjoy these meetings," said Stefan a tad sarcastically, "what is the meaning of this?" Elder Matthias drew back his shoulders. "It has come to our attention that there are more shifters in the palace." I nodded slowly as Stefan began to speak. "Those shifters happen to be Amber's mother and, He hesitated, unsure how to put it. "Amber's mate," said Matthias slyly as the other elders gasped in shock. "Isn't that right, Stefan?" Stefan looked at me helplessly. Elaine looked triumphant in the background. A smile curved on her lips as she regarded us both. She thought she had won, but she had another thing coming, I thought grimly. I straightened my own shoulders and spoke before Stefan could defend himself. Alpha Rowan was my mate, but I rejected him for my own personal reasons. Stefan is and will remain my true mate, I said honestly, reaching out and taking hold of my mate's hand. "I have heard that there is still a mate bond present," hissed Elder Matthias. "If you rejected him, then why is it still there? Why does it remain?" Now I was lost. I couldn't say why there was still a mate bond. All I could do was guess the reason. I looked Elder Matthias directly in the eyes. "I cannot say for sure, only that Alpha Rowan did not accept my rejection, so the mate bond was not severed as it should have been." Elder Matthias pointed a shaking hand at me. "His mark remains on your neck. Look," he insisted, speaking to the other council members who shifted awkwardly in their seats. Elder Thomas was the only one with the nerve to get up from his seat to examine the nape of my neck and the mark that was on it. "He's right," he reported to the council members as he sat back down, "but King Stefan's mark is present also." Murmured Elder Gerald unexpectedly. "I wonder what that means." He paused for a moment and deliberated. "Could it possibly mean that all three of you are destined mates?" he asked. "I have heard of that happening." "Nonsense," spluttered Elder Matthias. "What poppycock are you sprouting now, you old moron?" he snarled. Elder Gerald slammed his hand on the table. "Listen here," he hissed, his eyes glowing red as he glared at a repentant-looking Matthias, who had realized he may have gone too far this time. "You will not insult me again. Not if you wish to live at any rate. Is that clear?" he demanded. "My apologies, Elder Gerald," said Elder Matthias meekly. "As for the multiple mates things, well, it's blatantly clear to me that that is the reason for the two marks. It's happened before in history, you know that, and I guess now it's happening again." The question is, Elder Gerald commented wryly, with a glance toward me, is whether Amber wants to accept her second mate or not, and if they can all live in harmony together. I gaped at him. Multiple mates. Was he kidding? But the man seemed to be very sincere. I gulped. Stefan looked at me. I looked at him pained. I don't know. I stammered, feeling like an eat and hating the way the lights dimmed from Stefan's eyes. This wasn't my fault. I wanted to shout at him, so don't take it out on me, but I couldn't. Both of us were hating the situation we were in. We cannot have a slut for a queen. Elaine cut in, a sneer on her face, her father, Elder Matthias, nodding along with her. We have always only had one male mate for the queen, and it should be no different now. This woman is not fit to be our queen. She will only bring ruin to the kingdom. Best she leaves now before the damage is too much to repair. My hands clenched into fists. How about you start minding your own business? I shot back. And you will never be Queen Elaine, so give it up already. I finished tiredly. I was tired of all this fighting, tired of the council pushing their own agenda onto Stefan. As for the slut comment, I hissed, and then I was off, leaping across the table, over astonished council members, and tackling Elaine to the ground, whose mouth was open in shock. I wrestled her to the floor, both of us scratching and clawing at each other. I was heedful of my pregnancy, and quite frankly marveling at the fact I had been able to jump so high, let alone so far. We stood up, and Elaine backed away slightly, her eyes narrowed in derision. "Mangy mutt," she hissed and raced towards me. I dodged to the side and kicked my leg out, making her stumble, and then kicked out with my leg, getting her right in the kneecap and making her tumble to the ground. She gave a hiss as she awkwardly got back to her feet, limping now, her eyes glowing a bright, vivid red. "Come now, girls, enough," shouted Elder Matthias, sounding quite alarmed. But none of us were going to back down. Elaine dashed towards me again, her hands out, her nails long, and I reached over and grabbed her arm, bending it behind her back and then kicking her so that she flew across the room with a shriek. "You she howled. "I swear I'm going to kill you." If she was going to kill me by fighting, then she was doing a pretty poor job of attempting it, I thought with a smirk. This time she went to leap and I shifted, forgetting all about my surroundings, forgetting that I was meant to be keeping my wolf a secret, and I met her in midair, clawing and scratching her in the face as she let out a screech, covering her face and dropping to the floor. I followed suit, standing there, tensing, waiting for the next inevitable attack. The elders began to mutter amongst themselves in the background. "She's a white wolf, can you believe it? My God, I've only ever heard of white wolves in legends. Wonder what kind of powers she has. She's unique, not an ordinary wolf. What does all this mean?" "You were saying she wasn't queen material, but I beg to differ, Elder Matthias." King Stefan hadn't moved from his position, merely folding his arms and watching the fight with interest. He knew we needed to battle this out for my sake, and he wasn't about to interfere. I could see the concern in his eyes, though, and I cursed the fact that I had lost my temper enough to reveal my secret in front of a room full of elders. "A white wolf," whispered Elaine, looking at me with contempt in her eyes. "Who cares? I'll still kill you," she shouted, and she was next to me in a flash, using her vampire speed. She lifted me as I kicked her out, getting her in the head and making her drop me. She gave a hiss, rubbing her head, and then tackled me, scratching me across the chest and side before I managed to roll over and kick her off. She went flying back a few paces and then stopped herself in her tracks. Across the room, Elaine's father was trying to get her attention. "Elaine," he yelled, "stop it! You can't win my child! Stop already!" But Elaine wasn't having it. I sighed. The fight was becoming tedious and Elaine had no hopes of winning. It was time to deliver the final blow. Lilac was watching the spectacle with a frown on her face. "This fight is going on too long. Don't forget you have a pup in your belly, child. I haven't forgotten, and the pup is perfectly safe. For now, it is, but I think it's time that this fight ended, don't you?" "You read my mind, Lilac. That's exactly what I'm about to do." I cut off the link to my wolf and concentrated, feeling the heat engulf me, rising in my chest and throat. Elaine had an uncertain look on her face now, and she bit her lip, looking concerned. I let out a large exhale and then tipped my head back, concentrating on the fire, And then once it had gathered, I let it loose, sending a flame directly at Elaine, who failed to get out of the way in time. She let out a loud scream of pain as the flame engulfed her, her dress now aflame as Elder Matthias frantically threw his coat over her and got her to roll over and over again. Now that the threat was gone, I shifted back to human form and stood there, hands on my hips, my head at the weeping girl on the floor. "I'm done fighting with you," I spat out, "and if you ever call me a slut or mangy mutt again, I'll kick your ass without hesitation." Elaine was nodding, still sobbing, burn marks all over her face, body, and arms. I didn't feel sorry for her. As a vampire, she would heal undeniably fast. I strode over to Stefan, who immediately pulled his shirt off and put it on me, it hanging down past my knees. The elders were silent, all looking stricken as they eyed Elaine. I gave my most wicked grin. "Gentlemen," I said smoothly, leaning into Stefan's embrace, "I take it that this council meeting is now over? We'll take our leave now," I added, tugging on Stefan's hand and leading him towards the doorway. No one had the nerve to stop us, or even attempt to. And we shut the door with a loud bang behind us, leaving the council members to talk amongst themselves. Stacy POV, I couldn't believe it. He had more lives than a damn cat. I was trembling all over as the news spread throughout the castle that Alpha Rowan had been poisoned and yet still lived. He would know it was me. I was certain of it. I needed to get the hell out of here, but where would I go? I had no family to speak of, or at least none that would take me in. Certainly not in my condition, and there was no pack that would be suitable or safe from Alpha Rowan, let alone Amber and the Vampire King. I was officially screwed, I thought with a frown that Melissa noticed on her way through the kitchen. "Stacy," she asked pleasantly, "is there something wrong?" She eyed my pregnant form. "Do you perhaps need to take a break? Are you feeling a bit run down?" I went to shake my head and then hesitated. Maybe Melissa was my way out, that is if she didn't get suspicious of my motives. "I am feeling a bit under the weather," I admitted wryly, putting a protective hand over my stomach and pretending to look sick. "Perhaps I could go and rest for a bit," I suggested, really laying it on thick. Melissa, to her credit, didn't even blink an eyelid. The lady really was naive or just too nice for her own good. She gave a firm nod and said to me, "I believe that will do you some good. Take as much time as you need, and I'll get someone to replace you in the kitchen," she assured me. I was going to miss this woman. I thought a little sadly as I slowly made my way into the servants' wing and into my bedroom. Once there, I began to pack up a few bits and pieces, mainly clothes, into a small bag, and then glanced into the hallway. The coast was clear, I thought with gratefulness, hurrying out and heading toward the main entrance. The guards barely blinked, let alone acknowledged my presence, but then their job was to keep strangers out, not keep people in. I gave them a small wave, pretending I was doing a chore, the backpack firmly on my back. The grounds were swarming with vampires, and I made my way through, one destination in mind, heading there with hurried steps. I was so close. The grounds were so vast it was frustrating. And just as I finally made it to the outskirts of the forest, I heard a voice that made my blood chill, and I turned to face it, gulping hard and knowing that I had run out of time. "Where on earth do you think you are going, Stacy?" It was none other than Amber herself, and she sounded extremely pissed, her eyes blazing as she stared me down, her red hair billowing in the breeze, King Stefan standing resolutely beside her and looking just as angry, perhaps more so. Amber POV. I was determined to get to the bottom of whether Stacy had killed my sister or not, and whether it was done on Darius's orders. But when I went to the kitchen to find Stacy, Melissa informed me that she had gone to lie down as she was feeling under the weather. Stefan was by my side as we checked her room to discover it was empty and that there were clothes strewn everywhere, as though she had left in a hurry. "I swear I didn't know she was going to try to leave," said Melissa, wringing her hands together nervously and swallowing hard. "It's okay, Melissa. You had no way of knowing." I tried to assure the poor woman who looked so nervous as King Stefan gave a sigh. "Where do you think she's going?" he asked with a glance in my direction. I hesitated. From what I could understand, Stacy had pretty much been a loner as she went about her chores in the castle, with only Melissa being her true friend. There was no one to take her in, that she could go running to, and while I knew nothing about her family, surely she would have gone to them for help first, instead of ending up in the Vampire King's castle and pleading for sanctuary. If she was on the run, then she would no doubt head for the forest. The forest, said King Stefan, gripping hold of his hand. Let's hurry before it's too late. She won't shift until she gets to the outskirts, I added, and we began to hurry out of the castle and into the grounds. The grounds were swarming with people and visitors, and those that lived on the grounds all looked on with curiosity as we began to hurry. I cursed the fact the grounds were so vast, placing a hand on my swollen belly as we hurried across the grass, seeing Stacy in the distance. There, I said, pointing at her figure in the distance and rushing my footsteps to try and catch up with her. Stefan gallantly stayed by my side, despite the fact he easily could have caught up with her without me. I used my vampire speed and moved, finally catching up with her before she could shift. She tensed, obviously sensing my presence as I yelled out, pissed off and highly annoyed, "Where on earth do you think you are going, Stacy?" She turned, her dark hair billowing in the wind, a nervous look on her face. She licked her lips and glanced once more towards the forest, a backpack hanging on her back. I was right then. She was attempting to flee. She coughed. Thought that I would take my leave, she said a bit weakly. Her hand went to her stomach in a protective manner that I recognized. I clapped my head at her. Why would that be? What's happened to make you think running away is the answer? She went deathly pale. I continued. Would it be the fact that you poisoned Alpha Rowan while he was lying near death on the hospital bed? She stared at the ground. I felt malice towards her, an undeniable rage rising within me. Or would it happen to be the fact that you killed my sister? I almost screamed at her, watching her blanch at the words. Amber, it's not what you think, she pleaded, desperation in her tone. The wind picked up, making her dress float around her. I had no choice. Rowan had me in the dungeon when Darius came to see me. I was a prisoner, all because I loved Rowan so much that I resorted to magic to make him love me in return, she said pathetically, trying to get me to see her side of the story. You're telling me that Darius was the one who put you up to it? I asked incredulously. I didn't believe her for 1 second. Darius would never do something like that to Sophie, ever. He had adored and loved his wife too much. She was lying. She had to be. If you loved Rowan so much, then why did you try to kill him? Asked Stefan evenly, and Stacy hesitated. Because I knew he would kill me if he knew I was here. He's still angry that Darius was the one to free me from his dungeon. I just wanted to feel safe, she wailed. Was that too much to ask? My blood was boiling. I was so angry that I couldn't speak straight. You killed my sister, I spat out. And you want to feel safe? Are you even hearing yourself right now? She hung her head, and there was nothing but pained silence. Stacy, you are hereby sentenced to be a prisoner in the castle, said Stefan quietly. For murder and attempted murder, the punishment will be death once your baby has been born, he added grimly. I nodded in agreement, still in pain and shock over her admitting to killing my twin sister. I refused to believe that Darius had anything to do with it. Like hell, snarled Stacy, and I reacted instinctively, shoving Stefan to the side and shifting at the same time Stacy did, both of us circling each other. I waited for an opening, and she went on the offensive, leaping high in the air as I rose to meet her. I was cautious, though, still very aware of my own pregnancy and the innocent child that Stacy was carrying. I landed on her back and scratched and clawed her, making her howl in pain. She bucked me off, and I went flying a few paces back as she recovered and snarled at me, smacking her jaws together and eyeing me with hatred. I let out a ferocious growl and went straight for her, my speed and ability too fast for her to comprehend, tackling her and sending her flying to the ground. She rolled over, hitting the nearby trunk of a tree, and whimpered. From the cracking sounds, I guessed she had broken a few ribs at the bare minimum. Stefan was wisely staying out of the way, his eyes taking in everything, ready to step in if I needed him to, but I didn't need him. I had this, I thought to myself viciously. I wasn't going to let my sister's murderer get away. This time when she raced towards me, I leaped high in the air and landed on her back, my jaws clamping down on her neck, my claws digging into her back and sides. Concede, I thought viciously, biting down hard as she whimpered, trying to buck me off with no avail. Concede, you stupid b****. She jumped around in an attempt to dislodge me, and I bit down harder, trying very hard not to sever her spinal cord or break her neck. She splayed out on the floor, whimpering, and then placed her head down between her paws, submitting to me and allowing me to climb off her in triumph. She shifted back to her human form, tears trailing down her cheeks, blood pouring around her body. I knew she was going to need medical attention, but I also didn't want her anywhere near Rowan, not while he was recovering at any rate. Several guards came running. Stefan pointed at a shivering Stacy who was still lying on the ground, crying in distress, her body nude. "Take her to the dungeon," he commanded, "and make sure she gets medical attention while she's in there. She's pregnant," he added unnecessarily, for it was blatantly obvious to anyone who looked at her. I sat on my haunches and watched, as two guards gently picked up the weeping Stacy from the floor and held her tightly against their chests, one holding her arms, the other holding her legs. They began to carry her over the grounds and towards the castle. "Make sure you get her some clothes," barked Stefan, seeing her body trembling from the cold. I had to give it to him. He was certainly a compassionate guy. Stefan came up beside me and gently reached out a hand, stroking my fur as I whined and wagged my tail at him, making him chortle with amusement. He shook his head. "That was one hell of a fight," he said as I began to picture his hands on me in my human form, becoming slightly aroused. "But do be more careful," he warned, bending to look me in the eyes. "You're pregnant with the king's heir, remember," he teased, and then jumped back as I began to shift back towards my human form, my bones cracking and readjusting until I stood there, completely naked to his eyes, which darkened and began to glow bright red. "Woman," he sighed, "you have no idea how tempting you are right now, do you? You look like a bloody goddess," he complimented me while removing his shirt and handing it over so I could throw it over my shoulders. "Well," I said lightly, basking in his compliments and taking hold of his hand, "how about you show me just how tempting I am to you?" I suggested. His eyes glowed red, and he reached over to take a hold of my hand, tugging me to him, bending his head down and kissing my lips softly as I moaned into his mouth. "Oh, I think I can arrange that," he said rather wickedly as he pulled back and looked at my swollen lips. He began to tug me towards the castle. Darius POV. The investigator had provided far more information than even I had expected. I glanced down at the coordinates he had given me and rumpled them up, glancing around the forest in consternation. Here was the last place the alpha rogue, Gordon, had been known to have been, and I wondered, with a grimace, if he had left the forest already and was on the move. I had heard he was looking for Amber, in need of her powers to gain something from her, but I couldn't understand what. What kind of magical powers did Amber have that he was in need of? Heck, I was fascinated at the prospect she had magic at her fingertips or powers. She would make an excellent Luna, that was for sure. I tensed, wondering if I should shift when I heard footsteps coming up behind me. I sniffed, my eyes widening. Whatever was coming smelt like a shifter, but it was off somehow, like there was something wrong with it. It had the smell of a rogue, with rotten eggs and the smell of rotten meat wafting toward me, but there was also something else I could detect in his scent, something different from being a rogue or shifter. I turned and met the eyes of a tall, well-built-looking man, with a scar across his face and the power of an alpha. "You must be Alpha Gordon," I stammered despite myself, my hands becoming clammy with nerves. The man cut his head at me, his eyes going a dark red, as though he was trying to read me. I fought to maintain my composure. Sure, I was an alpha as well, but this man was seriously large, much larger than me, and he still smelt funny, like he was of a different race. "Who wants to know?" thundered the man, crossing his arms across his chest and regarding me like a bug he'd like to squish. "My name is Alpha Darius," I squeaked, and the man let out a laugh, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "What would an alpha want with me? Especially such a puny one," he sneered. I tried really hard not to take offense to that, but it was hard, especially as it looked like the man didn't seem to consider me a threat whatsoever. I was glad my mother and father weren't here to see this. They would most definitely find it insulting, and my father would no doubt challenge the alpha to a fight. I have heard that you are searching for someone of interest, I began, and his hand shot out, gripping me by the neck and squeezing it gently. Who told you? I'm looking for the same person, I wheezed, my hand scrabbling at my neck. I hired a private investigator who led me to you. The alpha rogue was silent for a moment, his hand continuing to squeeze, and then he let go, my body hitting the floor with a large thud. I winced from the pain and scrambled back to my feet. I heard scrambling through the trees and saw several argoos standing in position, waiting to pounce. The alpha looked at all of them with a knowing smile, indicating for them to remain where they were. Stay, he boomed as though they were dogs who awaited instruction. The rogues didn't make a single movement. It was fascinating. The alpha rogue looked pleased. He glowered down at me. You have some nerve coming to look for me, he growled. I have killed shifters for less. I held up my hands as though to ward him off. Stupid, I know, but it was a reflex. I believe that we are both looking for the same person, but for different reasons, I explained calmly, despite my heart thudding wildly in my chest. The rogue raised an eyebrow. And what exactly is it you are after from this person? He asked gruffly, waiting impatiently for me to answer. I thought about my words carefully. I couldn't risk angering the alpha rogue. As it was, I feared any wrong movement on my part would cause the other rogues to attack. They were certainly poised to do just that. The girl, I said softly and a bit wistfully. The girl Amber is pregnant with my child. I want her to be my Luna. I explained, and the alpha rogue looked amused. You want the girl? He asked. But does she want you? I fidgeted nervously. I have reason to think I might be able to persuade her to marry me. I hedged, and he let out a small peal of laughter. If she wanted to marry you, she would have, he sneered, especially if she's carrying your pup. She couldn't before because I was married to her sister, I said lamely and winced, the alpha rogue raising an eyebrow at me. Where's the sister now? I glanced away and mumbled, She's dead. I took care of her. Now the rogue looked impressed rather than amused. You took care of the competition and paved the way to have your girl, he commented. Now that's acting more like a rogue than a shifter, he mused. I wasn't like them. I wanted to protest and yell out loud. Instead, I bit my tongue and slowly nodded my head. I needed to stay on this guy's good side. If I had any hopes of him agreeing to my plan, it helped that he had the resources of several rogues at his disposal now too. What about what I need? Asked the rogue with a grin and a challenging look. I happen to have a need of this Amber girl. I frowned perplexedly. What did the alpha rogue need Amber for? What is it she can do that you need her so badly? The alpha rogue was silent for a moment. Have you not sensed it yet? Can you not tell by my scent what is missing? Think about it, you young pup, he growled. I sniffed experimentally, and my eyes widened as I realized what his cryptic words meant. The alpha rogue did not have a wolf. But how was that related to Amber? What does that have to do with Amber? I asked, confused. He gave a small huff of frustration. Your Amber is a white wolf, capable of bringing my wolf to the surface. I wish for her to do that for me. He said slowly, as though explaining to a child. A white wolf. I had only heard about them through myths and legends. They were a tall tale told at parties and around bonfires. No one had ever seen one for real, at least not in the last few decades. There was no way Amber could be a white wolf. He had to be mistaken. White wolves don't exist, I said dumbly, and the alpha rogue let out a small roar. They do, or I would not be chasing this girl down, he growled. I came close to getting her to do it once before, but that killed me and I lost my chance. I blinked. Why aren't you not dead then? Was there some vital piece of information I was missing? The alpha rogue smiled. Because I drank the vampire king's blood, and now I am a half vampire. I will be a hybrid, once I am given my wolf. A strong one, and I will rule the rogues and create my own pack, he boasted. Good for him, I thought a bit benevolently. I wondered what it was like to be half vampire and whether he was faster or more deadly than a shifter. Something told me I didn't want to find out. Look, I said with a bit of a pout, both of us want the same girl, so why don't we work together and find her? You can have her for your wolf thing, and I can take her away after. The alpha rogue Gordon looked intrigued. He glanced at his men and then made a motion, almost like shooing them away. He sat down on the floor and motioned for me to do the same. "What did you have in mind?" he asked. I leaned forward and began to outline my plan. I knew Amber's location, thanks to the private investigator, but the hardest part was going to be luring her out of the castle. If I included the Alpha Rogue in the plan, then he might just be the distraction I needed. It was worth a shot. I wasn't about to give up on getting Amber when she was so close to my reach. "How do we know this plan will work?" asked the Alpha Rogue suspiciously. "How do you know you can gain her trust enough for her to let you lure her away?" I sighed. She still thinks I'm her friend and her ex-boyfriend. Besides, no one has told her about Sophie's death, so I can rely on that to get sympathy from her. There's no way she'll believe I'm responsible, not when I loved Sophie so much, I said in a sarcastic tone of voice. "This better work," growled the Alpha Rogue with a warning glance at me, "because if it doesn't, then I'm holding you personally responsible." "It will work," I said more confidently than I actually felt. The Rogue Alpha gave me a small nod. He was no longer smiling. "Then I shall meet you there," he said quietly. His voice hushed in the woods. Birds perched above us on the branches. The trees swayed in the wind as I watched. "I shall get there first," I promised, remembering the plan. The Alpha Rogue got to his feet and regarded me silently for a moment. "If you try and reveal me, I will kill you," he said, and I nodded, knowing he was telling the truth. He dusted his threadbare pants off and then turned, but stopped in his tracks. "We need to be able to communicate," he said unexpectedly, and then reached down with a strong hand and gripped my arm, hauling me to my feet. I regarded him slightly panicked. If he'd had his wolf, we could have communicated, but he didn't. So what on earth was he thinking? I was a little concerned now. Then he sniffed me and chuckled. "This is going to hurt," he murmured, and then before I could stop him, he bit me, right in the nape of the neck, and then sealed the wound with his tongue as I shuddered from the pain. Then he used his fangs to rip across his wrist and placed it above my lips. "Drink," he commanded, "and then we will be able to mind link with one another." I hesitated, and he pushed the wrist against my lips. I pressed my lips against his wrist, and then with a shudder, began to suck at it, drinking his blood. The metallic taste was enough to make me gag, but I persevered and then pulled back, wiping the back of my hand across my mouth in disgust. "That was revolting," I snapped, and the Alpha Rogue shrugged. "Try mind-linking," he growled. I pictured him in my mind and then began to speak. "There, I'm mind-linking you. Are you happy now? Stop being such a smart-ass," warned the Alpha Rogue in my mind. IT had worked. The Alpha Rogue was delighted now and gave me a genuine smile. "Now leave," he ordered me. "We don't have much time to implement the plan, especially if she's as pregnant as you say." I nodded and began to walk back toward my car. There was the sound of rustling leaves, and when I glanced back over my shoulder, the Alpha Rogue was gone, and so were his minions. There was no trace of them at all, as though they had simply vanished into thin air. I swallowed hard and then climbed into the car, starting the engine. The next stop, I thought to myself triumphantly, would be the Vampire King's castle. Chapter 114, Hybrid. Rowan POV. It's been 2 days of staying put in this blasted hospital wing after that little Stacy tried to poison me. No matter how apologetic Amber was about it, it didn't change the fact that she'd tried to kill me while I was already pretty much on my deathbed. Not to mention I'd ingested King Stefan's blood, turning me half vampire. I half expected to have red glowing eyes and a pointy tail, but that hadn't resulted. Instead, I felt relatively normal, except for a slight craving for meat, which, to be fair, was something I had as a shifter as well. "She's in the dungeon now, Rowan. She can't get to you," Amber said quietly, leaning forward in the hospital chair she was sitting on and regarding me steadily. It didn't make me any less angry or annoyed. What kind of security did this castle have for someone like Stacy to be able to slip through its guards and poison me? It was seriously lacking in security, I thought, disgruntled. King Stefan stayed where he was, leaning against the doorway, looking way too casual for my benefit. He was nonchalant. "Yes, I've had my people throw her in the dungeon for now," he agreed, "until such time as the baby is born. Then she will be executed," he promised me. "What about the baby?" asked Amber sadly. King Stefan shrugged. We will find it a good home, don't you worry about that. There will be plenty of people wanting to raise the child. I sat up in the hospital bed, very aware of the gown I was wearing, and frowned. When can I get out of this blasted bed? I groused and saw Amber hide a smile. King Stefan merely glowered back at me. A doctor came waltzing through the curtain, as if to answer my question. It was an attractive female doctor, with long auburn hair and big brown eyes, large spectacles, and she wore a white doctor's coat. Her name tag read Dr. Jameson. How are you feeling today? She asked in a chirpy voice, going to my side and beginning to take my blood pressure. I eyed the doctor grumpily. I feel fine. When can I get out of this bed? I huffed. After all, I had initially been told that I needed to spend one night there, and it had been 2 days. I was growing restless and bored, and I wanted to discuss things with Amber, without the king present preferably, but I didn't like my chances of that. The doctor arched an eyebrow at me. Well, she said slowly, checking my pulse. All your vitals are normal, and the poison seems to have exited your system, so you can leave when you feel up for it. Now that was more like it, I thought to myself, smirking. I began to climb out of the bed, and King Stefan averted his eyes while Amber blushed and looked anywhere but at me. I glanced down and hastily wrapped the gown tighter around myself. I think I'll organize some clothes for you, Stefan muttered, glancing at Amber. Do you need anything, sweetheart? She shook her head. I could have celebrated right then and there. He was leaving me alone with Amber. I couldn't believe my luck. He was either extremely trusting or It was difficult to tell. Don't take too long, I called out, Stefan shooting me a dark look before he walked over to Amber and pecked her on the forehead right in front of my eyes. I'll be back soon, he murmured and then left. I wondered why he didn't mind link his people, and then realized that maybe he just didn't want to spend any longer around me than he had to. He disappeared with one last backward glance over his shoulder. His eyes narrowed on me before he was gone, the doorway empty of his presence. So, said Amber quietly, fidgeting and wringing her hands together, how are you really feeling, Rowan? I moved around and stretched experimentally, showing off my body to her as she flushed. I feel really good, I told her honestly, a lot like my normal self. So no bad feelings about the whole vampire blood thing? Asked Amber tentatively, biting her lip. God, she was so adorable. I wanted to kiss those plump lips of hers, and it was taking everything in me to maintain some semblance of control. I shook my head. You did what you had to do, I said quietly, and you saved my life doing it. So thank you, Amber, for everything you've done for me. What are your plans now? She asked, leaning back in the chair some more. I was thoughtful. I knew I probably had no chance of getting Amber back, but I couldn't ignore the longing inside of me, or the way my wolf was desperate just to be with her. I couldn't walk away, at least not without trying. Sure, King Stefan seemed like a lovely fellow, but Amber was mine first, I thought a bit viciously to myself. I couldn't help myself. I turned around and stared at Amber, feeling my breath quicken and my hands become slightly clammy from nerves. I reached out with one hand and stroked her cheek lightly, her own breathing hastening, her lips parting in invitation. I let out a small growl as her eyes fluttered closed, and then I leaned down, grabbing hold of the back of her neck with one hand, keeping her still, my lips pressing against hers. It was like pure heaven, feeling her lips against mine, and I couldn't stop myself, Amber finally being the one to break free, a guilty look on her face. Rowan, she breathed, her cheeks a rosy hue and her eyes twinkling. We can't do this. I'm with Stefan now. But look how you just responded to me, Amber. Do you honestly think that we're not meant to be together? I'm in love with Stefan, she said quietly, still looking immensely guilty. Not you, Rowan. It stung, but I wasn't finished yet. My mark is still on you, I growled, pointing to the nape of her neck and watching as she reached up a trembling hand to touch it. That means that I'm still bonded to you. My mark is also on her, cut in a furious voice. King Stefan arrived in the doorway. He took one look at Amber's guilty expression and exploded, throwing the clothes he'd brought me right in my face. I'm so sorry, Stefan, Amber began, and Stefan held up his hand, eyeing me with contempt. Don't apologize, he sneered. I'm betting that Rowan was the one to kiss you first. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? He demanded heatedly. I said nothing, merely stared at him as he folded his arms across his chest and glowered. I kissed him back, Stefan, Amber blurted out, holding a hand to her mouth and looking about to cry. Stefan stared at her stonily. You kissed him back, he repeated with a voice dripping with malice. How could you, Amber? Amber stared at the ground, looking miserable. I don't know, she said in a small voice. It's all so confusing. I'm in love with you, but I'm drawn to Rowan as well. I don't understand what's happening to me. I had a fairly good idea. She was a unique wolf after all, from what I'd heard. Thanks to Clarissa, I now knew all about Amber's wolf and how special she was. It made sense that she would have multiple mates, but I daren't speak aloud about it. Stefan looked like he wanted to rip me to shreds as it was. I think I know what's going on, cut in a voice, and we all swiveled our heads to stare at one of the eldest-looking vampires I had ever met. He looked like a cheerful fellow, with a round face and a huge grin on it, his eyes sparkling with good humor. He made his way inside. You must be Alpha Rowan, he said kindly to me, and I nodded, still gripping my hospital gown to myself tightly so I wasn't showing anything off I shouldn't be. I am, I told him. And you are? Forgive my bad manners, said the elderly vampire, but my name is Elder Gerald, and it's a pleasure to meet you. It's nice to meet you, I muttered, not sure what else I should say. This is all well and good, but what are you doing here? Asked Stefan calmly. Elders don't generally concern themselves with hospitals. Elder Gerald laughed. I don't like hospitals, he agreed, but I thought I would make an exception this one time. I wanted to meet Alpha Rowan, the shifter you defeated in a fight and who almost died in his hospital bed due to poisoning. Stefan blanched. Amber just looked perplexed but happy to see the elder, which meant she was familiar with him. Yes, well, said Stefan with a helpless shrug. It couldn't be helped. Now what did you mean by, you know what is happening to Amber? Elder Gerald looked taken aback. Well, I thought it might have been a tad bit obvious, he said, looking a bit astounded. Your mate is mates with Rowan as well. She has multiple mates. I can't make it any clearer than that, he said with a bit of a sigh. No, that can't be right, argued Stefan. She rejected him for heaven's sake. Elder Gerald stared at me. Am I right in assuming you didn't accept the rejection, he asked. You would be right, I confirmed heavily. He nodded to himself. Stefan looked pissed. Amber looked nervous, and Clarissa thankfully was missing for some strange reason. I wondered where she was. So multiple mates, said Elder Gerald again, with a look at Stefan. Us couldn't interpret. You might not want to face the truth, but it's right here in front of your face. The question is whether you are able to share her or not. Of course, she could always reject Rowan again, but I do have to ask you to consider this. By being mates to a shifter and a vampire, she could open doors to each race being more accepting of the other, which is something that you have always endeavored to do, King Stefan. King Stefan fell silent, mulling his words. Amber looked insulted. I don't want to be shared like I'm some sort of prized possession, she snapped at Elder Gerald, who raised an eyebrow at her tone of voice. Then reject one, said Elder Gerald breezily. But isn't it interesting how his mark, he pointed to me, has remained all this time? Rejection and all? We all looked at Amber's neck, where the two tattoos rested side by side, one of a wolf and the other one of a crown or tiara, depending on how you looked at it. Amber lightly touched it again. I followed her every move. What you do decide will affect the kingdom, so I suggest you choose wisely, child. Elder Gerald told Amber, patting her on the arm like she was a small child. He began to shuffle out of the doorway, leaving all of us staring wide-eyed at each other. I need to get out of here, Amber stammered, glancing between the two of us and blushing bright red. I opened my mouth to object, but she was out of the door before I could utter a sound, leaving myself and Stefan together. We need to talk, I told him grimly as he came further in and plonked himself on the chair, because I have no intentions of giving up Amber, and something tells me you feel the same way. I guess we need to come up with some kind of solution then, Stefan said with a scowl, because I'm in love with her and I'm not giving her up. Chapter 15, A Second Chance. Clarissa POV. The castle was massive, immense, with twists and turns everywhere. I found myself in the library of all places, perusing the books and occasionally dusting off some of them as I brought them out from the shelves to glance at. Alpha Rowan was now recovered from his ordeal, or so he had assured me, and Amber was spending the day with her mate Stefan, who was not well pleased with Rowan, it seemed, both of them having the same mate bond with Amber. I was surprised to discover she had multiple mates, but even more shocked by her special wolf. I spared a thought for my darling daughter Sophie, and felt the rage rekindle inside of me again. She should still be alive today, should still be pregnant and expecting. It wasn't fair that she had been taken from me. She was too young to have died, and every day I blamed myself for what had happened. If I hadn't insisted on her marrying that low-life son of a Darius, then maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe Sophie would be married to a man that loved her and is expecting his child now, instead of buried far below the earth, with her corpse rotting away. I huffed and slammed a book back into the shelf and glanced around the library. It was empty of people, besides myself, and I took the opportunity to sit down in a comfortable armchair and glance out the window, taking stock of the children playing out on the grounds, laughing happily and kicking a ball around. I could see the forest in the distance, and I swallowed hard, feeling an intense desire to go for a run. But I had a secret, one that I was ashamed of. Since my marriage with that awful Beta Matthew, I hadn't been able to shift. I hadn't heard my wolf's voice in years. I didn't even know if I could shift. But the longing was there, and I found myself yearning to feel the earth beneath my paws, to see the scenery passing by in a blur, to run so fast that I was almost impossible to see, to immerse myself in nature. I got to my feet, and as if I was on autopilot, I began to walk downstairs, towards the front entrance of the castle. The guards gave me a friendly smile, something I had gotten used to since I'd been here. I had been expecting hostility and anger directed at me for being a shifter, but to my surprise, the vampires tended to be very accepting of our kind. If only shifters could show the same amount of hospitality towards the other races, I thought idly, how much better this world would be. I walked across the grounds as if in a trance, careful to avoid walking into any of the children running amok outside. I was barefoot, but it didn't matter, the grass feeling soft and lush beneath my feet. Birds chirped overhead and the trees swayed back and forth in the breeze. I could smell the scent of pine and dirt, and I inhaled it greedily, closing my eyes in bliss. The forest was quiet, besides the chattering of birds and the patrol, other than giving me a curious glance, left me alone as I stood there, surveying the trees and smelling the woods. My hands clenched into fists. I so badly wanted to run, but did I have it in me? Or would it be foolish to even try? What if my wolf was gone completely? I would look a fool, but something in me refused to listen to the mocking and taunting voice in my head, tuning it out completely. I began to lift my dress over my head, folding it neatly and placing it aside on a small stump nearby. I shivered slightly as the wind picked up. Out of habit, I tried once more to reach my wolf Desiree, but there was nothing but silence. If my wolf was there, it was impossible to tell. I closed my eyes and concentrated hard, picturing myself turning into a wolf, willing the sounds of broken limbs shifting and readjusting to come to my ears. Initially, nothing happened, and I felt a wave of disappointment crash over me. I stifled a sob, my hands clenching into fists, so hard that my nails drew blood which trickled down my hands and onto the forest floor. I fell to my knees, my hands covering my face, and sobbed, desperate to have the wolf back that I had lost so long ago. Matthew had taken everything from me, my dignity, my respect, and now my wolf. Was there anything that he had left me? Please, I began to sob, looking upwards at the clear blue sky, beseeching the goddess, please, bring Desiree back to me. I never wanted to lose her. She's a part of me, my other half, my soul. I felt tears trailing down my cheeks, my hands scrabbling into the earth, and desperation rising within me. I don't deserve this, I shouted out, anger in my voice. Do you have any idea what I've been through? How much I've had to endure? How much more must I suffer? Silence. My shoulders slumped in defeat, and then to my astonishment, I heard the merest whisper in my mind, a female voice from long ago. You may have suffered, but so have I. Why did you let me go, Clarissa? Why didn't you fight back? I made a mistake, Desiree, and I've paid dearly for it. I never wanted you to leave, Desiree. Please believe me. I believe you, but this time I won't allow you to ignore me and pretend I don't exist. If you wish for me to remain, say it now, or else I'll go and leave you forever. I want you to stay, Desiree. I can't live without you. I pleaded with my wolf. She gave a harumph, and then I felt the most excruciating pain I've ever felt in my life. I heard my bones breaking in the foreground as I let out a horrific scream, my whole body trembling in pain as they began to readjust themselves. It was reminiscent of the first time I had shifted, and I thought to myself idly that the pain was no doubt due to not having shifted for many, many years. Just as suddenly the pain faded and then was completely gone. I blinked, watching everything come into focus, able to see easily for miles. I glanced down and saw paws instead of legs, silver ones. I could have wept for joy. I had turned into my wolf for the first time in years, and I felt a longing to run. My paws thudded across the ground and the trees passed by in a blur as I explored the forest and the Vampire King's territory. We drank from a stream, and I let my wolf take over as we hunted a nearby buck, killing him and eating him in order to satiate our hunger and our need to hunt. When I was tired, I took a nap beneath a nearby tree, curling up much like a cat, my soft snores filling the forest. It was the first time I had slept in ages, and I slept well. Hours passed before I woke back up, startled to see that the sun was now fading and the moon was coming up. I stretched, feeling hungry, and began to trot towards home, reluctant to go back to my human form and knowing that I must. Amber must be worried sick, I thought, for I hadn't thought to tell her where I was going, let alone what I was going to attempt to do. I sighed. I didn't know what I was going to do. I couldn't just continue to impose on Amber and Stefan, especially since they were having some difficulties due to Alpha Rowan's presence. But I also had nowhere else to go. Matthew had finally been served the divorce papers but was apparently unwilling to sign them, which meant I had to get my lawyer involved some more. The moon was shining overhead as we made our way back to where I had left my clothes. Desiree was excited, chatting a mile a minute as I listened with a smile. I would never get sick of my wolf's voice, I decided, not when it had been missing for so long. It was a little strange, though, hearing another voice in my head and one that I would have to get used to once again. I promised her that we would go for a run in the next few days, perhaps with Amber if she was willing. I was keen to see my daughter's wolf in action and the powers she had. Brr. It was getting cold outside, and I began to concentrate, closing my eyes and envisioning myself in my human form, from my long blonde hair to my blue eyes and slender frame. My bones began to crack and shift, thankfully the process not taking as long as earlier, nor was it as painful. Instead, it was merely an aching feeling, thank goodness. My dress was thrown haphazardly over my head, and then I was about to turn and walk towards the castle when I smelt the most delicious scent wafting towards me. It smelled like gingerbread, one of my favorite scents of all time. It was one of the reasons I adored Christmas time. But who on earth would be baking gingerbread at this late hour? I thought, a bit astounded. Not to mention it was a subtle scent, one that seemed to be floating amongst the trees, rather than coming from the grounds. I sniffed it appreciatively, my mouth watering at the aroma. My heart began to thump loudly in my chest, and my hands began to tremble. My body was having some sort of reaction to whatever this scent was. My wolf was going berserk, prancing around wildly in my head. I wondered what the hell was happening to me. There was the sound of leaves crunching nearby and the sounds of twigs breaking as someone made their way towards me, heedless of the debris on the forest floor. My body tensed, and then the most beautiful man I had ever seen came crashing into view. I sucked in a breath, unable to breathe properly, my eyes raking over him. He was tall and slender, but with muscled arms and legs. He had the silkiest and most stunning-looking raven-black hair and dark green eyes which were glowing slightly. He was pale, but that was to be expected considering that he had to be a vampire. I gaped. He stared back, looking at me just as intensely. Both of us were speechless. I had never dreamed of this happening to me. Not again. Not after being with Matthew. I had no words. My mouth opened and shut, but nothing came out. The man ran a hand through his hair, making it disheveled as he regarded me steadily. He looked surprised but not displeased, I noted, so he wasn't too upset at discovering that his mate was a shifter. Instead, he looked nervous and apprehensive. I swallowed hard. "Hello," he finally spoke in a smooth and charming voice. "What might be your name?" he asked me, in a soft and musical tone of voice that sounded like small silver bells chiming. "I'm Clarissa," I stammered. I felt so awkward standing there, but to my shock he seemed to recover his composure and walked over to me, reaching out to take a hold of my hand and giving it a squeeze. Sparks flew between us, and I found myself examining his lips, wondering what they would taste like and wondering if he would kiss me. "Well, Clarissa," he said teasingly, "my name is Dylan, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 116 Caught. Amber POV. I can't believe it. I just can't. What are the odds my mother would find her second chance mate and that he would be a half-vampire for heaven's sake? It's so exciting. Also, adorable and cute and so many other words to describe it. I'm about to go and find Stefan, heading to his study when there is a commotion at the door. I glance towards it with interest, and my eyes widen as I see none other than Darius standing there, wrestling with several vampire guards. Was he insane? He was going to get himself bitten or worse, his head ripped off if he didn't stop, I thought to myself, rushing toward him. The guards looked grim, wrestling him to the ground and forcing his arms behind his back, about to put cuffs on him when I stopped them. "Stop, he's a friend," I cried, and they glanced toward me, reluctantly letting go and stepping backward. Stefan appeared on the scene, Rowan right behind him. "Darius, what on earth are you doing here?" I asked him as he awkwardly got to his feet and glowered at the guards. He stretched out his arms and legs, shaking them off and looking pleased with himself. "I came to see you, of course," he muttered, but before he could say anything else, Stefan cut in. "Take him to the dungeon," he said abruptly. Rowan glowered at Darius, folding his arms across his chest and staring at the other man who blanched from the look in Rowan's eyes. "Stefan," I protested, turning to him, "you can't put him in the dungeon. He hasn't done anything wrong," I exclaimed. Stefan looked displeased, arching an eyebrow at Darius. "He better have a good reason for coming here to see you," he spat out, Rowan nodding alongside him. Since when had those two become so friendly? I thought to myself, astounded. The last I had seen of them together, they had despised each other. Now they were acting like the best of friends. I placed a hand on my stomach, breathing deeply. Lately, I had been experiencing cramps. It didn't stop them from being painful, though, and I winced from the pain, something that Stefan noticed immediately. "I think we should take this conversation to the study," he said grimly, motioning towards Rowan and Darius, who smirked at him. We began to walk towards the study, Stefan holding my hand as we wandered, while Rowan rubbed soothing circles on my back behind me. I waited for Stefan to get mad at him, or to snarl at Rowan, but to my surprise, he didn't even seem to notice the man had his hands touching me. Darius brought up the rear. We filed into the study, and Stefan sat me down in the armchair, while Rowan sat pointedly in the other one, leaving Stefan to sit behind his desk and for Darius to remain standing. "It's come to my attention that you bypassed security protocols in order to get to the castle," Stefan said heatedly, skewering Darius with a glare, "when you could have simply driven up to my guards and demanded entry." Darius shifted on his feet. "I wasn't thinking," he said dryly. "I just wanted to see Amber so badly," he added with a large exhale. "About that," Rowan said wryly. "Why would that be? Would it be to tell her about her sister's death?" he asked, leaning forward as Darius gave a nervous gulp. "So you already know," he said softly, tears pricking the corners of his eyes, "that I lost Sophie Amber. I'm so sorry," he choked out, his voice sounding strangled. "Mother told me," I said softly. "We have the person responsible for her poisoning in the dungeon right now." Along with Elaine, I thought idly to myself. Something that was probably not the best combination, unless Stefan had freed her since she'd been placed there. I hadn't seen the woman walking around the castle lately, though. "Do we, though?" growled Rowan, his head and looking straight at Darius. "Because my gut tells me that you had something to do with it as well," he scoffed. Darius looked insulted. There, I thought to myself triumphantly, I knew he couldn't have done it. But then, why did he look so uncomfortable? "Excuse me," he hissed, "but I can assure you that I had nothing whatsoever to do with Sophie's death. I mourned her loss, and I still do, he added with a low growl. This was getting out of hand, I thought idly to myself, glancing at Stefan, who was merely watching Rowan and Darius, his black eyes revealing nothing. I wondered what he was thinking. Was he angry that Darius had turned up? Did he blame me for this? Was he worried on my behalf? Prove it, snapped Rowan. I know you're the one who released Stacy from my prison, he snarled. And when I get my hands on you, he threatened lowly. Darius puffed his chest out, not intimidated by Rowan in the slightest. Are you going to keep insulting me? He demanded. Because if that's the case, then I guess a fight is in order, he added. Rowan laughed out loud, the sound echoing throughout the empty room. Like the last time, he challenged, and Darius fell silent. I gaped at the two of them, feeling annoyed that they were fighting with one another. Would you two cut it out? I said tiredly, and both men fell silent. I fidgeted in my chair, trying to get comfortable, feeling sweat bead on my brow. I was feeling nauseous and tired. I hadn't slept peacefully in days, due to what was happening with Rowan and the fighting between him and Stefan, not to mention the surprise of the mate bond between us three. Darius, why don't you just tell the truth? You didn't just come out here to see me. What else is going on? I demanded. He hesitated for a moment, glancing around the room and avoiding my eyes. Whatever it was important for him to have come all this way. It's about custody of the baby, he said, and I sucked in a gasp. I should have realized he would have come about that, especially now that Sophie was gone. I thought dismayed. I know that I agreed to sharing custody, but I've changed my mind, I told Darius, who looked flustered and disapprovingly at me. Well, that's unfortunate, he said lightly, because I don't intend to give up custody of the baby. I want full custody, Amber, he said, and I stared at him incredulously, fighting the urge to reach over and slap him. Was his grief making him act this way? I'd had to be. The Darius I knew would never do anything to hurt me like this. I was stunned, speechless, unable to utter a sound. How could he do this to me? Stefan slammed his hands down on the table. That's never going to happen, he snarled. Because that baby is the heir to my kingdom, and so help me God, I will end you if you try to take the child away from me or Amber. Besides, Rowan said evenly, leaning back in his chair, an amused look on his face, that baby that Amber is carrying happens to be mine. Now I was dreaming, I thought to myself hazily. There was no way that Stefan and Rowan were working in cahoots with each other. Darius gave a low growl of frustration. I happen to have it on good authority that the child is mine, and I will make Amber have a paternity test to prove it if I have to. Tears formed in the corner of my own eyes. Darius, I pleaded, please don't do this. Haven't you put me through enough? He sighed and glanced at me, looking apologetic but resolved. My parents want to hold their grandchild, and that child would also be the heir to my pack, he said, looking pointedly at Stefan, who was frowning. I'm afraid that I can't budge on this. It either gives me full custody, or I'll be forced to prove you're an unfit mother. I was shocked at the insult, but not as much as Rowan and Stefan, who both got to their feet, making their way toward Darius. Stop, my voice cracked, and they did. Darius edging backward slightly. It's not worth it, Stefan and Rowan. Darius, I won't give you full custody, and here my voice grew stronger. I'll be damned if you ever call me an unfit mother again. I snarled, getting to my feet and regarding my ex with hatred in my eyes. He blanched. I'll get my lawyers involved, he threatened. Do that, I told him quietly, because Stefan also has lawyers, and so does Rowan. I added. Rowan looked pleased I had included him. Darius noted the two men glaring at him and then glanced down at the nape of my neck, his eyes widening in disbelief. You have 2 marks on your neck, he said in awe. But that means, he glanced between Stefan and Rowan, realization dawning in his eyes. You have multiple mates, he finished weakly. I don't know what gave me the courage to say it or to embrace it, but I did. I stepped forward and grabbed hold of both Rowan and Stefan's hands. I do have 2 mates, I said sincerely, and that means you have no chance in hell, Darius. So I would give it up. We can have dinner and discuss this civilly instead, I said, clutching their hands tightly, but that's as much as I'm willing to do. Darius nodded slowly. Fine, let's discuss this at dinner time, he said calmly. But Amber, I think you should leave now. I cut in. Go to the kitchen or something. I want some time alone with my mates." Darius gaped but had the sense not to say anything, instead turning on his heel and storming out. I shut the door behind him and locked it, breathing heavily. Rowan and Stefan stood side by side, identical grins on their faces. "So we're both your mates then," Rowan drawled as I looked helplessly between them both. "Is that right, Amber?" I swallowed hard, feeling my heart beat loudly in my chest and my body beginning to tremble. I coughed, trying to clear my throat. "Well, the thing is," I squeaked, and Stefan stepped closer, his eyes glowing as he took a hold of my face in his hands, bending down and pressing his lips to mine in a possessive manner, making me moan into his mouth as he became more insistent and passionate, Rowan standing there patiently, looking on. Before I could understand what was happening, Stefan suddenly broke the kiss off, and then Rowan was there, kissing me roughly, his hand gripping the back of my hair. I moaned, feeling the sparks, wondering where Stefan was. And then just as suddenly Rowan broke the kiss off and then stepped back, looking pleased with himself. "What's going on?" I gasped, and they grinned at each other, facing me knowingly. "We talked about it," Stefan said smugly, "and we're willing to share," cut in Rowan calmly. My mouth fell open. Just like that, I thought dazedly, they were willing to share me. I wasn't sure if I wanted to feel indignant or flattered. "The thing is," Stefan said quietly, his head at me, "that both of us love you and don't want to live without you. The only solution that either of us could come up with was to be willing to share you." "What if I'm not?" I whispered, and they looked at each other, concern in their eyes. "Then I guess you reject us both," said Rowan casually, and both waited, arms folded across their chest for me to answer. Chapter 117, Awkward Dinner. Amber POV. I sat down to dinner that night feeling like I was some sort of referee or mediator. My mother, bless her heart, was situated down at the other end of the dining table, chatting away with her mate, King Stefan's best friend Dylan. Stefan had been ecstatic to find his best friend had found his mate and knew that my mother would make an excellent mate for him. I was positive she would as well, and after everything my mother had gone through with my father, she more than deserved to end up with someone who would cherish and adore her. From what I could see with Dylan, he was smitten with her already. I sat between Rowan and Stefan, each of them immediately placing a possessive hand on my thighs, both comfortable and at ease, despite the kisses we had shared earlier. Both of them seemed to have come to some sort of truce when it came to me, and I was bewildered, not sure what to think about the multiple mates thing. I blushed just thinking about what having shks with them might entail. Too much information, I know, but can you blame me for thinking about it? These guys were cool as cucumbers. It was unnerving. Darius sat on the other side of the dining table opposite me. We were quiet as the servants began to file in, bringing in the first course, Teresa among them. She gave me a cheeky wink and mouthed the words, "We have to talk," as I nodded adamantly. Boy, did I need a girlfriend to confide in right now. Teresa would be perfect, albeit maybe a bit jealous of my situation. I would have to be respectful of her situation, for she too was desperate for a mate and had yet to find one. I began to pick at my food, absent-mindedly, not even paying attention to the food, only knowing that it was delicious as everyone else did the same. The silence was awkward and filled with tension, both Rowan and Stefan glaring at Darius, who refused to be cowed and glared back. My mother was glaring at Darius as well, her eyes dripping with hatred, and there was malice in her expression, a deep loathing I had seen before, but for once it wasn't aimed at me. "So, Amber," my mother said conversationally, turning to look at me with a wide smile on her face, "how does it feel having two sexy mates at the same time?" I almost choked Stefan, thumping me on the back as I spluttered, reaching out to grab my glass of water and frantically drink it down. "Mother," I gasped, "how can you say such things?" She gave a nonchalant shrug. "It's blatantly obvious, the way those two are staring at you. Besides, with the wolf you possess, it's not a surprise. How do you feel about it?" Rowan and Stefan turned to regard me questionably as I blushed profusely. "It's I stammered. "Different, but not unpleasant," I added hastily. My cheeks flushed, remembering each of their kisses. Stefan and Rowan looked satisfied. "But how do you feel about sharing her?" pressed my mother with determination, gazing at each of the men who looked toward each other. Initially, neither one of us wanted to, Stefan answered finally, but then we realized that we also didn't want to lose her. The best solution all around was to come to the agreement of sharing her, but it all boils down to Amber and what she wants. Turns out, he said with a nonchalant shrug, she wants both of us. I stared at the table, embarrassed beyond belief, while Rowan and Stefan both looked satisfied with each other. Their hands still touched my thighs, and I wriggled, feeling the heat of their hands on my flesh. Darius sneered. "Why am I not surprised you chose both?" he said in a way that sounded like an insult. I glared at him. "So what if I did?" I defended hotly, feeling aggressive at that moment, my hackles raised, so to speak. "Are you jealous, Darius?" I asked him sweetly. He shook his head. "No, but perhaps now would be a good time to discuss custody of the baby you are carrying." "You mean my child," I told him firmly. "Not yours, nor will it ever be yours." He slammed his fork down. "I can make you take a paternity test," he announced. Stefan looked at him smugly. "Go ahead, I can guarantee that it won't make a whit of difference." "Do you claim that you're going to attack Amber and make her out to be an unfit mother? What about you? I find it no coincidence that your wife died under mysterious circumstances and that she had a miscarriage to boot." Rowan joined in, leaning back in his chair. "I too guarantee you won't have a hope in hell between mine and Stefan's lawyers. This child stays with us. We're a family, and you have no say in the child's upbringing." Darius was furious, spitting mad. "You told me we would discuss this civilly," he snarled, "and instead you're just repeating what you've already said." I looked at him innocently. "Darius, I am being civil," I pointed out, "because if I wasn't, I allowed my canines to come out, I would have shifted by now and ripped you a new one," I added. He flinched, but wasn't about to give up the fight. "You can't honestly think that these men," he pointed at Rowan and Stefan, "would be more appropriate fathers? What about how he treated you?" he asked, pointing to Rowan. Rowan squeezed my thigh. I opened my mouth and answered, "Yes, he treated me like shit." I said meaningfully, "But he was under a spell, and I've forgiven him for his transgressions. He still has to prove himself to me, but I don't hate him for what he did. It's no worse than what you did, is it?" I asked my head and regarding him steadily. Darius looked confused and then blushed as he realized what I meant. "You abandoned me, Darius, left me to fend for myself alone, forced me into a marriage I didn't want, which thankfully hadn't happened, and now you claim to want this child. You married my sister." I told him, "Not me. You didn't fight for us. You just dropped me like a sack of potatoes." I glared. He dug his fingernails into the table. "I'm not giving up without a fight," he screeched like a petulant child. I shook my head at him. "I don't expect you to give up," I told him honestly, feeling a bit sorry for him and how lost he looked. "But I'm warning you that you won't win, Darius," I added gently and sincerely. My mother was watching everything unfold. Her lips curled back in a sneer. She hated Darius with a passion, and I worried she might try to do something to him. I couldn't finish my dinner, and I pushed it back regretfully, feeling a bit out of sorts. "Are you all right?" asked Rowan, leaning in to murmur it in my ear. I frowned. It was quite painful, and I gingerly stood up, Rowan and Stefan removing their hands from my thighs. "If you'll forgive me, I'm quite tired," I told Darius regretfully. "But I think we've finished discussing things, don't you?" He flattened his lips and said nothing. I pushed my chair back in and turned toward the stairs, Rowan and Stefan helping me, each of them on one side, offering me their arms. They were certainly acting like a gentleman, I thought, a bit amused. I walked up 2 steps and then stopped, heaving in a big breath as Stefan peered down at me in concern. "Something is wrong," doubling over in pain. I could feel something wet at the back of my dress, and then I heard Rowan's strangled voice. "She's bleeding." I let out a small cry, and then Stefan was picking me up and cradling me in his arms, bridal style, making his way back down the stairs and rushing me down the corridors. "Hospital," he growled, Rowan following along behind me. My mother put a hand to her mouth as we rushed past her, while Darius was looking highly concerned as he watched us go. We reached the hospital in record time, the doctor rushing toward us as she spotted Stefan. "Put her down on the bed," she instructed King Stefan with a worried look on her face. She took in my blood-soaked dress and panties and paled. "Get her in the room," she shouted, and a nurse moved, hustling past Rowan and Stefan, pushing the bed into a nearby empty room, the doctor vanishing and then reappearing with an ultrasound machine. I was sobbing by now. It was too soon to be giving birth, and I was worried I was having a miscarriage. I placed a hand on my swollen stomach, wanting to be comforted. She had red hair and green eyes and looked to be in control, despite the worried look in her eyes. "My baby," I wailed, and Stefan gripped my hand, Rowan gripping the other one, both of them doing their best to comfort me. "It's all right," whispered Stefan, stroking my forehead. "Everything is going to be all right." Rowan nodded his agreement, kissing me on the cheek. The doctor placed the probe on my stomach, and all of us stared at the screen in dread. I felt nauseous, sick to my stomach at the thought of what might be happening. The doctor bit her lip as she moved it around, saying nothing for several moments. It felt like a lifetime as we waited, all of us on tenterhooks, hoping desperately to hear that there was nothing wrong. "Okay," said the doctor finally, giving me a reassuring smile. "Your baby is fine. His heartbeat is nice and strong. I want you to remember that." "Okay, but why am I bleeding?" I asked nervously. "There seems to be no cause for the bleeding. Sometimes it happens," the doctor explained with a frown. "However, for the time being, I would like to put you on bed rest, just for the next few days, just to be cautious." "That's not a problem," Stefan told the doctor, his tone brooking no arguments as he gently stroked my forehead. "We'll make sure she stays resting in bed." I pouted. I wasn't good at staying in one spot for very long, and staying in bed all day sounded especially boring and lonely. I would do it for the sake of my child, but I knew I wasn't going to enjoy it. My mother came rushing in. "Oh, sweet heaven, are you okay?" she asked, flinging her arms around me. "Everything's fine, Mum. I just have to go on bed rest for a little bit," I answered a little sulkily. She looked relieved. I looked around, but there was no sign of Dylan. "Dylan's still a little shy when it comes to you," she answered, seeing my look, "but he'll get used to the idea of you eventually. Just give him some time." I nodded slowly. From what I had seen, Dylan was quite an introvert, a shy gentleman who seemed to shy away from too much attention. "Time for bed," Rowan cut in, and Stefan nodded his agreement. The doctor gave a smile. "She should be fine, but contact me if you have any worries." "The bleeding has already stopped," she assured us as we smiled back at her. Stefan picked me back up and cradled me to his chest as I put my arms around his neck, enjoying the feel of his body against mine. He carried me with ease out of the hospital wing, Rowan coming behind us, while my mother waved goodbye, mouthing she would see me tomorrow. To my surprise, Stefan placed me in a guest room as I looked at him with bewilderment. "Why here?" I asked, and he sighed. "I want you to get a decent rest," he answered. "And you won't get it if you share a bed with me and Rowan," he added, indicating the other man who was leaning against the doorway. Just the image of both of them in the bed with me was enough to make my cheeks burn bright red. I yawned unexpectedly, making both of them laugh. "I'm not sleepy," I protested, and they chuckled. "Get some sleep," Stefan told me quietly, "and if you need anything, ring that bell," he added, pointing to a bell sitting on the bedside table. Rowan came sauntering over. "Good night, Princess," he growled, bending down and capturing my lips with his, kissing me gently and then breaking it off. Stefan did the same, not fazed in the slightest by Rowan kissing me. "Good night," I whispered, and they left, shutting the door behind them. Without meaning to, I closed my eyes and soon drifted into a deep sleep. I can't say for sure what it was that woke me. It could have been the sound of the window cracking open, or the sudden rush of footsteps across the floor. Whatever it was, I bolted upright, only to see Darius's eyes in the darkness. Something pushed against my mouth, his hands holding it firmly against me as I tried to scream out for help. But the chemical in the fabric was strong, and I inhaled it, feeling my body grow weak and limp. Darius let go, and it was only then I realized there was a second man in the room who had been holding me from behind. "Well done," said the voice as Darius backed away. I blinked, the image of him becoming fuzzy. Then before I could do anything else, I felt darkness consume me. My head felt like it was stuffed full of cotton balls, and my mind was fuzzy as I tried to sit upright, hearing the clanking sound of chains as my eyes shot open in disbelief. Where was I? I wondered to myself as I glanced around and saw nothing but darkness surrounding me. My body was weak, and as I glanced downward, I saw that I was chained up, the silver burning my flesh and making me wince from the pain. What happened? The last thing I remember was going to bed and then, oh my God! My eyes widened as I remembered Darius suddenly in my bedroom and the feeling of someone else holding me as he pressed something to my mouth, something with a strong chemical smell to it. The floor beneath me was hard and uneven, made of rock, and I felt along it, trying to find something sharp that may prove useful as a weapon. There was nothing, just a few useless pebbles, I noted with a grimace. I felt the baby kicking and felt relief that my precious baby was still alive. Whatever the chemical that had been used, it hadn't proved to be harmful to the baby, or at least I hoped so, considering the baby was happily moving about. I saw something moving in the shadows and wriggled about, frantically trying to move, my eyes straining to see, and then none other than Darius came walking forward. "You," I hissed, furious. "You pathetic, miserable excuse of a human being." He laughed outright at my fury, taking delight in it. "Well, aren't you just your normal feisty self?" he congratulated me, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "What do you want with me, Darius?" I asked him, testing my restraints and finding them too tight to maneuver or dislodge. His eyes watched my every movement. "Where's your partner?" I asked suddenly and saw him stiffen before another shadow came out of the darkness. My mouth gaped open. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be him. He was dead, I thought to myself. We'd been sure of it. But then I remembered that I had lost consciousness after supposedly killing him. Was he something else? Some other race? I sniffed uncertainly and then gasped. He smelt like a half-vampire, which meant he had drunk from one, perhaps Stefan, when he was a prisoner of Alpha Gordon. It was the only logical explanation I could think of. "Good, you're awake," said Alpha Gordon smugly, his arms folded across his chest, a menacing look in his eyes. "I want you to use your powers to bring my wolf to the surface," he added. The hell I would, I thought to myself. Darius looked at me with something akin to a warning in his glance, but I ignored it. "Go to hell," I spat out, and heard the Alpha laugh, or rather chuckle to himself. "Do you really think you have a choice?" he asked me, leaning forward, his tone dripping with malice. "Considering you're restrained with no one to help you?" I wriggled on the floor. "Stefan and Rowan will find me," I answered confidently, and heard Alpha Gordon laugh out loud, slapping his knees merrily with his hands. "They don't even know you've been taken," answered Darius smugly. "It will be hours before they think to look for you, thanks to a well-planned rogue attack at the castle." I stared at him speechless. "You planned this," I said slowly, and Darius nodded. "How long have you been in cahoots with one another?" "Oh, a few weeks," Darius said blithely. "We both had our own agenda and agreed to work as a team. Now are you going to bring his wolf to the surface or not?" he asked lightly. I shook my head adamantly. Alpha Gordon stepped forward, his massive bulk overpowering me. Without a word or warning, he stepped on one of my hands, crushing it as I cried out in pain, trying not to topple to the side. "Are you sure about that?" asked Alpha Gordon. I shut my eyes, trying to concentrate on my breathing, forcing the pain away. He pulled back his foot and then stomped on my hand, crushing my fingers as I howled in pain. He hopped off and grinned at me. "Are you prepared to now?" he asked casually. "I see you have another good hand." I bit my lip to keep from screaming. As he approached, I swung my legs out, sending him flying to the ground, which he hit with a curse and a loud thud. It was a shame my ankles were restrained together, I thought sadly, because otherwise I could have done a hell of a lot more damage. Darius helped Alpha Gordon to his feet. "Stupid," he snarled at me. I raised an eyebrow. The Alpha spits out a bunch of vile insults toward me, making me laugh out loud. He had completely lost his composure in his anger. "Calm down," Darius growls at the Alpha. But Gordon wasn't having it. He glowered at me, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. I saw his eyes shoot toward my swollen stomach and sucked in a breath. Anything but that, I thought, suddenly full of dread. If he threatened the life of my unborn child, I would do anything to keep it safe, and Darius, and he knew it. It was like he suddenly realized he had leverage, because he reached down and hauled me up, my feet dangling slightly as his eyes began to turn a bright and vivid red. "If you do not bring my wolf to the surface," he said very evenly, in a tone dripping with venom, "I will kick the shit out of you and at your stomach until you miscarry. Do you understand me?" he said, and I knew he meant every word of his threat. Tears pricked the corners of my eyes. I just couldn't risk it. Even Lilac was of the same opinion, hating that we needed to give in, but unwilling to risk the life of our pup. "Fine," I snarled, "but how do I know you won't do that anyway?" Darius stepped forward. "Because I want you in one piece," he said calmly, "and you're mine after he's finished with you." I didn't like the way he was eyeing me or the words he had just used. What the hell did he mean I was his? I felt insulted, but wasn't stupid enough to provoke him. Alpha Gordon carefully put me on my feet. I winced, the pain throbbing in my left hand, where he'd crushed the bones. Lilac was trying frantically to heal me, but it would take some time. "I need these chains off," I said impatiently, gesturing toward them, "and my hands free to do what you want." Alpha Gordon remained suspicious. "You can have your hands free, but that's it. The chains remain around your body and legs." I gave a huff, but knew he wouldn't be swayed. Darius reached forward with a key in his right hand and quickly undid the restraints around my wrists. I gave a sigh of relief as they came off. I stretched my good hand experimentally. "Right then, let's get a move on," said Alpha Gordon, coming right up to me and standing there, an expectant look on his face. I considered punching him, but let's face it, he'd get me back within an instant. Out of the two of us, I had the most to lose, and both men knew it. I took a deep breath, and then I apologized in my mind for what I was about to do and unleash. Then slowly, gingerly, I placed my good hand against his chest and began to concentrate. My palm began to glow, and I felt warm all over, tingles all over my body as the warmth grew. Then I began to feel a sharp pain, gritting my teeth and pushing through until I felt myself becoming cold all over and shivering. I stopped, and Alpha Gordon glanced down at me, a wide grin on his face. Darius moved to help me lie down as Alpha Gordon let out a triumphant growl. "I can hear my wolf," he declared as I shivered miserably. There was the ominous sound of cracking noises and loud howls as the Alpha shifted for the first time. I glanced over my shoulder with dread and saw a large black wolf with glowing red eyes sitting there. It let out a growl, and Darius gave it a challenging look. "She's mine now, remember," he pointed out, and the wolf stopped, standing up and glaring at Darius for a moment before it made its way toward where I assumed the entry to the cave was. I couldn't stop shaking. I was cold all over and feeling detached. My God, what had I just done? Have I just unleashed a monster? For Alpha Gordon's wolf looked larger than the average alpha wolf, even if Darius hadn't seemed to see it. Not to mention he was also half vampire, which would give the alpha even more speed and agility. I began to pray to the moon goddess in my mind to save me, frightened of what Darius would want with me next. Darius crouched beside me. "You look all done in," he said in a whisper, one that was meant to sound concerned as I glowered at him. "But that's all right, because I can put you in the car," he added with a shrug as the alpha disappeared completely from view. I felt his strong arms come around me and saw him wince from the silver. "I'll undo the restraints when we get back," he murmured. "Get back to where?" I wanted to shout. "Where are you taking me? What do you want with me?" I felt myself beginning to sob, and one of his hands adjusted itself so that he could wipe my tears away. There, he soothed. "It's all right. We're just going to take a little trip together like we should have when we were together." "I made a mistake, Amber," he continued thoughtfully as he began to carry my limp body toward the entrance to the cave. "When I agreed to marry Sophie, and now I'm going to fix it. I'm fixing the past," he said smugly as my eyes widened. I tried to move, and he tightened his grip. "Don't make me put you out again," he threatened, and I stilled. We made our way out of the cave, and I blinked up at the night sky, seeing the stars twinkle overhead, and wondering how much time had passed since I'd been stolen. Not much from the looks of it. Darius seemed to know the way, his feet sure and steady as he made his way over fallen leaves and debris, toward a road where there was a car parked surreptitiously by the side. It was his car, one I recognized instantly, and he calmly opened the boot of the car and slid me inside of it. I couldn't move, no matter how much I willed myself to. not after bringing Alpha Gordon's wolf to the surface. It had completely drained me. Lilac was silent, which worried me, and I tried to pretend everything was fine and that she was silent because she was trying to heal me. My body was sore all over. Darius took a look at me as my eyelids fluttered closed, and then he began to withdraw something from his pocket, something that smelt pungent and strong with chemicals. Please, God, no, I thought to myself, widening my eyes and trying to mutter something, anything to stop him. Darius, I managed to utter, and he looked at me remorsefully, holding the large scrap of fabric in his right hand. Sorry about this, Amber, he said finally. And then before I could put up a fight or move, he was placing the fabric against my nose and mouth, forcing me to inhale the chemical substance. The last thing I saw was Darius's face, and the last thing I heard was the sound of the boot closing before everything went black and darkness consumed me. Rowan POV. It had been a few hours since we had put Amber to bed, and I found myself wondering if she was sleeping or if she was awake and disgruntled with the two of us for treating her, albeit a little bit, like a small child. Stefan was busy trying to placate the council over some nonsense, and Darius was nowhere to be seen, something which disquieted me. He was up to something, I could sense it. Clarissa and Dylan were both gone, but it didn't take a genius to know she was in his bedroom or what they were up to. I walked upstairs and made my way to the bedroom where Amber was, knocking softly on the door. There was no answer, and for a moment I almost walked away, thinking she was sleeping, when the door creaked open of its own accord. Amber, I whispered, walking forward and seeing a lump lying on the bed. Are you asleep? No answer. I slowly pulled down the covers and swallowed hard. There was nothing but pillows there, shaped in the form of a person, in order to deceive us into thinking she was sleeping. I rushed out of the room and headed directly toward the throne room, barging past the startled guards and crashing into the room. Stefan turned in the middle of his conversation and raised an eyebrow at me. Is something wrong? He asked me gruffly, the council members all silent in their seats. It's Amber, I blurted out. She's gone and... I paused. So is that no for good nothing, Darius. Stefan turned back to the council members and inclined his head, his eyes glowing red with rage. Gentlemen, as you can see, this is not a good time. We will resume discussions later, he said. And then before any of the council members could utter a word, he turned on his heel and began to walk toward the exit, myself trailing in his wake. When's the last time you saw her? He asked me evenly. I haven't seen her since we said goodnight to her, I answered guiltily, stifling a yawn as my tiredness crept up. Let's not tell Clarissa yet. We can search the woods for her. But first, he said, veering off toward the stairs and rushing upstairs, let's see if we can catch a whiff of his scent. I felt like an otter as we both walked back into the bedroom, sniffing away. There was the smell of Darius's scent, which was pungent and quite strong, laced with the smell of some sort of chemical. Chloroform, said Stefan grimly. They drugged her. There's someone else's scent in this bedroom beside us and Darius. It smells like an alpha as well, but a rogue one. Son of a... I swore. He must have a partner. Stefan nodded and motioned for me to follow him. Let's go out to the woods where the smell seems to be heading, he said, and I was impressed at how sensitive his sense of smell was, despite myself. We ran, neither one of us speaking, until we reached the edge of the woods, just in time to see several rogues heading our way. Do you think they are a distraction? I said, and Stefan just smiled and nodded. I know they are, he said, so how about we show them what we're made of? I shifted into my wolf form, my paws thudding along the ground. Stefan was behind me, and I rushed toward the first rogue, taking him down almost instantly as I severed its spinal cord. I saw Stefan tackle one of the other rogues out of the corner of my eye as I began to tackle another one to the ground. This one was a fighter and bucked me off, backing away warily before rushing toward me. I leaped in midair, and it jumped up to meet me, both of us scratching and clawing away at each other. I managed to gouge its midsection as it let out a howl and fell to the floor. I clamped my jaws around its neck and shook it until its neck was broken, dropping its limp body on the damp forest ground and turning to assist Stefan with another rogue, which was sneaking up on him. I jumped before it could reach Stefan, sending it flying against the trunk of a tree where it landed, stunned with a large thud. I raced toward it and scratched it across its face and stomach, ripping its midsection open and letting its guts spill out. Stefan finished off another 2 rogues, as I watched, impressed, ripping out their entrails and flinging them to the side, his eyes glowing a bright red in the darkness. For a moment we stared at each other, and then I smelt it. The scent that had been present in the bedroom, its pungent smell difficult to ignore as it began to come closer. Stefan was sniffing, and now he looked worried, a crease between his eyebrows as he stepped to my side. "I know this smell," he began to mutter, "but I thought I left him for dead. This is no ordinary shifter, Rowan. It's also a half-vampire," he exclaimed. I merely grunted. I didn't care. What I cared about was what had happened to Amber and what this asshole had to do with it. The smell grew stronger, and I felt bile rise up in my throat as the scent of rotting meat and eggs wafted toward my nostrils. Rogues were disgusting creatures, and their smell was distinct. A large black wolf came stumbling through the trees, birds taking a flight out of fright. It was massive. That was my first thought. Even larger than my own, if that was possible, and its eyes were glowing in the darkness, a bright crimson red. It snarled at the both of us in a challenge, and my own hackles rose as I snarled back, ready to meet its challenge. "Remember, we can't kill him. We need him to tell us where Darius and Amber are," Stefan muttered out of the corner of his mouth. I nodded my head to show my understanding. It raced toward us, and I dodged to the side, while Stefan attempted to claw it across its face, missing and narrowly escaping being injured himself. He darted to the side as I raced toward the other alpha, careening into it and sending us both crashing into the trunk of a nearby tree, which promptly toppled over on its side, careening downwards and hitting the forest floor with a sickening thud. I got back to my feet, scratching and biting the other wolf, which swiped at me and caused a gash across my ribs. Stefan joined in the fight, leaping atop the wolf and digging his nails into the wolf's neck, holding on for grim life as I shook myself and jumped, landing on his back and biting down hard, the wolf letting out a small howl. I was bucked off, and so was Stefan, both of us landing tangled together on the ground. The wolf let out a ferocious growl and began to stalk toward us, a look of determination on its half-crazed face. This wolf was being a right pain in the ass, I thought with a scowl, as I got back to my feet and dusted myself off. Stefan got up a little more slowly this time, looking like he was in pain, and I swear he was limping now. Not that he was complaining or anything. I admired him for that. Stefan launched himself downwards this time, going underneath the startled wolf and ripping open his stomach as the wolf let out a shriek that caused even more birds to take flight. "That ought to slow him down," shouted Stefan with satisfaction. There was the sound of cracking noises, and then there stood a naked man, holding his stomach together, hatred in his gaze. Stefan stared back at him stonily, a look of anger on his face. "Bastard," wheezed the other alpha, bending over. "You must have known you couldn't win." Stefan said calmly, "So why did you try?" "I thought I could," the alpha growled. Stefan shook his head in resignation. "You are a fool, then." The alpha let out a dry chuckle. What else is new? Already his insides were beginning to heal themselves as we watched. "Tell us where Darius and Amber are," said Stefan, "and we will let you live." The other alpha seemed to be debating with himself internally as he healed. Then he glared and shook his head, racing right towards Stefan, who was caught unaware and sent flying. I braced myself and kicked out, hitting the alpha in the midsection, which caused him to double over, and then kicking him in the privates for good measure. He let out a long, glorious howl from the pain, and Stefan awkwardly came stumbling over, glancing at me with a look I couldn't quite decipher. Stefan grabbed the other alpha's hair and pulled on it. "Where is Darius and Amber?" He spat out, and the alpha began to writhe in his grasp, but Stefan lifted him right up so that his feet were dangling and showed his fangs. "Go to hell," growled the other alpha, kicking out uselessly. I let my canines come out of my mouth and wandered over, sinking my teeth into his leg and biting down hard. "Ouch," he hissed. "Where is she?" I asked. He refused to answer. "Enough of this," Stefan growled, bringing the man down toward him and biting into his neck. And I watched wide-eyed as Stefan began to drain the other alpha of his blood, while the man valiantly tried to get away. I guess it was true what they said about royals, though, and this time, Stefan had the upper hand. Blood poured down the alpha's neck. Stefan pulled away as the alpha grimaced in pain. "Where is she, Alpha Gordon?" asked Stefan with a tone that brooked no arguments. He flattened his lips. Stefan threw him into the nearest tree, the tree crashing over into several others which proceeded to fall down around us. Alpha Gordon let out a loud cry as his body fell to the floor. This time, I sauntered over and grabbed him, one hand on the top of his head, ready to wrench it off as Stefan watched impassively. "I'm giving you one last chance," I hissed, no longer in the mood. "Tell us where she is, you son of a buck, or I'll make your life a living hell." He laughed at that. "I'm living in hell already, but what is in it for me if I tell you?" I shook him. "You get to live, and only because we're in a hurry. The next time I see you, I won't hesitate to kill you." I told him honestly, my voice dripping with malice. Stefan nodded his agreement. "He's taking her back to his pack," snorted Alpha Gordon. "Wants to marry her and all for the sake of having his unborn child." I tightened my grip on his head as he wriggled around. "You better not be lying." "I'm not," he insisted. My hand tightened, and then I quickly used my other hand and wrenched his head off from his body, flinging it aside as Stefan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I thought you were going to let him live?" was all he said to me in curiosity. I shrugged. "I lied. Now who's driving? You or me?" "No one drives my car but me," hissed Stefan possessively, and then glancing down at me with a raised eyebrow. "And don't even think of stepping foot in my baby without putting some damn clothes on." I gave him the finger and watched his eyes darken, even as both of us began to rush back to the castle. "Hold on, Amber," I thought to myself, wishing that I could mind-link her from a great distance. "Hold on, because both of us are coming for you." Chapter 120, Help from an Unexpected Source. Amber POV. My head was fuzzy and my vision was blurry as I blinked my eyes open, trying to take in my surroundings. Where was I? The last thing I remembered was that bastard Darius putting me in the trunk of his car and telling me something. I can't remember what it was he was saying. I tried to move my limbs and discovered that my hands were restrained by a bolt in the wall and handcuffs. It smelled like damp and mildew where I was, and the more I blinked my eyes, the more the room I was in came into focus. My heart sank. I was in a dungeon, or to be more precise, a cell in the dungeon, which consisted of a toilet, threadbare mattress, and a sink. It wasn't exactly the nicest of places to wake up in. Not to mention I had a throbbing headache from the chemical he'd put against my mouth. My eyes scanned the surroundings, but it looked like for the moment I was the only prisoner wherever here was. Was I perhaps back at my old pack? It looked like the dungeon from there, but I could be wrong. It's not like I spent a lot of time in the dungeon of the pack after all. A voice came from the shadows. "Good you're awake," Darius said, pleased, coming from out of where he stood so that I could see him better. I glared at him. "Darius, let me go. Right now." He chuckled at me. "Do you honestly think I would go to this much trouble if I was going to let you go in the end?" I tried to move my arms and couldn't. What did he mean by going to so much trouble, I wondered, and then I felt nauseous, a sickening feeling in my gut that wouldn't go away. I felt dread, utter dread inside of me. "You killed Sophie," I breathed. "That was telling the truth?" He seemed nonplussed. "Are you only now just working that out?" he asked with a shrug. My, you certainly trusted me, didn't you, Amber?" I felt tears prick the corners of my eyes and blinked them back. I wouldn't give the bastard the satisfaction of seeing me cry. Instead, I bit my lip and straightened my shoulders, glaring at him with hatred in my eyes. I would get my revenge, I just needed to be patient. Poor Sophie, I thought sadly, how she had loved Darius, and look what he had done to her. He'd poisoned her, and she died way too young. "What do you want with me, Darius?" I asked him thickly. "You went to so much trouble to get me, why? Is all of this just because you want custody of the child?" He seemed a little taken aback. "Not just because I want custody of our baby Amber, but because I want us to be a family, to be husband and wife and leaders of the pack." I stared, feeling incredulous. Was he delusional? Had he completely lost his mind? There was no way in this world that I would ever marry Darius. Once upon a time, I had been in love with the boy in front of me, but that felt like a lifetime ago, and I was desperate to be back with both of my mates. Rowan and Stefan will kill you for this, I told him honestly. You would be better off letting me go, I added. He just laughed and shook his head. You're a riot, but by the time they do manage to get here, it will be too late. You'll marry me whether you want to or not, he mused. I narrowed my eyes. I would rather die, I said hotly. His gaze went to my swollen stomach. Something tells me you'll do anything to keep our baby safe from harm. He said dryly, even marry me if it comes down to it. As for Rowan and Stefan, do you think that my father and mother won't take them on? They'll do anything to be able to hold their grandchild in their arms. I'm afraid my mother has kind of lost the plot when it comes to grandchildren. She was most upset when Sophie miscarried. Were you responsible for that too? I spat out. Of course I was. I hated how clingy she was becoming and how much she wanted me to love her. God, all I ever heard your sister talk about was the baby this, the baby that. It was suffocating, he whinged. I stared at him in disbelief. On one hand, he hadn't wanted the child he'd created with Sophie, but he wanted the one he'd created with me. He was walking, talking, a contradiction. Why me? I asked him. What makes me so special, Darius? He frowned. Because I'm in love with you. That's what makes it so special and different. Not like what I had with Sophie, where I had to pretend. I should never have agreed to marry that tramp, he hissed. I should have been with you. Now I'm rectifying that mistake, he added. I felt so awful for Sophie, who had adored Darius since our childhood. She had died at his hands. I wished my hands would move and wrap themselves around his neck for everything he had done. What are you going to do with me? We're going to get married as soon as the minister is here. Until then, well, he glanced toward the bed and I felt sick to my stomach. Anything but that. God help me. I didn't think I could endure it. Darius moved closer, bending down to look me in the eyes. He moved a stray curl of hair off my face, tucking it behind my ear. You're so beautiful, he whispered, his eyes shining so lovely with that fiery red hair of yours. I swallowed hard as he stared at me silently for a moment. Then he leaned forward and pressed his lips against mine, roughly, in a possessive manner, his hand reaching behind me to wind itself in my hair and keep my head still. I grimaced, fighting the urge to gag, trying valiantly to keep my mouth from opening, pulling on my hair slightly as I winced. Open your mouth, he hissed, and I refused, his hand tugging my hair so hard that I opened my mouth to cry out, and he took advantage, slipping his tongue in and caressing mine. I tried to bite him, and his hand moved to grip me around the throat, squeezing it lightly in a warning. I was forced to endure his kiss, his slimy lips pressed against mine, his tongue inside my mouth. It was disgusting and humiliating at the same time. I attempted to kick my legs out, and he sat on top of them, keeping his mouth moving over mine. All I could do was sit there, my arms raised above my head, and wait it out, hoping miserably that he would stop soon and apologizing profusely inside my mind to both my mates. Lilac, I don't know how much more of this I can take. I know, but you have to endure until we find a way to free ourselves. Rowan and Stefan will be coming. We can't afford to rely on that unless you want to be Darius's wife, child. No, you have a point. God, I'm going to be sick. Don't you dare. You have no idea how he'll react to that if you do it. You need to remember that keeping your pup safe from harm is paramount. Thankfully, Darius broke it off and pulled back, grinning at me smugly. See, he said as I looked at him nauseated, we still have chemistry. Can't you feel it, Amber? All I felt was sick, but I wisely held my tongue as he climbed back off my legs. The silver from my handcuffs was burning my flesh and sizzling. I fought the pain back, knowing I needed to keep a clear mind if I wanted to get out of there. God, I wish I could take you to bed, he added with a longing glance as my stomach churned in response. But I guess I'll go and find that minister, he added. I heaved a sigh of relief as he shut the cell door again and turned his back on me. At least I was being granted a short reprieve from him, even if I dreaded the words minister and marriage. He began to make his way toward the stairs, calling out over his shoulder, "Don't worry, we'll get married in here. It will be much more convenient," which had me wanting to spit at him as a result. Then he was gone, the door creaking ominously behind him, and I was left alone in the dark to ponder my choices. What was I going to do? I stretched, feeling the bolt and swearing. It was through the cuffs, meaning I couldn't just lift my arms to get them off. The door began to creak open, and I stiffened, worried that Darius had come back for me already. Instead, I stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, as the naked form of a girl came to the cell, clutching a key in her hand. She was very familiar to me, but it couldn't be her. It just couldn't. She was dead. I thought to myself in a daze. Mother had said so. But she was here, standing right in front of me, with a swollen stomach not much smaller than my own, her long blonde hair glowing in the darkness, her pale skin like a beacon of light that shimmered, her blue eyes twinkling even as they looked at me concerned. I swallowed hard. This had to be a mirage of some kind, or maybe I was still under the influence of the chemical that Darius had used on me. That made more sense. When she spoke, her voice was like the tinkling of tiny bells. He always liked to keep spare keys lying around, the moron. I blinked. It certainly sounded like her, but how was this possible? It wasn't a dream. I'd felt Darius's slimy lips on mine, and it had been anything but a dream. "Sophie," I whispered shakily as she knelt and began to undo the lock on the cell door. She flung it open, and then flung herself at me, careful of my stomach as she hugged me. She felt warm, real, solid. She was real, I realized, tears coming to my eyes. "We need to get you out of here," Sophie said anxiously. "I was on my way to the vampire's castle and saw them take you." I followed behind. "But you're supposed to be dead," I said dumbly and saw her roll her eyes at me. "I was dead," she said calmly, "and we can talk about that later. For now, let's get you out of here. Darius is a psychopath, and who knows what he's going to do to you once he marries you." She began to undo my restraints, and my hands slid out of the cuffs. I winced, stretching experimentally, and then awkwardly got to my feet, supported by Sophie. I was so glad to see her that tears were trailing down my cheeks. Slowly we made our way up the stairs and then paused at the door, listening for any approaching footsteps. "I think the coast is clear," Sophie said quietly, and together we opened the door and slid out before making our way upstairs. Sophie was quick to find an empty bedroom with some clothes in it, and then together we began to look around, hearing a commotion. "He's discovered you are gone," said Sophie anxiously, but I gave her a wicked grin. "Good, because it's time he discovered what pain really is." Amber POV. Sophie was trembling, looking incredibly frightened, but I felt calm. Now that I was no longer restrained and was free, Darius would finally get what was coming to him. I wondered if he knew about Sophie. As it was, I could hear his shouting and cursing as he began to look for me, smashing doors open and splintering the wood, rather than just opening them nicely. I had locked the door as a precaution, but I didn't think that would hold him off for very long. "Sophie, hide behind the bed," I instructed her, never taking my eyes off of the door. Sophie obeyed without question. I spared a quick glance at her and smiled, seeing she'd done what I asked. There was a loud banging on the door. "Amber," roared Darius, "where are you?" I opened my mouth. "In here, you big blockhead," I snarled. Silence. Sophie was cowering behind the bed now, very much afraid of Darius, not that I could blame her considering what he had done to her. Crash! The door splintered open, and there was Darius, his eyes pitch black in anger. "Come here," he snapped, and I shook my head at him, a smile curving on my lips. I waited for him to rush me, and when he did, I raised my leg and kicked him right in the privates. I heard his howl and gave a wicked grin of satisfaction before shifting into my wolf and running through the door, knowing he wouldn't be able to help himself and would follow me. I raced downstairs, past curious pack members, and crashed through the front door, sparing a glance behind me. Darius was on my heels in his giant black wolf form, and I continued on to the grounds and then turned around to face him. My lips curled back in a snarl as I growled at him. He growled back, and then we began to warily circle each other. I was counting on the fact that Darius was emotional and apparently a psychopath, which meant he would be distracted and not as focused on his fighting. He sure as hell was angry, that was for sure. He leaped in midair, and I dodged, darting to the side and opening my mouth to release a fireball that flew past him, singing his fur as he growled in shock. I didn't even give him time to recover from being stunned, instead releasing a second fireball that hit him directly in his side, causing him to yelp and to frantically shake himself and roll over in an attempt to put the flames out. While he was doing that, I took the time to dart forward and him across his side, before jumping over him and heading toward the outskirts of the forest. Now, he was really pissed, but I didn't give a damn. I was angry, furious that he'd kidnapped me in order for his own gain. How he could have thought I would marry him, I had no idea. I spared a thought for Sophie, who was probably still hiding inside the pack house in fear for her own life. She had endured so much at his hands. Darius leaped in midair, and I met him, frantically clawing and scratching at him, my jaws clamping onto his neck for dear life. I wanted to kill him. My jaws clamped down even tighter as he frantically tried to buck me off to no avail. I bit down harder, causing blood to trickle down. He growled, but I was firm, biting down hard, and eventually he conceded. I rolled off of him and watched as he began to shift back to human form. "Amber," he coughed, and I glared, shifting back into my own human form and watching him carefully. One wrong move and I'd use my vampire side to drain his blood from his body. He awkwardly got to his feet. I looked at him, seeing just how pathetic he really was as he put out a trembling hand toward me. "Please," he whined. "Amber, don't do this." Even now he wanted to be spared, I thought grimly, but that wasn't going to happen. Not after Sophie, not after he'd kidnapped me. He would always remain a threat for as long as he lived. His eyes widened and he stared beyond me, and I stiffened as the two most wonderful scents in the whole wide world came drifting toward me. Stefan came barreling past, making a beeline straight for Darius, gripping him around the neck and holding him tightly, pushing Darius's head to the side. And then before I could so much as blink, Stefan bit him and began to drain him dry, like I'd been contemplating doing. Rowan's arms came around me from behind, hugging me close as I breathed in his scent, relishing the feel of his skin against mine. "How are you doing, princess?" he murmured as I smiled and leaned back into him. "Better now you're here," I commented and sighed, feeling loved. Stefan dropped Darius's body to the ground, and I winced as it hit the floor with a large thud. We heard a loud scream come from behind us. Darius, and then Luna Marian came rushing toward us, sobbing, tears trailing down her cheeks as she embraced the cold, still, lifeless body of her son. Alpha John sprinted toward us, his eyes wide as he took in the scene. He seemed to be calm and level-headed while his wife was glaring daggers at us. Stefan still hadn't moved from his position, instead watching the Luna and Alpha with an almost detached look on his face. "What have you done?" Luna Marian screamed, rocking back and forth as she held her son to her chest. "What have you done?" she sobbed, looking at me. I flinched, but Alpha John had a knowing look in his eyes. "He kidnapped her, Marian. What did you think was going to happen?" was all he said, as he gazed down sadly at his son. I inhaled sharply. So both of them knew what had happened. We were joined by another presence, Sophie coming out of hiding as Luna Marian gaped. "You're dead," she stammered, and Sophie shook her head. "The moon goddess granted me another chance to live. I'm alive, and I'm going back to the castle with Amber," she told them with a protective hand against her stomach. Luna Marian paled. "You will never get your hands on my child," Sophie continued quietly, "and I suggest you don't even attempt to bring lawyers into it." Luna Marian looked towards me, and I put Rowan's hand on my bump. "This baby is Rowan's and King Stefan's and has nothing to do with your son," I said firmly, watching her eyes fill with hatred and contempt for me. "I'll kill you," Luna Marian spat, standing up and letting her son fall back to the ground, her eyes fixated on me. "I'll kill you for killing my son," she snarled. Alpha John put a cautious hand on his wife's arm. "They didn't do anything wrong. They defended their mate, who was in danger. I told you before that this would only end in trouble, and it has. You cannot blame them for what's happened, and I won't let you," he said firmly. She gaped at her husband. I was impressed. This was the first time I had heard Alpha John tell his wife in no uncertain terms what was happening. It would do her some good, I thought, slightly amused, to be told no. She looked hesitant, like she was going to shift anyway, and I tensed, but in the end, she flopped back down to the ground and sat beside her son, crying and wailing. Alpha John, I never wanted it to come to this, I told the man apologetically. Despite it all, Darius's father was a decent man and he'd always shown me kindness. I regretted that Darius had to be killed, but I wasn't sorry it happened. I know, Amber, I know, John said remorsefully, before walking over to his wife and placing a hand on her shoulder. She continued to cry, and I saw tears trailing down John's cheeks as well as he wiped his eyes. I think we should leave, I said quietly to Rowan, who nodded. Rowan dropped his arms and I bolted straight to Stefan, flinging myself into his arms and embracing him tightly. I was cuddled up to him, clutching at him like a koala, and I closed my eyes, breathing in his scent as Stefan hugged me tightly back. You gave us quite a scare, he murmured into my ear as I gave him a kiss on the cheek. Rowan watched us longingly, and I made a movement with my hand, gesturing him to come closer so I could hug him as well. Sophie was watching us with a mixture of fascination and awe. I'm so jealous, Sophie squealed as we made our way toward King Stefan's car. 2 mates, can you believe it? I mean, most people get one, but you, she sighed, shaking her head. Get 2 and 1 is a vampire king. I laughed. It's not as good as you make it out to be, I teased as Stefan got in the driver's seat and Rowan got in the back with me, leaving Sophie to get in the front. Both of them have to share me for one. It's worth it, Rowan said smugly, leaning against me in the car while Stefan frowned, clearly upset that I wasn't sitting with him. Sometimes it is, Stefan agreed before shooting Rowan a look of daggers. Other times I wish to kill you, he said honestly, which made Rowan's mouth gape open, and Sophie and I giggle. I leaned forward to talk to Sophie. Mum is going to be so ecstatic when she sees you, Sophie. She's been so upset about your death, you know. I can't wait to see the look on her face when she sees you come out of the car. She's going to go ballistic, I added. Sophie inhaled sharply. I miss her so much, she said slowly. And you. I can't believe the moon goddess has given me a second chance, she whispered. I wished I could hug her again, but instead I settled for giving her a pat on her arm to comfort her. I'm just happy to have you with me again, I said honestly. Stefan started the car. So are we going straight back to the castle? He asked with a look over his shoulder. Home, I corrected him. We're going home, all of us. Home, agreed Rowan with a grin. Home, repeated Sophie. I like the sound of that. Home, said Stefan, pleased. Where we all belong, he added. Chapter 122, Epilogue. She screamed, her voice echoing down the corridor, gripping tightly to Rowan's hand and squeezing it so tightly he almost buckled to his knees. Christ, that hurts, he whined, and she glared at him, making him instantly contrite. Now, honey, whispered Stefan from the other side of her. You're doing fine, he added, wiping some sweat off her brow as she relaxed between her contractions. It hurts, she whimpered, in pain despite the painkillers she had been given. The 2 men shot each other a look, doing their best to comfort their mate as she lay there on the hospital bed. Amber nodded, feeling her body slick with sweat, her back arching, the pain going through her in waves, cramping in her lower stomach. She wished the nurse wasn't so cheerful, as she felt incredibly disgruntled at the moment, feeling annoyed at the 2 men who were hovering over her. Well done, said the nurse as Amber panted heavily, completely exhausted and drained. You're doing great, sweetheart, said Rowan anxiously, wiping her cheeks with his hand where tears were trailing down. Stefan peered down at her anxiously. All right, let's push down again, said the nurse briskly, Amber writhing on the bed in pain. She pushed down hard, and the nurse gave her a reassuring smile. I can't do this much longer, panted Amber. I can see the head, it's crowning, said the nurse excitedly. Amber was silent, squeezing Stefan's hand next. Rowan shot him a smug look when he saw the Vampire King's eyes widen in pain. At least this time it wasn't him being injured. Push, shouted the nurse, and Amber pushed, as hard as she could, the nurse giving a triumphant shout. He's here, she said and turned away, the baby in her arms, taking it with her to check his vital signs as Amber collapsed against the bed, unable to move, tears still trailing down her cheeks. Stefan looked concerned. Rowan merely looked a bit uncomfortable at Amber's tears. She was sobbing profusely now. Amber? Asked Stefan. Are you all right? She nodded, feeling an immense sense of relief. She'd done it. She'd finally given birth, and she'd survived the ordeal. She couldn't wait for her mother, who was waiting in the waiting room, to see her son. As it was, Rowan was anxiously looking toward the door, Stefan too, waiting for the baby to be brought back. The nurse came walking in slowly, holding the baby boy to her chest. She glanced at all three parents and raised an eyebrow, before offering the child to Amber, who gingerly took hold of her child in her arms. Amber glanced down at her child and sucked in a breath. He was gorgeous. He had ginger hair with dark green eyes like hers and was pale, with a tiny body and tiny hands that she gripped with one finger. He was gorgeous, thought Amber, and he was hers. She couldn't believe it. It made the contractions and the pain worth it. Stefan was peering down at the child in fascination. "He looks just like his mother," he said with a grin, gently shucking the child under the chin as it blinked up at him. Rowan looked closer and saw freckles on the boy's face, just like Amber's. The boy was a complete miniature of her. "He's beautiful," marveled Rowan. "What are you going to call him?" chirped the nurse, and Amber looked at the two men with a smile. "Gabriel," she said quietly, and the two men nodded their agreement. He certainly looked like a Gabriel. There was a small squeal from the doorway, and Amber's eyes shot up to see her mother darting forward, a wide smile on her face, Dylan right behind her. "Oh my gosh!" her mother cried, looking down at the tiny baby. "He's absolutely beautiful, Amber." Amber glowed. She wished Sophie could see her nephew, but she was close to her own time and unable to make the trip due to being on bed rest. She would take Gabriel to see his auntie when she got home. Her son's big green eyes watched her intently as she held him, and Rowan and Stefan were fascinated with the child, both of them waiting impatiently to hold him. "The heir to the kingdom," said Stefan quietly, and Amber nodded, Rowan leaning over to see his son. "The heir to both of you," said Amber firmly. Both men nodded. Clarissa sighed with happiness. She never thought she would see the day when Amber would have her child or give birth to her grandchild. But here she was, with her grandchild right in front of her eyes. She was ecstatic and waiting patiently for her turn to hold her. Amber gave a wince as her son slipped off her knock, looking satiated. "Stefan," she said quietly, "would you like to hold our son?" Stefan reached out with trembling hands to hold Gabriel, clutching him tightly to his chest, feeling possessive of his little boy as he bounced him slightly in his arms, Rowan pouting in the background. Stefan was afraid he would drop the little bundle he held in his arms, but his paternal instinct took over. "Hello, son," he crooned, and the boy blinked his big green eyes at him. Amber thought it was adorable, watching sleepily as Stefan began to murmur things into his son's ear. Rowan finally couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. "Can I please hold my son?" he said gruffly, and Stefan reluctantly passed the child over to Rowan, who kissed his son on the cheek and cradled him. "Don't you both make great fathers," said Dylan cheerfully, his arm around the waist of Clarissa, who leaned into him lovingly. "You're going to make a great one too," Clarissa said wickedly, and watched his face pale as Amber's face lit up. "You mean?" Dylan stammered, and Clarissa nodded, rising on her tiptoes to kiss the man on the cheek. "I love you, and yes, I'm pregnant," she announced proudly. Amber let out a whoop, while Stefan gave Dylan a handshake and offered his congratulations. Amber was genuinely happy for her mother, who was glowing with happiness. Rowan offered his own congratulations, passing the baby to Clarissa, who happily showed off the little boy to Dylan. Amber watched the touching scene, tears pricking the corner of her eyes. She was surrounded by people who loved her and who she loved in return. Her marriage to both Rowan and Stefan was impending, much to the council's displeasure, and she would become the official queen of the vampires. Rowan was living with them, and his father Teddy now ran the pack in his son's absence. Amber was glad to hear of how healthy Teddy was now. As for Dylan, well, Amber had made him and Teresa full-fledged vampires using her powers, and Dylan had marked her mother, making her a hybrid. Her mother was due to marry Dylan after Amber's wedding, and it looked like she would be giving birth a few months after that. Stacy had given birth to a healthy baby girl a week ago, and that child had been placed with a loving family who adored the baby they had been blessed with. Stacy, on the other hand, had been executed and died 2 days after having a C-section. No one was sorry to see that she was now gone. Sophie was doing well and had yet to find a second chance mate, but didn't care. She wanted to focus on herself and her baby, which was a girl. She continued to thank the moon goddess for giving her a second chance at life, and Amber wished her all the happiness in the world. Sophie was ecstatic to become an auntie, and Amber knew she would be a great one to her children. Elaine was freed from the dungeon and sent away to another pack in disgrace. As punishment for everything she had done, she was turned into an Omega and placed into servitude. Stefan was keeping close tabs on her to ensure she never stepped foot back in his castle ever again. Tessa eventually made her way to the castle and resumed her friendship with Amber, becoming an Omega and working as one. Amber was glad to see her old friend, and they spent many nights having girls' nights together, along with Teresa, all three of the girls forming a deep bond and relationship. Teddy found his second chance mate at the hospital of all things. A friendly nurse called Lauren, who he ended up marrying. She became Luna and shortly afterward gave birth to Rowan's half-brother Damien. Teddy and Lauren adored their little boy, but make efforts to continue their relationship with Rowan, who was over the moon at having a little brother. Family, thought Amber, leaning back against the bed, was everything, and she was incredibly lucky to have the ones she did. Her life was full of happiness and laughter, love and sadness, grief and loss, but she wouldn't have changed any of it for the world. The end.